World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 866 to Chapter 889. Black Light's Treasure Vault. A rank 8 powerhouse guarded outside the treasure vault. In fact, in Black Light, guarding the treasure vault was just to prevent youngsters from barging in. Most of the things that were useful to powerhouses should be in the hands of Heavenly Emperor Xianming. Su Bing and the rest did not care too much about bringing Fang Ping in, because the most precious treasures here were the 3 that were given out. The moment he entered the treasure vault, Fang Ping was actually a little disappointed. There were many things, but there were very few things that gave him a strong feeling of energy. There were energy stones here too, but Su Bing and the rest called them spirit stones. There were not many things, and it was a little messy. The few things like the origin armor were all in the deepest part, stored in a separate place. As for whether Heavenly Emperor Xianming took them out of the storage ring or if they were originally here, Fang Ping was too lazy to tell. Young friends, this is the origin armor. Su Bing made a series of hand seals. In Fang Ping's opinion, they were all useless. It was just a special energy reorganization method. It would be the same even if he did not make hand seals. However, the other party made a series of seemingly complicated hand seals. Only then did he take out a simple battle armor from a defense shield. Fang Ping did not say anything. Maybe the other party thought that making some hand seals looked better. After taking the origin armor, Fang Ping checked it. There was indeed some unusual charm. This can be kept in the origin space? Fang Ping knew that the origin space was actually a space of willpower and mentality. Objects could not enter. Old antiques like Old Cat liked to fight in the origin space. That was because fighting in the origin space was gentler. It was not as bloody as fighting with fists. Of course you can. Su Bing smiled and nodded. Then, he took out a jade box and handed it to Fang Ping. This is the Xianming Divine Pill. Use it carefully, young friend. This item is extremely precious. If young friend feels that your body and spiritual consciousness, that is, your mentality is no longer compatible, then use it. Su Bing reminded. In the crowd, some young people followed. Seeing Fang Ping take away the Xianming Divine Pill, many of them were a little envious and jealous. They also knew the reputation of the Xianming Divine Pill. Fang Ping thought for a while, but asked, can this item allow martial artists who have combined 10,000 techniques or 10,000 techniques to return to the normal cultivation path? As soon as this was said, Su Bing said in surprise, 10,000 techniques, 10,000 techniques. Young friend, have you seen it before? Seeing his surprise, Su Bing said strangely, 10,000 techniques, 10,000 techniques, 2 techniques. Young friend, have you seen it? The requirements for myriad Dao unification were not low. One had to forge a golden body at rank 6. However, Fang Ping felt that since it could be done in modern times, it should not have been difficult during the ancient martial era. Su Bing frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, myriad Daos, myriad techniques is one. Actually, back then, halfway through, Su Bing paused for a moment before continuing, actually, in the past, there were no true martial artists of the 2 paths. This was just a theory of the experts. 1 Dao and 10,000 techniques? Techniques and Sui sect? Don't tell me you're talking about those martial artists who focus on physical or spiritual sense cultivation? Su Bing didn't reprimand him this time. He smiled and said, young friend, you might have seen these 2 types of people. They focus more on the corporeal body or spiritual consciousness, so you feel that 10,000 Daos and 10,000 techniques are one. In reality, that isn't the case. Su Bing did not scold him. He smiled. Young friend, you may have seen these 2 types of people. They focus on the physique or spiritual consciousness. That's why you feel that 10,000 techniques and techniques are one. That's not the case. I'm not too sure about the specifics. I only know that there were some experts back then who were determined to walk the path of the extreme in order to reach the apex. I'm only at origin. I wasn't qualified to participate in this. Su Bing shook his head. There were theories about walking the ultimate path, but no one had really done it. Fang Ping found it strange. He asked, Senior, do you mean that the 10,000 techniques and 10,000 techniques are not pure? That should be the case. Su Bing smiled. I've seen people like that before. They all focus on one path. When they focus on the extreme, we call it 10,000 techniques and 10,000 techniques. However, no one has ever seen a true ultimate path powerhouse. It's surprising that there are martial artists who are close to the ultimate path in the human world. According to Su Bing, people like Old Man Li were not considered as true 10,000 techniques. It was just that their physique was far stronger than their mentality. It gave people the impression that they did not understand mentality at all. Fang Ping listened for a while and asked, is there any difference between the true 10,000 techniques and martial artists who focus on the physique? True 10,000 techniques, Su Bing thought about it. After a while, he suddenly smiled. In the past, a great emperor joked that if one really walks the ultimate path, a great emperor can fight a supreme emperor. Xianxia said disdainfully, how is that possible? Even if they really walk the ultimate path, they won't be a match for a supreme emperor. Didn't those great emperors want to walk the ultimate path to break through the emperor realm? If they can really fight a supreme emperor, then they don't need to look for other paths. Fang Ping frowned. At this moment, he was thinking about Old Man Li. What was a great emperor? In old Zhang and the rest's eyes, a great emperor was a vitality that had been enhanced by origin path. It reached the peak of 1 million cal, which was 2 million cal below the peak. This was a great emperor, celestial emperor, titled true god. These were all the same rank. Different people and different times had different names. Old Man Li's vitality is almost at 140,000 calories now. If he reaches the 9th refinement, it'll be at least 160,000 calories, right? If he steps on origin path, there'll be another enhancement. I'm afraid he can reach 200,000 calories. If he reaches the peak, there'll be another enhancement. Then it'll be at least 300,000 calories and above. When a great path reaches 10,000 meters, there'll continue to be transformations. It won't be difficult to reach 400,000 calories, Fang Ping calculated for a while. If Old Man Li advanced with the 9th refinement of the golden body and walked 10,000 meters on the great path, his basic vitality would be at least 400,000 calories and above. It could only be higher, not lower. 10,000 meters on the great path, that would be a twofold enhancement. After the enhancement, his vitality would be 1.2 million cal. At that time, Old Man Li would also be considered an emperor-level powerhouse. However, Fang Ping was thinking about a problem now. Old Man Li's vitality was double that of origin path. It was comparable to the essence of a supreme emperor's vitality. If he reached the peak, would the strength of his vitality force transform again? If he reached the peak, his essence would become double that of a supreme emperor's. Fang Ping suddenly found it hard to imagine. If that was the case, then it would be 2.4 million calories at the peak and 4.8 million calories at origin path. If that was the case, he could fight an emperor, right? Emperor. Was that so? Is Old Man Li's 10,000 Dao unification the true 10,000 Dao unification? When he reaches the peak, will there still be qualitative changes? Fang Ping was not sure at this time. He seemed to have never heard of these two supreme emperor powerhouses. Fang Ping looked at Iron Head and Old Wang again. In everyone's opinion, Iron Head was the resurrection of a 10,000 Dao unification powerhouse. However, listening to Su Bing now, during the apotheosis period, 10,000 Dao unification was just a theory. Was he the resurrection of an ancient martial artist whose physique was extremely heavy, or was it really 10,000 Dao unification? At this time, many thoughts appeared in Fang Ping's mind, but he did not say anything to the others. He would know once he saw it. If Old Man Li really reached the peak and underwent another qualitative change, then it would be terrifying. However, he was afraid that when he reached the peak, there would be no qualitative change. When that time came, Old Man Li might be much stronger than a weak Supreme Emperor when he reached the peak, but he would definitely not reach Emperor-level strength. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, Su Bing handed the third treasure to him. A sealed box. When Fang Ping looked at the box, he instantly discovered the solidification of Supreme Emperor's mentality. This box was sealed by someone, under the Supreme Emperor. It was very difficult to open. If it was opened by force, it might shatter the box, and the things inside would turn into dust. Su Bing said very solemnly at this moment, this item was jointly drawn by the Heavenly Emperor and some venerable emperors in the past, after going through fire and water many times. This item is extremely important. Young friend, you must hand it to the Emperor. Also, please inform the Emperor that the Heavenly Emperor once said that it was best to seal this item. The Heavenly Emperor originally wanted to destroy this item, but he was reluctant to let this item disappear from the world completely. Now that the Emperor has appeared, then it will be handed over to the Emperor for safekeeping. Su Bing said solemnly. It was best to seal this item. Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything. The more he did this, the more tempting it would be. He did not know how many times he had played the game of loosening the reins to grasp. If Heavenly Emperor Xianming really wanted to destroy it, he would have done it long ago. Why did he have to keep it until now? If he did not want old Zhang to take it away, if he did not say it, if he did not take it out, who would know he had it? Now that he took it out, he said that he wanted to seal it. What a shallow trick. Despite the disdain in his heart, Fang Ping said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, senior. Fang Ping will definitely pass the message." After getting the 3 treasures, Fang Ping glanced at his wealth. He did not see any increase and frowned slightly. Why did it not increase? Or could it be that he was actually still in danger? The only one who could threaten his life here was probably that Heavenly Emperor Xianming. As for Su Bing, he might be able to defeat him, but it would not be easy to kill him. Also, if these people were not hostile, it was reasonable to say that it would also increase. They are hostile towards me. Fang Ping understood. It was not a surprise. This time, he was considered to be the kind of robber. It was normal for the other party to be hostile towards him. If they were not hostile, they would still be smiling so happily with Su Bing. That would be surprising. Origin Armor, Xianming Divine Pill, I wonder how much they are worth. The Heavenly Realms map fragments probably don't count in wealth. Looking at his wealth again, Fang Ping felt that it would probably increase when he went out. Then he would know how much it was worth. Wealth, 5,780 million points. Vitality, 128,000 calories, 128,800. Mentality, 8,125 Hz, 8,299 Hz. Destruction power, 63 yuan, 63 yuan. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time. Wealth that was close to 7 billion before was reduced by 1 billion after one closed-door cultivation. Most of it was spent on the House of Gold. After coming out of the treasure vault, Fang Ping did not cause trouble in the treasure vault. Wang Jinyang looked at Fang Ping now, his expression suspicious. Leaving just like that? At this moment, Su Bing and the others had the intention to send the guest off. As for leaving the mountain, they probably would not leave immediately. They still had to wait for a few days while they settled some matters in Xianming Heaven. This time, they came to Xianming Heaven. Were they going to leave just like that? This time, he did know some things about Xianming Heaven. Could it be that they called old Zhang back just for these few treasures? Fang Ping was not in a hurry. As he walked, he asked, "Seniors, if Fang Ping comes again next time, how do I come in? There are some guiding items in Xianming Heaven. I can't possibly trouble the Heavenly Emperor every time I enter, right?" As soon as he said that, the few of them looked a little strange. "You still want to come in?" Before they could speak, Fang Ping smiled again and said, "Also, is it convenient for the Heavenly Emperor to have a chat with the Emperor? Everyone knows that the situation is different now. If the Heavenly Emperor can talk to the Emperor, I think it will only be beneficial for Xianming Heaven." Su Bing said quickly, "The Heavenly Emperor has just come out of closed-door cultivation. He still needs some time to stabilize himself. It's not that I'm neglecting the Emperor, but it's really not convenient to meet him now." "I see." Fang Ping looked regretful. He said again, "Then is there a guiding item for the next time?" Su Bing said again, "Young friend, you might not know this, but the Heavenly Emperor can only control the entry and exit of Xianming Heaven." Fang Ping laughed flatly. This was a lie. Was your Heavenly Emperor Xianming so free, specially sending people in and out? Did you people never go in and out before? Then I'll ask again. One side of Xianming Heaven leads to the human world, does the other side lead to the catacombs? Where does it lead to? Su Bing said hurriedly. Xianming heaven did have the power to connect the two worlds in the past. However, when heaven and earth changed back then, Xianming heaven was also damaged. It has been sealed for thousands of years. Now that Xianming heaven has just opened, I'm afraid we can no longer enter the catacombs. Having said that, he added, as for where it leads to the catacombs, we have no idea now. Maybe the passage on the other side has been completely sealed and we can no longer enter or exit. Then where does it lead back then? Back then, it led to, Su Bing paused, as if hesitating. Finally, he said, it leads to the edge of the bitter Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping gave him a deep look, then looked at Xianxia and the rest, smiling faintly. These people had to hide everything. Even their names had to be hidden, Fang Ping said directly. The so-called three realms, does it refer to the three realms of heaven, earth, and human? The human world is earth, the catacombs is the earthly realm, and the heavenly realm has been shattered and disappeared, right? As for the Forbidden Sea, maybe it wasn't called the Forbidden Sea in the past, Bitter Sea. The bitter sea has no bounds, repent and be saved? Fang Ping sneered, his laughter a little playfully, and said, if that's the case, the catacombs and earth are actually one world, not two worlds, right? Senior Su, I suddenly thought of a problem. Fang Ping said with a smile, if the catacombs powerhouses die in the human world, they can actually be resurrected by paying a price. Of course, the prerequisite is that they are not killed by martial artists. Is this the legendary reincarnation? Why is it only possible on Earth? Does this mean that reincarnation only exists on Earth? Or to put it more simply, the other two realms have already transcended reincarnation, so there is no such thing as resurrection. You guys have jumped out of the three realms and five elements. In the other realms, there is actually no such thing as reincarnation. The other realms think that they are a cut above others, so there is no need to go through reincarnation, and they are immortal and indestructible, right? Only on Earth, when powerhouses from the higher realms descend and die, can you reincarnate? And we ourselves don't seem to be able to do it. Fang Ping said to himself, why? Is it because our level is too low? There is reincarnation in the human world. That is prepared for high-level life forms. We ordinary people don't need to do that, right? At this moment, Fang Ping thought of too many legends, too many myths, some things suddenly connected at this moment. However, some things still could not be explained. Why could the catacombs martial artists who died on Earth pay a huge price to be resurrected directly? Was this considered reincarnation? Probably not, even if it was. Who made the rules? Emperors. In Fang Ping's eyes, powerhouses were very powerful, but no matter how powerful they were, they could not do this, right? Reverse life and death. As Fang Ping spoke, Su Bing and the others did not respond. Fang Ping had already understood a lot of things. At this moment, he abandoned all other thoughts, looked at everyone and said, 3 days later, seniors can come out of the mysterious abyss. Tomorrow, we will arrange for people to wait for you outside. Also, Fang Ping has to say the ugly words first. You can only enter and exit with our permission. After this, we will build a reception hall outside the exit and send martial artists to guard it. You will need a pass to enter and exit. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression did not look too good. Some of the youths were also dissatisfied. What pass? Whether we go out or not, is it up to the human world to care? Fang Ping glanced at the youth who spoke and said indifferently, human world? Heaven? Mysterious abyss? You guys are thinking too much. This world has rules now. There are no forces that transcend the outside world, no one is allowed. After coming out, you need to learn the rules. Murder is against the law, murder must be paid with your life. Killing an ordinary person, even if he is an origin Dao, he must pay with his life. These are the rules. The human world's rules are rules. If you can't do it, if you think no one will care about you, you don't have to go out, because you will die. No one is an exception, including the so-called emperors and even the emperors. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Xianxia even snorted. Ridiculous. If that's the case, we are even worse than ordinary people? The death of an ant, competing to make us pay with our lives. Xianxia wanted to laugh. What kind of rule was this? Could the lives of the powerhouses be equal to the lives of the weak? Even the emperors could not be offended, the emperors were detached from the outside world, not subject to any restrictions. Xianxia found it ridiculous and did not believe it. Even if the emperors killed those ordinary people, so what? Could it be that there were really people who were willing to become enemies with the emperors for these mortals? Ridiculous? Fang Ping's mouth cracked open, smiling brightly, his teeth gleaming. He stared at him for a while, grinning. Is it very ridiculous? Maybe you can try. As he said that, Fang Ping's tone turned cold, suddenly saying, maybe, it's time to change. Maybe he should kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, let the other 33 heavens, including the old antiques of the boundaries, know that times had changed, the rules had changed, these people's attitude was too obvious. Mortals were just ants, if they died, they died. Once these people came out, they might cause turmoil in the world. No powerhouse believed that killing some ordinary people would cause trouble for powerhouses. Fang Ping suddenly had a plan in his mind. Maybe he really had to establish his power, kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, let these people know what rules were. This was not just 1 or 2 houses. There were 8 boundary lands, but it was unclear how many there were in the 33 heavens. These old antiques did not believe at all that anyone would go against them for some ordinary people who were not worth mentioning. They were all emperors. To deal with them, at least an emperor-level powerhouse would be needed, but which emperor-level powerhouse would be so idiotic as to risk his life for some ants? And now, there was such an idiotic emperor-level powerhouse outside. There were also some idiotic true god-level powerhouses like this. There were quite a few at the Origin realm. Martial artists in the neo-martial era might all be idiots. This matter needs to be taken seriously. Fang Ping murmured in his heart. If these people were not deterred, it would be more troublesome than the catacombs. They had to have a good reason to attack. I'll pretend to be an ordinary person later. I'll find trouble with Xianxia, let him kill me, then I'll have a good reason to attack and directly wipe out mysterious brightness heaven. Such a thought suddenly arose in Fang Ping's mind. As for attacking forcefully now, it might work, but then all the old antiques would feel insecure and start to group up. It was fine if it was an individual person. But once the old antiques in the dark all grouped up, then old Zhang and the rest would be in big trouble. There were catacombs powerhouses first, and then there were these old antiques causing trouble. They were attacked from both sides. For these old antiques, they had to deter some, rope in some, kill some. This was in line with the interests of mankind. They had to set up rules. Fang Ping was still thinking when Su Bing shook his head lightly at Xianxia again. Listen first, as for whether to do it or not, they would decide when the time came. Xianxia's hostility towards these people was too obvious. He was now considering whether to bring Xianxia along. If he brought Xianxia along this time, he might cause some trouble. This was not a good thing. As for the rules that Fang Ping mentioned, he did not really take them seriously. They were just polite words. In the past, some of the great emperors had also said that if their disciples were killed, they must pay with blood, but if they really provoked a powerhouse and were killed, then they would be killed. Which great emperor would make a move against another great emperor for the sake of some disciples? Even the great emperors were like that, let alone Fang Ping. What Fang Ping said was just to listen. They were still the great emperor's disciples. As for the ordinary people, no matter how many died, no one would care. These people did not care too much about this. Fang Ping could also see that. He sneered in his heart, feeling even more disgusted with these people. Back then, he had half expectations and half hope for these old antiques. He had pinned his hopes on really having an older generation powerhouse come out of retirement to support mankind, to stabilize the country, and to create a prosperous and peaceful era. But now, there was only disappointment. Blindly appeasing them won't work. Use both the carrot and the stick. Use blood as a deterrent. It's best if I can kill a top-notch powerhouse and intimidate everyone. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. It might not be Xianming heaven. Heavenly Emperor Xianming had his own plans and seemed to be relatively soft. This kind of person could still be cooperated with. But some stubborn old antiques could be used as a test subject. I'll ask later. Also, I have to discuss with old Zhang. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do recently. It's not bad to settle this matter. Fang Ping thought of these in his heart. He could not wait any longer. At this time, he was not in the mood to continue staying in Xianming heaven. There was a great emperor keeping watch here. When Su Bing and the others went out, he would teach them how to behave. Fang Ping did not waste any more words. He said quickly, "Senior, send us out." Hearing that he suddenly wanted to go out, although the few of them were a little surprised, they still agreed readily. It was good that these human martial artists left. When they arrived at the lake that they had entered previously, Fang Ping had some discoveries this time. The spatial fluctuations at the place where they appeared seemed to be a little strong. This place should be a passageway. Heavenly Emperor Xianming did not appear. Su Bing made Fang Ping and the others stand at the place where they came in. He said, "Since the few of you are in a hurry to go back, then this old man will not disturb you anymore. In a few days, this old man will enter the human world with some people." When he was talking, Fang Ping had been paying attention to the spatial fluctuations in front. When he sensed that the spatial fluctuations were a little big, Fang Ping knew that Heavenly Emperor Xianming had made a move. He was going out. Just as the black hole appeared instantly, Fang Ping suddenly erupted with a powerful qi. "Bastard!" In the void, a somewhat angry voice came out and dissipated in the blink of an eye. A powerful qi shook the passageway instantly. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tao's voice came out. "You're out? Then I won't be going in as a guest this time. Old senior, recuperate well. Come again next time when you're free." Zhang Tao's voice carried a smile, reverberating throughout Xianming heaven. After a moment, everything disappeared without a trace. Xianming heaven was quiet for a moment. Suddenly, a cold snort shook the entire world. "Damn it, that kid just now, when he went out, he actually erupted with the origin realm qi." His position was locked by the emperor. Xianming heaven was exposed. Space was a very mysterious thing. The slightest difference could lead to 1,000 miles of error. Once the position was not accurate, even if the fake emperor bombarded the void, he might appear in other places. Any place was possible, but he might not be able to find Xianming heaven's location. But at this moment, the passageway's location was locked by the other party. In the sky above Xianming heaven, Heavenly Emperor Xianming gave a cold snort, considered venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. Following that, he was somewhat solemn. That Fang Ping, how did he erupt with the origin realm qi in the end? He was an emperor rank powerhouse. A golden body realm martial artist could actually hide his strength in front of him. This was also too inconceivable. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor underground. Fang Ping and the others appeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Tao laughed loudly, swept them away, and left instantly. He did not stay long. He had already located the other party's hiding place. At this moment, he only needed to wait for Fang Ping to explain the internal situation. Based on the situation, he could come again at any time. Very soon, East Mountain House of Governors. East Mountain's governor was surprised to see Zhang Tao's arrival. However, when he saw Fang Ping and the others, he was not too surprised. Were these people preparing to do something big? East Mountain's governor was excited when he thought about it. What were they going to do? East Mountain did not have a catacombs entrance, but West Mountain did. Could it be that the minister and the others were preparing to conquer the West Mountain catacombs? He was in East Mountain, and East Mountain's main mission was to help defend the West Mountain catacombs. If they conquered the West Mountain catacombs, that would be good too. Unfortunately, old Zhang did not care about him at all. With a greeting, he borrowed a conference room and sent East Mountain's governor away. Don't get involved when powerhouses talk. Old Zhang did not say it clearly, but his attitude was obvious. East Mountain's governor looked sad. He was despised. Were rank 7 powerhouses not? The minister used to be very polite when he saw him. Why was it like this now? After sending East Mountain's governor away, Zhang Tao glanced at the direction he left and laughed. This guy has been stuck at rank 7 for more than 10 years. Without the catacombs in East Mountain, these governors are slacking off. Nowadays, the governors in provinces with catacombs are stronger. The governors in provinces without catacombs are weaker. Even in Nanjiang, the last catacombs opened in Sino Nation, Zhang Dingnan was about to reach upper stage rank 7. This was also because of the pressure. Fang Ping smiled, not caring too much about this. He said, I'm talking about information. First, the other party comes from Xianming Gonghua Heaven and calls himself Xianming Heavenly Emperor. Second, the so-called 33 skies may not be 33, but it's definitely not just one. These places connect the two realms, and are extremely important. Third, there are people inside. I heard there are more than 500 people. I didn't investigate carefully, and some places can't be explored. Fourth, those old antiques don't have a good attitude. They are only afraid of the minister's pressure and have other plans. I'm afraid they have evil intentions. At this, Fang Ping said seriously, Minister, these old antiques are coming out one after another. Xianming will not be the last. If these people were to come out into the world and not be controlled, something big would definitely happen. They see us as mortals, as ants. If he was used to being high and mighty, it would be hard for him to restrain himself. Let me make a suggestion. Fang Ping thought for a while before saying, the Department of Investigation Services has always been in charge of ground safety matters, but there aren't many powerhouses in the department. I'm afraid they won't be able to restrain these people. Fang Ping paused, then continued, my suggestion is to set up another organization, gather powerhouses, and suppress these people. Roping in, suppressing, killing. Fang Ping's expression was icy as he said, the neo-martial era, the prosperity built up over 100 years, must not be destroyed in their hands. Instead of being destroyed by the catacombs, they were destroyed by these people. The blood of millions of soldiers would have been shed in vain. We must take control of all the precincts, or else the catacombs' powerhouses may come to earth through this place. Zhang Tao listened for a while and asked about the situation. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, that's true. Now is the time to come out. We have to be on guard. Zhang Tao rose to his feet and paced back and forth. As the chaos approached, these people began to stir. Some of them could not stand it anymore and began to reveal their whereabouts, preparing to set up a trap. Zhang Tao murmured, it's difficult to suppress all these people with just us. We have to borrow strength. People from Black Light sect want to enter the world? These people, I'm afraid they weren't in the same group back then. We have to borrow strength to fight strength. Old Zhang suddenly looked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, Fang Ping, how about Sino Nation setting up the 4th Division? Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. His mouth cracked open and he declined, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm only rank 8 after all. You think I'm talking about you? Old Zhang laughed heartily and said quickly, what I mean is, pull Chen Yaozu out and make him the minister of the 4th Division. You'll also be the deputy minister. Recruit these old antiques and borrow strength to fight strength. They're scheming against each other. We can borrow their strength to suppress some people and kill some people. Zhang Tao was extremely cold at this moment. He sneered and said, we don't have to care too much about these old antiques. It's good that they're dead. They're still unstable factors even if they're alive. Rope in a group of people and eradicate another group of people. In the end, those who are still alive and disobedient, kill them all. The 4th Division shall be called the Heaven Division. Old Zhang smiled and said, this is not the real Heaven Division, but the Heaven-destroying division. Destroy those grotto heavens and the immortals of the 33 heavens. Those who could be roped in, those with good intentions, would be classified as humans, the convergence of all Daos. This era doesn't need these beasts. The sky. I only need the sky in front of me. Zhang Tao said indifferently, treating the people as heaven is enough. 33 heavens? 10 paradises? We don't need them. High and mighty emperors and immortals who looked down on all living beings did not need them. In this era, there is no need for such things. Everyone is the sky. You have your sky, and we have ours. In the end, everyone's heavens converged. Hence, there was a new martial, and a golden age. Zhang Tao suddenly opened the window and looked around. He said with some arrogance, this is the golden age. This is the mythical world that I, Zhang Tao, created with my own efforts. He didn't need to be rich, and he didn't need to be strong. Everyone could eat their fill and wear warm clothes. Everyone could have their own ideas and their own future. Perhaps there was darkness, but darkness would not make people despair. Perhaps there was unfairness, but fairness still exists, and justice still exists. Powerhouses enjoy special privileges, but they also have to pay a price that ordinary people can't afford. That's why they have special privileges. The weak have the hope of becoming the strong. Hence, there are martial arts universities. The world of great unity might not exist, but a world with a future, with hope, where everyone can see hope and a future, this is the real mythical world. At this moment, Zhang Tao was in high spirits. At this moment, Zhang Tao laughed wildly. Fang Ping laughed too. As he laughed, he said, "Minister, if one day, the threat of the catacombs is quelled, what will happen to people like us?" Fang Ping said softly, "When that day comes, when the external threat is gone, what will happen to martial arts powerhouses like us? Will we become people like Heavenly Emperor Shen Ming and the others one day?" Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "Maybe. But at least not now. When we become like this, we will also lose the hearts of the people, lose the belief of today. When that time comes, you and I may also perish. We can talk about the future in the future. If one day, we also rule over the masses and see them as ants, then history will definitely repeat itself. When that time comes, there will also be people like this who will overthrow us, kill us, and destroy us. This is humanity." Zhang Tao's gaze was deep, as if thousands of Daos were circulating. He looked at Fang Ping and smiled. "So, you don't have to worry about these. Today, your belief is to overthrow all the darkness, all the unfairness. When you become such a person, you will realize that you will also be like those old antiques in Dark Sky Palace, a rotten thing that will be swept into the trash heap. Establish the Heaven Division, recruit a group of old antiques, and suppress everywhere." Zhang Tao looked at Fang Ping and said in a low voice, "The blessed Grotto Heaven and 33 heavens might not be everything. There were people in hiding during the Apotheosis era and the Sex era. Would there be even more ancient people hiding? Humans have them, and so do the catacombs. Even such people must be suppressed. Does the Heaven Division have the ability to suppress them? The military department is in charge of war, the education department is in charge of specialization, the Department of Investigation Services is in charge of ground safety maintenance, and the 4 houses are in charge of support." Fang Ping, if you establish the Heaven Division, Chen Yaozu might not have the ability to suppress everywhere. As for us, we have our own mission. Our main enemy is still the catacombs. Whether we can suppress these old antiques or not, it still depends on you." Fang Ping looked dazed. After a while, he laughed dryly and said, "Minister, cough cough, I think it's better for me to be MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor." What a joke, many of those old antiques were emperor level. It was still okay for him to kill some martial artists below the paragon level, but to actually want him to suppress the heavens before the neo-martial artists, this was not something he could do. Zhang Tao squinted and smiled. "So straightforward? You have to know that when I first stepped into Origin Dao, I had already taken over the Ministry of Education and became the minister. It was the same for the 3 ministries and 4 houses. Did Li Jun only become a commander after he reached the paragon level? He didn't, none of us did. But now, we are all paragons, Brother Wu is not." Fang Ping interrupted. The corner of old Zhang's mouth twitched. "This should be conveyed to Wu Chuan. You are being looked down upon again. No, I almost forgot that you are not a paragon level. Cut the nonsense." Zhang Tao laughed again. "Taking over the Heaven Division, this is great courage. Even now, I dare not say that I can suppress these people. If I had this ability, I would have done it long ago, but I don't." Zhang Tao sighed. "I can't do it, at least not now. I also hope that someone can do it, the neo-martial artists. I didn't ask you to bring people to kill those old monsters in the beginning, the priority is to rope them in, the priority is to persuade them. It's best if you can rope them in, but if you can't, then you can write it down first. In the early stage, I will also help you to intimidate some of the old monsters. It's best if you can make some agreements with these old monsters, the paragon level will not come out." Zhang Tao laughed. "This is actually not difficult. Actually, they don't want to come out now, they don't want to make a move. But their disciples will definitely be active in various places in the near future. We can't kill indiscriminately, but we can't not kill. If we make a move and kill them, it may cause these old monsters to be afraid of us, and then join forces. That will be big trouble. But if you guys kill a group of young people, kill a group of old antique characters whose ranks are higher than theirs, then kill them. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, Minister, do you think there are many places like this? How many of these old monsters' disciples are there? According to legend, there are 33 layers of heaven, 10 major grotto heavens, 36 minor grotto heavens, 72 blessed lands, Zhang Tao said in a low voice. It might not be false. Maybe in the later stage, some places were included. During the apotheosis period, it might not be like this. During the nirvana period, the number might not be like this. But you have to know when the sect's nirvana was, more than 2,000 years ago. Are there places like the bounded zones in the later stage? There might not be on Earth, but what about the catacombs? The catacombs? Yes. Zhang Tao laughed. Do you think they are all on Earth? Some places, like the bounded zones, aren't they in the catacombs? This is the outer area of the catacombs. What about the inner area? How many places have you been to in the inner area? Are you sure there are no such places? Back then, when humans ran amok in the catacombs, would they only be active in the outer area? That's why, it's really hard to say how many such places there are. A few hundred people in one place, that's not a small number. Zhang Tao took a deep breath and said, if that's the case, then we have to be fully prepared. We can't attack too often. Powerhouses have to have the style of powerhouses. Old Zhang laughed meaningfully. If we attack too often, we'll solve all the troubles for you. Where will you get the pressure to improve? That's why we have to learn from those old antiques. Endure. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. You guys attack and kill those troublemakers. We'll stand guard behind the scenes to deter those old antiques. At this time, it's not suitable to start a war with these people. They're still very important. Some fellows still need these people to deal with. If they're all killed, then all the pressure will be directed at them. Heaven Division, Fang Ping murmured. Zhang Tao continued, Xianxia is enough. He's at the top. Even though so-called emperors might not be weak in the past, but they might not be now. It's not easy to kill Xianxia. As long as they can't kill him, if they attack, then we'll attack too. Xianxia entering the Heaven Division is meant to deter those old antiques. Once you become the deputy minister, the task of suppressing all parties will be yours. Zhang Tao paced around, thought for a while, and said, in the near future, other than the place where the kings fight, there won't be any people at the level of the top fighting in other places. Even if it's the place where the kings fight, I'm afraid it'll end without any results this time. The two kings aren't that easy to deal with. The Life King's thinking is too simple. In the end, a balance will probably be maintained. When that time comes, it'll be the era where the rank 9 origin Daos reigns supreme. It will continue until the last passageway is opened. Although we don't have an agreement with the catacombs or those old antiques, we'll try our best to reach a tacit understanding. At this time, the top won't attack. The next 2 years are all yours. Fang Ping continued, if that's the case, the next 2 years are actually a period for us to rise up? Not really. Zhang Tao shook his head. It can only be said to be tacit understanding. All parties need to clean up a group of people and plan for the next situation. Once the war starts, if I'm not wrong, the top might not interfere with the war under the top anymore. As Zhang Tao said that, he said mysteriously, actually, this situation might happen earlier. Kid, do you know what we've been doing recently? Fang Ping shook his head. How would he know? Do you want to know? Fang Ping nodded hurriedly. Yes. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed loudly. Then, he said, there's no hurry now. We'll talk about it when it's done. If it's done well, we might be able to get rid of the impasse. At this level, humans are at an absolute disadvantage. Don't be fooled by the fact that we've killed a lot of true kings previously. In terms of strength, we're definitely not as good as the catacombs and those old antiques in hiding. If we divide the forces into 3 parties, humans, the catacombs, and the people from 1,000 years ago, we're the weakest. Old Zhang simply divided the forces into 3 major sects, making it clear that humans and those people from 1,000 years ago were not on the same side. Using the Devil Emperor's counterattack 1,000 years ago as the boundary, humans did not acknowledge the antiques before this. When the time comes, we'll think of a way to get rid of all the top existences, at least before the war starts completely. Do you know why we're doing this? Zhang Tao took a deep breath and said, it's to buy time for all of you. When you reach the top existences, this will lead to a qualitative change. No matter how many rank 9s there are, it'll be difficult to kill the top existences. This is where the serious problem lies. With them around, you won't have many opportunities to participate in some battles. You'll have to guard against them at all times. Humans need to give birth to more impasse. This can't go on. Do you dare to enter the restricted area to explore? Do you dare to hunt for treasures? Do you dare to look for opportunities? None of you dare. If you hide and hide, how can you advance? Not only you, the catacombs rank 9s don't dare to move around normally. They think that with the true kings around, they don't need to care about these things. Actually, to them, it's not a good thing either. In this turbulent era, all of us have to move. If you don't move, and I don't move, then the final outcome will be a great war. The top existences will still be us, there's no change. And once there's no change, humans will definitely lose. Definitely lose? Fang Ping frowned slightly and said, Minister, I think our current situation isn't too bad. Saying that we'll definitely lose, what do you think? Zhang Tao sneered and said, I only have one question. Do you think that with the current situation, in the next 2 years, there's really hope for you to advance to the top existences? Not only you, but also Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, and the rest. Do they dare to go to the catacombs restricted area and take the risk? No. The catacombs rank 9s don't come to the outland anymore. You want them to sit in seclusion for 2 years and advance? Don't think so much. The current Wu Quishan is not even as good as Zhang Weiyu 3 years ago. Zhang Weiyu also couldn't break through in 3 years. This time it's also because of opportunities. Therefore, only when the true king powerhouses are gone will you dare to go in. Let me ask you, if the catacombs no longer has a true king now, do you dare to fight your way out of Imperial Sea Mountain? Fang Ping's eyes were filled with excitement. Of course we dare. The catacombs are so big. Although there are many rank 9s, they don't have an overwhelming advantage against us. Moreover, they're scattered. When that time comes, why would I be afraid of them? Fang Ping could even imagine that old Wu and the rest might also carry their swords and go to the restricted area. Not only old Wu, even Wang Jinyang and the rest, even if they could no longer conceal their auras, they would not have any hesitation or scruples. Previously, they were worried that they would encounter a true king and be killed instantly. They would not even have the ability to react before they were killed. That would be too frustrating. However, once these powerhouses who had the ability to kill them instantly were gone, with the courage and fearlessness of humans, it would be strange if they did not enter the restricted area. Minister, this can't be done, right? Fang Ping still had some doubts. How could this be done? Hundreds of true kings, how could they be taken away? Why can't it be done? Zhang Tao narrowed his eyes. Have you seen the space battlefield before? Yes. The space battlefield is vast and boundless. Yet, it's also like a cage. We still don't know how it was created. The only thing we know is that once an outburst of power surpasses the limit, a battlefield will appear. Fighting in the space battlefield, even the best can't destroy anything. However, now that we've gone in, we can actually come out. As long as we want to, we can come out. Fang Ping's eyes moved. What you mean is, what if we can't come out? Zhang Tao grinned. So, now I want to create a battlefield, then put a cage and close the doors. Everyone will go in together and never come out. This can't be done, right? Fang Ping said doubtfully, if it's really possible, then we might as well lock them inside for the rest of their lives. It might not have been possible in the past, but now, there's still hope. Old Zhang grinned. Unite more than a dozen of the best and build a cage together. Use a treasure to lure everyone into this place and close the cage. If the other party's dozens of true kings join forces, they can still break the cage. But if the treasure hasn't been found, why would they want to go out? As for joining forces, if they really join forces, we'll ambush, harass, and not let them leave. Even if they know it's a trap, they'll still fall for it. What treasure? Initially, I was planning to get the seed of rebirth, but now, old Zhang grinned. Now, didn't you get a heavenly realm map fragment? How about the heavenly realm? Fang Ping blinked. Heavenly realm? A heavenly realm that has fallen into the space battlefield. It's suspected that there's a sleeping emperor, or there's a way to walk the emperor's path. As long as we make it more realistic, a large number of powerhouses will enter. For those who don't enter, we'll think of a way to force everyone to enter. If they want to go, we'll go together. If not, when a large number of powerhouses enter, we'll kill the weak ones. Let's see if they dare to stay. As long as we enter, they won't have to worry about the outside world. If that's the case, the opportunity will come. At this point, Zhang Tao thought for a while and said, "We'll have to discuss this with the cat. We've never seen an emperor or the heavenly realm. This cat might not be the case. It might have a way to create an illusion that can make the old antiques believe it." Zhang Tao began to perfect his plan comprehensively. He continued, "We'll strive to get this thing done before the end of the martial king's battlefield. At that time, a large number of true kings will gather, and we'll bring them away. The location. It's best if it's above the Forbidden Sea. We'll leave this to the cat." He made it sound easy, but Fang Ping was speechless. "Minister, can that cat do this?" "Why not?" Old Zhang smiled. "Everything is possible. As long as it suits the cat's appetite, there's still hope. Of course, this shackle hasn't been made yet, so there's no rush. Besides, this thing we're making now. It might not work." Zhang Tao was helpless. This was difficult, it involved space. Soon, Zhang Tao said, "But now that we've discovered places like Black Heaven Realm, we might be able to use them. Including the Hall of Myriad Origins. This time, we're actually using the Hall of Myriad Origins as a template. Perfect these as soon as possible. Once it's done, kid, your time will really come." Zhang Tao smiled. "When that time comes, it's all up to you. As for Earth. Before we leave, we'll set up some apex barriers outside each catacomb's passageway. It won't last long, but it's considered a precaution. If the outer realm is really breached, we'll also know. When that time comes, we'll return." Fang Ping nodded. He was a little worried. Could it work? Old Zhang and the others did not have many people. Also, this time it was only Sino Nation doing it. What about the other 5 sacred lands apex? Zhang Tao did not mention these. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly noticed something strange. He turned his head to look at old Wang and the others. They looked a little dazed, as if they did not hear anything. Voice transmission? Fang Ping did not notice old Zhang's voice transmission. Could it be that they were shielded? He was still thinking about it. Zhang Tao saw him looking at Wang Jinyang and the others. He smiled and said, "Don't tell anyone about this for now. It won't do them any good if they know. When the time comes, we'll prepare for you. Our goal is very simple. More powerhouses will appear. When that time comes, there might be casualties, but, this time, Zhang Tao was much more serious. Remember, it's still okay to give everyone some life-saving imperishable substances. But don't bother about the rest. No matter what kind of danger they encounter in the catacombs, when that time comes, everyone will look after themselves. Kid, don't meddle in everything. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If you meddle in everything, it'll be very difficult for someone to break out in a desperate situation and achieve the apex. Don't be fooled by the number of powerhouses in MCMAU now. There are a lot of middle-ranked martial artists. To be honest, the quality is not as good as before." Zhang Tao shook his head. "You'll understand when you see. Back then, there were only so many martial artists and not many rank 9s were born. But among these rank 9s, how many powerhouses came out? There were already 4 apex. The ratio is too high. Back then, there were only a few thousand rank 6 martial artists. But among these few thousand, there were hundreds of high-ranked martial artists. Fang Ping, MCMAU has a lot of middle-ranked martial artists now, right? If we don't give them treasures like the Heavenly Golden Lotus and forcefully increase their mentality, let me ask you, in a situation where there is no mentality cultivation method, how many high-ranked martial artists do you think MCMAU can produce?" Fang Ping's expression froze. How many, not counting those old people who were already one step away from the door, among the newbies and students, were there 5 people who really had the hope of achieving rank 7 on their own? Among the thousands of middle ranks, there were less than 5 people who had the hope of achieving rank 7. This was MCMAU. Don't be fooled by the number of people who had advanced in the past 2 years. In fact, they were not newbies. They were all the old people. For example, people like Luo Chuan were already one step away from the last step. Therefore, although it looked like it was caused by Fang Ping, it was actually the accumulation in the early stage of neo-martial arts. Zhang Weiyu and the others had accumulated for a long time and were only one step away. Nan Yingyue and Zhang Weiyu's advancement was not just a matter of relying on some imperishable substances. That's all I have to say. Do as you see fit. Zhang Tao said again, do you know why I said so much to you? Kid, you are the biggest variable that I have pinned my hopes on. That's why I hope you can know what I want to do and why I'm doing these things. While I'm still on Earth, I still have time to try my best to solve all the problems that can be solved. This time, if the plan succeeds, we might come out very soon. Or we might have to wait until the last passageway opens before we come out. Minister, if you guys leave and someone on the other side becomes a true king, won't that be troublesome? Once someone advances, we will try our best to think of a way to get them out of here together. I will leave some mentality avatars for you guys, a small amount. Remember, in the future, you're only allowed to inform me if something big like this happens. Zhang Tao said this, and finally said, that's the plan for now. If you want to create a sky sect, then do it in these few days. At least I'll give you a name to do these things. Otherwise, when we leave, you won't be able to do these things for a while. Fang Ping scratched his head. Was he going to make him the boss? Would it be too soon? Zhang Tao did not care about him. After saying that, his silhouette flickered, and he left in the blink of an eye. Before he left, a voice came from the sky. I will make arrangements for Mystic Heaven. You go and prepare the sky sect. Recruit people who need to be recruited. In the near future, I might ask you guys to attack and surround some old antiques. Make a name for yourself first. At least make a name for yourself among these old antiques. Fang Ping wanted to say something more, but seeing that he had already left, he shook his head helplessly. Don't just talk, you didn't give me anything, and you want me to create one? Are you kidding me? Where can I get people? Who will pay? Don't I need to pay when I join the department? You didn't say anything, and then you forcefully gave me the position of deputy minister. You're throwing the matter to me? You're getting more and more unreliable. Fang Ping complained, but he was a little excited inside. Even Absolute Peak was going to leave. Would old James' plan succeed? If it could, that would be awesome. If Absolute Peak did not come out, although he was not the top powerhouse, he was still considered one of the top ones in the origin path. When the time came, he would have less to worry about, and there would be more things he could do. What do we do now? Once old Zhang left, Qing Fengqing said hurriedly, Fang Ping, don't target Dark Sky Emperor. That Dark Sky Emperor has discerning eyes. He finally found a genius like me. If I kill him, where can I get any benefits? He did not care if these old antiques died or not, the most important thing was. Until now, this guy had good eyes and took a liking to him. It would not be too late to turn on him after he had eaten his fill. Fang Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, do you really think these guys have anything good? You're overthinking. After thousands of years, even if they did, they'd be used up. Su Bing and the others haven't reached the top yet. Can you do it? What can they give you? Some groceries. Do you think they have everything? Benefits? At most, they'll give you something like imperishable substances. Baldy, you're on the wrong path now. Qing Fengqing looked confused. What was wrong? Do you remember how you fought with your life before you were rank 4? Fang Ping said in a low voice, did you have resources at that time? Did you have talent? Nothing at all. You were just a poor peasant. But you were rank 4. After the vice-chancellor died in battle, you became a rank 4 martial artist very quickly. As a once-honed, you surpassed the thrice-honed Xiaolei. At that time, you were Qin Fengqing. You were a powerhouse who truly believed that you were invincible. You had the confidence, and you had the right to be proud. Why be proud? You were a pauper with nothing but a rotten life. That was why you became one of the few middle-ranked martial artists in martial arts universities at that time. At that time, Qin Fengqing really had the right to be proud. No one dared to deny that he was a peerless prodigy. A once-honed martial artist became a rank 4 powerhouse in his junior year. It could be said that since the founding of martial arts universities, almost no one had done it, except for the later period when Fang Ping brought a lot of resources to MCMAU. A once-honed was actually worse than some of the geniuses in normal martial arts universities. In normal martial arts universities, rank 3 was already the most elite talent. Qin Fengqing became a rank 4 during the summer of his junior year. At that time, Fang Ping did not give him a single cent of resources. After you entered the middle ranks, you kept saying that you wanted to become a high rank as soon as possible, to get rid of the limitations of talent and become a true invincible powerhouse. I believe in you. No, I believe in Qin Fengqing at that time. Fang Ping said solemnly. The Qin Fengqing of that time was truly admirable. Old Wang didn't look for anyone else but you to go down to the catacombs. Why? Because you are the true prodigy, the only prodigy who has not been defeated by him. My teacher told me that once you reach level 7, you will definitely amaze everyone. He even said that if you become a high rank, your potential might be even higher than mine. Teacher Li had also said that Qin Fengqing had nothing, not even talent, yet he was able to reach this step. It was really extraordinary. Many people were talking about you. Even a big shot like Nan Nan knew you, Qin Fengqing. At that time, don't think that no one cared about you, everyone was paying attention to you. Qin Fengqing's expression kept changing. Fang Ping let out a cold humph. But ever since you reached rank 5 and tried using resources to build your celestial bridge, your mind is filled with this. How many times have you fought with experts? How many times have you fought a rank 7? Forget about the fact that Magic City's rank 7s could not fight each other. Could they not go to other catacombs? All you think about is resources. What can you do even if I give you resources? Build up a rank 8 or rank 9 vitality. Since you are rank 7, since you are invincible, you should fight rank 8, rank 9. What are you afraid of? Can I kill you in one move? If I can't kill you, no matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you come back alive, I will definitely save you, even if I have to spend 100 billion or 1 trillion. Fang Ping saw that he wanted to speak, raised his palm, not giving him a chance, and let out a humph. Don't talk about me. Don't think that I rarely fight above my rank, but I have fought more than you in the past 2 years. I have fought in the boundary zone, in the king's battleground, in the restricted area. I have killed people under the true king's nose. I have acted in front of a group of top-notch powerhouses. Do you think I am fooling around? What right do you have to compete with me now? Are you invincible? What a joke. You and I are of the same rank. I don't need any external objects now to beat you up. Your mind is only filled with resources. Do you think strength is increased by resources? Putting the cart before the horse. Fang Ping scolded. Strength comes first, then there will be endless resources. It was not because of resources that one could only have high strength. Now that you have reached rank 7, I have given you what I should. Didn't I give you the heavenly golden lotus and the imperishable substance last time? I gave them to you. What did you do in the end? Closed-door cultivation. 3 to 5 days is enough. After closed-door cultivation, you go to the catacombs to fight. Why don't you find someone to kill? Sublimate in battle, that is you, Qin Fengqing. But what about you? I have been in closed-door cultivation for so many days. What have you been doing? You are preparing to find some old antique to ask for some so-called resources. Fang Ping let out a cold humph. What divine pills, divine armors, so what if I give them to you? Can you achieve rank 8 today, rank 9 tomorrow? If Minister and the rest really relied on resources to advance back then, would there be the martial kings and netherworld kings now? I understand the logic, you are regressing the more you live. Are you really short of resources? What are you thinking? Are you thinking about reaping without sowing, reaching the sky in a single bound? Do my resources, Fang Ping's, come from nowhere? I don't go to the catacombs, I don't kill people, I don't take risks. Do I have these things? What about you? You are wagging your tail and begging for mercy, begging old Antique to give you a meal. I know what you are thinking. You are similar to me when I was rank 3, thinking about getting to rank 8 or 9 first, becoming stronger first, then thinking about it when the realm is higher. T. Fang Ping's tone was extremely disdainful. Wang Jinyang wanted to say something but stopped. Fang Ping interrupted, "Don't interrupt. I am talking about him. You guys are slightly better, even if you guys are like him, I won't say anything, because you guys are qualified, have the capital, you guys are resurrected martial artists, you guys have the hope of reaching rank 9, the hope of reaching the peak, even the hope of becoming an emperor-level powerhouse, even if you don't fight, but him, what does he have? He has nothing, he only has this rotten life, when he, Qin Feng Qing, starts to cherish his life, starts to not think about fighting, starts to have crooked ideas, his so-called invincibility. That is T, that is called arrogance." Fang Ping's expression was cold. "Do you think that just because Cat and the rest said that you have the invincibility potential? Do you think that Cat and that old monster Xianming Tian are really stronger than the minister and have better foresight? What a joke. Back then, the minister actually still valued you, but ever since you advanced to rank 7, he did not mention you much, because you are considered half useless. Towards you, I only have disappointment, no expectations, no hope." Fang Ping's tone returned to normal, saying slowly, "If you want resources, fine, I can give them to you. If you want the old monster Xianming Tian to give you some benefits, fine, I can also cooperate with you. You can even pretend to betray humanity and join the catacombs, I can satisfy you. No, even if you really rely on the catacombs, or places like Xianming Tian, I will also satisfy you. I promise, before you kill humans, I will not kill you. If this is your path, then if you want to become a powerhouse, I want to see if you can do it." Qin Fengqing's expression did not look too good, he said gloomily, "Are you serious? Whether it is or not, you know in your heart. You always think that you are not afraid of death, that you are still the same as before, but is it really so?" Fang Ping sighed softly, "Before you prepared to enter Xianming Tian, you probably thought that since the other party let me come, they probably won't let me die. At most, I will be used. Is that right? Did you really go with the determination to die? Do you really have the courage to move forward? You are self-hypnotized, arrogant, you just don't know until now." Fang Ping exhaled a long breath, "Now that I have said this, I don't want to say anything more. You have your own path, walk it yourself. The path is walked by yourself, others can't help you with anything. The invincible path in your heart is actually no longer invincible. The day you become the origin, if you are still like this, once you are defeated, you will collapse completely, no longer believing in your invincible path. Why did Heavenly Emperor Xianming Tian dare to use you? If nothing goes wrong, when that time comes, not only will you have such problems, you will also go crazy, maybe you will go crazy because of us. You can no longer see yourself clearly, your path has gone astray." Fang Ping looked at him, stood up and said, "You just stay here, wait for the people from Xianming Tian to come out. We will return to Magic City first." Fang Ping looked at him and said in a low voice, "Think about it yourself, the next few months may be a great era. At that time, if you still don't understand, then you are not worthy to be my partner, you are not qualified. You can walk the path you want, but you and I probably won't be walking the same path anymore." Fang Ping left quickly. In midair, Li Hansong scratched his head and said, "Fang Ping, isn't it a little too much to say that?" "Too much?" Fang Ping shook his head and said, "No. He has gone astray now. Maybe it is also caused by you and me, every time we talk about where to get resources, our strength is getting stronger and stronger, he is stuck. But he doesn't understand, are our resources the process or the result? That is the result, not the process, this process is the most important, he ignored it." Fang Ping said angrily, this time, he really did not think too much about Xianming Tian's matter. A dead duck is so stubborn, what can leaving an email mean? If he comes out of Xianming Tian alive, with his personality, he will definitely continue to hide it. He wants to skin Heavenly Emperor Xianming Tian alive, but did he not think, could it be that old antique can't scheme against him, walking a tightrope, my foot? What qualifications does he have to challenge an emperor-level powerhouse? I do. Because every time I challenge, I have the confidence, I have found a backup. It seems like there is no arrangement, but I still have the confidence in general. He really has no confidence, he just King blindly. Fang Ping became angrier as he spoke, humping coldly. Do you believe that if he was not discovered this time, he would have two outcomes in the end? First, he would be swallowed by Heavenly Emperor Xianxia until not even his bones were left. Second, he would go crazy in the end. Maybe he can become stronger, but if he goes crazy, he might become our enemy. Li Hansong said dryly, he probably won't do that. But this time, he has indeed made a mistake. It should be because we improved too quickly, and we often didn't bring him along. He can't see himself clearly. He is not suitable to act with us. At this time, he should be like he was back then, after being defeated by old Wang, he should go to the catacombs alone with a saber, fighting everywhere. Fang Ping shook his head, saying, you don't know, when I first saw him, this guy was carrying a saber, just coming out of the catacombs, laughing wantonly, laughing flamboyantly. At that time, he had just entered rank 3. Really, at that time, who did not say that he was charismatic and charismatic? MCMAU's Qin Fengqing. His reputation is even greater than the Martial Arts Society president, Zhang Yu. MCMAU's biggest thorn, is thorn a derogatory term? No, it's recognition. Wu Chuan is, Tian Mu is, I am, Old Manly is too. We are all thorns. Fang Ping's eyes were a little nostalgic. He inhaled again and said, he is a once-honed martial artist, how can he be compared to us? It is because of this, and now, he has lost the most important thing. He, Qin Fengqing, is no longer the Qin Fengqing of that time. Li Hansong was silent. Wang Jinyang, who came with him, thought for a while before saying, maybe he is under too much pressure. You know, back then, our abilities were similar, Li Hansong mumbled, now, I don't see you stronger than him. Old Wang had just entered upper stage rank 7, his level higher than Qin Fengqing's. Qin Fengqing was not too far away from upper stage rank 7. After Li Hansong finished mumbling, he said, I don't see you feeling much pressure. I have left you in the dust now. Wang Jinyang's expression was unfriendly. Ironhead was very inflated now. Ever since he had the divine armor, others did not dare to fight a rank 9, but he dared, and he was inflated. Ironhead, do you think that you can defeat me now that you are a rank 8? Wang Jinyang said with a faint smile, why don't you and I try and learn from each other? I don't want to bully you. Li Hansong shook his head. I don't bully the weak. He was almost a rank 8 third refinement. It was not appropriate for him to bully an upper stage rank 7 Wang Jinyang. Bully me? Wang Jinyang scolded suddenly, do you think I am Qin Fengqing? As soon as he said that, a blood bow appeared suddenly, and a blood arrow condensed instantly. He shouted, divine armor, come out. Don't be like this, Li Hansong waved his hand. A stance that said that even a rank 7 martial artist might not be able to break through his defense without the divine armor was indeed very arrogant. I'll let you suffer a little. You won't die anyway. As soon as he said that, the blood arrow shot out instantly. Li Hansong was carefree, his body glowing faintly with golden light. I am a peak rank 8 second refinement peak. My golden body is already strong, but you can't. Boom, a loud explosion resounded throughout heaven and earth. The next moment, a figure shot out, a large amount of golden blood splattering in the air. Wang Jinyang put away his bow and snorted, cursing in a low voice, I'll shoot you to death, you bastard. Arrogant? Did I forget that during the second martial arts championship, I beat you until you begged for mercy? In the distance, Li Hansong's chest had a large hole. He struggled to fly back, looking at old Wang in shock. Then, he looked at his chest. The blood was still corroding his golden body. There's something wrong with your vitality force. Li Hansong was shocked. How was this possible? He was a rank 8 second refinement martial artist, yet his chest was pierced by old Wang's arrow. Beside him, Fang Ping frowned too. He looked at Wang Jinyang and said hesitantly, your vitality force seemed to be able to corrode some people's defenses a long time ago. I didn't think too much about it before. Old Wang, don't you think that your vitality force is a little similar to the Forbidden Sea's seawater? Wang Jinyang nodded slightly, saying slowly, a little similar, mainly in terms of the corrosive force. It's a little similar. What do you mean? Li Hansong was still painfully cutting his golden body's flesh. He was a little sad. I was actually beaten by Old Wang. How embarrassing. Fang Ping looked at him disdainfully. Continue to be arrogant. I didn't shoot your brain just now, but it's also corroded? What else do you mean? What I mean is the formation of the Forbidden Sea related to Old Wang? Do you understand? In other words, was the Forbidden Sea created by him back then? Do you understand? What is the Forbidden Sea, the Bitter Sea, Bitter Maye *S? I think it's more like the Blood Sea. An invincible powerhouse fought in the Forbidden Sea. Perhaps this sea area was originally just an ordinary sea. As a result, when powerhouses fought, their strength and blood flowed into the sea, not dispersing for thousands of years. Do you understand? Li Hansong was dumbfounded. He put on a long face and said, it can't be, right? What a joke. It's just a guess. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said suddenly, I haven't really tried it. Old Wang, try it next time. Go to the Forbidden Sea and take a look. I always feel that you guys are not the kind of old good-for-nothings now. Are those old antiques your past lives? If that's really the case, your past lives were really rubbish. As his knowledge increased, Fang Ping suddenly felt that Li Hansong and the rest situation, was it really something those old antiques could do now? There were even divine weapons. He did not look at Xian Mingtian. When he heard about divine weapons, his mentality began to fluctuate. Old Wang thought about it, nodded, and said nothing. Li Hansong was extremely distressed. He said again, it's not just the corrosive ability. His vitality force seems to be stronger than normal vitality force too. It might not be comparable to Instructor Li, who can use one card as two cards, but it's definitely much stronger than the average person. What's going on? Wang Jinyang took the initiative to explain, my strength seems to be a little different from the average person. I seem to be unable to hone my golden bones now. Instructor Li's 10,000 Dao One is said to be strong because of his vitality, but it's actually his physique that's strong. What he mainly cultivates is not actually vitality. As for me, it seems like I'm really cultivating blood. Wang Jinyang thought for a moment and said, real cultivating blood. Some people cultivate their physique, some cultivate mentality, but I seem to be different from them. I'm cultivating vitality force. Fang Ping looked at him for a while and suddenly laughed. You're amazing. What is vitality force? It's the foundation of human powerhouses. All martial artists who cultivate their physique and mentality are actually still similar to vitality force. Ancient martial arts 6 paths. Maybe this time I really understand what the 6th path is. Not cultivating the physique, not cultivating mentality, only cultivating vitality force is a type of extreme path. If I'm not wrong, you were also a powerhouse who walked the extreme path back then. 3 types of extreme path powerhouses, focusing on the physique, focusing on mentality, and focusing on vitality force, these are the 3 extreme paths. At this moment, Fang Ping really understood. This was a type of extreme path. Wang Jinyang was also moved. He quickly said, Fang Ping, thank you. Now that you mention it, I seem to have understood something. Maybe I really cultivated in the wrong direction. Maybe I should focus more and focus on cultivating vitality. As he said that, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, why did we resurrect back then? Or did we do it actively or passively? The minister said that we might have sealed ourselves and recultivated martial arts. Then what's our goal? To continue walking the extreme path, or to correct ourselves and walk the normal path? Or, as Su Bing said, we didn't actually walk the true extreme path back then. We were only very close to it. Maybe we recultivated this life to walk the true extreme path. Li Hansong quickly recovered from his injuries and said hurriedly, don't talk nonsense. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I cultivated in the wrong way? If that was the case, he should continue walking the path of 10,000 paths as one and walk the true 10,000 paths as one. Now, however, he could no longer walk the path. Wang Jinyang shook his head. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Also, didn't Fang Ping say that? We walk our own path. We don't have to follow other people's ideas. In our past lives, you and I reincarnated and recultivated. Maybe we have their ideas, but we don't have to follow their ideas. You're Li Hansong, I'm Wang Jinyang. I've said this many times. You don't have to be so conflicted. Isn't a martial artist like the minister terrifyingly powerful too? Whether a martial artist is powerful or not depends on himself. I think it has nothing to do with the path. I just think that I should focus on something. This way, I can become stronger quickly. At this point, Li Hansong felt relieved. He nodded and said, "That's right. Actually, you don't have to care about these things. It still depends on yourself." After letting go of this worry, Li Hansong chuckled. Alright, let's not care about this anymore. Who cares about past lives and present lives? Fang Ping, what should we do next? Establish the Heaven Division. Fang Ping laughed. Recruit people. Wait for the people who take over Black Heaven Palace. Force them to tell us where the other powerhouses are hiding. Visit them one by one. If they're easy to talk to, then visit them and explain clearly. If they're not easy to talk to, then take advantage of the minister and the rest. Intimidate them and kill them. This time, recruit a group of powerhouses. There will be great use in the future. In a few days, maybe I'll bring people into the catacombs and officially intervene in the battle of the catacombs' inner area, not the outer area. Our arrogant territory will change from the outer area to the inner area. As soon as he said that, both of them were a little excited. Were they going to officially fight their way into the inner area? This was the first time humans stepped into the inner area from the outer area. Fang Ping and the rest did not count. That was just sneaking in. Heaven Division? Li Hansong's focus was different. He said excitedly, "How about calling it the Emperor Division? Get lost. Forget it then. Let's call it the Heaven Division." Right, are we really going to conquer those old antiques? Of course. Actually, there's another purpose. We want to see the ancient martial artists' fighting style. Now that these people have come into being, one after another, there may be battles in the future. Now that we know their fighting style, we can be prepared. Fang Ping licked his lips and chuckled. This is a good opportunity. First, we'll conquer these ancient sections. Then, we'll subdue a group of people and bring them into the battlefield of kings. After that, if the true king doesn't show up, we'll take advantage of the situation and conquer a territory in the catacombs. The true king doesn't show up? Don't ask. It's useless even if you ask. Fang Ping said. Then, he said quickly, go back and prepare. Recruit talents. With rank 7 as the boundary, we'll only recruit high-ranked powerhouses. Right, those 2 monsters that surrendered, maybe we can use them this time. When I become the minister, I'll have to use monsters as my mounts. Those that fly in the sky, those that run on the ground, those that swim in the water. I'm not interested in gophers. Those that run on the ground use jiao. Those that swim in the water. I think the ash cat is good at swimming in the Forbidden Sea. It's a cat that can swim. Both of them were dumbfounded. You. How bold, you want to ride that cat too, at the same time. In the Forbidden Sea. The ash cat's huge paws slapped the jiao in a frenzy, its face full of anger. Puppy, there are bad guys trying to harm me again. Bullying cats. Help me beat him up and stab him to death. That was going too far. Ever since it left the mountain, it had sensed several malicious intents. Someone was plotting against it again. Unfortunately, the big dog was dead. Otherwise, just based on this, I will let everyone know that the heavenly cat Tengu is not to be trifled with. This cat doesn't know how to fight, but Big Dog knows how to poke all of you to death. The old cat slapped the jiao's face. Stupid puppy, how powerful is the heavenly hound? Why are you so stupid? If you were a little more powerful, this cat wouldn't have to hide in the Forbidden Sea. What's there to be afraid of? Whoever dares to find trouble, Big Dog will stab them to death. The more the cat thought about it, the more it felt wronged. The big dog was dead, and there was no dog to support it. The days of a cat relying on a dog's power were gone forever. Even a crow wants to bully me. Even a cat tree dares to run away and not come back. And, so many people, so many bad people want to steal this cat's artifact. Meow. I'm so pitiful. The cat's huge tail almost made the Jiao spit out its tongue. You are pitiful? This cat is too much. It tortured it to the brink of death, and now it felt wronged. The Jiao wanted to cry but no tears came out. I don't want to become stronger anymore. When will this stupid cat let me go? January 23. The central government joined forces with the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures to issue a new order. This order was only aimed at the martial arts world. On the basis of the original 3 divisions and 4 prefectures, a new division would be established. The 4th division, Heaven Division, the purpose of this division was not mentioned, but the new order was very clear. It was to focus on combat. Take the initiative to fight. Today, the establishment of the 3 departments and 4 residences was not to take the initiative to go to war. Their main purpose was still to defend Sino Nation's catacombs passageway. As for the newly established division, it was the true main force of the war. Heaven Division is looking for talented people who dare to fight. Requirements: firstly, he would mainly recruit high-ranked martial artists. Some rank 6 martial artists with outstanding performance could be recruited as an exception. Secondly, young martial artists should be recruited first. Thirdly, he must be proficient in the catacombs language. Fourth, Heaven Division's recruitment standards were very high. Rank 6 was the starting point, and not just any rank 6 would do. But the treatment was good. Basic salary: rank 6, 50 gene of rank 9 energy stones per year. Rank 7, 500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones per year. Rank 8, 1000 caddies of rank 9 energy stones per year. Rank 9, 3000 caddies of rank 9 energy stones per year. Those who do not have divine weapons will be given priority to provide divine weapons of the same level and exchange them with contribution points. Those who fight will be distributed according to battle achievements and spoils. When the treatment of the Heaven Division was announced, the whole world was in an uproar. China has established the 4th division. Setting up a new department was not a big deal, but the first recruitment was for rank 6. A few years ago, a rank 6 could already serve as a provincial governor. Today, rank 6 was just the starting point. This standard was not something the other clans could compare to. That was not all. When he saw the salary list, everyone was shocked, rich and overbearing. It was just a basic salary, but Heaven Division had really set a sky-high price. Take a rank 7 for example. Although there were more energy stones now than before, the price was still as high as 300 million per caddy. A rank 7 martial artist's annual salary alone was as high as 150 billion, not to mention the rank 9, which was close to 1 trillion. Almost no one believed this salary form when it was spread out. However, when they saw the name on the recruitment list of the Heaven Ministry, everyone believed it. Interested parties, please contact MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor Fong Ping. Vice-Chancellor Fong Ping holds the position of Deputy Minister of Sky Division. Fong Ping. When they found out that Fong Ping was the Deputy Minister of the Heaven Division, many people no longer had any doubts. This guy was a real rich guy. After the battle in Magic City, news had spread that he alone had taken a total of 5 mineral veins, which amounted to up to 200,000 caddies of mineral veins equivalent to rank 9 energy stones. According to Fong Ping's personal wealth, he could support 100 rank 8 martial artists for a year. The key was that this guy had a way of making money. Every time he ran out of resources, he would quickly accumulate a large amount. With him around, the credibility of the Heaven Division's treatment would increase exponentially. Deputy Minister of the 4th Division. Many people were shocked when they saw the news. The 3 ministries and 4 prefectures were the governing bodies of Hua. The 7 leaders were not only the leaders of Hua Nation, but also the entire human race. Now, in the newly established 4th Division, the identity of the minister had not been revealed to the public yet. However, many people knew that Fong Ping had become the deputy minister. The minister was most likely a desperate realm powerhouse. Desperate realm powerhouses usually didn't care much about things. In the military headquarters, the Eastern and Northern Guard matters were mostly managed by the deputy commanders. Li Zhen didn't really care about the military headquarters, mainly Li Daong. If that was the case, it meant that Fang Ping was most likely the person in charge of the Heaven Division. 21 years old, Southern Guard manners. Wu Chuan looked at the restless crowd in the conference room and said with a dark expression, "Why are you guys looking at me?" On the left, a middle-aged powerhouse chuckled and said, "Guardian, the Heaven Division's offer is extraordinarily high. A rank 8 martial artist's annual salary is 2,000 caddies of rank 9 energy stones." As he said that, he emphasized, 2,000 caddies, not 2,000 grams. A ton, what a joke. If this thing was not jointly released by the central government in conjunction with the 3 ministries and 4 prefectures, he would have beaten the person who released the fake news to death. A rank 8 martial artist in your family's annual salary was a ton of energy stones. Thinking about it, in the Southern Guard manners, his salary was not settled in energy stones. He was a rank 8 martial artist, after all. If his annual salary was converted into rank 9 energy stones here, would he have 100 caddies of energy stones? Probably not. Of course, everyone didn't care too much about this. But now, there was a guy who offered 20 times the salary. How could they not be tempted? Wu Chuan's expression darkened even more. That bastard Fang Ping, what the hell was he doing, raising the prices? Would this kid let others live? He was still thinking about it when the middle-aged man beside him chuckled and said, "Guardian, our Southern Guard manners haven't had a raise for many years. As for us, we're not that kind of profiteer. You see, why don't you give us a raise according to the Heaven Division's treatment?" Seeing that Wu Chuan's gaze looked like he could devour someone, the middle-aged man coughed softly and said, "Ahem, that, we don't ask for much, but it should at least reach 1/5 of the Heaven Division, right?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man said with a sigh, "Didn't the House of Guardians make a fortune a few days ago? Guardian, isn't it a waste to keep it?" The Southern Guard manners were still rich. Fang Ping had given them quite a lot before. In the end, during the Magic City battle this time, they received even more. In the end, Wu Chuan was so stingy that he did not even mention a raise. 1/5? Wu Chuan glared at him and said exasperatedly, "He's destroying the market. 1/5, 400 caddies a year? You've set your sights higher now. Energy stones are easily a few hundred caddies. Besides, how long do you think he can pay for it? Just wait and see." With this kind of blind quotation, he's not cut out for a long time. The Heaven Division. I think it's only a matter of time before it goes bankrupt. The quoted price was ridiculously high. I don't know what old Zhang and the rest are thinking. They actually approved it. Isn't this putting us in a difficult position? Look, here comes the troublemaker. As he said that, Wu Chuan regained his composure and said, "Don't think about these. This kid quoted such a high price. That's not recruiting. He's really recruiting a suicide squad." Fang Ping quoted such a high price not because he had nowhere else to spend his money. Wu Chuan's voice was slightly solemn as he said, "Some of you fellows are probably a little tempted. But I still have to remind you that the Heaven Division is actually recruiting a group of real killing talents this time. Do you know what the Heaven Division wants to do? They're taking the initiative to conquer everywhere. Not only the catacombs, but even places like the bounded boundaries will take the initiative to enter the restricted area to participate in the war. Everyone, Wu, will not stop you from seeking a future. 3 ministries and 4 houses. Actually, it's the same no matter where you are. Everyone is contributing to Sino Nation. But over at the Heaven Division, it's definitely much more dangerous than the House of Guardians in the south. Our current mission is to defend the outskirts. Although the city lords in the outskirts are all rank 9s and there are quite a lot of them, there aren't many guys from the outskirts who take the initiative to fight. Our pressure is still lighter than others. But what about the Heaven Division? They take the initiative to fight and conquer everywhere. It can be said that once we join the Heaven Division, battles between high ranks, battles like the one in Magic City, will definitely not be rare." As soon as he said that, many people's expressions turned solemn. In reality, the Heaven Division quoted such a price. Everyone was a high-ranked martial artist. It was not like they really thought that Fang Ping was stupid. If Fang Ping was stupid, the leaders of the other divisions were not stupid either. Obviously, joining the Heaven Division was more dangerous than other places. Now that they heard that some of the dangerous places in the past were actually the Heaven Division's target, everyone was awestruck. Restricted areas, bounded boundaries, these places used to be known only by the paragons. Later on, even though everyone knew about them, there were not many who went there. Normally, people who were not paragons would not dare to go there to die. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier thought for a while and said, "Defense. That means that there are some changes in the government's policy. They are no longer defending and are starting to take the initiative to counterattack?" Wu Chuan shook his head and said, "No, it's still mainly defense. Counterattack. Actually, all of you should have felt it. The counterattack these few years, in fact, mostly came from Feng Ping and the others. I roughly know what Minister Zhang and the others are thinking. Instead of letting these fellows stir up trouble everywhere, it's better to gather them together and send a bunch of troublemakers to the Heaven Division." As he said that, he thought for a while and added, "Actually, the Heaven Division also has its benefits. The Heaven Division will definitely have many battles in the future. If everyone still wants to fight for martial arts, I think we can go for it once." Wu Chuan said with a straight face, "In the next 2 years, the 4 houses of guardians will mainly focus on defense. The military department, on the other hand, will focus on middle and low-rank battles. In order to cultivate new people, they will launch some middle and low-rank battles. However, the military department will not arbitrarily launch such battles for high ranks. It is not conducive to the growth of new people. Only the Heaven Division will be the gathering center for high ranks in the next 2 years." As soon as he said that, in the conference room, some people's gazes changed slightly. It was obvious that they were still tempted. Wu Chuan's words were clear. The 3 departments and 4 houses each had their own missions. The houses of guardians guarded the catacombs, the military department led the middle and low-rank battles, and the Heaven Division was the assault point, launching the high-rank battles. If they wanted to improve and upgrade, going to the Heaven Division was the most suitable. The middle-aged martial artist who spoke earlier chuckled and said, "Guardian, if we leave, what about the catacombs in the south?" Wu Chuan knocked on the table. After thinking for a while, he said, "For now, leaving some of the high ranks is not a problem. Once the Heaven Division launches a war, I think there will be fewer battles in the outer realms. Right now, the outer realms are actually also lying low, especially in the previous battle. More than 100 rank 9s were killed. Actually, many of them were conscripted from the southern catacombs outer realms. Everyone is now in a period of balance. Besides, even if you guys go to the Heaven Division, it doesn't mean that you won't participate in other battles." Wu Chuan laughed and said, "It's good that we go. We can take advantage of the rich. That kid has 100 tons of rank 9 energy stones now. Based on his personality, he spends money like water. If we don't go, others will take advantage of us. However, I'll say it again. It's very dangerous. Everyone, think about it carefully." As he said that, Wu Chuan thought for a while and added, "Let me remind all of you. If you really go to the Heaven Division, taking advantage of your seniority, judging based on qualifications, then you guys better not go. That kid's temper isn't that good. When he recruited people, he put the youngsters as the priority. Actually, he's afraid that if a bunch of old guys go, they won't listen to him. That would be trouble." Wu Chuan said in a low voice, "Obey orders. This is also the main point of all the major departments. Even if he's wrong, before he causes any actual losses, he's still right. Unless the central and the 3 departments and 4 residences object, otherwise, he has to carry it out. I'm worried that if you guys go, you won't be able to change. When that time comes, there will be a gap." As soon as he said that, everyone nodded slightly. Someone laughed and said, "That's true. I always feel that he's still a little brat who only knows how to fool around. If we go, he'll be the deputy minister and we'll be the main soldiers. To be honest, the change is still a little abrupt. Even so, he still has to change." Wu Chuan shook his head and said, "Don't be a little brat. That kid, cough cough, from now on, I'll have to call him Minister Feng. Right now, he's only lacking a little in terms of age. His combat strength, battle achievements, and prestige are actually not lacking." After the battle in Magic City, he annihilated all the high-ranked powerhouses in the Magic City catacombs, killed hundreds of rank 9s, and even killed a few true kings. Although it's not all his credit, he was the one who led this battle. This is the only time in 100 years that such a great victory has happened. Wu Chuan sighed a little. Then, he smiled and shook his head, saying, in short, if you guys want to go, think clearly. Don't procrastinate. When it's time to make up your minds, make up your minds. Go report to Magic City. Everyone was a little tempted, but some were not prepared to go. Very soon, the meeting in the Southern House of Guardian ended. On this day, not only the Southern House of Guardian, but some powerhouses from other departments were tempted as well. Some idle grandmasters who had not joined the government before were also tempted on this day. Remuneration was only one aspect. When one reached a high rank, the energy stones were only enough to satisfy everyone's cultivation needs. What everyone was more concerned about was the series of high-ranked battles that the Heaven Division would lead. In the 3 departments and 4 residences, restraint was needed. Sometimes, even if the catacombs provoked them, they would not fight just because they wanted to. However, if they went to the Heaven Division, the situation might be reversed. Just as everyone was discussing, some powerhouses had already rushed to Magic City. Donglin. In a small mountain village. The scenery was picturesque. Smoke rose from kitchen chimneys. It was a rare sight for Fang Ping to enjoy. Standing at the edge of the terraced fields, looking at the white-haired old man working in the fields, Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior Tian, have you really retired? I'm old. I can't fight anymore. Tian Mu responded dully, continuing to work. Fang Ping sighed. A long time ago, someone told me that martial artists don't die of old age on their sickbeds. Which rank 9 died on their sickbeds? Which rank 9 died on Earth? Did they? No, now, you want to die of old age on Earth. Senior Tian, is that how a fist king is? Tian Mu raised his head and glanced at him. There was an indescribable sadness in his eyes. He said lightly, don't provoke me. I want to die in the catacombs, but I can't, and I don't want to. I'm a Sino rank 9, a fist king, the military department's deputy commander-in-chief. I can be killed by a rank 9, but I will never tolerate being killed by those weaklings. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm not willing to use my death to help those bastards. He was one of the top powerhouses in Sino Nation. He could die, but he could not die in the hands of those weaklings. This would only fuel those people's arrogance. A middle-ranked martial artist beheaded Sino Nation's fist king. What a battle record, but now, he did not have the ability to fight with high ranks, his golden body was destroyed, his mentality was half dead, and his origin space was severely damaged. Although he still had many years of battle experience, he could fight with middle ranks. But now, he was not willing to enter the catacombs to fight again, unless he was really needed. Otherwise, with his death, he would help the middle ranks in the catacombs. He did not want to see this happen. Senior Tian, you've been fighting for your whole life. Are you really willing to give up now? Since I brought the cat fruit to you, it means that it's not a good thing to me. You don't trust me? Fang Ping sighed. Do you think I lack this thing? When I get a treasure once, I have the chance to get it a second time, a third time. In the past, energy stones were worth a lot, right? But now? Now it's nothing. I can't be bothered to pick it up even if it's thrown on the ground. Now, Sino Nation is going to establish the Heaven Division, and I'm going to be the executive deputy minister. I'm going to officially lead high-ranked martial artists to fight everywhere, but I'm still young. I don't have enough credibility. Without a few powerhouses holding the line, without a few old people watching, will everyone believe me? Should I count on Old Manly? Fang Ping sighed. No way. He's not qualified enough, and he doesn't care about these things at all. If I count on him, then I'll just wait for the Heaven Division to go bankrupt. No matter how I think about it, Senior Tian is still the most suitable. The cat fruit is nothing. Also, this time I'll give the Pine King's origin path to Senior Tian for you to comprehend. Once Senior Tian enters the origin realm, I think you'll be a true top-notch powerhouse. Don't say that true king path is precious and worthless. Those who really have a chance to reach the pinnacle won't be interested in it. Those who don't have a chance to reach the pinnacle will just be wasting it. Senior Tian, on the other hand, is seriously injured now. If you use it, maybe you can become stronger. Do you want to die in the catacombs, or wait for the humans to achieve a great victory and participate in it yourself, or do you want to wait for your death here? Think about it, Senior Tian. Fang Ping looked around and shook his head. This is a good place with verdant hills and clear waters. It's not a bad place to be your grave. But if you really die of old age here, in the future, I'll carve a tombstone for you, the grave of deserter Tian Mu. How dare you? Tian Mu's hair stood on end in anger. F*CKU, you're the deserter, Fang Ping chuckled. Why wouldn't I dare? You don't have any descendants. If you die, won't the government arrange it? As for me, I've become the deputy minister of the Heaven Division. Then I'll represent the government. Moreover, you're from MCMAU, so I can have the final say. I can carve whatever I say for you. I've already said that the cat fruit isn't anything good. The Pine King's path isn't either. I can help you recover, but you don't want to. If this isn't fear, then what is? You're afraid. You don't dare to fight anymore. After fighting for so many years, you're tired, and you don't have the courage to fight anymore. Fang Ping sighed. Don't think that I'm trying to provoke you. Tian Mu's eyes widened. Fang Ping chuckled. Alright, I'm trying to provoke you. But what I said is true. Do you want to recover? If you don't, then you're a deserter, Tian Mu. When I get back, I'll go to MCMAU and remove your name. MCMAU can't afford to lose face like this. Look at the old vice-chancellor. He's a real winner in life. Even in the end, he still brought a rank 8 with him. Compared to the old vice-chancellor, you're much worse. Tian Mu was so angry that his face turned purple. He snorted. You're so arrogant now that you're successful, kid. I have the right to not use it. It's invalid when it expires. Tian Mu glared at him. After a while, he snorted. Give me the things. Fang Ping smiled. The cat fruit and a crystal door appeared in his hands. After thinking for a while, a piece of paper appeared as well. He said, Indenture, 100 years. I'm not going to work for free for Commander Li. This time, after you recover, you'll be sold to the Heaven Division. You can't return to the military department. If you go to the Heaven Division, you'll still be the deputy. Tian Mu cursed under his breath. He stepped forward and took the things. He looked at the indenture and gritted his teeth. Is my 100 years worth this little money? It's not bad. Fang Ping sighed. Don't forget, you're a cripple now. A cripple selling himself for 100 years. Other than me, there's no one else who can offer such a price. Mother of *Ker, I knew you weren't a good person. Now you've really made a move on me. Tian Mu cursed. He picked up a pen and signed his name. As he walked up from the field, he asked, that Bulsh *T Heaven Division of yours, how many people have you recruited? How many rank 9s are there? Currently, you're the only one. Fang Ping chuckled. I'm just posting the recruitment advertisement. I keep feeling that you've lowered the standard. Can't you put it in another way? It's the same. Fang Ping smiled as he walked. It's a rank 9, after all. There's no hurry. Don't I have rank 9 combat strength too? I'll get old Manly into the Heaven Division too. That makes 3. Also, I'll see if there are any rank 9 applying this time. It should be enough to recruit a few people. After a few big battles, our rank 9 will also rise. Tian Mu did not say anything. He walked along the mountain path toward his residence. Soon, a bamboo house appeared in front of him. Tian Mu entered the house barefooted. He took out a luggage bag and said, All right, let's go. Tian Mu was as straightforward as ever. Since he had accepted cat fruit, this place. In the future, when the world was at peace, or when he died, he would come back. There was no reluctance. Peace, quietness, and happiness were all achieved through fighting. If you don't fight, if I don't fight, there would be no Shangri-La. In the mountains, some children were playing. At this moment, when they saw Tian Mu carrying his luggage and walking away, a child suddenly shouted, Grandpa Tian, my dad said that when I grow up, I'll join the army too. I'll fight the bad guys with Grandpa Tian. Tian Mu said without turning his head, when you grow up, there will be no more wars. When that time comes, there will be no more wars. This time, he would not return without victory, if not, he would just let him die in the catacombs. Tian Mu and Fang Ping left together. In the mountains, some civilians walked out one after another. General Tian left again. Back then, he had also walked out of this mountain village. It had been many years, all these years, Tian Mu had almost never come back. A few days ago, he suddenly came back, all alone. Some of the elderly had tears in their eyes, sighing endlessly. They knew Tian Mu, the pride of the mountains, a great general, a legendary grandmaster powerhouse. In the past, the people might not have known about his sudden return. Now, however, many people knew that the great general had fought in the catacombs, returned with serious injuries, and came back to wait for death. Fallen leaves returned to their roots. He would not come back until this day. Now, he had left again. The great general who had lost his vigor a few days ago was walking with vigor today. After this departure, would there still be a day when he would return? Send off the old general. A youth shouted loudly, yelling loudly, I want to join the army too, to kill the enemy. Tian Mu laughed loudly, but did not respond. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping took Tian Mu and soared into the sky, disappearing into the mountains. On this day, there were young men and women in the mountains, bidding farewell to the elderly, leaving the mountains to join the army. When the catacombs invaded, all powerhouses were going to die. The old general returned with serious injuries. Today, he came out of the mountains to fight again. All the Sino nation youths dared to fight. On January 23, the recruitment order was issued. On January 24, people arrived at MCMAU one after another. Tian Mu also began his closed-door training. On January 25, while Fang Ping was preparing for the Heaven Division, Dongshan, Qin Fengqing waited for the group from Dark Heaven sect. There were a total of 40 people, young and old. 3 rank 9, the 3 that Fang Ping had seen previously had all appeared this time. 6 rank 8s, 11 rank 7s, 20 middle ranks. No lower ranks, even those youths were middle-ranked martial artists. The underground passageway had now disappeared. Martial artists were extremely efficient. At this moment, a modern hall had appeared. This hall was actually a complete hall that Zhang Tao had moved here. In the hall, Wu Quishan led the team, Dragon King Linlong and a few rank 9 powerhouses came together to welcome them. Although it was said to be important, it was actually to guard these people and suppress them. To prevent these people from causing trouble and unforeseen events. Greetings, seniors. When he saw those people, Wu Quishan was extremely polite, fist saluting and greeting. At this time, Qin Fengqing stepped forward and introduced, Seniors, this is Sino Nation's Deputy Minister of Education, Minister Wu Quishan. This is Grandmaster Linlong from the central government. This is the Military Department's Deputy Commander Guoxian. Qin Fengqing introduced them one by one. This time there were only 3 rank 9s here. There were a few rank 8s. Listening to Qin Fengqing's introduction, Su Bing and the others from Dark Heaven sect did not quite understand the division of these positions, but they still smiled and nodded. Su Bing said politely, Sorry to disturb you. I haven't been out of Dark Heaven sect for many years, Su Bing said a few polite words. In the crowd, the others looked around curiously. This was the human world, a teenager could not help but whisper, the concentration of spirit energy is so low. No wonder people say the human world is a barren land. As soon as he said that, Wu Quishan and the others ignored him. Some middle-aged people in the crowd glared at these teenagers. This time out of Dark Heaven sect, the emperor had said to avoid conflicts with the human world powerhouses. Of course, they should not embarrass Dark Heaven sect. Although they also felt that the concentration of spirit energy in the human world was too low, making them uncomfortable, it was better to understand the situation first. Among the crowd, Su Bing and the others only recognized Qin Fengqing. Su Bing took a few more glances at Wu Quishan and the others, feeling slightly wary. However, he did not pay too much attention to them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Bing said politely, Minister. Minister Wu, I haven't met young friends Fang and the others yet, Wu Quishan chuckled. Fang Ping is currently busy with the establishment of the new division. This matter is also related to the seniors coming out of seclusion this time. This time, seniors, the place we are going to is Magic City, which is also where Fang Ping is now. Seniors, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Qin Feng Qing. Seniors, you haven't come out of seclusion for many years, so I'm afraid you don't know much about modern affairs. However, I believe that everyone will be able to live in China smoothly in a few days. These people would be sent to Shanghai this time. The location of the headquarters of the Heavenly Division had not been confirmed yet. However, since Fang Ping was in Magic City, it was highly likely that he would arrange for his headquarters to be located there. Su Bing and the others would also be handed over to Fang Ping. As for how Fang Ping was going to suppress them, that was the Heaven Division's business. If he could not even suppress these few, the establishment of the Heaven Division would become a joke. Su Bing smiled and nodded. Beside him, Xianxia said telepathically, "This time, the human world has only arranged for these people to welcome us. We have come out of Black Heaven by the Emperor's order to represent the Emperor in the human world. How dare they neglect us? They were the Emperor's envoys, they dared not say that powerhouses like the fake Emperor would welcome them, but a true god would at least appear." However, not only were there no true gods, the other party did not do anything to welcome them either. In the past, when they appeared in the human world, the people all knelt to welcome them. The human emperors also had to worship the heavens. Now, there was nothing. Xianxia was dissatisfied. Su Bing quickly telepathically said, "Hold your anger for now. This time, coming out of Black Heaven is to pave the way for the Emperor. Don't cause trouble." Right now, he was not clear about anything in the human world. The last time he came out was 100 years ago. If he caused trouble at this time and angered the fake Emperor, it would be troublesome. Su Bing felt a little apprehensive. 100 years ago, when he roamed the mortal world and the human world, he had almost never seen an origin martial artist. Now, he had just come out and he actually saw 3. The strength of the martial artists in the human world is increasing very quickly. I'm afraid that the chaotic times that the Emperor mentioned are coming soon. Chaotic times were coming, and talents were coming in large numbers. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. Every time before the Great Chaos, a group of top powerhouses would appear. Of course, there would also be a group of top powerhouses who would fall. While Su Bing and the others were still thinking about this, Wu Quishan had already led everyone out of the hall. Outside the hall, there were a few buses parked. Su Bing and the others looked at these vehicles curiously. At this moment, their location was almost near the Queen Mother Pond. However, the Queen Mother Pond that used to be crowded with tourists had no tourists today. Seeing their curiosity, Qin Feng Qing smiled and said, "Seniors, this is a car, a means of transportation. We will take the car to Magic City." Car? Su Bing looked around. The others seemed to be a little cold and had no intention of explaining. This made him feel a little indignant. At this moment, it seemed that only Qin Feng Qing was willing to answer their questions. Thinking of this, Su Bing let out a sigh of relief. At least there was an acquaintance. Moreover, on Qin Fengqing's side, the Emperor also wanted him to interact more. Coincidentally, this was also an opportunity. Under the curious gazes of these ancient people, Wu Quishan arranged for Qin Feng Qing and a few powerhouses to stay together. Instead, he did not stay with these rank 9s. Instead, he boarded the last car. The car drove slowly away from the Queen Mother Pond, heading toward Magic City. In the car behind, Lin Long telepathically said, "Minister Wu, are you really going to let Fang Ping settle these people? 3 rank 9s, their abilities are not weak. That Su Bing, I'm afraid, is already at stage 8. Origin. Fang Ping may not be able to suppress the other party. Moreover, they are going to Magic City this time. Magic City is a populated area. If there is a conflict, it will be troublesome. It's not Magic City, it's the island." Wu Quishan explained, "It's where FMS is. This time, FMS is preparing to merge with MCMAU. After they leave, Fang Ping is very likely to run FMS as the Heavenly Department headquarters. In this case, there is still a distance to Magic City. However, if 3 rank 9s and many rank 7 and 8 martial artists attack together, it will be very dangerous. Linlong was still a little worried. His voice was much heavier now. The ministers are actually at ease to let these people to Fang Ping and the others. It's too risky. In my opinion, it's better to watch over them on the spot, or just send them directly to the catacombs. Don't worry, Fang Ping should be prepared. From his tone, these people can't do anything. I hope so. Linlong sighed. Nothing must happen. It was near Magic City. If something happened, the tens of millions of people in Magic City could not stop these rank 9s. At the same time. Magic City Catacombs. Forbidden Seaside. Fang Ping was smiling so widely that his face was like a blossoming flower. In front of him, large batches of snacks were thrown out. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Brother Cat, how about going to the human world to play? There are too many fun things in the human world now. There are too many delicious things. Don't you like to swim?" "I don't." The cat's answer was straightforward. While eating the canned food, it shook its big head and said, "I'm not a big dog. I don't like to swim." This person was an idiot, whose cat liked to swim. There was no other way. I entered the Forbidden Sea to hide my aura. What was this idiot thinking? How could he think that I liked to swim? Fang Ping's expression did not change. He continued smiling. Then I'm wrong. This time, some people from Mystic Light have come out to the human world. Brother Cat, are you interested in meeting them? Mystic Light? The cat tilted its head and thought for a while. It asked, Mystic Light? Which Mystic Light? I'm thinking. The cat fell into deep thought. After a while, while eating, it said vaguely, there are 2 Mystic Light. One is Mystic Light Gonghua Tian, the other is Mystic Light Gonghua Tian. It seems like it. That's not right. Mystic Light Gonghua Tian seemed to have been poked and exploded by someone. Who did it? The cat muttered to itself. Who poked and exploded that place? Forget it. I won't remember if I can't remember. Mystic Light Gonghua Tian? No wonder it looked familiar. I think I've seen that guy before, but it's been a long time. I remember he used to play with Big Dog, but Big Dog said he was a bad guy and almost beat him to death once. Fang Ping immediately gossiped. Why did Sky Dog beat him? He wanted to find the heavenly realm. As he said that, the cat suddenly looked at Fang Ping and shut up immediately. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said it. It was not that I should not have said it, but this guy had a lot of questions. If I said it, he would ask again. It was so annoying. Now the cat had learned to be smart. When he saw him, he could not say things that he did not know, or else he would be questioned again. Fang Ping laughed. I see. He wanted to find the heavenly realm. I think he found it and gave me a piece of the heavenly realm map, but I gave it to the emperor. Ah. I can't go there. The cat shook its head hurriedly. I can't go there. It's very dangerous. Big Dog is dead. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. Did Sky Dog die in the heavenly realm? The cat did not answer. It continued to eat. I won't tell you. Besides, I don't know if it's true either. It seems like it. When Big Dog left, it came to say hello and then left. The cat did not ask much. At that time, it was in a daze and could not remember when Big Dog left. Seeing that it was silent, Fang Ping did not ask any more. He smiled. Brother Cat, how about going to the human world for a few days? Don't you feel bored here? Your cat palace has already been built, but I'm afraid it'll take some time. Take this opportunity to go to the human world and have a look. I'm not going. Fang Ping tempted. There's a lot of delicious food there. Also, when you get there, you don't need to swim anymore. I see that Brother Cat's fur seems to have dimmed recently. It's not good for your fur if you stay in the sea for too long. The old cat subconsciously looked at its own fur. Did I have it? It was a real godly cat, Fang Ping continued. It'll only be a few days. I'll be back soon. The cat looked at him and said unhappily, but, don't always think of bad things, or else I'll poke you to death. This bad guy was smiling with evil intentions. It was definitely not good, it actually wanted to go to the human world and have a look. It had not been there for a long time. However, the great thief's smile was especially evil. It felt like it was getting goosebumps. Fang Ping coughed dryly. Brother Cat, don't misunderstand. I'm actually a good person. Who doesn't say that I, Fang Ping, am a good person? Also, the Emperor has recently left our place. If Brother Cat goes now, no one will be able to threaten you. I also trust Brother Cat and believe that you won't harm humans. That's why I invited you for a trip. That old antique Xianming Tian wants to come, but we won't let him. Brother Cat, you see, I trust you so much, I'm so at ease, but you doubt my kindness. To be honest, it's a little hurtful. Fang Ping sighed softly, his face full of disappointment. The cat looked at him for a while. It really wanted to smack him to death with its tail. Liar, if I don't call him the great thief, then I'll call him a liar. How dare he lie to a cat? I'm a real godly cat. It's not like I don't know you're pretending. After pondering for a while, the cat chewed on a drumstick and said, I don't fight. You can't make me fight. Also, I think I didn't just lose my cat tree and cat palace. I think I lost something else. I think I lost it in the human world. But I don't want to look for it myself. Can you help me look for it? Fang Ping's eyes moved. He asked hurriedly, what else is lost? The cat thought for a while and said, I think it's a bell. I don't remember. It should be. I used to like it quite a lot. It jingled when I wore it. But I don't know where I lost it. I think it's in the human world. The cat continued, the cat bell is gone. I want to find it. Fang Ping asked curiously, Brother Cat, you don't care about any treasures. Why are you looking for this time? It's all because of that big crow. The cat suddenly became angry. The big crow bullied me. It seems to have recognized me and wanted to stab me to death. It's such a bully. The big dog is dead. Xiaojian is gone. It bullied me. The puppy is too useless. When it saw the big crow, it was so scared that it did not dare to move. I want to find the bell. The big crow flies so high. The bell can cover it and shock it to death. I'm so angry. The cat was angry, the big crow was too annoying. It did not go fishing anymore, but the big crow still wanted to find trouble with it. It did not like to fight. It could not fish there anymore. It was ready to change to another place to fish. But the big crow took the initiative to find trouble with it. The fishing rod could catch the king pine, but it could not catch the big crow. The big crow flew too fast. After fishing for a few times, the big crow almost snatched its fishing rod away. The cat thought for a long time. It still had a bell that could become bigger. When it became bigger, it could cover the big crow and stab it to death. Let's see if it still dared to bully me. Fang Ping's heart stirred. The big crow might be a titled. What could cover such a powerhouse? Isn't old Zhang thinking of a way to cover the space? Battlefield? Fang Ping licked his lips. If it could even cover an emperor level, then if old Zhang got his hands on it, it would be very useful. No problem, I'll help you find it. But the earth has almost been turned over by human powerhouses, and they haven't found any divine weapons. Did Brother Cat remember wrongly? Also, do you have any clues? If I remember correctly, it should be in the human world. The cat said while eating, when we reach the human world, I might be able to find it. I've worn the bell for a long time. It has my scent. Fang Ping did not care so much. He laughed. That's good. Brother Cat, shall we go out now? Magic City would be the safest place to go if he brought this cat out. Of course, the premise was that this cat would help. It was okay. He would take it one step at a time. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. If he went out, he would bluff it a little more. He might be able to bluff it into a fighter or a mount. Just as he was thinking about it. Smack, Fang Ping staggered. His golden body was trembling from the hit. The cat's big eyes were full of anger. He said angrily, "You're up to no good again." Fang Ping's big tail slapped Fang Ping. It looked like it wanted to scratch him. Fang Ping was speechless. It knew that too. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. this cat was probably very sensitive to things that involved itself. Fong Ping began to think wildly in his heart. The cat was a good cat, the cat was a good cat, it was just self-hypnosis, as if anyone could not do it. As expected, Fong Ping was thinking about this crazily. The cat looked at him doubtfully. Liars changed so fast. Brother cat, let's go? But the puppy is still swimming, should I bring the puppy with me? Fong Ping smiled brightly. An extra Jiao was not bad. An extra rank 9 monster was also combat power. Forget it. Let the puppy swim by itself. I've been pissed off by it recently. It's too stupid. The cat thought about it and felt that it was better to leave the puppy behind. It was too stupid. Coincidentally, once it left, the demons nearby would return. It was time for the puppy to fight. The big dog used to fight every day. The puppy was too lazy and did not fight. This would not do. The cat abandoned the Jiao. In the next moment, it jumped out of the Forbidden Sea. As soon as it jumped out, Fong Ping suddenly understood why the peak did not enter the Forbidden Sea. When the cat jumped out of the sea, the void actually trembled a little. Not just one place, but the entire 7 southern territory seemed to tremble a little. Fong Ping frowned slightly. Although the peak was strong, it should not have reached this stage, right? The cat was not surprised. Its huge cat body jumped out. After thinking for a while, its body suddenly changed from the size of a truck to the size of a Tibetan Mastiff in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping looked at it strangely, but soon felt relieved. It seemed that although the cat was lazy, it still had a good control of its own strength. It could actually compress itself to this extent. This was also a manifestation of its strength control. Looking at the cat that was about the size of a dog, Fong Ping wanted to pet it, but he gave up on this stupid decision in the end. When he had this thought, the cat seemed to point its tail at him again. Go, liar. I'll come back when I find the bell. No problem. Don't make me fight, or I'll poke you to death. No problem. Prepare a lot of cat food for me, or I'll poke you to death too. No problem. Fong Ping agreed without hesitation. Whatever you say, I've finally abducted this cat and brought it away. As for fighting or not, he would think about it when the time came. If he could suppress it, of course, it would not be a problem. If not, then he would have to think of a way. Moreover, with the cat around, Fong Ping could be absolutely assured of one thing. That phoenix and that mole would definitely not dare to cause trouble. Fong Ping really did not dare to bring these 2 monsters to Earth. If it were humans, it would be better. At least Fong Ping could intimidate them. However, the monsters could be very crazy sometimes. When human powerhouses caught monsters, they did not dare to bring them back to Earth, for fear of causing a big mess. That was still rank 7. Now there were 2 rank 9 monsters. If they caused trouble, a little carelessness would lead to a big disaster. However, now that the cat was here, even if it did not make a move, these 2 monsters would be scared to death. The original site of Hope City. The 2 monsters were indeed trembling. When they saw the cat beside Fong Ping sizing them up with a curious look, the bird and the mole trembled violently. Where was the dignity of a rank 9? Fong Ping, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He did not use telepathy, but said loudly, since you 2 monsters have chosen to surrender, then I will give you a chance. However, I will say this in advance. If you go to our territory and dare to harm humans without our permission, you will die without a doubt. The cat has wanted to eat you for a long time. Don't make a mistake. We dare not. The phoenix monster hurriedly used telepathy. The mole also squeaked, not daring to do so. The cat looked at Fong Ping again. The liar had lied to the monsters again. This cat did not want to eat them anymore. The last time these 2 monsters pooped, it already felt that it could not eat them. It was too disgusting. Now, it would not eat them even if it was given to it. As Fong Ping said that, he added, after you go out, you must listen to my orders. Remember, it's me, and only me. Don't care about or listen to other people's orders. If these 2 silly monsters listened to other people's orders, it would easily cause trouble. They might not be able to distinguish good from bad. After reminding it, Fong Ping said again, Big Bird, do you have a name? Mole, what about you? If you don't have a name, then we will be Big Bird and Mole. Mole. Phoenix spirit. A female bird? Fong Ping glanced at the phoenix and grinned. Big Bird, you better behave yourself. Or else, I will get you some male birds to enjoy. Also, Phoenix Sparrow chatted with me for a while last time. Coincidentally, I wanted to settle scores with you, a traitor. I told Phoenix Sparrow exactly what you said before. You wanted to lure it here for me to kill. Phoenix Sparrow is the direct descendant of the true king. You, a side branch, actually schemed against the direct descendant of the true king. Even if you go back now, you will only die. Phoenix Sparrow's body trembled slightly. It was over. This human actually told Phoenix Sparrow. It knew that Fong Ping and Phoenix Sparrow were in contact. The last time Ji Yao came in, they seemed to have worked together. At this moment, Phoenix Spirit felt a little hopeless. It betrayed God's land, betrayed the royal court, betrayed Phoenix Sparrow, and offended the descendant of the true king. Even if it went back to protect the royal court, it would still die. Fong Ping smiled. However, if you follow me and listen to me, then all these problems will not be a problem. Now is the time for me to use you. If you don't listen to me, you will become raw materials for divine weapons. Coincidentally, I have a huge shortage of divine weapons. If you listen to me, I, Fong Ping, am not a stingy person. Things like imperishable substances, I will not mistreat you. Let's go. Fong Ping said. Behind him, Hua Xingquan and the rest were a little worried. Was it really safe to bring these monsters to the surface? However, seeing the cat wagging its tail and following Fong Ping, the few of them felt much more at ease. Although the cat was also a demon, stronger than the phoenix spirit and the gopher, this cat, at least until now, was quite friendly to humans. Previously, it had even fished King Pine to death and stabbed 12 rank 9s to death. Many people still felt that the cat could be trusted. 1 human and 3 monsters entered the passageway quickly. The moment they entered the passageway began to tremble. The cat walked in the passageway, looking left and right. Its cat face was full of curiosity. It said in surprise, "Oh, it's going to break. No wonder. It's going to fight again." Broken? Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. He said hurriedly, "The emperor said that when the 108 passageways are opened, these passageways will be stable, but brother cat said it's broken." The cat said casually, "Yes, it's stable if it's broken. When the celestial world wall is broken, many things will be stable. Yes, space will be stable. In the future, there will not be spatial cracks whenever there is a fight. Also, when the celestial world wall is broken, the Tao will be more stable." Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat. Stable Tao, was this the opportunity that everyone had been waiting for? How to stabilize it? The emperor said that the catacombs path is even shorter. Before Fong Ping could finish, the cat interrupted, "No, but the path over there seems to have been hidden by someone." The cat said lazily, "Actually, it's the same length, but I don't know who did it," hiding a little. It's not really hidden, it's just, the cat seemed to find it hard to describe. After a while, it said, "A very powerful person made the path in front of them a little misty, so that people can't see it. Actually, it can still be walked. Oh, it wasn't like this before I went to sleep." Who did it? Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. It was not like this before he went to sleep. If that was the case, the change was within these 2,000 years. Who did it? The most likely one was actually the Demon Emperor. After the battle in the King Battleground, the biggest battle was the battle with the Demon Emperor. But did the Demon Emperor have this ability? He could actually cover up a part of the catacombs powerhouse's Tao. How was that possible? Fong Ping did not know how to interfere with other people's Tao at all. Could it be that these powerhouses had a way? It's very likely unquestionable sword. Fong Ping had some speculations in his heart. In the battle 1,000 years ago, unquestionable sword attacked the catacombs and did not seem to notice any changes. However, the name of the Demon Emperor made the catacombs fearful. What did he do that year that made him like this? Could it be that he attacked the catacombs because of this? But how did he do it? The ranking given by Old Zhang was not even as good as the Heavenly King subduing. Was the Heavenly King subduing too powerful, or did he overestimate unquestionable sword? Fong Ping was puzzled, but he did not ask this time. he asked unquestionable sword. The cat was easily provoked. If it ran away, where would he get a venerable ominous cat to suppress the area? He had some plans. If he built a good relationship with this cat, it might be useful in suppressing 33 heavens in the future. He felt that those old antiques seemed to be quite afraid of this cat. The last time he mentioned the cat, even Dark Sky Emperor could not help but tremble. For a moment, Fong Ping suddenly thought of a question. This cat. Who raised it? Really, he was too curious. If it was said that other demons were raised by nature, he would still believe it. However, this cat did not look like it at all. It was more like the kind that was raised at home. Who could raise a lazy cat to a desperate situation? This was not something that ordinary people could do. Hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. One man and 3 demons quickly exited the passageway. The moment they exited the passageway, the cat suddenly muttered, "What a familiar smell." At this moment, this cat turned into a dog, its nose sharp. At the same time, in some places in Sino Nation, the void trembled slightly. It seemed like something was not right. Human realm, at the entrance of the passageway, the cat was bursting with curiosity. The human world seemed to be different. It was curious. At this moment, the onlookers at the entrance of the passageway all had different expressions. Demonic beast, and 3 of them at the same time. In the crowd, Xianxia looked at the cat and walked forward cautiously. She walked to Fong Ping's side and pointed at the cat. Was this the cat that had fished the true king to death? Fong Ping understood what she meant. He nodded, then quickly transmitted his voice, "Don't even think about touching it, even though I really want to." In fact, when the cat appeared, many people were eager to try it out. Fong Ping felt it. In fact, he also wanted to touch this fat cat's head. It was furry and meaty, and he could feel it just by looking at it. What a pity, Apex Cat, don't even think about it. If he angered the cat, Fong Ping would not be able to handle it. Xianxia felt a little regretful, but she did not think too much about it. She said quickly, "The Vice-Chancellor called earlier. He's already on the way. Are we bringing him to MCMAU or the first military school?" "The top military academy." Fong Ping said as he walked, "Disperse, what are you looking at? It's like you've never seen a demonic beast before. These people must be very bored, right? Any one of the 3 demonic beasts could easily crush them to death." What was there to watch? If the self-esteem of these demonic beasts was stimulated, they would explode all of a sudden and wouldn't even know how they died. Fong Ping's words were still effective. Outside the passageway, the crowd dispersed. These people are so weak. This sentence made Xianxia's whole body tremble. She said in surprise, "You can talk?" The cat seemed a little surprised, a little disdainful, and a little depressed. "Is it strange that I can talk?" Xianxia was really surprised. She knew about the cat's existence before, but she knew that Fong Ping and the others had communicated with it. She thought it was mentality communication. Who knew they could talk? This was the first time she had met a demon that could speak. The cat couldn't be bothered with her. It wagged its tail and looked around before saying, "Liar, you're a big liar. So much cat food. It was everywhere. How shameless of you to cheat a cat. How shameless." Its spiritual power was so strong that even if it didn't deliberately look around, it still found countless places to buy cat food. The things that the swindler gave it were everywhere. Super big liar, I will never trust him again. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He cursed under his breath. He had miscalculated. I forgot all about it. If he had known this would happen, he would have banned snacks in Shanghai. No one is allowed to sell. The cat ignored him and scolded Fong Ping. Then, its eyes narrowed into slits. The human world, this cat is coming, so much cat food, then they will all be mine. Sometimes, when he woke up, he was so hungry that he didn't have anything to eat. He always felt that he had to sleep again this time. When he woke up next time, he didn't know if the human world still existed. It was time to stock up. The last time, he wasn't prepared. As a result, when he woke up, he even ate all the grass in the Kuokang mountain. There were actually so many delicious foods this time. He had to stock up on food. The cat's little thoughts emerged one by one. It glanced at Fong Ping from the corner of its eye. How dare a liar lie to me? Don't blame me for not greeting you then. I'll steal everything away. Fang Ping did not think too much at the moment. After being seen through by the cat, he was a little embarrassed. He quickly recovered and smiled. Brother cat, I know that you're here, so I specially conscripted cat food to prepare for you. Let's not talk about this first. Let's go to the Heaven Division first. Brother cat, stay in the Heaven Division for now. I'll order someone to find a bell for you. I found it. The cat suddenly said, I smell a bell. As he said that, the cat's tail suddenly bristled, its tail stood straight up. Meow. At this time, the cat was no longer meowing cutely. Instead, it looked very fierce. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The two monsters beside him and the phoenix spirit had just flown up when they fell to the ground with a thud, causing the ground to shake. Brother cat. Fang Ping felt uneasy. What was wrong? He was regretting it now. Maybe he should not have brought this cat back to Earth. Meow. The cat called out angrily and said angrily, some bad guy broke my bell. Bad guy. It realized that its bell had been torn apart. It did not smell it earlier, but now it felt it. The bell had been torn into several pieces. It's broken? Yes, it's been torn apart. The cat said angrily, I'm so angry. The bell is so cute, why did it have to be torn apart? Fang Ping was about to speak when the cat suddenly said, it's a true god. I think he's almost at the titled rank. Who is it? Fang Ping's expression changed again. At this time, he still did not speak. The next moment, the cat said with a strange expression, he seems to know that I'm coming out. He threw the little round bell ball away. Fang Ping asked hurriedly, what little round ball? The one that can ring. The cat looked at him doubtfully. After thinking for a while, it described, there's a little ball inside the bell, the one that can ring out. Haven't you seen a bell before? Fang Ping frowned and said, a true god? Which direction? That way. The cat pointed its paw toward the west, then north, east, south. Fang Ping's expression darkened, the cat looked serious. He's running. I can't smell him anymore. He threw my little round ball away. I can't find him. Ah, he's gone. He's gone. Fang Ping understood instantly, a paragon was breaking through space and escaping at high speed. Why was he escaping? Who was it, who took the cat's bell and ran away after sensing the cat's arrival? Fang Ping suddenly picked up the phone and quickly dialed a number. The cat was not in a hurry to find the bell. It poked its head out and looked at the phone curiously. Soon, the call went through. As soon as the call went through, Fang Ping asked hurriedly, is the minister still there? On the other side of the phone, a leader from the education ministry said quickly, Minister Fang, the minister has been out a lot these few days. Now, yes. As he spoke, the phone seemed to be in Zhang Tao's hands. Zhang Tao laughed and said, the cat is here? I felt the tunnel shaking just now. Meow, fake human emperor, where are you? The cat's expression was strange. He could actually talk to the fake human emperor. There were no energy fluctuations. Brother cat, seeing that old Zhang was about to spout nonsense, Fang Ping said hurriedly, the old cat has a bell. The bell is very strong. Just now, the old cat said that someone took its bell and tore it apart. I think he took the ball inside. Now, the person has thrown this away and escaped. Zhang Tao's expression turned serious. He said quickly, round ball? What round ball? The one that can make the bell ring. You can use it as a bell hammer. That's pretty much it. At this time, Fang Ping felt that he had guessed something. As expected, old Zhang said word by word, the Grand Pope. He felt that he had guessed something. The Grand Pope. It's him. That damned fellow. Zhang Tao quickly asked, Brother cat, can your bell conceal my aura? I don't remember. The cat said casually, but that true god tore my bell apart. The bell is still there. There seems to be a different smell inside. I don't know if someone is there, the cult headquarters. At this moment, Zhang Tao's voice sounded a little sad, the cult headquarters, he found it, the cult could not find the location of the cult headquarters. Even if they killed many people, they could not find the cult headquarters. Including Lin Long and the others, they did not know where the cult headquarters were. When the cat said that the bell might be hiding someone, Zhang Tao knew that this time, he might have discovered a big secret. The Grand Pope took away the cat's bell and used the outer shell as a hiding place. As for the round ball in the cat's mouth, he might have used it as a weapon. Now, the other party seemed to know that the cat was coming. He quickly threw away these things and escaped. He probably knows the cat. Zhang Tao said quickly, maybe he also knows that the bell belongs to the cat. Cat, can you tell me the exact location? It's over there. Which way? Over there. The cat's paw pointed southwest. Fang Ping saw that and said immediately, it's southwest. How far? The cat's interest in the phone was piqued. He snatched the phone from Fang Ping's hand and said happily, it's quite far. Do you want to look for it? Bring me back my bell. Fang Ping coughed softly and said, Minister, if you're not busy, go over there and keep an eye on it. I'll look for the bell. Not so fast. If the cat left after finding it, wouldn't I have done all this for nothing? The Grand Pope has escaped from the cult headquarters, Fang Ping continued, that guy escaped. He probably didn't have time to inform anyone. I suspect that he's either preparing to enter the catacombs or he doesn't dare to show himself. Minister, go over there and keep an eye on it. It's probably in the direction of the ancient Buddhist sacred land. The cult. If it's really the cult headquarters, then we can use it to establish our might. Hand it over to the Heaven Division. When Zhang Tao heard that, he seemed to have realized something. He said quickly, understood. I'll go over there and keep an eye on it. You take good care of the cat here. When Fang Ping spoke, he knew what he meant. Don't bring the bell back now. Old Zhang hung up the phone quickly. The cat was still shouting, but he could not hear anything. At that moment, his curiosity was at its peak. What was this? It looked like it was fun. Fang Ping ignored the phone and said to Chen Yunqi, go prepare some food. Take good care of Brother Cat today. We'll go to FMS first. Inform everyone to gather. The Heaven Division is officially listed today. Fang Ping took advantage of the fact that the cat was here and the 2 rank 9 monsters had arrived. The people that Fang Ping wanted to recruit were almost all here. It was time to officially list the name. He, the deputy minister, could also take up his post, more than 10 minutes later. FMS. Thousands of students from the previous FMS were no longer there. They had moved away from this place. At the school gate, Yao Qingjuan's eyes were gloomy. FMS had become a thing of the past. Nan Yunping was seriously injured and had not recovered. She was taken away by Nan Yunyue. Nan Yunping could not be the vice-chancellor. Although there were still powerhouses in the school, FMS had always focused on fighting the Magic City catacombs. In the past, most of the students joined the military department to defend the Magic City catacombs. Now, the Magic City catacombs was guarded by MCMAU. When FMS students joined the Magic City military department, it was equivalent to joining MCMAU. If that was the case, merging into MCMAU became a matter of course. However, Yao Qingjun still had an indescribable feeling. FMS was completely gone. Now, even the school site had become the Heaven Division. When he saw Fang Ping and the 3 monsters flying over, Yao Qingjun restrained his emotions and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He nodded at Fang Ping and said, almost everyone is here. Tell everyone to gather at the martial arts field. Fang Ping said and landed on the ground. Yao Qingjun glanced at the cat, did not say anything, and left quickly. As soon as he left, the cat stuck its tongue out at his retreating figure. Fang Ping was dumbfounded by the sight of it. Are you a cat or a dog? The key was that this cat was very calm. It was Fang Ping's first time seeing it do this. Did it remember Yao Qingjun? Brother Cat, do you remember him? The cat snorted. I have a slight impression. Big black face. Especially annoying. A long, long time ago. Anyway, it's really been a long, long time. I was sleeping soundly when he hit me. Humph, he even told people that I'm a big lazy cat who likes to eat and do nothing, not even as good as a big dog. I didn't remember last time. but his face turned black again just now. I remember now. The cat began to bear a grudge. Its narrow-mindedness flared, and it muttered, "Big blackface, bad guy. He hit my butt. He even said he would lock me in the little black house and not give me food. Angry cat, what's his name again? I forgot. He's Big Blackface." His face was so black. I was ready to ask Big Doggy to beat him up. But Big Doggy was still young then, it didn't seem like it could beat him. Fong Ping's eyes flickered as he listened. Tengu was young, a long, long time ago. How long? Fong Ping thought for a while and asked, was he a sovereign then? Sovereign? No way? The cat said uncertainly, I don't really remember. I'm just a cat. I don't care if he's strong or not. But I don't think I saw him after that. I only saw him once or twice. The reason why the cat had an impression was because of Yao Qingjuan's big black face just now. It made it remember a little bit of it, a guy with a black face, hitting its butt and saying it was a lazy cat. The cat's future achievements would definitely not be as good as the Tengu. Of course, it did not care too much about this. But Big Blackface was very bad. He even wanted to lock it in the little black house. Speaking of the little black house, the cat suddenly smiled. Right, I remember again. Big Blackface had a little house to lock people in, and he wanted to lock me in. Later, Big Blackface disappeared. One day, I found the little black house and asked Little Sword to transform it into a big pot. I stewed fish and pissed him off. The cat laughed so hard that its fat jiggled, pissed Big Blackface off. He even wanted to lock me up. He turned your little black house into a big pot. Was that not pissed? Fong Ping swallowed. If I'm not wrong. This is the Hall of Myriad Origins? So, Big Blackface was before Little Sword? Yes, that was a long time later. The cat said to itself. Little Sword said his little black house looked good, but it was ugly. Gong Juanzi seemed to have found a cultivation method in the little black house and looked at it for many days. The cat's memory of this period was still relatively clear. It said happily, but Gong Juanzi said Big Blackface's cultivation method was too dangerous, so he modified it and started raising monsters. The cat beamed with joy. Big Blackface doesn't seem to raise demonic beasts, but Gong Juanzi modified his cultivation method and started to raise demonic beasts. Hee, I didn't tell Gong Juanzi because I wanted to piss Big Blackface off. Let's see if he still dares to bully cats. There was too much information in this sentence. Fong Ping felt that he needed to sort it out. The era of Yao Qingjuan's appearance was earlier than Gong Juanzi and the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor and Gong Juanzi were actually from the same era. Both of them probably came from the end of the apotheosis period. After that, Yao Qingjun disappeared, leaving behind the Hall of Myriad Origins. The lucky guy, the cat, found it. After that, the cat did not want it and gave it to Unquestionable Jian. Unquestionable Jian took away the Hall of Myriad Origins. Gong Juanzi found the cultivation method inside and started raising monsters, which was the foundation of the Imperial Beast sect. Quitong Mountain. According to the cat's words, Gong Juanzi should not have been weak at that time. It was very likely that he had already reached the impasse realm, but he still felt that the cultivation method was not bad. He chose to cultivate it, modified it, and came up with a new cultivation method. The Hall of Myriad Origins. Fong Ping suddenly understood why the Hall of Myriad Origins would appear in the Hall of Myriad Origins. This thing had always been in his hands, and it was a gift from the cat. Fong Ping took a deep breath. As he walked into the school, he asked, what other uses does the little dark room have? It locks people up for cultivation. The cat said unhappily, cultivation is very tiring, and we have to lock people up to cultivate. We don't even get to sleep. Don't you think Big Blackface is bad? Bad. Fong Ping nodded and continued, does Big Blackface have other divine weapons, like the God Destroyer? I don't remember. Then why did he disappear? Do you remember? I don't know. The cat looked at him disdainfully. He had already said that he was sleeping. How would he know? Fong Ping wanted to hit the cat. This lazy cat would sleep at crucial moments. Sleep. Sleep like a pig. It did not know anything. It had lived for a long time, but its memory was probably less than a few decades of other people's. It had lived so many years in vain. Couldn't your cat have some other pursuits in life? Then do you know how the Forbidden Sea was formed? I don't know. It appeared when I woke up. It used to be a small river, and then it suddenly became bigger. The cat said happily, it's good that it became bigger. I can fish now. There were very few fish in the past. The heavenly realm used to be in the Forbidden Sea? I think so. That time when you picked up the divine weapon, where did you pick it up? I'm not telling you. The cat looked at him warily, thought for a while, and said, I can't tell you this. That's the cemetery, I can't tell you. The cemetery? Is Big Blackface there? I don't know. I didn't look. I went out after I picked up the divine weapon. Fong Ping had a headache. Forget it, he would not ask any more. The more he asked, the more confused he became. He was almost going crazy because of this cat. Even he was like this. The two monsters who were so cautious felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. What were this cat and this evil man talking about? They did not understand, but they felt that it was awesome, and it sounded amazing. Very soon, Fong Ping arrived at the training field. At this moment, there were many people in the training field. Old Manly hugged his longsword, standing in front lazily. Beside him, Bei Gongyan was also smiling. He was also brought into the Heaven Division this time. He did not want to come. Old Zhang asked him to. The Wuan military's next mission was to guard the Forbidden Catacombs. However, the probability of a rank 9 battle happening in the Forbidden Catacombs was not high. Unless the Forbidden Zone was invaded, there were no high-ranked martial artists left. If that was the case, the only thing he could do in the Wuan military was to assist all parties. He might as well join the Heaven Division. Bei Gongyan was not the only rank 9. Behind the crowd, Qin Shi nodded slightly at Fong Ping, saying nothing. Qin Yaozu was the official minister. Now that Qin Yaozu was not around, although Qin Shi was in the East House of Guardians, he was now in the Heaven Division with Qin Yaozu. Qin Shi and Bei Gongyan were Origin's martial artists. Tianmu had not come out of closed-door cultivation. Old Manly and Fong Ping both had rank 9 abilities. In addition to the two rank 9 monsters, this was the current rank 9 combat strength of the Heaven Division. 7, plus a desperate realm, if Tsung Mao was included, that would be 2. They were not weaker than the 3rd Division. The weakest department of the 3rd Division was not even as strong as the current Heaven Division. This was rank 9 combat strength. There were many rank 8 too. Most of the MCMAU instructors like Li Hansong and Lu Polu had joined the Heaven Division. Speaking of which, the Heaven Division was actually an expansion of MCMAU. This time, there were close to 20 rank 8 martial artists, there were more than 100. Rank 8 martial artists in Sino Nation. This time, there were 7 or 8 from the 3 divisions and 4 houses. There were even more rank 7 martial artists. There were close to 100 of them. When Fong Ping arrived, without saying a word, he stepped on the Midair step and landed on the Phoenix Spirit's back. The Phoenix Spirit seemed to want to cry, but it saw that Tsung Mao had also jumped on it, closing its sharp beak instantly. It was better to resign itself to fate. Seniors, Great Grandmasters, and Grandmasters. I am young. Originally, I was not qualified to be the Heaven Division's deputy minister. As Fong Ping said that, his tone became heavy. He said loudly, but a great disaster is coming, a national disaster is coming. As the saying goes, the capable do more work. Although Fong Ping is young, he thinks that he still has some ability. Thanks to the central government's 3 divisions and 4 houses' high regard, Fong Ping will not pass on the responsibility and become the minister. If everyone thinks that anyone can do better than me, then please step forward. If you can really do better than me, then you can be the minister. We'll fight wherever you want, kill whoever you want. But, seniors, is there anyone who thinks that they can do better than me? Fong Ping's face was full of confidence. He said loudly, since there isn't anyone, then I'll be the minister. Age is not a problem. Since everyone has come to the Heaven Division, I'll say this up front. Normally, if you see me in private, I don't mind if you call me a little bastard. But here, in the Heaven Division, I am the minister. I am your leader. Whatever I say is an order, a military order. Even if the 3 ministers are here, or the guardian envoys of the four houses are here, I will be the one to negotiate, not you guys. Otherwise, what's the use of the heaven division? I've made this clear in advance, lest all the seniors think that I, Fang Ping, am disrespectful and arrogant just because I have some ability. In the crowd, Old Manly said helplessly, Fang. Minister Fang. You're just a deputy minister, don't think of yourself as the minister. We old guys still know the rules. Hit wherever you point, that's not a problem. You should cut down on those official pleasantries. In front of others, I'll give you some face. Behind others, you can do whatever you want. Is that okay? Old Zhang, Old Li, and the others are not as powerful as you in the department. Don't give me that. Cough, 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 the group of powerhouses held back their laughter. It was quite appropriate for Li Chongqing to say this. If they said this, Fang Ping might not be able to back down. Fang Ping was speechless. He scolded, Li Chongqing, I'm talking business now. Who's more powerful? You're a thorn in MCMAU. In the heaven division, you have to behave yourself. Don't interrupt now. Old Manly shot him a look. Not bad, calling me by my name. Back then, Instructor Li, later Old Manly, now Li Chongqing. Kid, just you wait, I'll slap you to death later, you bastard. Fang Ping could not be bothered to look at him. He said quickly, everyone, the people from Black Radiance sect will be here soon. We still need to put on a show of strength. A new broom sweeps. My first fire will burn Black Radiance sect. These people are incomparably arrogant. They think that Earth martial artists should bow down and worship them when they see them. With this attitude, how can we cooperate? If we don't subdue them, how can the heaven division suppress the heavens? Right now, we're like a wolf in the front and a tiger behind. Only by driving the wolf to swallow the tiger can we make Sino Nation invincible. We'll use 33 heavens to establish our might first. Some people are just cheap wretches. If we don't subdue them, they'll think that Sino Nation is easy to bully. Fang Ping said quickly, first, subdue the people from Black Radiance sect by force. If nothing goes wrong, there will be a big battle in the heaven division within 3 days. Let these guys go together. Don't let them attack. We'll attack and annihilate a group of powerhouses to deter them. Everyone, get ready. Also, unleash your murderous aura. Let these old antiques know that we, the neo-martial artists, are powerhouses who killed. We're not like those guys. I don't know how they achieved high ranks. In the crowd, the powerhouses grinned ferociously. Subdue them, that was nothing. How did the neo-martial artists come about? They killed their way through 100 years. Was the heaven division suppressing the heavens? It seemed like they were right to come this time. The grandmasters who were usually sanctimonious revealed their true colors one by one, seething with murderous aura. The cat glanced at the crowd and muttered for a while. The human world had changed. The martial artists were going against the natural order. Sigh, they were going to fight again. This was boring. The cat just wanted to sleep now. On the island, the grandmasters were boiling with murderous intent, their chi and blood soaring to the heavens. Shanghai. A few buses slowly headed towards Sorcery City. At this moment, Wu Quishan and the rest had also arrived at the car where Su Bing and the rest were. The few rank 9s were all there. Although they said that they were helping to introduce Demonic City, they were actually extremely vigilant and prepared to take action at any time. They had already arrived at Shanghai. Shanghai was one of the most prosperous cities in China. If something were to happen here, the casualties would be too heavy. In the car, the cold woman, Tiao Kuei, saw that Su Bing was talking with them. She transmitted her voice to Suajia. Suajia, what do you think of these human warriors? Suajia glanced at the few rank 9s from the corner of his eyes. His tone carried a hint of pride. Wu Quishan is the strongest. The other two are nothing to worry about. The 3 rank 9s were Guixian and Linlong. Guixian had just broken through to rank 9 not long ago. Although Linlong was not weak, after sensing for a while, Suajia recognized him as an enemy. As for Wu Quishan, he felt threatened by his strength. From the looks of it, he wasn't weak. However, with Su Bing here, Suajia wasn't too worried. It shouldn't be difficult for Su Bing to deal with Wu Quishan. Xianxia didn't pay too much attention to this. He used his psychic force to probe out. At this moment, some modern buildings appeared in his mind. Along the way, he had already seen many of these strange buildings. He also saw the cars running on the ground. They weren't slow at all. At this moment, while Su Bing was exchanging pleasantries with these martial artists of the mortal world, Xianxia transmitted his voice to Su Bing. The mortal world is still the same as before. It's a bit stronger and there are more experts, but most of them are still mortals. Before he came out, he was still a little worried. The strength of the human world seemed to be terrifyingly strong. The few young people who came in casually were all at the deity realm and golden body realm. He was surprised to encounter 3 reciprocity realm experts all at once as soon as he came out. However, he had actually been observing along the way for thousands of miles. It turned out that what he saw was just a special case. Most of the mortals had no cultivation base. They were all ordinary people. There were some low-level warriors, but as long as they were not in the spirit realm, they were just ants to him. Compared to 100 years ago, the human realm was slightly stronger, but that was all. Xianxia added, "We should be more concerned about Star Town." The great emperor had once investigated Star Town, but he was almost discovered. There are many experts in Star Town, and the only ones that the human realm needs to pay attention to are the 6 sacred grounds and the fake emperors. The exit of Dark Heaven sect wasn't far from Stellar Sky City. Heavenly Emperor Xianming had also probed with his mental energy before. In the end, when he swept past, he just happened to have Ju Pinnacle inside, and he almost discovered him. From then on, Heavenly Emperor Profound Brightness no longer explored Star Town. But he still knew that place, that was the true gathering place of the strong. Upon hearing this, Jo Kuei quickly said, "The Heavenly Emperor intends for us to investigate Star Polaris City's strength during this trip to the realm beyond heaven." According to Qin Fengqing, the human world and Star Suppressing City were also in contact. Xianxia, don't act on your own this time and ruin the Great Emperor's plans. Don't worry. Xianxia replied. He just looked down on the mortal realm. He wasn't really stupid. Even if he didn't like it, he still needed to cooperate with the human world, so he wouldn't act on his own. After all, there was still the fake emperor suppressing the 4 directions. As he spoke, Xianxia continued, "Blindly showing weakness isn't a good thing either. The great emperor has the body of an emperor. Now that Dark Heaven sect has come into being, blindly showing weakness will only make the martial artists of the human world look down on the great emperor, losing the great emperor's face." When these words came out, Jo Kuei also frowned slightly. Dark Heaven sect was a realm beyond heaven, not under the jurisdiction of the 3 realms. Forget about the human world. Even in the heaven realm, when the great emperor went to the heaven realm in the past, the gods also welcomed him. In terms of face, that was all given. And now, it was just the human world. Although there was a human emperor, it was a fake emperor. In terms of status, in terms of honor, it was inferior to the great emperor. If one showed weakness to the martial artists of the human world, where would the face of Dark Heaven sect be? Where would the dignity of the great emperor be? Thinking of this, Jo Kuei glanced at Su Bing and decided to mention a few words later. The bus arrived at the coast very soon. They did not go through the city, passing through the suburbs along the way. On the shore, a large ship was currently docked, waiting for everyone. Tang Feng brought Xianxia and the rest to stand on the shore. When the bus stopped, Tang Feng smiled and said, "Principal, Minister. Minister Feng and the rest are already waiting." This was the first time he called him minister, and he could not bring himself to call him that. However, there were outsiders here, and Feng Ping had reminded him many times to give face. He was now the direct descendant of the emperor. His status was honorable, and he had to be respected. Although Tang Feng had given him countless black faces, in front of Su Bing and the rest, he still called him minister. Wu Quishan heard that, looked at Su Bing and the rest, and said with a smile, "Sorry for the delay. However, the heavenly division has just been established, and Feng Ping has more things to do." Along the way, everyone had roughly figured out the current power structure of the human world. 4 ministries and 4 prefectures, the fake emperor alone led the education ministry. There was another true god in charge of the other ministries and prefectures. The heavenly division was a newly established ministry. It was said that there was also a true God in charge. However, listening to what Wu Quishan said, everyone had a general guess. This was more like a new department created by the emperor to raise Fang Ping's prestige. Su Bing and the rest still had some contempt in their hearts. This generation's fake emperor was extremely selfish, and it was very obvious. This person, Fang Ping, was arrogant and despotic. Even if he was the direct descendant of the emperor, but the direct descendant of the emperor did not cultivate morality, how could he take over the emperor's position? Even if Xianming Heaven, the son of the great emperor, really wanted to take over Xianming Heaven, the great emperor would not do it so obviously. Compared to the great emperor, the fake emperor seemed to be more eager for achievements and benefits. Although they were dissatisfied that Fang Ping did not come to welcome them, they still followed him onto the ship. Those young people felt that the big ship began to move forward without manpower, and they all looked a little surprised. At this moment, some young martial artists gathered around Qin Fengqing. Someone asked, "Qin Fengqing, how can this thing operate on its own? I didn't feel any spiritual fluctuations, but it's a little unique, a little similar to the car from before." Everyone asked questions one after another. Qin Fengqing glanced at these young people, and suddenly laughed. "Are you all asking me?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. "Nonsense, of course they were asking you," Qin Fengqing grinned. "One question, 100 caddies of energy stones. Rank 9 energy stones, which is also what you call origin grade spirit stones, 100 pieces." As soon as these words came out, these young people's expressions changed. What did he mean? Not only them, on the deck, Su Bing and the rest also looked over. Wu Quishan's expression did not look too good. He growled in a low voice, "Qin Fengqing." Qin Fengqing held his saber with both hands, grinning. "What I said is not illegal, right? You get what you pay for. You can know anything you want. Asking questions, paying. Is there anything wrong with that?" As Qin Fengqing spoke, he grinned. "I'm not Fang Ping. It's not easy for me to earn money. Now these guys have a lot of questions, of course I have to charge them." "Nonsense." Wu Quishan berated, however, Qin Fengqing ignored him. He looked at the coast and said no more. Seeing this, Wu Quishan looked at Su Bing and the rest apologetically, saying helplessly, "This person has always been like this. Seniors, please forgive him, it's all right." Su Bing smiled and shook his head. He glanced at Qin Fengqing, his gaze slightly strange. Was this Qin Fengqing, rebellious, disregarding heaven and earth, disgusting in every way? There were a few people like this in ancient times. Each of them was a top-notch powerhouse. These powerhouses were also so proud, so realistic, they did not talk about feelings, and they did not talk about anything else. They only cared about themselves and lived only for themselves. Qin Fengqing did not fit in with the other martial artists in the human world. It was said that he was also under the emperor. According to his understanding, he and Fang Ping were all under the emperor's direct descendants. They were even the same senior and junior brothers. However, Fang Ping was doted on by everyone and valued by the emperor. Qin Fengqing was also an illuminating realm martial artist. He was young, but he seemed to be excluded by everyone. The fake emperor is extremely selfish indeed. Everyone had a slight impression in their hearts. This generation's fake emperor was so selfish that he did not hide it at all. Even if Qin Fengqing was also a prodigy, he was still not valued. Not only that, but he was even excluded. Everyone turned around and thought about it. It was probably related to Fang Ping. This was also normal. Fang Ping was valued by the emperor. He opened a department of his own just to gild himself. However, Qin Fengqing could only be their guide. This difference was very obvious. As Su Bing thought about this, he suddenly said, "Young friend Fengqing, you are tired. Feel free to reply. Once we have settled down, we will definitely give all the things you need." Xianming Heaven still had spirit stones. Xianming Heaven would automatically absorb the void energy and condense it into energy stones. There were not many people in Xianming Heaven. After all these years, they had more or less accumulated some. Qin Fengqing only needed spirit stones. Coincidentally, he could use this opportunity to shorten the distance between them. "Senior, this," Wu Quishan wanted to say more, but Su Bing smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Young friend, you are a illuminating realm powerhouse. Even in ancient times, you can also oversee a region and be an overlord. Today, you are answering questions for a junior. Mere spirit stones are not worth mentioning. Open and bright. Qin Fengqing laughed and said loudly, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. Although I, Qin Fengqing, have average strength, but there are not many people here who know more than me. As long as you are willing to pay the price, some of the things that you can't do, I, Qin Fengqing, can also do. Shut up. Wu Quishan shouted coldly. Qin Fengqing smiled faintly, not minding. I have said what needs to be said. Whether you listen to me or not, I think you know. Su Bing and the others were deep in thought, but at this moment, they did not speak, looking at the island that appeared in front of them in the distance. On the island, the vitality pillar rose. Sua Jia's eyes were cold, and he said telepathically, that Fang Ping's aura. This person is really here, and it looks like he has come with ill intentions. Su Bing was silent for a while, and said telepathically, try not to cause conflict. You are too much. Sua Jia said coldly, Su Bing, although the Great Emperor let you lead us into the human world, do you really want to disregard the Great Emperor's dignity? This person is arrogant and despotic, and he is also extremely hostile to us, we can't keep avoiding him. Su Bing fell silent. Beside him, Tiao Kuei said telepathically, in the future, we will still have contact with Fang Ping. If we don't let him know our power today, I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future. Su Bing frowned slightly, and said quickly, he is the Emperor's direct descendant, and now we are investigating the human world and the land realm under the Great Emperor's orders. If we have a conflict with him now, I'm afraid it will not be good. Even so, we still have to let him know that we are not afraid of him, we are just not willing to fall out with him now. Sua Jia said coldly, moreover, this person is extremely important. He is the pseudo-emperor's direct descendant, and seems to have a great influence on the pseudo-emperor. This person is hostile to us, if he provokes trouble in front of the pseudo-emperor for a long time. Su Bing, in my opinion, why don't we find an opportunity? Su Bing suddenly looked at him, his eyes cold and fierce, a little dissatisfied. Sua Jia, this guy, better not cause big trouble, in the human world, if it was exposed that he killed the pseudo-emperor's direct descendant, Xianming Empire would be in big trouble. However, Sua Jia said quickly, don't look at me like that, I won't do it myself. If I tell them the location of some other venerable emperors, with his domineering personality, he will definitely have a conflict with some people. This time, the emperor's son is not here, and the great emperor is broad-minded, so he avoided the conflict. However, other grandmasters, the holy envoys under the venerable emperors will not do anything because of his identity as the pseudo-emperor's direct descendant, but if he does the same to the emperor's son, Sua Jia laughed. Even if Fang Ping was a little domineering, he still had patience. However, Fang Ping was the only domineering person, what a joke. Some of the great emperor's direct descendants or bloodline descendants, who did not have their eyes on the top of their heads, this time, Xianming Emperor's descendant was in closed-door cultivation and did not come out. Otherwise, with Fang Ping's personality that day, the two sides would definitely have a conflict. This kind of person was not only Fang Ping. Killing with a borrowed knife, Fang Ping had a great influence on the pseudo-emperor. At least from the current situation, even powerhouses like Wu Quishan had a complicated tone when talking about Fang Ping. Fang Ping was in his 20s, leading a division alone. His status was much higher than many origin realms. For an important figure like him to be hostile to grandmasters, he would be a great enemy of grandmasters. After all, the great emperors were still preparing and had not officially come out. The pseudo-emperor was the real ruler of the human world, and also an extremely powerful existence. If they were hostile to the pseudo-emperor, it would be very troublesome for them. After hearing that, Su Bing did not transmit his voice again. No one knew what he was thinking. However, Sua Jia understood what he meant. He did not object, so naturally, he agreed. It was fine as long as Xianming Empire stayed out of it. He told the other party some clues and boundaries of other grandmasters. If Fang Ping was still as domineering as he was when he entered Black Heaven, even if the great emperors did not make a move, those princes would not ignore it. After all, some of these great emperors' direct descendants were already powerful origin realm when they were in hibernation. There were also some who had been awakened for a long time, even hundreds of years. 100 years ago, when Su Bing came out, he had also sensed the aura of some other grandmasters. Once Fang Ping fell out with these people, it was not impossible for him to be killed. If it was not a great emperor who made a move, it would be someone with the same status as Fang Ping. If Fang Ping was killed, it was because the pseudo-emperor did not teach him well. In the apatheicized era, this kind of thing often happened. The great emperors did not go to war because of this. If someone with a lower status killed the princes, if a true god or emperor powerhouse killed these juniors, the great emperor powerhouse would certainly not let it go. However, if they were of the same status and the difference in strength was not big, even the great emperor would not explode because of this. Su Bing did not speak again, obviously indicating that he agreed to this matter. This time, Xianming Tian would just be a promoter. After thinking for a while, Su Bing suddenly said, "If Fang Ping is killed, and we support Qin Fengqing to become the emperor's successor, what do you think?" Everyone's eyes flickered. Once the world was in chaos, the human world was also an important place. At that time, the pseudo-emperor and the others might be the first to fall. If they supported a new emperor at this time, although the human world's strength was not that great, it would still be of great help. At least it could help Xianming Tian gain an advantage in the upcoming chaos. Support the new emperor. Sua Jia quickly said, "Does the great emperor have this intention?" "There should be," the great emperor did not say clearly. As he said that, Su Bing said again, "All the grandmasters, including those grotto heavens and blessed lands, probably have this idea. If we support an emperor who can be controlled, the power of the human world can be used by us." "Has a powerhouse done it before?" Sua Jia hurriedly said, "The great emperor has not gone out all these years, but the other venerable emperors and true gods have not gone out either. Has anyone already made such a plan? If there is, the human world will probably be in chaos next. If they succeeded in supporting a human emperor, it would greatly increase the strength of the grandmasters." Su Bing said uncertainly, "I don't know about this." According to Wu Quishan, the current 3 departments and 4 prefectures are actually walking the path of the human emperor. The 3 departments and 4 prefectures, 7 powerhouses, all of them young. 100 years ago, we found the traces of some people from the grandmasters. They came out of seclusion, so they might have made some arrangements. The traces of powerhouses actually existed in different eras. In every era, there would be powerhouses coming out to secretly guide some things. More or less, there were traces of these old antiques among the past human emperors. However, Su Bing quickly said, 100 years ago, when I came out of seclusion, the era changed. At that time, I felt that the path of the human emperor seemed to have changed a little. The great emperor also said that since the new martial arts started in the human world, some things have changed. Now, the path of the human emperor has become a path of many people walking together, which is really surprising. As for whether there are other venerable emperors and true gods, it is hard to tell now. 7 leaders, if it was only 1 leader, it would be easy to tell. However, it was not only 7, but also some so-called deputy ministers. In Su Bing's opinion, there was a slight trend. This was what Zhang Tao meant when he said that everyone could be an emperor and everyone was the sky. In this way, some things were diluted, and it was difficult to check again. The few of them were all lost in thought. Were the current powerhouses the pawns of other venerable emperors? Xianming Heaven did not make any arrangements. When they came out of seclusion 100 years ago, the human world was too weak, and Star Town was too close to them. It was not convenient for the great emperor to come out of seclusion, so he did not make any arrangements. However, some people might not be like this. But soon, Sua Jia said, "Whether there is or not, when the war starts, I am afraid these people will not be able to escape. On the contrary, the younger generation may have a new emperor, the 3 realms have merged, and heaven, earth, and humans have become one. The position of the human emperor is still extremely important. These mortals in the human world are like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even if less than 10% of them survive this time, they will still multiply and reappear in the 3 realms in the future. Once the great emperor becomes an emperor and rules the 3 realms, the position of the human emperor will also be taken by someone from Xianming Heaven." Su Bing glanced at Qin Fengqing and said quickly, "This person is arrogant and unruly. He may not submit to the great emperor. He is just a puppet. If we really support him to become the new emperor, the day the three realms are unified will be the day he dies." Xianxia said indifferently, "But now that we have just entered the human world, we also need to support a martial artist in the human world. Previously, I thought Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong could be supported. No, these two people are not suitable for the great emperor." Su Bing said, but he seemed to agree with everything Xianxia said. It was time for Xianming to do something. This time, when they came into the human world, it seemed that they were the first people from the human realm upon heavens. The fake emperor and the others would enter the tribulation sooner or later. When they entered the tribulation, a new emperor would need to appear. Qin Fengqing, Su Bing thought for a while. Maybe he could give it a try. However, he was not in a hurry. When he understood the situation in the human world, he could choose a suitable candidate. Unfortunately, they had entered the human world now and knew almost nothing about the situation in the human world. They could not rashly contact some people to avoid attracting the attention of the fake emperor. As for Qin Fengqing, they felt that they had some understanding of this person. This person was still very suitable. Not far away. Qin Fengqing stood on the deck, turned his head and glanced at them. When his eyes met Su Bing's, he grinned. Xianming was also his whetstone. Fang Ping felt that he was wagging his tail and begging for mercy to the old monster. He would tell that fellow, "I did not." Sooner or later, these old monsters would all become his whetstones. Now, it was Xianxia and the others who were his real targets. While everyone had their own thoughts, the big ship began to dock at the dock. Not far away, Fang Ping had already arrived with the others. Old Manly said telepathically, "How do we put on a show of strength? Diplomacy before force? Or just go up and fight? We have a good reason." Fang Ping said telepathically, "For no reason at all, can we just fight them directly? They said they are here to help humans resist the great enemy. Don't always fight when you get a chance, you have to pay attention to strategy." Fang Ping attacked Old Manly for a while and said quickly, "First, let the rank 6 fight, torture their young people. Torture them until they have doubts about life. These old fellows might not be able to hold it in, then we'll deal with them." Fang Ping, are you sure that these people definitely have evil intentions? Old Manly was still sure and said quickly, "If the other party is really here to help humans sincerely, then we will disappoint them. Right now, we still need some help." Fang Ping was silent for a moment, then said, "Old Zhang and I both think that they are up to no good, but what you said actually makes sense. Right now, we only have a subjective feeling that they are not good people, we don't have actual evidence. If they are really here to help us sincerely, then it will indeed disappoint us. How about this? Make some arrangements, let the Magic City catacombs be in some trouble, you send someone to look for Jiao, or the demons in the boundary zone, let them invade the passageway. If these people are really sincere, they will definitely attack. Attack with full force. But if they have evil intentions, I'm afraid they will only dawdle and not put in the effort. Although we can't tell clearly, at least, it will make you and me feel at ease." Fang Ping took a deep breath. Fine, he would give these people one last chance. What Old Manly said was actually not without reason. What if he and Old Zhang were just overthinking? What was the truth? If they tried, it would still be effective. It could also put everyone's mind at ease. Otherwise, if they attacked some powerhouses who were helping humans for no reason, he was afraid that some people would not feel good. "Little friends, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become even more graceful and outstanding." The moment he saw Fang Ping, Su Bing laughed heartily and enthusiastically. Fang Ping wore a smile on his face, but the people behind him were still seething with anger. They were not enthusiastic at all. Su Bing's expression did not change, but the others were somewhat annoyed. This time, he really felt a little aggrieved. At this time, Xianxia also revealed his aura, and his baleful aura was boiling. The martial artists of the human world actually wanted to intimidate them. "Do you really think that we didn't fight back then?" Seeing this, Fang Ping laughed. "They're just a bunch of hooligans who haven't seen the world. Seniors, please don't blame them." As he said that, Fang Ping smiled and said, "This time, all of you seniors have come out of seclusion to help me. I am extremely grateful. Minister Wu, if you have something to do, you can go back first. Fang Ping said to Wu Quishan and the rest. Wu Quishan gave him a look. Lin Long wanted to say something but stopped himself. With them here, they could still intimidate him. Gone, among the people present, only the rank 9 Chen Qi and Bei Gong Yan were present. The few monsters had not come over yet. Although Fang Ping and the others were not weak, Su Bing was also a top-notch powerhouse. Despite thinking a lot in his heart, Wu Quishan still smiled and said, "Then we won't stay for long. It just so happens that I still have some matters to deal with in the ministry. Minister Fang, entertain the seniors well. Rest assured. Seniors, this Wu will see you off here." Wu Quishan was straightforward. Since Fang Ping had made up his mind, he would not stay any longer. Soon, the group of people left. This time, they didn't take the ship. They all stepped on the air and disappeared in an instant. After they left, only Su Bing and Fang Ping's teams were left. Fang Ping went straight to the point. "Seniors, please follow me. Now that the seniors have come out of seclusion, the government has arranged for all of you to enter the Tian Division. In the future, all of you will have to listen to the commands of the Tian Division." "Heaven Division?" Suo Jia asked in a deep voice, "Is that the division you are in?" "Not bad. Do we need to listen to your orders?" "Not bad." Suo Jia frowned. Su Bing also felt helpless. What was the fake emperor thinking? They were actually allowed to enter the Heaven Division. Previously, although Wu Quishan and the others had briefly mentioned it, they did not say that they were allowed to join the Heaven Division. "Little friend," Fang Ping put on a straight face and interrupted, "Senior, the human world has its own rules. I, Fang Ping, am extremely grateful for your help. But from now on, at least on this island, everyone has to call me Minister." Everyone fell silent. Minister, although they didn't know what it meant to be a minister, they understood that it might be a title similar to that of a great emperor. For example, the fake emperor was also called a minister here. Fang Ping was merely a golden body martial artist. At this moment, it was obvious that he wanted to take them in as his subordinates. This was different from what they had expected. Su Bing smiled and said, "Little friend," Fang Ping interrupted again, smiling. "Seniors, if you can't get used to it now, that's fine too. You'll understand after a few days." For the past few days, everyone had just arrived, so their main focus was to learn. Learn some basic Chinese knowledge, and at least know how to survive on Earth. Su Bing and the others did not have any objections to this. However, Su Bing decided to ask if they wanted to stay in the Heaven Division. "Little. If we stay in the Heaven Division, what do we need to do?" "Simple, fight." As Fang Ping said that, he led them toward FMS, saying as they walked, "The Heaven Division's main mission is to fight the catacombs powerhouses. In the future, we'll stay in the catacombs all year round and fight all year round. Our opponents are almost all at the origin level. Other than that. Fang Ping chuckled. "Everyone, the biggest mission on Earth today is to fight and kill. Don't worry, the casualty ratio is still acceptable." As soon as he said that, everyone frowned again. Their only mission was to fight, then where would they find the time to complete the Great Emperor's mission? "Will we not stay in the human world for long?" "No." Fang Ping shook his head. "I've said it before, the Heaven Division's mission is to fight. Everyone from Black Light Sect wants to join the Heaven Division?" Su Bing smiled. "Why don't I join the Heaven Division and let Suo Jia and Jiao Kuei go to other places? I heard that there are 4 departments and 4 residences in Sino Nation now. How about letting them join the other 3 departments and 4 residences?" "That won't do." Fang Ping's face was full of smiles, but he refused straightforwardly. "Seniors, it's not that I have to do this, but the other divisions don't lack manpower now. Only the Heaven Division is newly established, and they're short on manpower. I have no choice but to do this." Suo Jia interrupted when he heard that. He said unhappily, "We came out to help Black Light Sect. It's not that we don't want to fight, but must we stay in the Heaven Division?" After Wu Quishan left, he felt that there was no threat anymore. At this moment, Fang Ping forced them to stay in the Heaven Division. This made him extremely dissatisfied. Their main mission was to fight, then could it be that they came out just to fight and kill? this was completely different from what they thought. Before they came out, they thought that they were grandmasters after all. No matter what, it was their first time coming out of the mountains. No matter what the human world was like, they should be given some time to adapt and not to fight immediately. Now, they were really going to fight immediately. Fang Ping pretended not to hear it and continued. Seniors, please adapt as soon as possible. We'll take action in 3 days. This is also your first time participating in a battle between modern martial artists. Please be careful to avoid any losses. Fight in 3 days? At this time, Su Bing could not help it anymore. He coughed lightly and said, "Young friend, isn't it too fast? A martial artist's time is extremely precious." Fang Ping explained, 3 days is not considered short. If you did not come this time, maybe we would not need 3 days. We should start fighting now. The reason why we waited for 3 days is to give you time to adapt. When these words were said, it was considered to set the tone. Everyone in Black Light sect looked a little strange. Outside of Grandmaster, this was how the human world arranged for them. 3 days later, they would start fighting. Nothing else was mentioned. What did this mean? While they were talking, they had already entered FMS. As soon as Fang Ping entered the school, he said, "Everyone, the area you live in is different from ours. Your fighting style and combat techniques are also different. For your safety, I think it is necessary to test your strength. In addition, I hope that you can provide us with your combat techniques and cultivation techniques." Impossible. At this moment, Xianxia could not hold it in anymore. Su Bing's expression was also ugly. He said, "Young friend, this matter cannot be like this. Previously, the Emperor invited you to enter the 10,000 Dharma loft. There are already some of the Emperor's insights and collected cultivation techniques. However, our cultivation techniques were created by us. It involves the fundamentals and cannot be shown to others easily." Fang Ping nodded. "I can understand this. Combat techniques that do not require moves or energy combinations. We want to see your basic cultivation techniques, the basic cultivation techniques of bone honing and body honing. In addition, the human world's basic cultivation techniques will also be taught to you." Can the human world's basic cultivation techniques compare to the Emperor's? Xianxia was unhappy. His words were unkind. Humans actually did not think too much of basic cultivation techniques, but that was relative to the current situation. The body honing method was the human's basic cultivation techniques. Combat techniques were something for fighting. Cultivation still relied on the body honing method to cultivate. Even at Fang Ping's realm, when he cultivated, honed his flesh, honed his golden body, he also cultivated according to the methods of honing. Fang Ping tilted his head to look at Xianxia and said solemnly, "It's just basic cultivation techniques. I don't need your combat techniques. Human martial artists, not just basic cultivation techniques, even combat techniques, even some combat techniques, are not secrets. Now that humans are weak, it's all because of these that we can achieve what we have today. Basic cultivation techniques do not involve your origin great Tao. You are my human ancestors. Now that the situation has come to this, is a mere basic cultivation technique very precious?" Su Bing pondered and said, "Young friend, it's not that we don't want to teach you, but cultivation techniques should not be taught easily. This is the consensus of all heavens. Were there no basic cultivation techniques in the 10,000 Dharma loft previously?" Fang Ping asked suddenly. To be honest, he really did not go to see it. According to this, there was no. Su Bing was silent. There was no. The 10,000 Dharma loft only had some combat techniques collected by Xianming Tian, some other broken basic cultivation techniques of the other heavens, or some combat techniques of some human martial artists. As for how to hone the body and bones, these were different for each sect. In some places, it was honed together. In some places, it was honed first for the sternum and the like. As for modern martial artists, they honed their limbs first. Different cultivation techniques would actually affect some of the cultivation speed. Fang Ping had completely lost all hope at this moment. In the end, he asked, "It's just a basic cultivation technique. At our realm, the impact is not that great. It's just for reference. You guys can't even teach this?" Young friend, if you want to study ancient cultivation techniques, I know some basic cultivation techniques from other heavens. Xianxia is not taught? Xianxia said coldly, without the heavenly emperor's permission, it must not be taught. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He suddenly smiled and asked, I won't force you. It's just a basic cultivation technique. If you don't want to teach it, then so be it. However, since Senior Xianxia said that without the heavenly emperor's permission, some things can't be done. Next, in the heavenly division, can you guys obey orders? In the various divisions, obeying orders is your duty. Can you guys do this? Su Bing pondered for a moment and said, Young friend, what do you mean by obeying orders? For example, courting death. Fang Ping said it straightforwardly. He said lightly, if we encounter some danger and need to sacrifice some people to defend the rear against the strong enemy, then someone must stay behind. Of course, this will only happen if there is no other choice. However, in recent years, this has happened a lot in Sino Nation. When it comes to a critical moment, Senior Su is currently the strongest among us. According to Sino Nation's rules, the strong will defend the rear and the weak will retreat. I'll make this clear in advance. If we encounter a danger that we can't defend against, then Senior Su must stay behind to defend the rear. If that's not enough, then Xianxia must stay behind too, and so on. Xianxia said coldly, what if we must die? Then we must die. Fang Ping's answer was as straightforward as ever. Even if we encounter a true god, the strong must also buy time for the weak to escape. Of course, if we really encounter a true god, then it's actually very difficult to escape. When that time comes, everyone will probably die together. Everyone was silent. In the crowd, some of the young people could not hold it in anymore and said, how can there be a logic of the strong bringing up the rear for the weak? In Sino Nation, this is the logic. Fang Ping looked at the young man who spoke and said seriously, this matter is not targeted by Fang Ping, it's the same for everyone. If you don't believe me, you can take a look and ask. Sino Nation has resisted the catacombs for many years. The true gods are all outside Mount Imperial Sea. If the true gods don't die, Sino Nation won't have to worry about the enemy's true gods taking a step into the realm. Similarly, if the catacombs rank 9 doesn't die, then the enemy's rank 9 can forget about taking a step into the human world. This is Sino Nation. Ridiculous. Xianxia growled, this was too ridiculous, they actually wanted the strong to block death for the weak. What was this? It had always been the weak who were the strong's pawns. How could it be the other way around? Ridiculous? At this time, Old Manly said coldly, this is not ridiculous. This is the current situation. My friend, be careful with your words. With a simple sentence, you've denied the efforts and perseverance of tens of human peerless powerhouses and thousands of high-ranked powerhouses. You can disagree, but you must never slander. Was it ridiculous? It was not. Xianxia's words made everyone's gaze turn slightly unfriendly. You could disagree, but you could not say it. If you said it, it would be saying that everyone was stupid. And this kind of stupidity was the foundation of the neo-martial era's glory. When Su Bing saw this scene, his expression changed slightly, and he glared at Xianxia. Do not talk nonsense. Although he also thought it was ridiculous, saying this in front of these people was obviously asking for trouble, was it not? Being stared at by everyone, Xianxia only felt so sullen that he was about to explode. The human world martial artists had really gone too far this time. Not only did a golden body martial artist interrupt their conversation with Fang Ping, but he was also reprimanded by a golden body martial artist when he casually said a sentence. Not only that, the others were also staring at him. What was this? Xianxia was also a rank 9 powerhouse. How could he endure this? At this moment, he looked at Fang Ping, his expression gloomy. Fang Ping, this time we came out of Black Heaven to help. From the beginning, you and others have been targeting us everywhere. Is this how the human world treats its guests today? Help? Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, actually, Fang Ping only wants to ask one thing. Who caused everything that happened today? Xianxia said coldly, what are you trying to say? The catacombs, which is also what you call the land realm, are bent on invading the human world. What is it for? Are they the ones who initiated the invasion, or is someone scheming something and deliberately letting them invade? The passageway between the catacombs and Earth was originally closed, but now it's opened. Was it really opened by the catacombs' martial artists? Was it not some people who deliberately said something, revealed something, and lured them to open the passageway? As for who it was, Fong Ping doesn't know. As Fong Ping said that, he said again, but everyone said that this time it's to help humans. If that's the case, everyone thinks that all of this is actually caused by us? Xianxia looked at him coldly, not saying a word. Also, everyone actually doesn't think of yourselves as humans, right? Everyone was still speechless. That's true. You're immortals and gods. Naturally, you have nothing to do with humans. Fong Ping laughed. Alright, if that's the case, maybe it's better to be frank. I won't beat around the bush. I don't care what Black Heaven's purpose is, it doesn't matter. Now, since both parties are cooperating, then from now on, everyone has to listen to my arrangements. Do whatever I say. If this can be done, tonight, I will host a banquet for all of you, seniors, to welcome all of you who have come from afar. Young friend, don't misunderstand. If there's really a need, all of us will naturally contribute, not contribute, it's obeying orders. Fong Ping corrected. Don't tell me that everyone still doesn't understand what I mean. Since you've left Black Heaven and entered Earth, then now, everyone has someone to manage you and have restrictions. It's impossible for you to do as you please. Young friend, Su Bing sighed. Why do you have to be so overbearing? This time, we've left Black Heaven with sincerity, but young friend, you've repeatedly shown hostility. Hostility? Fong Ping laughed. A little, but not much. When I said to obey orders, that's the real rule. It's also what I think from the bottom of my heart. I hope to cooperate with everyone for a win-win situation, but the premise is that there's only one voice in heaven. In heaven, you need to obey my orders like Black Heaven's emperor. This is the rule of the human world. You dare to stand side by side with the emperor? Xianxia flew into a rage. Not only Xianxia, but everyone present was a little angry. At this moment, Old Manly suddenly sighed. I've said it long ago, it won't work. Stubbornness has long seeped into their bones. This kind of person can only be forced, not persuaded. They're used to the law of the jungle. No matter how much you say, it's all nonsense. Fong Ping laughed. Isn't it because you asked me to confirm again and again? That's because I didn't see it before, Old Manly said helplessly, who knew they're really so old-fashioned. No, they're not old-fashioned. They're just here to go through the motions. There's no way to grind them down bit by bit. Then what do you think we should do? Fong Ping asked. The two of them talked among themselves, ignoring the others. At this moment, Xianxia already felt like he was about to explode. Old Manly, on the other hand, thought for a while. Suddenly, he looked at them and said, how about this, when you reach Black Heaven, you can do whatever you want. However, when you reach Earth and the Heaven, you have to listen to Fong Ping. As for your private lives, we won't interfere. As long as you don't break the law, then everything is fine. Usually, we'll fight when we need to. We'll also give you the treatment you deserve. What do you think? Su Bing laughed. As Origin's martial artists, I think we still have our own opinions. In the past, we've also participated in some big battles. When to attack, when to help, we won't really know. What Senior Su means is that you'll act according to the circumstances. Fong Ping translated. Su Bing smiled and said nothing. This was exactly what he wanted to say. Jiao Kuei, who had not spoken much all this while, also said coldly, in the past, all parties had invited powerhouses from all over to help in the battle. When to fight, there was never an order. It was all up to us. In other words, the human world still had no right to order them. Old Manly sighed. He looked at Fong Ping and shook his head. There was no way to negotiate, forget about what I said earlier. These people wanted the greatest amount of freedom. As for fighting, it was all up to them. However, if they did not fight, they would not teach their cultivation methods, and they had to prevent them from causing trouble. Then why did they have to come out? There were not many human powerhouses in the first place. It was not enough to guard against the catacombs. If they had to guard against these people, would that not add to the chaos? Just as Old Manly was shaking his head, someone at the back of the crowd let out a cold humph and said in a low voice, "Be decisive. If you're so indecisive, how can you lead a division?" Commander Tian. General. At this moment, many people looked agitated, shouting one after another. Tian Mu walked over with a majestic gait, ignoring the people of Black Heaven. He looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, "Do you have a decision?" "Yes." "Since you have one, why bother?" Tian Mu said coldly, "This is the Heaven Division's leader?" "The Heaven Division is in charge of war. This is not the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There's no need to think so much. A group of stubborn fellows who may even threaten the safety of mankind. How should we deal with these people? Is there a need to talk so much nonsense?" Tian Mu said coldly, "You always think that you can do things perfectly. But how can things be like this? Perfect and satisfying in every way. Be decisive. Since you've made a decision, why delay it?" Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "I think that some things still need to be expressed." "Expressed?" Tian Mu humphed. "Expressing? That's not your task." "What is your task?" "Your task is to build a powerful high-ranked combat team and conquer everywhere. You don't need to express your opinion. You don't have the right to do so." "Then, what you mean is, dissatisfied and disobedient. Many new soldiers are like that. But in the end, these people are all well-behaved and obedient. Those who are dissatisfied and want to become deserters can't escape death." Tian Mu looked at the people from Black Light sect and humped coldly. Dissatisfied and disobedient, where do they think this is? When you meet people like this, you have 3 points. First, hit them. Second, hit them hard. Third, if they're disobedient, just kill them so that they don't harm others. Insolence. Xianxia roared. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Mu was imposing without being angry. His eyes burst out with a sharp glint. "I am the Deputy Minister of the Heaven Division. Those who offend their superiors, disobey military orders, and violate the rules during wartime will be executed." Execute. As the last word was shouted, Tian Mu had already made his move. With a punch, the void was broken. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia. At this moment, Fang Ping sighed. "I've already said that I'm not made to be a general. I should be a military counselor." Forget it, forget it. Reasoning has turned into fighting. Let's do it." After speaking slowly, Fang Ping suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Kuei, smiling. "Let's play in the space battlefield." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping punched a hole in the void. In the blink of an eye, he dragged Zhu Kuei into the battlefield. Old Manly cursed, "Only F*King knows how to pick the weak to fight. Bei Gong, Senior Chen, let's play with this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Manly blocked Su Bing's way. With a slap, he shattered the void. Under Su Bing's furious and disbelieving gaze, he brought him along and dashed into the space battlefield. Bei Gong Yan and Chen 7 laughed. Both of them dashed in at the same time. The rank 7 and 8 martial artists of Black Light sect were just about to move when almost 100 powerhouses surrounded them from all directions. Lu Polu smiled faintly. "Everyone, calm down. Let these rank 9 powerhouses fight for a while. We'd better not get involved." As soon as he finished speaking, a phoenix monster broke through the air and arrived. Underground, a giant rat crawled out of a hole. The 2 monsters' eyes glowed fiercely, looking as if they were ready to kill them at any time. Many people were terrified. Someone shouted angrily, "How dare you? We're from Black Light sect." Lu Polu sighed. "Outside of Black Light sect, it's Earth. Even if it doesn't, Black Light sect is still under our control." "Forget it. You won't understand even if I explain it." "You don't have to understand. Just stay in the Heaven Division and work hard when you need to. When you really understand it one day and become one with humans, then you'll be grandmasters. Right now, you're just a bunch of high ranks who can't differentiate between friend and foe." Lu Polu said something that they could not understand. Finally, he laughed. "Wait for the results. Sometimes, I still think that old Tian does things in a straightforward manner. The heaven division, just say it directly. It's to suppress the heavens. What's the point of talking about grand principles? Talking about this with a bunch of stubborn old fellows is obviously asking to be humiliated. Beside him, someone laughed loudly. Fang Ping is still too inexperienced. He's still a long way off from Minister Zhang and the rest. Back then, the sect was unwilling to contribute, so they moved the sect by force, forcing those sect powerhouses to enter the passageway and defend it. In the end, after all these years, isn't it still very good? This had happened back then. A bunch of stubborn old fellows were unwilling to contribute. What did Zhang Tao and the rest do? They might as well just move them to the entrance of the catacombs directly, to go or not to go. If they did not go, the sect would be destroyed today. It was that domineering. A great war was about to begin. Who would have the leisure to slowly persuade them? Today, although the sect was still not very strong and rarely took the initiative to fight, they had become Sino Nation's mainstay against the catacombs. People like Zhao Xingwu and the rest, before entering the catacombs, had fought in the catacombs for countless years. When had they not killed countless enemies? When Fang Ping, Xian Ming, and the rest talked about grand principles, they were already impatient listening to them. Tian Mu was still the straightforward one. They had to obey military orders even if they did not want to. First fight, second kill. This was the way to deal with these people. In the next moment, everyone could not care less about chatting and laughing. They looked at the cracks one after another. At this moment, the cracks appeared in all three battlefields. Obviously, Fang Ping and the rest did not know if they deliberately revealed it or if they could not control it, but the situation of the space battlefields was revealed. Not far away, on the roof, a big cat was lying on the roof, looking at the cracks lazily and licking its fur. How boring. All they knew was to fight. Couldn't they be like it and sleep when they had nothing to do? Within the spatial battlefield. Looking at the indifferent Bar Kuei, Fang Ping chuckled. I wanted to take care of Suajia, but it was snatched away. Forget it, I'll start with you. Jiao Kuei looked at him coldly, not afraid at all, and said coldly, do you know that in this way, the great emperor will definitely be angry? Angry? Fang Ping chuckled. I hope he gets angry. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Although I don't like to hit women, but it's better to let you self-righteous old antiques have a good memory. Arrogant. Jiao Kuei shouted coldly. As his voice fell, a thin sword as thin as a willow leaf suddenly appeared. Order! Jiao Kuei shouted in a low voice, and the thin sword broke through the air, heading straight for Fang Ping's door. Unhurriedly, Fang Ping stretched out his hand to grab it. Seeing this, Jiao Kuei sneered. The next moment, however, his expression changed. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was slightly moved. He grabbed hold of the rapier. The rapier kept struggling like a living thing, stabbing into his palm and leaving streaks of blood. Fang Ping shook his head, feeling a little dizzy. Interesting. Infused with a psychic attack. Humph. Tiao Kuei snorted coldly, but the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Golden Body 8 refinement? You can tell? Although Jiao Kuei's face was cold, he was shocked in his heart. Golden Body 8th refinement, the direct descendant of the false emperor, was indeed incredible. To think that he could reach such a level at such a young age. Even in ancient times, there weren't many Golden Body 8 refinements. So what if he's at the 8th grade? Tiao Kuei snorted coldly. The 8th refinement Golden Body was still not the limit. Did he really think that the 8th refinement Golden Body was invincible? The next moment, dozens of thin swords like the one before suddenly appeared in front of Jiao Kuei. Trapped. Tiao Kuei let out a low growl. Like soldiers under his control, dozens of rapiers surrounded Fang Ping and began to besiege him. Jiao Kuei, on the other hand, did not engage in close combat. Instead, he muttered something under his breath. Dozens of slender swords kept changing their formation, stabbing at Fang Ping from all directions. On Fang Ping's golden body, streaks of bloody marks appeared. His skin was broken but his flesh was not. Even so, Fang Ping was still a little surprised. In his opinion, Jiao Kuei's strength was around level 5 origin source. Logically speaking, his explosive power should be inferior to mine. Moreover, the strength of the golden body was not as strong as his. However, this old hag's psychic power didn't seem to be very strong. Yet, she was able to control the swords and surround him. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but was actually stabbed back. Rumble, the rapier pierced Fang Ping's body. His golden body rumbled. It seemed like the sunflower could not hurt Fang Ping. However, this woman was not in a hurry. While Fang Ping was blocking the rapier, something appeared in Jiao Kuei's hand again. It looked like a needle. Pooh! Jiao Kuei sprayed a mouthful of blood on the needle and began to chant again. Fang Ping was not too anxious. He wanted to see what these ancient martial artists were capable of. At this moment, he was punching the thin swords while paying attention to Jiao Kuei. After Jiao Kuei spat out a mouthful of blood, there seemed to be some strange energy fluctuations on those thin needles. Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He began to observe carefully. Interesting. It seems like the frequency of the spiritual power fluctuation has changed. Fang Ping was a little surprised. It was not only mentality, but also vitality force. This was also a new way of combining energy. Fang Ping observed carefully for a while. At this time, Jiao Kuei let out a cold shout. Hundreds of thin needles shot out, instantly shooting around Fang Ping's body. Break! Accompanied by Jiao Kuei's roar, the rapier surrounded Fang Ping, and the thin needles began to shoot at him. Fang Ping saw a thin needle flying toward him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one. Jiao Kuei sneered. Courting death, sizzle. This time, Fang Ping was at a disadvantage. The thin needles did not seem to be real. Like maggots in a tarsal bone, they drilled into Fang Ping's golden body in an instant. Fang Ping was a little shocked. A rank 8 golden body was known as a leakless body. Although it was not to the point of being flawless, he had a rank 8 mentality. Unless it was a frontal attack, ordinary weapons could not break his defense at all. But at this time, this thin needle integrated into his flesh in the blink of an eye. A thin needle entered and quickly swam away from his arm. Fang Ping's flesh and meridians were pierced by the thin needles at this moment. This was just one needle. In the next moment, a large number of thin needles also shot toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping was just about to dodge when Jiao Kuei spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, those rapier formed a sword array, trapping him firmly. A human martial artist wants to go against the heavens. Jiao Kuei sneered, brute, after being hit by her bone-fusing needle, even if the other party did not die, he would be crippled. So what if the other party was a rank 8 golden body? It was not like she could not break his defense. Moreover, she was not breaking it, but merging it. Brute. In the past, when those origin powerhouses saw him using the bone-fusing needle, they ran as far away as they could, or they did not even give him a chance. This person, on the other hand, had been waiting for him to use it all along. That was true. How could martial artists in the human world, the younger generation martial artists, know the strength of their predecessors? Pfft! Fang Ping spat out blood from his mouth, but he was still unhurried. He inhaled a little and said, "It hurts. I haven't felt this way for a long time." It hurt a lot. Even when he was beaten until his bones were almost broken, he did not feel this much pain. Those hundreds of thin needles seemed to have penetrated into his bone marrow, stabbing it wildly. The pain went deep into his bone marrow. This was probably the real pain that penetrated into his bone marrow. Interesting, it actually merged with the golden body, merged with the bone marrow, attacking from the inside out. What kind of weapon is this? Fang Ping looked curious, grabbing a rapier casually, letting the other rapiers stab him one after another, leaving streaks of bloody marks on his body. He grabbed the rapier and looked at it for a while, saying, "It's not too strong individually, probably around the strength of a rank 7 divine weapon. But I realized that it seems to be rapiers of the same frequency, 36 rank 7 divine weapons of the same frequency. Using a special energy recombination method, actually exploded with divine weapon ability that is slightly stronger than a rank 9. And it doesn't seem too difficult to control. The ancients still have some redeeming qualities." While he was commenting, Jiao Kuei's expression changed drastically. He could not help but shout, "Why are you pretending to be calm?" The bone-fusing needle entered the bone. Even a rank 9 would be in excruciating pain. The other party actually had the time to comment on his weapon. Fang Ping smiled and said, "What are you pretending for? Is it very strong?" "It's a little painful, but it's still acceptable. The destructive power is average. I think under normal circumstances, you use this needle to pierce into other people's bodies, make them suffer, then use the sword array to kill the enemy, right?" "What a show-off." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "It's not bad, and it's not weak either. But this weakness is too obvious. If I'm not affected by the pain, your sword array can't do anything to me at all. But then again, there are some redeeming qualities. Same frequency, resonance, you've inspired me a little." At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes erupted with a golden blood-red glow. Fang Ping blinked and laughed. "It's even more interesting. It's actually drilling into my brain nucleus. If it drills into my brain nucleus, will it shatter my brain nucleus?" "How did you build this needle?" "I think it seems to have the function of actively penetrating into the brain nucleus. Under normal circumstances, it can't hurt the brain nucleus. This is a little interesting." As he spoke, Jiao Kuei's expression changed drastically. This person could actually endure the pain of the bone-fusing needle. In this way, the bone-fusing needle's effect was greatly reduced. As for her sword array, the effect was not too obvious against a rank 8 golden body powerhouse. Fang Ping grabbed a rapier with one hand, letting the rapier struggle freely. Very soon, mentality erupted, directly obliterating the mentality attached to it. Jiao Kuei's face paled. In the next second, Fang Ping casually threw the rapier into the storage space, laughing. "I'm confiscating this set of swords. Although the fancy ones don't have much power, their creativity is not bad. It's worth learning from." After saying that, Fang Ping let the other rapiers hit him and let the needles wander wildly in his body. He looked at Jiao Kuei and said, "I realized that you seem to be a martial artist who leans towards mentality cultivation. Your physique shouldn't be too strong. But your bias is a little too obvious. Origin path is at least rank 5, but I think your physique might not even have a basic vitality of 120,000 calories." Fang Ping shook his head. Under normal circumstances, rank 9 powerhouses were also honing their golden bodies as they advanced along origin path. At this stage of rank 5, their basic vitality would be more than 130,000. In terms of ranks, everyone's basic difference was still very big. The weak ones had a basic 100,000 calories. The strong ones, who had reached the limit, could probably have a basic 200,000 calories. And all this, on one hand, depended on the degree of forging a rank 8's golden body. On the other hand, it also depended on the rank 9's consolidation. It was more difficult for rank 9 to forge a golden body, but the further one went on origin path, the higher the upper limit. At this time, powerhouses could still continue to forge a golden body, but it was difficult. With the strength of your golden body, if you encounter a martial artist who ignores your special methods, won't they beat you to death? Humph. Jiao Kuei snorted coldly, her eyes cold and fierce. In the next moment, her figure moved as fast as lightning, disappearing on the spot in the blink of an eye. When she appeared again, she was already a few hundred meters away from Fang Ping. She did not want to run. She just wanted to prevent a golden body powerhouse like Fang Ping from getting close. She might not be as strong as Fang Ping's golden body at rank 8. After leaving Fang Ping's side, Jiao Kuei suddenly muttered, "Imperial order, spiritual sense break." In the blink of an eye, a shapeless rapier pierced through the air. Or rather, it did not pierce through the air. It descended directly on top of Fang Ping's head. The rapier pierced down along the Baihui acupoint. Fang Ping's body staggered slightly. In the next moment, a golden house appeared. Click, the rapier hit the golden house. Rumble, the rapier collided, emitting a rumbling sound. The shapeless rapier looked like it was broken. Fang Ping shook his head, getting more and more curious. You can directly attack my core materialization. This is amazing. How did you lock onto it? My core materialization did not materialize itself, but your materialization could actually attack. He did not take the initiative to materialize the golden house just now, but the other party's materialization forced his golden house to appear. Fang Ping had a feeling that if he did not come out, the other party might directly attack his brain. There should be a way to lock onto it, he was surprised. Jiao Kuei was shocked. What was that? was that spiritual sense, whose spiritual sense was like that. It was golden and shiny, its whole body was golden, like a golden ocean. Her spiritual sense sword had actually been counterattacked and injured. Immortal. At this moment, she understood and was stunned. How did this person do it? Fang Ping ignored her and laughed. What other methods do you have? Use them all. You don't seem strong enough. You don't have the strength of a rank 5 origin. You didn't use the origin enhancement. Hurry, try it. Arrogant. Jiao Kuei roared. In the next second, outside the space, Tianmu punched Suojia, sending him flying out of the space battlefield. His chest was punched through. Useless. Tianmu snorted. You have a lot of methods, but you're so useless? I've overestimated you. Suojia had a lot of methods too. He focused on his flesh, but he could turn into a meatball and wrap around Tianmu. He wanted to wrap him up and lock him up. In the end, Tianmu punched 100 times, blasting the other party's golden body. After 100 punches, Suojia's chest was punched through. As soon as Tianmu came out and said this, he covered the sky with one hand and squeezed Suojia in his hand. Suojia's bones creaked and shattered instantly. Still trying to run? Stop fooling around. It's boring. Tianmu said loudly, these people's origin path is not short. It's not pure. They have all kinds of techniques, but when they meet us, we'll break them with force and kill them directly. As he spoke, Old Manly cut off Su Bing's arm with his sword. Bei Gongxian and Guoxian were sent flying. Their injuries were not light. A longsword controlled by Su Bing pierced through their bodies. Su Bing's expression was dark. Although he had lost an arm, he was still powerful. He was about to charge at Old Manly when Tianmu punched Suojia into the space battlefield. Blood spurted from Suojia's mouth. In the blink of an eye, Su Bing's longsword did not stop and pierced through his throat again. Suojia. Su Bing's expression changed. He waved his hand, and Suojia and the longsword flew toward him. Kill them. Su Bing, kill them. Suojia's eyes were red. He was humiliated like this. He was trampled like trash. Earlier, he was used as a meat shield and punched into the space battlefield. He was almost crippled by Su Bing's sword. Tianmu stepped into the air. He glanced at him and sneered. Maybe. I'm still too kind. I should kill a few to establish my authority. Old Manly chuckled. That's not good, is it? But, killing a few isn't a big problem. Oh right, this old man isn't weak. I couldn't kill him with 3 swords, so I chopped off his arm. I'm afraid he really has Old Wu's ability. When he said that, Su Bing's face turned green. He wanted to kill him with 3 swords, although this person had a rank 8 forging golden body and seemed to be showing signs of myriad Dao unification. He was dreaming if he wanted to kill him, if the other 2 did not hold him back, he would not have his arm chopped off. It was a disgrace. Him? He's not as good as Old Wu. No matter which Old Wu you're talking about, he's not as good as him. Tianmu shook his head and laughed. This person's origin path is not short. The amplification is very strong, but this guy cherishes his life. When I saw him attack, he retreated quickly when he was in danger. Isn't this how the catacombs rank 9s do? For people like this, even if their combat strength is the same, it's not a problem for us to fight 1 or 2. As he said that, he ignored Su Bing's anger. Tianmu looked through the rift to the other side and shouted, Fang Ping, she may look young, but she's a 1,000-year-old witch. What's your hobby? Do you have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Don't talk nonsense. On the other side, Fang Ping said loudly, I'm testing their combat techniques. You don't say, it's quite interesting. But this old witch's physique is really weak. It seems like she weakened it on purpose. Her basic vitality is only about 120,000 calories. It's not even as strong as the average stage 2 or 3 origin. Hurry up. Tianmu scolded again. Fang Ping said angrily, I'm the general manager. You're the deputy minister. Don't command your boss. After saying that, Fang Ping suddenly roared in the space. His figure was so fast that no one could react. A golden giant fist blasted out. In front, Jiao Kuei was just about to retreat when Fang Ping blasted out countless punches. Silhouettes also shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was almost filled with Fang Ping's silhouettes. Rumble, Jiao Kuei felt that there was no way to escape. No matter where she went, there were Fang Ping's fist silhouettes. In the next moment, Jiao Kuei's back was hit by a punch. Rumble, with a muffled sound, the golden body began to crack. Jiao Kuei roared angrily. The sword of mentality erupted again. This time, Fang Ping swung the house of gold. Like a burly man moving a mountain, he swung the house of gold and smashed it out. Crack! Jiao Kuei's face turned pale instantly. The sword of mentality was smashed. Fang Ping also took a step back. The house of gold was in his hands again. Looking at the small hole in the house, Fang Ping said in surprise, "It's actually much stronger than my mentality." His house of gold cost 1 billion wealth points, although his mentality was only slightly more than 8,000 hertz, his defense was extremely strong. It was at least stronger than the average 9,000 hertz. In the end, it was still pierced by Jiao Kuei's rapier. This meant that this woman's mentality was at least close to 10,000 hertz. He was surprised. Jiao Kuei was in despair. Her physique was not as good as the others. Her spiritual consciousness could not penetrate the other's house of gold and could not damage the brain. In this case, she did not have the strength to fight back. The bone-fusing needles did not seem to have any effect. This person's vitality was strong enough to wear out a lot of the bone-fusing needles. As for the sword array, it was violently dismantled by the other party. Now, it was in a mess. In addition, her mentality was severely damaged. At this moment, the rapier fell one after another and was kept in the other party's storage ring. "I understand now," Fang Ping said suddenly. "These ancient martial artists have to be at least one rank lower. This woman is at most comparable to a normal rank 4 origin martial artist, and a normal one at that. Just a little stronger, she can hang them up and beat them up. That Su Bing, just look at him as a rank 7 origin. He shouldn't be as strong as the vice-chancellor and the others. Old Manly, if the two of us work together, there should be hope to take him down." As he said that, Fang Ping punched again, and the chest of Jiao Kuei, who was about to escape, was punched through. Fang Ping shrugged and said, "Sorry, I used to hit people's chests. I don't know how to punch through. Now you're gone. I really can't help it." "Who asked you to be a rank 9? Without waiting for Jiao Kuei to speak, Fang Ping laughed and said, "But you're already a few thousand years old, witch. You don't care." Having said that, Fang Ping punched again. Jiao Kuei tried her best to dodge, but Fang Ping's punch still hit her leg. One of her legs disappeared immediately. In the next second, Fang Ping punched again and again. In the blink of an eye, the other party's limbs were all blasted into golden bloody foam. At this time, Fang Ping grabbed Jiao Kuei's head with one hand, carried Jiao Kuei and walked out, looking at the people from Black Light Sect who were terrified, and said with a smile, "I really like to reason, but you guys, forget it. Why do you have to go against me? My heaven division has just been established. You guys don't give me face. Aren't you embarrassing me?" As he said that, Fang Ping said again, "I'm not playing anymore. Brother Cat, please imprison that old man for a while. Just for a while. Fighting is not good. Fighting in front of you, isn't this disturbing your peace?" Meow. The cat was a little unhappy. "I said I won't fight." But what the liar said made sense. They were fighting noisily, and it was hard for them to sleep. Imprison for a while did not count as fighting, right? The cat felt that it should not count. In the blink of an eye, in the space battlefield, Su Bing's eyes suddenly glazed over. Seeing that, Tian Mu punched out, blasting the other party away, and stepped on Sua Jia at the same time. He laughed and said, "This is good. It's easier to fight. Come, you guys take care of this guy. I'll go and cripple that guy, lest he causes trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, in the midst of Sua Jia's madness, he kicked him to the side of Li Chongqing and the rest. The few of them were all smiles, surrounding him in an instant. Screams rang out for a long time. On the other side, Tian Mu came out of closed-door cultivation this time. His strength had also skyrocketed. Punch after punch, not long after, Su Bing was like Jiao Kuei. On the other side, Li Chongqing and the other two had also beaten up Xianxia until his limbs were no longer there. Only half of his head was left. Old Man Li carried Xianxia, Tian Mu carried Su Bing, and the few of them jumped out of the space battlefield very quickly. As soon as they came out, the battlefield disappeared in the blink of an eye. From start to finish, it did not take long before the three rank 9 powerhouses of Black Light Sect became turtles in a jar. In the crowd, those Black Light Sect martial artists looked terrified. Were these the martial artists of the human world? It was too scary. Among the 3 holy ambassadors, other than Holy Ambassador Su, who seemed to have met with some accident, Xianxia and Jiao Kuei were almost killed, and the martial artist who defeated Jiao Kuei was actually the golden body Fang Ping. Fang Ping and the rest threw the 3 of them in front of the crowd as if they were throwing trash. Although these rank 9s were beaten to this state, they still had consciousness. Su Bing regained consciousness, not saying a word. Just now, he was imprisoned in an instant, true God, and it was a little familiar. In his mind, a name had actually appeared, but he had not actually come into contact with that cat, and did not dare to come into contact. At this moment, there was only fear in Su Bing's heart. As for the remaining 2, half of Xianxia's face was full of resentment, while Jiao Kuei's face was full of despair and disbelief. When they came out of the mountain, they were not captured by the true god powerhouses, but they were defeated by a few juniors. Why, the emperor once said that when they came out of the mountain, the fake emperor and those true gods would probably not attack them. Yes, there was indeed no one now, not even their faces, but they were actually defeated by Fang Ping's group, a group of people who felt that they were far weaker than them were defeated. At this moment, a few people's martial willpower was slightly shaken. Even Su Bing knew that it was not that the cat was so strong that he could not resist. Long before the cat attacked, he was already injured by a few fellows who were far weaker than him. Unbelievable, they were in disbelief, but Fang Ping lamented, a group of people who have been eliminated by the times. No wonder the minister said that martial artists in the neo-martial arts era are the strongest. Even if there's no messy combat techniques, skills are still the strongest. I didn't understand it before, but I do now. This group of fellows are just for show, and I had high hopes for them. Fang Ping shook his head, then smiled and said, that's good too. In this case, the heavenly division's function will come into play. I can't wait anymore, we should go and break through the heavens next. He was still talking when Tian Mu interrupted, how should we deal with these people? Fang Ping swept a glance, rubbed his chin and said, that's Xianxia, he's still acting like you're very awesome, not yielding? Fine, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Mu blasted a punch, blasting the other party's skull directly. How dare you? Su Bing had just shouted when Old Man Li swung his sword, annihilating the other party's mentality. He chuckled and said, of course I dare. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, you'll end up like this too. Fang Ping saw the situation and said helplessly, I haven't finished speaking. I said that if you yield, you can still go to the catacombs to fight and make contributions. Both of you are so impatient. What are you doing? I'm only halfway through my sentence. Why are you so impatient? Tian Mu said indifferently, we're carrying out Minister Fang's orders. Military orders must be obeyed. If you want to kill them, then of course we have to do it as soon as possible. Next time you issue military orders, be concise and clear. Don't say half and leave half. Old Man Li laughed too. We're killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Look, after killing this one who's jumping around happily, aren't these people well behaved now? So be it. Just a few words from this guy earlier, and we know he's up to no good. Kill tranquility. Among the crowd, someone chuckled and said, so be it. At most, we'll kill this group of people, and we'll find another 33 heavens to rope in. There's bound to be something we can talk about, and we'll cooperate. At this moment, Su Bing looked around, his expression suddenly sorrowful. This was not the human world, this was hell. A bunch of vengeful spirits had been resurrected. P.S. Pushing a new book, a new rebirth novel, Rebirth, the South Drift era. Brothers who like rebirth novels can go read it. Your sins are so heavy. You killed Xianxia for no reason. What's the difference between you and the devil? At this moment, Su Bing's tone was filled with grief and indignation as he questioned angrily, It had only been a moment since they left Outland when Xianxia died. Thousands of years of effort turned into nothing. The fox grieved for the rabbit's death. Even if he knew he should not speak now, he still questioned angrily. Tianmu said coldly, "Devil? Righteous path? I don't care what others say. If the unorthodox path can save mankind, so that mankind will no longer have to suffer the pain of war and the pain of family separation, so what if I become a devil?" After saying that, Tianmu said sternly, "It's fine if you don't come out into the world. If you come out, you must fight. There are no powerhouses in Sino Nation who don't want to obey military orders. If you're unwilling to obey military orders, you're a deserter. Whether it's the current or ancient martial artists, you can be killed." Not far away, Bei Gongyan also said lightly, "Sino Nation's high ranks have arrangements. Obey military orders during wartime. Do whatever you want during non-war. Those who don't obey military orders during wartime will die in vain." This was modern times. Powerhouses were said to have no restrictions, but in reality, there were still restrictions. If you were asked to fight, you had to fight. Even if you knew you would die. It's just an excuse. Su Bing's face was full of anger. "We've just entered the world and know nothing. You killed Xianxia because of a disagreement. It's so unfair." Fang Ping massaged his temples and chuckled. All right. What's done is done. Senior Su, the weak are prey to the strong. Let's not find excuses. I thought you were a threat, so I killed you. Is this reason enough? I can't allow you to sleep soundly next to my bed. Is this reason enough? Xianxia repeatedly refuted my words again and again. If you've killed him, then you've killed him. Cut the crap. After saying that, Fang Ping's expression turned cold. Don't mention this anymore. Will Xianming dynasty cooperate or fall out? Senior Su, make your own choice. I know you have your own motives. It doesn't matter. Be obedient. Whatever you want to do, as long as you're not caught, do as you please. If you're disobedient and dare to do anything in secret, not only you, Heavenly Emperor Xianming will die too. If you really think Heavenly Emperor Xianming is incomparably powerful and is not afraid of anything, guards, escort them back to Xianming dynasty. I want to see if Heavenly Emperor Xianming dares to fall out. Tianmu smiled and said, "That's how it should be. I will personally escort them back to Profound Sky Sect and force that old fellow to make a move. At that time, we will have enough reason to surround and kill him as soon as we make a move." They couldn't surround and kill him, but someone else could. It wasn't appropriate to attack those people for no reason. However, as long as the Dark Heavenly Emperor took action, Zhang Tao and the others would have enough reason to surround and kill him. Now was the right time. It just so happened that the catacombs powerhouses had been beaten until they were afraid. In addition, the matter of the King battleground was imminent, so they would not appear in Mount Royal Sea for the time being. Now, the human peerless powerhouses still had a chance to make a move. If it really dragged on to a later stage, there might not be such an opportunity. When Su Bing saw that Tianmu was really going to escort them back to Black Firmament Heaven, a look of despair appeared in his eyes. The great emperor didn't ask them to come out of the Profound Sky Palace just to make them return in a sorry state. The great emperor hadn't even accomplished his goal. They had only just left the mystic Profound Realm, but they had already fallen out with the human realm's experts the next day. If they really wanted to fall out with each other, they would have done so when the pseudo-emperor blocked the door. The Heavenly Emperor had endured such humiliation and even allowed Fang Ping and the rest to do whatever they wanted in black light. It was not because he had nothing better to do. It was to let them smoothly integrate into the human realm, but now, the plan was ruined. In a rage, the great emperor might start a war with the pseudo-emperor, but they, who had spoiled the great emperor's plan, would not have it easy either. Su Bing suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a cold tone, "Fang Ping, what do you want to do? Just say it. Killing Xianxia and intimidating us, is it just to make Black Firmament Heaven your enemy?" Fang Ping laughed. "It's better now. Some things, it's better to talk openly." As he said that, Fang Ping laughed again. "In this case, everyone doesn't have to pretend anymore. You have your goals, maybe we can help. As for us, we also have our goals. Maybe we can work together for a win-win situation. When it comes to acting, you guys are tired, I'm tired too. There's no need for that. In my opinion, it's more straightforward to work together for the sake of benefits. I don't treat you guys as humans, you don't have to treat us as ignorant people either. Let's talk openly, maybe we can reach a consensus on some things. Su Bing took a deep breath and said, all right. Then just say it. No hurry. As Fang Ping said that, he shouted, come, send the others to the library. Read some books, watch a movie if that's not possible. Without my orders, no one in Black Firmament Heaven is allowed to go out. If anyone dares to leave, I'll kill them without mercy. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Su Bing and smiled. Senior Su, let's talk properly. We can hide the information, but if Senior purposely tells us some false information. I'm sorry, although we don't have any ancients here, we have an ancient cat. If some things don't match up, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Su Bing's expression changed slightly. Ancient cat. Needless to say, he knew who it was. His tone was slightly bitter. Azure cat, is it really here? As soon as he said that, a big cat in the distance made a lazy meow sound. Su Bing turned his head to look. Although its limbs were broken, it was still crawling on the ground, its tone even more bitter. Su Bing greets Emperor Sky. It was no longer an azure cat, Emperor Sky. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. The azure cat did not have the strength of a great emperor, right? Although it had a lot of good stuff, the azure cat did not seem to have the strength of an emperor. In the distance, the azure cat wagged its tail, too lazy to care. You are the Emperor Sky, this cat is the azure cat. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly said, the azure cat is Emperor Sky. The Celestial Emperor. Su Bing answered quickly, saying quickly, and the only Celestial Emperor who only has the title of Celestial Emperor. The other Celestial Emperors all had prefixes. The Celestial Dog did not. As soon as this sentence was said, it was strange, Li Hansong's jaw dropped, Yao Qingjun and Wang Jinyang were also dumbfounded. At the back, Qin Fengqing looked up at the sky. Old Man Li snorted and laughed. Celestial Emperor, the only Celestial Emperor without a prefix, someone had always called himself Celestial Emperor, so, it was a dog. Su Bing did not understand the meaning of these people's expressions. In his opinion, the Celestial Dog had the strength. Was it inappropriate for it to be a Celestial Emperor, a true Emperor-level powerhouse, or even an Emperor-level powerhouse, was an invincible existence even among the great emperors? Was it inappropriate to be a Celestial Emperor? Fang Ping's expression was also very strange. The Celestial Dog was a Celestial Emperor, what the F***ck, when I said I was a Celestial Emperor before, it turned out that there really was one. Not like Celestial Emperor Xianming, there was a real person, no, a dog who was called a Celestial Emperor. Fang Ping glared at Li Hansong. If you call me a Celestial Emperor in the future, I'll take it as you scolding me. If you scold me, I'll hit you. Li Hansong stifled his laughter, his body trembling. Celestial Emperor Fang Ping, this was good, this fellow had long said that he was the reincarnation of a Celestial Emperor, and now he really was. As for this fellow's titled Demon King, there was still a Demon Emperor. Demon, Celestial, those were true. Fang Ping was speechless. He took a deep breath and said loudly, move quickly. What are you all looking at? Hurry up. How did they do things? They were still looking. Did they not see that it was almost noon? Celestial Emperor Feng. Lu Polu and the rest escorted the people from Black Radiance sect to the library. Old Man Li and the rest brought Su Bing and the rest to the guest hall to wait for questioning. Li Hansong wandered around, ran to Fang Ping's side, and grinned. This time, he did not hold back when he yelled. Celestial Emperor Feng, this was possible. Fang Ping's expression darkened. At this moment, he was about to say a few words to the cat. When he heard this, he suppressed his desire to beat Ironhead to death and laughed. Brother Cat, was Heavenly Hound called Celestial Emperor back then? I don't know. The cat said lazily, when Big Hound was weak, it was common to see him. When he became strong, it was rare to see him. It and Heavenly Hound knew each other when they were young. When they were weak, they often met. However, when Heavenly Hound became strong and had a goal, they rarely met. The last time they met was when Heavenly Hound came to bid farewell while it was still in a daze. That time, Heavenly Hound seemed to have said that it would return after it became an emperor. Fang Ping saw that it could not explain, so he asked again, "Then why did they call you Celestial Emperor?" "I don't know." The cat swayed its tail and said impatiently, "Liar, don't ask any more." "I'm so annoyed." Fang Ping shrugged. Forget it, he would not ask any more. "Brother cat, I'll go ask Mystic Heaven's people now. I'll arrange for you to eat something and take a nap. When you wake up, I'll bring you to Bell. How about that?" The cat glanced at him, its big head resting on the guardrail, its expression lifeless. "Don't try to trick me into fighting. I already said I won't fight." "I won't fight." Fang Ping nodded hurriedly, but he felt like laughing. This cat, this expression. Right now, he really wanted to give its cat head a good beating. The cat looked at him again. So annoying, this liar, always thinking of bad ideas and a belly full of bad ideas. He was not a good person indeed. The cat could not be bothered with him. It continued to lie on the roof and bask in the sun. The sun in the human world was so comfortable. Unfortunately, with these fellows around, it was too embarrassed to sleep more freely. Therefore, the cat chased them away. Go quickly. I'm thinking about some things in the past. Don't disturb me." When Fang Ping heard that, he nodded immediately. "Brother cat, take your time to think about it. We'll go first." After Fang Ping and the others had left, the cat fell to the ground with a thud. It sprawled on its back, basking in the sunlight. It felt so comfortable that it did not even want to get up. In the living room. At this moment, Su Bing and Jiao Kui's limbs had recovered. Both of them did not say a word, sitting on the sofa in silence. Around them, Tian Mu and the others also remained silent. It was extremely quiet. Soon, Fang Ping and the others entered. As soon as Fang Ping entered the hall, he walked straight to the main seat, sat down and said, "Li Hansong, you take the minutes of the meeting." Li Hansong did not say much. He sat down at the side and prepared to take the minutes. As soon as Fang Ping sat down, he said directly, "Cooperation, there is a basis for cooperation. I'll ask both of you some basic information first. I hope both of you can answer truthfully. As for what both of you want to ask, after I'm done, you can ask me too. If everyone is more honest, I think it will be beneficial for the cooperation in the future." Su Bing continued to maintain his silence. Jiao Kui showed a mocking expression and said indifferently, "If I ask you for the true God method, will you teach it too?" Fang Ping glanced at her and sneered. "The true God method? Even the great emperor method can be taught. Let's see if you have the capability. Ask everyone here, how many people have learned the great emperor combat techniques?" "Ignorant, ridiculous." Su Bing did not say a word. Actually, he could see that when Old Manly attacked him earlier, he used the true God's secret art. If both of you are human powerhouses who have fought in the catacombs for us humans and contributed to humanity, what is the true God method worth? Fang Ping snorted and said quickly, "Cut the crap. Let me ask first, are you from the Xianxia period? When did the apatheicized era begin? When did it decline?" "The apatheicized era," Su Bing said slowly, "at that time, it was actually not called the apatheicized era. We call it, the Gods and Demons era. The Gods and Demons era began very, very early." Su Bing said softly, "So early that we don't even know exactly which year it began. We only know that when we appeared, it was already the last period of the Gods and Demons era. Shangzhou. If you're talking about Yin Shang, then we should be from the period that you mentioned." Su Bing fell into deep thought. His tone was very slow as he said slowly, "The Yin Shang period was already the last phase of the Gods and Demons era, it was also the last glory. Powerhouses like the North Sea Emperor that you mentioned, including Xianming Tian, only showed their talents during that period. At that time, the emperors were already dead, the celestial realm had already disappeared. Among the three realms, the celestial realm disappeared, the earth realm was damaged, the human realm was in chaos, heaven and man were separated." Su Bing seemed to be a little sad, sighing softly. "That was also a dark period." Some great emperors had been stuck at the emperor realm for countless years and had already gone mad. They were looking for the celestial realm, looking for traces of emperors, looking for a way to break through the realm. Some of them started wars, some began to kill gods and demons, some went deep into the sea of suffering, some reincarnated. The gods and demons era also ended in this period. Chaos, the world was in chaos, the three realms were in chaos. Fang Ping interrupted, let me ask one more question. According to the records, the demon emperor was still alive at that time. The catacombs' two kings were powerhouses under the demon emperor's command. You said that emperors were already gone, then what was the demon emperor? According to the records, the two kings and Gong Juanzi and the others were from the same era. The two kings were under the demon emperor's command. In that case, Gong Juanzi and the others were actually from the same era as the demon emperor. It was just that there was a slight difference in time, but they might have met before. Demon emperor? Su Bing thought for a while. You mean the earthly emperor? Su Bing said, the earthly emperor had actually disappeared a long time ago. What he left was only a spiritual consciousness projection. The earthly emperor was also the last emperor to leave traces in the three realms. In the final period, some great emperors joined forces to attack the Earth Realm God dynasty that the earthly emperor established in order to find out the truth and clues about the emperor. As for us, we were actually in a deep sleep during that period. Su Bing added. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. In that case, the catacombs record of the sinking of Godland was actually done by Heavenly Emperor Xianming and the others? We don't know about this. Su Bing shook his head. Back then, we only participated in some battles between non-true gods. True god-level powerhouses had their own battlefield. At that time, it was chaotic, very chaotic. It was so chaotic that they might be friends today, but tomorrow they might go on an expedition. The god dynasty established by the earthly emperor was no longer enough to suppress the three realms. In fact, the earthly emperor had already disappeared, and the god dynasty was no longer orthodox. I remember that back then, when we had just returned from an expedition to beyond heaven, the great emperor returned and made us fall into a deep sleep. After that, we don't know how many years have passed, and we have been in a deep sleep ever since. What about the Forbidden Sea? Was it from that battle? That battle was fought in the Silent God land. According to what you said, it wasn't the heavenly realm? It wasn't the heavenly realm. Su Bing continued, the Forbidden Sea, which is also the Bitter Sea, was actually a little earlier. It was said that the heavenly realm disappeared at the same time as the Forbidden Sea was formed. This was the most prosperous period of the God and Demon era. The great emperor might have experienced that period and had said a few words. Back then, the three realms were prosperous, and the emperor suppressed the heavens. After that, no one knows what happened. The heavenly realm disappeared, and the Forbidden Sea appeared. At this time, the God and Demon era turned from prosperity to decline, and finally, it completely declined. After the destruction of the God dynasty in the Earth realm, some emperors founded sections. This is what you call the bounded domain, Fang Ping said lightly, you know about this, but I don't think I mentioned it, right? Su Bing said calmly, the great emperor woke up once a few years ago, and he also explored the human world. I don't care to hide this. Fang Ping sneered, not saying much. Very quickly, he concluded, in that case, you are actually figures in the later period of the God and Demon era. Celestial Emperor Xianming might have experienced the early prosperity, and when you became stronger, you had actually already reached the final stage of madness? That's right. When the God and Demon era began, there were the three realms and the emperors. A great war caused the destruction of the heavenly realm, the Forbidden Sea appeared, and the emperors disappeared, right? Yes. After that, the earthly emperor's projection established a new god dynasty. Can I understand it as a mentality avatar? You can understand it that way. The earthly emperor's mentality avatar established the god dynasty, and the two kings were also his subordinates during this period. However, at that time, the emperors disappeared. Some great emperors wanted to become emperors, so they set their eyes on the avatar of the earthly emperor, and a great war broke out again. And this war caused the destruction of the God dynasty, which is also the destruction of God continent. God continent is actually not the heavenly realm, you can understand it as another land, right? Su Bing nodded slightly. Back then, the Earth realm was very big. There were many lands on the Forbidden Sea, some big and some small. The center was where the heavenly realm was. Later on, the heavenly realm was destroyed, and the earthly emperor reclaimed the sea and created land in the area where the heavenly realm used to be, and re-established the God dynasty. After that war, it was said that the land where the God dynasty was on was completely submerged. This is probably the origin of the sinking of God continent that you guys mentioned. God continent is not the heavenly realm. Although both are in that area, they are different. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, then what was the current catacombs like back then? The current Earth realm, Su Bing thought for a while before saying, back then, the Earth realm was also divided into many gathering places for mortals, demons, immortals, and gods. I have never been there, I really don't know what the current Earth realm is. Then what is the seat of rebirth? The seat of rebirth? Su Bing seemed to be recalling. After a long time, he said, I seem to have heard of it. Back then, it was said that after the emperor disappeared, he left behind clues about the emperor realm on the earthly emperor's projection. In fact, the emperors besieging the earthly emperor God dynasty is also related to the seed of rebirth. Then why did the seed of rebirth appear in the human world? Su Bing shook his head. These things happened after we fell into a deep sleep. We really don't know. The battle that Tiango participated in was also the one that besieged the earthly emperor God dynasty? Celestial Emperor, Su Bing shook his head. Not so. It seems that Celestial Emperor did not fall in this battle. It was said that it happened earlier. The Heavenly Emperor seems to know something. It is said that Celestial Emperor fell in the ruins of the Heavenly Realm. It is said that not long after the Heavenly Realm disappeared, Celestial Emperor went to the ruins of the Heavenly Realm to find clues about the emperors in order to become an emperor. That time, the Heavenly Emperor also went there. The Heavenly Emperor's map fragment that he gave you should be his harvest from that time. Celestial Emperor should have fallen that time. Who can kill Tiango? Fang Ping frowned. You said that the emperors are gone. According to Tsang Mao, Tiango is very, very strong. If that is the case, who can kill it? We don't know about that. Su Bing said helplessly, we are only at the origin realm. This is only hearsay. There are some things that only some true gods and heavenly emperors know. Why didn't Tiango look for the earthly emperor's avatar? Su Bing hesitated. Beside him, Jiao Kuei said coldly, Celestial Emperor is so arrogant. It is just a mere avatar, Celestial Emperor is just unwilling to look for it. It is said that Celestial Emperor went to the heavenly realm just to fight a martial emperor. He wanted to fight with a real emperor, not just to learn about the martial emperor's path. Although the earthly emperor's avatar has wisdom, it is limited. Although it has strength, it should not be as strong as Celestial Emperor. In that case, it is not surprising that Celestial Emperor disdained to fight with the avatar and went to the ruins of the heavenly realm to look for the true emperor. If the earthly emperor's avatar is here, it means that the emperors are actually not dead, right? Those emperors are actually still alive. It is just that for some reason, they have disappeared. Tiango also did find the emperors and perished in the hands of the emperors? We do not know about this. Su Bing shook his head. He really did not know about this. He also did not have this qualification to know. The disappearance of the heavenly realm and the appearance of the Forbidden Sea is a battle. Tiango went to find the heavenly realm and might have fought with the emperors. It is also a battle. Some great emperors besieged and killed the earthly emperor's avatar to seize the seed of rebirth. It is another battle. Many years later, two powerhouses under the earthly emperor's avatar and those remaining great emperors who founded sects had a war again. After that, the demon emperor entered the catacombs and it was another battle. Next, it is the modern battle. Fang Ping sorted out these sequences and said, it is said that the battle during the demon emperor calendar period was in the demon emperor calendar year 3000. Doesn't this mean that the earthly emperor's avatar existed for more than 3,000 years before it was destroyed? Can a mentality avatar really exist for so long? Heavenly Emperor Xianming and the others experienced the Three Realms period. Doesn't that mean that they waited more than 3,000 years before launching this battle? Su Bing explained, indeed. Actually, in the beginning, everyone did not realize that what the earthly emperor left behind was a spiritual projection. At that time, the heavenly realm disappeared and the earthly emperor appeared. He pacified the chaos and founded the God dynasty. Everyone thought that the earthly emperor was the only surviving emperor. The emperor was invincible and undefeatable. Back then, no one dared to disrespect the emperor. This continued for many, many years. Until the later period, the earthly emperor's projection seemed to be unable to be maintained. Only then was the flaw discovered. After that, it was also confirmed by a few top-notch powerhouses that it was indeed not the emperor's true body. Only then did the subsequent events happen. In other words, if the emperor was still around and still alive, even if those great emperors coveted the emperor realm, they would not dare to rebel. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little emotional. There was always a higher mountain, an emperor suppressed the heavens throughout the ages. When he was alive, even if there were many great emperors and countless true gods, still no one dared to show any rebellious intent. Until they knew that the earthly emperor did not exist in his true body, these great emperors still endured for many years before suddenly erupting and surrounding and killing the other party. More than 3,000 years, a doppelganger suppressed the heavens for more than 3,000 years. This was the emperor. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, "Then why did you guys hibernate? Even if you were seriously injured back then, there was no need to hibernate until now, right?" Su Bing said helplessly, "We don't know about this, cut it out." Fang Ping humphed. "You don't know? If you really don't know, where did the so-called Three Realms unification come from?" Su Bing explained, "This may have something to do with the final battle back then. The great emperors besieged the God dynasty and started a battle with the earthly emperor's doppelganger. Perhaps they found out something and chose to hide from the world. However, in that battle back then, some great emperors were indeed seriously injured. It is not impossible for the great emperors to recuperate in seclusion for 1,000 years when they were injured. Then, Gong Juanzi and the others did not participate in the battle back then? Powerhouses like the North Sea Emperor and the others seem to have already begun to plot the matters of the sects today. We don't know whether they participated in the battle or not, but since they founded the sects, it means that they did not hibernate back then. Fang Ping thought for a while and asked again, Gong Juanzi and the others' battle seems to be related to the North-South conflict. Why is that? It's actually a great Tao battle between spiritual consciousness and the body. Speaking of this, Su Bing knew about it. He said, actually, in the later years of the earthly emperor God dynasty, there was a debate about this. Back then, the great emperors could not enter the emperor realm for a long time. At this time, some theories from before the heavenly realm disappeared were also discovered by both sides. With the North Sea Emperor and the others as the leaders, they felt that spiritual consciousness should be the main. The reason why we know about this is that the North Sea Emperor once came to Dark Sky sect to invite the great emperors to participate in these matters. The great emperors in the past also focused on spiritual consciousness and were regarded as the southern sect's powerhouses. That was a long time ago, when the great Tao battle was not too intense. Only some of the great emperors had some conflicts. As for what happened later, I really don't know. Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, then let me ask again. What does this have to do with the two great emperors? Why are they involved in this? The two great emperors, Su Bing shook his head and said, I don't know who the two great emperors are. Back then, the earthly emperor God dynasty had many powerhouses and ruled all heavens. Even the Outland was ruled by the earthly emperor God dynasty in name. I don't know which two powerhouses survived that battle. As for their involvement, perhaps the great emperors invited them to help, or they were simply caught in it. Moreover, it's possible that they wanted to restore the earthly emperor God dynasty. You actually don't know about the construction of Imperial Sea Mountain? I don't know, but I've heard about it. Su Bing continued, when the great emperor returned, he said that the Sea of Bitterness had rebelled. If this goes on, the land might completely disappear. Thus, when you mentioned the Imperial Sea Mountain, I guessed that this should be a fortification jointly built by the remaining experts of the land when we were in slumber to defend against the invasion of the Bitter Sea. Why would the Forbidden Sea invade? Su Bing smiled bitterly. I don't know either. It's also a rumor. The Sea of Bitterness is boundless. After the heavenly realm disappeared, there seemed to be no great emperor to suppress it, so the sea of bitterness began to expand. In the past, the earthly emperor's projection built the earthly emperor-god dynasty on the original site of the heavenly realm. It was said that it was also to suppress the sea of bitterness. After the earthly emperor-god dynasty was destroyed, there was no one to suppress it, so the sea of bitterness continued to expand. This is understandable. Jiao suddenly said, the sea of bitterness is to destroy the world. Destroy the world? Why? I don't know, I've just heard about it. Fang Ping was speechless. He gently knocked on the table. Then why did they choose to appear at this time? According to what you said, the three realms are actually one, and the heavenly realm wall is broken. Could it be that the powerhouses back then joined forces and failed to break the heavenly realm wall? Su Bing shook his head. We really don't know about this. It should be impossible to break. It said that the heavenly realm wall was built by countless powerhouses with the participation of the great emperor-god dynasty. It can only be worn away by time. The great emperor-god dynasty no longer exists, and the mortal world surges. When the great emperor-god dynasty attacks, the heavenly realm wall will break. In other words, when there is too much filth in the human world and it invades the weak parts of the heavenly realm wall, it will form some flaws and loopholes. After that, it will cause the heavenly realm wall to break. As Su Bing said this, he added, in the past, except for grandmasters and some top-notch powerhouses, no one else could enter the human world. In the past, the three realms were divided to isolate the human world. Isolate? Do you think we're a virus? Fang Ping laughed. What great emperor-god dynasty wall? What a joke. Now that you've said this, I understand a little. Previously, someone said that killing a large number of humans can open the passageway and speed up the process. Is it related to this? Su Bing nodded. This is not a rumor. It's feasible. The more mortals there are, the heavier the filth. If they die, the grievance will be even heavier. At this moment, it will impact the heavenly realm wall and break the barrier. In the past, there were powerhouses from the human world who killed a large number of mortals in order to break the realm and enter the land realm, opening the passageway. Therefore, this statement is actually accurate. Tian Mu snorted coldly. Where did this statement come from? It came from the evil sect. Killing a large number of humans would fully open the passageway. In the past, powerhouses from the evil sect had come out and announced that killing some mortals would open a catacombs and humans would enter the catacombs to fight. Since it was true now, what did it mean? It meant that the evil sect was actually created by some old antiques. This was because people from the neo-martial era did not know about these things at all. Only those old antiques knew. They deserve to be killed. Tian Mu said. It was unknown whether he was talking about the evil sect or these old antiques. Including Su Bing. When he talked about killing a large number of mortals and opening the world wall, he did not seem to have any strange expression. Perhaps in their eyes, this was a matter of course. Fang Ping said lightly, then why didn't they do this back then? If they killed all the humans back then, wouldn't it have been opened long ago? In the past, the world wall was still very stable. There were not many mortals back then. The human world was desolate. Even if they killed all of them, they might not be able to open it. As Su Bing said that, he said quickly, of course, this is not the Emperor's intention. The Emperor also said that we are mortals and cannot do such a world-destroying thing. Only some demon path powerhouses would do this. Everyone laughed. Some words did not need to be explained. The previous sentence was probably true. Back then, the world wall was too stable. There were too few humans. Even if they killed them, they might not be able to open it. It was better to let the humans continue to reproduce and wait for an opportunity. And now, the opportunity had come, a large number of humans appeared. The passageway had gradually opened. Therefore, the scene today was born. Su Bing's words also made everyone have a clear understanding of some things. The current situation between humans and the catacombs was indeed arranged and calculated by someone. They were all waiting for the world wall to fully open. The emergence of the evil sect was probably to speed up this process. In the end, for some reason, the evil sect did not have any impact. Fang Ping guessed that it might be related to Heavenly King Garrison. After all, at that time only Heavenly King Garrison could deter those powerhouses. In that case, Heavenly King Garrison might also be one of the old antiques back then. It's just that he did not choose to kill humans to speed up the opening of the passageway. Fong Ping narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. Heavenly King Garrison might have chosen another path. For example, to create a prosperous era and let more humans. This could also open the passageway. No matter what, Fong Ping felt that even if this path was planned by Heavenly King Garrison, he did not have any ideas. Between exterminating humans and giving birth to more humans, of course, the latter was better. In the guest hall, Su Bing's words also gave everyone a clearer understanding of history. After sorting out his thoughts, Fong Ping saw that Li Hansong had recorded everything down. He continued, let's not talk about these for now. Let's talk about Xianming Tian's goal. What is Xianming Tian's goal this time? Seeing that Su Bing was about to speak, Fong Ping pressed his hands together and said, the truth. Now, let's talk it over. If we can come to an agreement, it's good for you and good for me. Maybe we can help each other. But if you lie, once you're discovered, unless you really think that you can hide it, it won't be as easy to talk to you then. Jiao Kuei sneered, easy to talk to? Fong Ping looked at her and said coldly, what do you think? If it wasn't easy to talk, would you even have the chance to talk now? Don't force me to kill all of you. Do you really think you're that great just because you've lived for so long? Didn't you see how the last person who spoke to me like that died? A light flashed in Jiao Kuei's eyes, but she quickly became dejected and didn't say a word. Su Bing sighed and said softly, Department Head Fong, you don't have to be like this. Since Department Head Fong has said so, this old man will also speak about Mystic Heaven's sex objective. First, we need information from all sides. The Profound Sky sect hasn't appeared in the world for many years, so they don't know much about the current situation. They need to know some information about the experts. Sure. Fong Ping chuckled. I'll provide these for you. Secondly, Xianming Ming has appeared in the human world. I hope that the human sovereign can provide us with a place to stay. Fong Ping chuckled. You want to start a sect? Is it really necessary? Su Bing thought for a moment and said, it's not just us. The other parties will have the same request. Chaos was coming, not only in the human realm, but also in the earth realm. With the emergence of experts, they all hoped to reopen their doors and recruit disciples. Chaotic times are actually the time when monsters are born. As he said that, Su Bing glanced at Fong Ping. These young people were so powerful now. It was not strange at all. Because chaos was coming. Su Bing continued, don't worry, Minister Fong. Reopening the mountain gate and recruiting disciples will only bring benefits to the human world. In the past, the great emperors had a feeling that the path to becoming an emperor might be related to all living beings, therefore, this time, the martial monarchs might choose to walk the path of all life. Fong Ping chuckled. Similar to the emperor path? If that's the case, why would they sit back and watch humans die? Su Bing sighed and said, perhaps Minister Fong lived in a different era from us. In the God and Devil age, this is not the original sin. Minister Fong, if the human realm insists on doing this, I'm afraid we won't be able to coexist with the Grandmasters. Jiao Kuei also said coldly, that's right. If you place your hopes on the Grandmasters to fight to the death for a bunch of ants, that's impossible. This is not because we are heartless, but because the great Tao is heartless. We have cultivated bitterly to this day because of our own fate. Ants do not have this fate and are unable to strengthen themselves. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, that is also fate. Bullshit. Tian Mu opened his mouth and snorted coldly, if I really die of old age, illness, and death, who cares if you guys fight or not? Everyone had to die, no one was an exception. But now, was he going to die of old age? No, the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to the destruction of humanity at the hands of experts, and all of this was for the ridiculous seed of rebirth, for the ridiculous path of the emperor. You all have original sins, whether it is you or those emperors, you are all sinners, you let your descendants bear the consequences of your own actions. Do you deserve to be called gods? You think you're worthy to be our ancestor? Bullshit, a bunch of selfish things. Do you think you're worthy to tell me that the Great Way is merciless? Who do you think you are? Each of you hid better than a dog, and now you've jumped out one by one. Why didn't I see your shadows earlier? What celestial and human realm lol, seed of rebirth, all of them were created by you guys. Now you're pushing all the blame away. Why? Tianmu was furious. Jiao Kuei was not angry. She said indifferently, all of you are also the beneficiaries of this opportunity. If not for this, all of you would not have cultivated to this point in such a short time. Get lost. If there was no war, no danger of destruction, do you think I'm willing to be some bullshit T rank 9? Tianmu's face was livid. Do you think I'm willing to be a powerhouse? Do you think I'm only becoming stronger for the sake of becoming stronger? What a joke, you don't know what you're talking about. Seeing that Jiao Kuei wanted to say more, Fang Ping said indifferently, Minister Tian's entire family, except for Minister Tian, died in the catacombs. It's to protect the so-called ants in your mouth. Minister Tian fought until the origin Tao was scattered, it was also to protect the ants in your mouth. All of you have no right to say these things. In the past 60 years, Minister Tian has fought thousands of battles. Every battle, he fought with the will to die. The number of times he was seriously injured in this life is countless times more than those so-called powerhouses like you. In the end, he's all alone with nothing. He only wishes to retire and enjoy a few days of peace. We call such powerhouses grandmasters. All of you are just a bunch of self-righteous, ridiculous old antiques. Tianmu snorted and said exasperatedly, don't take these as my battle achievements. These fellows are not worthy of me talking to them. They don't have the right. Family members dying in battle was not a merit. In his opinion, this could be used as something to brag to old Zhang and the rest. But not these people in front of him. Why would it be something to brag to old Zhang and the rest? Because in the eyes of the martial artists, family members dying in battle, dying in the catacombs, this was the reason why they persevered in the battle. However, in front of these people did not even deserve to know what they were fighting for. They did not have the right. Even if my family died in battle, I don't need to mention it to these guys, because they don't know what it means. To defend, Fang Ping chuckled. That's true. Perhaps in their eyes, it's good that their family members died in battle. The great Tao is merciless. Killing one's father, one's mother, and one's wife to prove one's Tao, how good would that be? Perhaps these people had really slaughtered their entire families for the sake of cultivation. Who asked my family to be like ants, to be my fetters? Su Bing sighed and said softly, Department Head Fang, Department Head Tian, you don't have to be like this. I've already said that this is because the era we live in is different from yours. Fang Ping smiled. Maybe. However, the human race is in trouble today. Surely it has something to do with you, right? Or rather, it had something to do with those high and mighty true gods and great emperors. You are considered accomplices. If you had lent a hand at the beginning of the crisis, I would have said that the ancestors were responsible, that they were real men. Let's fight side by side. Even if we die in battle, we will accept it, but do you have them? Fang Ping sneered. He waved his hand and said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. It's meaningless. Coming into being 2 years before the Great Chaos, just based on this timing alone, you are a scourge. The root of the disaster is actually all of you. This point, in front of all of you, is this. You bunch of people are all the root of the disaster, a malignant tumor. Heavenly Emperor Xianming is a large malignant tumor. All of you are small malignant tumors that he spread out. Anyway, you're all not good things. Don't you. I'm being a little direct. Only by being open and honest like this can we have a discussion. Fang Ping interrupted Jiao Kuei's words and said with a smile, let's return to the original topic. You want to establish a sect and recruit disciples, right? That's right. Su Bing also did not want to dwell on the previous matter. He said quickly, I hope that Emperor and Department Head Fang can allow this matter. If it were before, his idea was to establish a sect directly. When Grandmaster came into being and recruited disciples, mortals would flock to it like ducks if they knew about it. Even Emperor might not be able to care about this. However, at this time, he knew that it might not work. They did not have freedom at all. Moreover, in the human world today, Emperor's ruling power was extremely shocking. On the way here, they also asked around. What martial arts university? In their eyes, they were emperor's disciples. There were actually emperor's disciples everywhere. The martial artists in the military were actually disciples of another true god. The martial artists had already entered the sects of various true gods. In this way, it would be a little difficult to establish a sect in the human world again. It was not like this in the past. Emperor and these people, why would they recruit so many disciples? 3 to 5, 10 or so, that was the limit. Now, it was hundreds of thousands, millions, education without discrimination. At this time, Su Bing felt that he might have to think of some other ways. Otherwise, even if it was a great emperor this time, there might also be a situation where no one was interested. Thinking of this, Su Bing said again, when necessary, the great emperor can come out of seclusion and help the human world kill some powerhouses. Fang Ping said with a smile, I know what you mean. Show your divinity in front of the people, show the existence of the great emperor, flaunt the power of the great emperor, and attract people to join your sect, is that right? Don't blame me for being straightforward. This is the truth, isn't it? Su Bing said nothing. Fang Ping knocked on the table and said with a smile, actually, it's not impossible. But I want to say a few points. First, martial artists above the middle rank are not allowed to be recruited. Second, no matter what kind of great emperor you are, once you come to the human world, you will be under the jurisdiction of the government. Third, when it's time to conscript, you guys have to take action. Fourth, you guys are not allowed to carry out lynchings for no reason. Things like directly killing your disciples do not exist. If there is a crime, you can hand it over to the government. Fifth, whoever wants to establish a sect must guard a catacomb. Sixth, all the disciples, every week, that is, every 7 days, must attend an educational tutorial. The government will arrange a tutor to teach each family. They must attend. Seventh, the disciples, including you guys, will have missions every year and every month. For example, how many people, catacombs martial artists, these must be completed in accordance with the quantity. Eighth, wait until I think of it. When he finished saying these, Su Bing's face was already livid. Was this still considered Black Light's disciple? Fang Ping added, oh right, I forgot to mention, your headquarters will be built in the catacombs. We can transfer some of the cities that have been built now to you. Of course, you have to pay a certain price. Earth is too small, Sino Nation is too small, it can't accommodate powerhouses like you. However, you can enter and exit the catacombs on the condition that you report it. Don't think that this is bad, this is also for your safety, in case we think that the catacombs are invading and kill you straight away. Fang Ping chuckled. This is the catacombs, passageways, the boundary. In my opinion, in the past, not everyone had the right to enter and exit the two realms, right? Now that you guys are the mountain gate, we have thought highly of you. In order to conquer these places, we have really sacrificed tens of millions of people. Now that we are giving them to you, if you are still not satisfied with this, then we have nothing else to say. As he spoke, Tianmu quickly transmitted his voice, give up the catacombs to them? Fang Ping also transmitted his voice, drag them out. It's even more dangerous to hide in 33 heavens. In the catacombs, at least we still know their whereabouts, but inside 33 heavens, it's even harder to monitor. Tianmu pondered, but in this case, if they join forces with the catacombs, joining forces is still better than working together from the inside and outside. We can just plant our men there. That's good too, we can use their powerhouses to seize resources for us and cultivate talents. Sino Nation has too many people. If we really rely on us, can we cultivate them all? But in that case, once the humans who enter are cultivated by them to become stronger, are you sure they will still be on the same side as us? Some things still have to be kept in the open. If we don't agree, they may cultivate some people in secret, this is even more dangerous. It's better to open it up, then at least we will know who they are cultivating. Didn't I say it before? According to the military model, there will be some effect after attending classes every week. After all, everyone is living in the modern world, do you think they will really listen to these old antiques brainwashing? What heartless great Tao, do you think it's possible to be the great emperor's lackey? Fang Ping did not believe it at all. Modern humans had been exposed to too many things since they were young, they really thought it was the same as in the past, if you are strong, then they will be your lackeys, thinking too much. Some people could listen to you for their ideals, for their dreams, for their future, but if they were to sell their lives and die for you, it was probably hopeless. He did not rule out the possibility that some people could not stand up after kneeling, but Fang Ping did not care too much about these people. Could these people who kneeled and could not stand up become powerhouses in a short period of time? What a joke. What about the Heaven Division here? There's no difference, the Heaven Division can't let everyone stay here forever, just conscript during the war. Don't tell me you and these people have been staying on the island since they came to the Heaven Division? If you can't supervise them all the time, then give them the appropriate freedom that they want. As Fang Ping said that, he added, give them some space, but don't push them too hard. Throw some hard bones to them. They just came out of the mountains, after so many years, how much reserves can they have? If they want resources, can they not kill or rob? If they don't come to the human world, then naturally they can only go to the catacombs. In reality, we are also poor, they may not be interested. The catacombs are rich, of course they will go to the catacombs to rob. The absolute peak does not enter the outer realm, in this case, isn't it? Let them fight. One death counts, it's best to arrange for them to go to the catacombs with the boundaries, let them fight each other. The boundaries, 33 heavens, the catacombs, if these three powerhouses really have a conflict, it will be a great chaotic war. As for us, guarding our territory, guarding Earth is enough. If the catacombs are really lost, it's actually not a big deal. You're quite black-hearted, kid. Fang Ping was speechless. How was he black-hearted? If they wanted to establish their own sect, what could he do? The Earth was so small, if he did not allow it, there would definitely be conflicts. If he allowed it, they were all powerhouses, in such a small place, and with so many ordinary humans living, it would be a mess. After thinking about it, it was best to stuff them into the catacombs. As for the outland they were in, Fang Ping felt that it would be best if it could be controlled, if not, try to find a way to destroy it. These places were hidden dangers. If he found a new home for these old antiques, once they were tired of staying in their old home, they might not care anymore. Then you discuss it with Minister Zhang and the rest, I won't interfere in this matter. Tianmu shook his head. Forget it, they could do whatever they wanted. If he really let these people go to the catacombs, it was good too. Sino Nation had many catacombs entrances, a total of 25. Now that 24 were opened, if 7 or 8 were given up, Sino Nation's pressure would be greatly reduced. As for these people joining forces with the catacombs, they would take necessary precautions, but in the short term, they probably would not do so. The catacombs were also different from humans, they might not be able to accommodate these old antiques. When the two kings wanted to come out, they were being watched by a large number of people. Now that these old antiques wanted to join, it would be strange if the powerhouses in the catacombs agreed. Fang Ping and Tianmu spoke telepathically. Su Bing and Tiao Kuei looked at each other. Soon, Su Bing said, I need to report this to the emperor and wait for the emperor's permission. Fang Ping laughed. Of course. Having said that, Fang Ping asked, Senior Su, how many outlands are there? Are they all guarded by emperor-level powerhouses? Su Bing did not hide this. Previously, their purpose was to borrow strength to fight strength and eradicate their opponents. After hearing that, he said quickly, in the past, at the end of the gods and devils, there were a total of 22 outlands in the world. Outlands is one of the forces, and the earthly emperor god dynasty is also a big force. Another force is the idol emperors and true gods, such as the North Sea Emperor, who seem to have established sects in the later stages. Actually, strictly speaking, there is another force. Fang Ping was surprised. Which force? People from the heavenly realm. Su Bing explained, when the heavenly realm was destroyed back then, not everyone died. Back then, some of the emperor's disciples did not die. Some escaped from the heavenly realm and were active during the earthly emperor period. However, these people also disappeared later, but they might not have been completely destroyed. These people might have their own purpose, the emperors disappeared, the heavenly realm disappeared. Maybe they know the reason. They survived, maybe it was the emperor's arrangement. How many emperors were there back then? I only know about the earthly emperor and the human emperor. Fang Ping laughed. What about the heavenly realm's emperors? The three emperors of the heavenly realm, Su Bing shook his head. The heavenly realm does not belong to one emperor alone, but is ruled by all emperors. The earthly emperor and human emperor are just things that happened in the later stages. In fact, it's just a division. What I mean is. Fang Ping laughed. I understand, it's just a name. The so-called human emperor and earthly emperor are leaders in name. In reality, they might not be in the earth realm or the human realm, right? Yes, exactly. The earthly emperor God dynasty was not founded by the earthly emperor himself. Now that you put it that way, I understand. As Fang Ping spoke, Su Bing suddenly said, although I don't know, Sky Emperor definitely knows. Su Bing explained, I have heard of the names Sky Emperor and Celestial Emperor. Legend has it that these two emperors lived in the heavenly realm in the past and had contact with the emperors. After the heavenly realm disappeared, these two emperors appeared in the earth realm. After all, I have only heard rumors. There are some things that I am not qualified to know. Sky Emperor, on the other hand, definitely knows more than I do. Fang Ping was speechless. What did he know? This lazy cat had forgotten everything that should be forgotten and forgotten things that should not be forgotten. Other than sleeping and eating, a cat was worse than a pig. It was useless to ask. However, at this time, he understood one thing. This cat was really an old antique, the super old kind. He had contact with the emperors before. He had heard about it before, but now it was proven. The cat said that when it woke up that year, it picked up a lot of divine weapons. Could it be the battle where the heavenly realm disappeared? According to Fang Ping's guess, it was very likely, otherwise, divine weapons were very powerful. Ordinary people did not have them. Only Celestial Emperor Xianming and the others had divine weapons. If it was the battle with Tengu, then the cat would not say that Tengu had borrowed many of its divine weapons. Obviously, Tengu was still alive when it borrowed the divine weapons. This cat is a god. That year, it might have been a battle between emperors. It's fine if it was fine, but it even picked up divine weapons. What does this mean? Even the heavenly realm was destroyed and the forbidden sea was destroyed. In the end, a cat did not die. It woke up in a daze, picked up a pile of divine weapons, and continued to change places to be carefree and continue to sleep. Such a cat's life was really leisurely, everyone else was fighting to cross. This cat did not cross on its own. What could you do? Fang Ping said quickly, how many of those 22 grandmasters are left? I don't know. Su Bing saw Fang Ping's dissatisfaction and sighed. I really don't know. Even the emperors don't know how many grandmasters have not been destroyed. That year, some emperors died in that battle. Some true gods were also destroyed. Black Heaven originally had true god powerhouses too, but all of them died. If there are no true gods and emperors and some grandmasters, even if there were people who did not die back then, without anyone to help them sleep, they would have died of old age. Not everyone could fall into a deep sleep. Without the ultimate strength to help you seal off your qi and stop the loss of vitality, it was not like you could not die just by sleeping. After thousands of years, it was normal to die. Of those 22 places, other than Black Heaven, can we find them in other places? Su Bing thought for a while before saying, the world has changed, the changes are too great. If it's just us who go in search, we might not be able to. However, if there are true gods accompanying us, powerhouses like the Emperor, we can still find some clues after searching inch by inch. Back then, there were 9 grandmasters in the human world. Some of the grandmasters were different from us, they only built grandmaster passageways in the land realm. Of the 9 grandmasters in the human world, other than Black Heaven, I only know the location of 4 of the other 8. As for whether the master is still around, I don't know. Even some of the grandmasters, I only know the rough location, I don't even know which great emperor is in charge of them. He did not even know the names of some great emperors, he only knew that it was the realm of powerhouses. Back then, the era they lived in was more chaotic. True gods and great emperors fought constantly. Often, they only remembered a great emperor when the great emperor died, most of the time, they would only know who died when the great emperor died. So, there are 13 catacombs? That's right. Of the 9 on Earth, other than Black Heaven, you know the other 4. Can you find their approximate location now? Su Bing thought for a while and said, with Black Heaven as the location, we should be able to find it. If Heaven wants to conquer these grandmasters and need your help, what do the two of you think? Su Bing sighed and said, there are not many familiar people in the past, Minister Feng should kill less, don't say such pretentious words. Feng Ping smiled and said, I asked this and you answered readily. Don't you have such thoughts? If I didn't guess wrongly, the 4 places you mentioned might have been Heavenly Emperor Xianming's enemies back then. Since we're being honest, let's talk more directly. Senior Su, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not a fool, neither are you. You're using me, similarly, I'm also using you. This is the basis of our cooperation. At critical moments, maybe we still need Heavenly Emperor Xianming to take action and kill some old antiques. Is there a problem? Su Bing said hurriedly, I dare not agree on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor, then go and ask. Feng Ping smiled and said, send someone back to ask. Ask Heavenly Emperor Xianming if he's interested in eradicating some opponents in advance. Everyone wants to become an emperor, how can it be so simple? If it's so simple, why wait until now? In this era, who doesn't want to become an emperor? When the time comes, they'll still have to fight. If that's the case, then kill some people in advance and reduce the number of opponents, isn't that good? Su Bing pondered for a moment, nodded and said, then I'll arrange for someone to go back and report to the Heavenly Emperor. That's more like it. Feng Ping laughed and said, if that's the case, you guys will join Heaven. All the high ranks have to join Heaven. Of course, I can leave some rank 7s for you guys to prepare for the establishment of the sect. However, rank 8s must join and obey orders at all times to fight everywhere. Similarly, we'll give you some convenience, including recruiting people, settling down, eating and drinking. The logistics work is also very important. With your current situation, if you recruit ordinary people, you'll starve to death. Don't think about snatching, if you dare to, you'll have to exchange your lives for a grain of food, see if it's worth it. Don't expect any offerings, it's impossible. Su Bing did not refute this time. Feng Ping said again, oh right, how many people do you want to recruit? 10,000. Feng Ping frowned slightly and said, so many? Can you guys feed them? Don't worry, Minister Feng. If we really can't provide for them, we'll use some spirit stones to exchange. Alright then, 1 caddy of spirit stones for 10,000 caddies of food, that's it. As soon as Feng Ping said this, Tiao Kuei could not help but scold softly, 1 spirit stone for 10,000 caddies of food. That's just something used by ordinary people. Then if you guys have the ability, you can hunt monsters to feed them, I have no objections. Feng Ping sneered. Exchange or not, having said that, Feng Ping stood up and said, Iron Head, record the situation of the 22 grandmasters. Also, arrange for the seniors to go to class. 3 days later, we'll set off to find the grandmasters. Okay. Li Hansong responded. Feng Ping glanced at Su Bing and Tiao Kuei and said, both of you should polish your martial arts when you're free. If you can't even reach rank 8, how can you fight everywhere? Don't let the enemy not die, but you're beaten to death. You'll embarrass the Heaven Division. As soon as he said that, both of their expressions changed. Feng Ping stretched himself and smiled. I hope these grandmasters will be more honest, otherwise, if we fight and kill them, we won't gain much in the end. That'll be a big loss. Su Bing and Tiao Kuei's expressions changed again, looking a little ugly. Feng Ping did not care about this, however, and walked straight out of the hall. What needed to be prepared had been prepared, what needed to be suppressed had been suppressed. Next, it was time to prepare for the Heaven Division's first show of power. He had to find someone who could beat them. It would be best if he did not have to use his peak, the cult headquarters. This was more suitable, but he was a little worried that Sung Mao would run away after getting the bell. This lazy cat did not let people worry at all. It was not a big deal to help out a little. At the same time, a secret place somewhere. Li Zhen frowned. Is it really feasible to hand over the Heaven Division to Feng Ping? Zhang Tao, don't mess around. Especially now that these old guys from the apotheosis period are involved. Don't scold them. Zhang Tao said faintly, among those present, there might be a few from the apotheosis period too. Old guys, that's not good. Li Zhen was embarrassed. Damn it, don't tell me he scolded my own ancestor too. Beside them, Warlord glanced at them and said grumpily, don't count us in. Even if we were really born in the apotheosis period, we've long forgotten about it. Zhang Tao chuckled. Senior, I have a question. If one day, your master comes out. Get lost. You're the one who has a master. Cough cough, okay, not master, just sect leader or something like that. For example, if the sect leader of Purple Cap Mountain comes out, what will you do, senior? Warlord was speechless. What does that have to do with me? Do I know him? Then if he knows the weakness of your origin path, cut it out. Warlord said nonchalantly, I'm so strong, so what if he knows? All these years, I've already advanced forward on the path of Tao, much further than when I started. When I come out, he might not even be my match, give me some benefits and we can recognize him as a relative. As for who to subdue, do you think I'll care? Zhang Tao chuckled. Don't. Maybe you're his biological son. What should we do? How could Warlord suddenly shut up before he could say anything? Damn, it was possible, these powerhouses could protect a paragon from death back then. It would be inexcusable if they were not direct descendants. Could he really be the other party's son? Warlord was embarrassed. It was possible. If it were him, if he could only protect one person at the last moment, who would he protect? It would most likely be a direct descendant. If that was the case, he might really be the old guy's descendant. This scolding was giving him a headache. Warlord felt that he had better not think about it. He shuddered at the thought. He was used to being a big shot for hundreds of years. If a father suddenly popped out of nowhere, he would die. As they were chatting, Zhang Tao suddenly smiled. Since Senior Li is here, why don't we have a chat? In the blink of an eye, an illusory figure appeared. Tianming isn't his son. The Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King's voice was faint, as if he was right in front of them, yet far away. Hearing this, the War King cursed, old thing. When I asked you a few years ago, you didn't even say a word. Now that he had popped up, all he had to do was say that he was not his son? Tell me, what's the relationship between me and him? I'm warning you, I'm almost at the end of my path. If you piss me off, I'll kill you sooner or later. Tianming, your personality, sigh. Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King sighed and said slowly, he can be considered his junior brother. Junior brother? The Warlord was speechless. Does that mean that the guy inside is really from my family? What does the Demon Emperor have to do with me? Ask not sword. Heavenly King Zhen thought for a while before saying, perhaps he can be considered your disciple nephew, but he has already betrayed Purple Cap Mountain a few years ago, so it's fine not to recognize him as a relative. So you were the one who got us out? That's not it. Heavenly King Zhenwang smiled faintly and said, you all came out on your own, or rather, were sent out by those people inside. I just happened to find you guys at the right time. Nonsense. The Warlord said unhappily, we came out on our own? Then we don't remember anything, so what did we come out for? To watch the show. The Warlord snorted coldly and said, you definitely know, maybe it was arranged by you. Otherwise, what's the use of a bunch of people without memories coming out? Speak, which family's old ghost are you from? What does the first grotto heaven, Wangwu Mountain, have to do with you? You'll know sooner or later. Forget it. The Warlord was not courteous at all. It's been several hundred years, it's all the same. You old thing, although I don't know what you want to do, it's nothing more than to become an emperor. That's not it. Heavenly King Zhenwang laughed and said again, maybe I have the same intention too. However, this old man isn't purely for the sake of becoming an emperor, you won't understand even if I say it. Everyone, you don't need to doubt this old man. If I really want to make a move against you guys, these few years, none of you can live. This old man living until now, maybe, it's also a kind of habit. It was rare for Heavenly King Zhenwang to be somewhat emotional and said with a sigh, have you all forgotten what you live for, mission? Maybe. Year after year, day after day, passing through one era after another, sitting and watching the rise and fall of civilization, life, what's the point of living? At this moment, Heavenly King Zhenwang's tone was full of vicissitudes of life. Zhang Tao smiled faintly and said, hearing Senior's tone, could it be a figure before deity conferment? Deity conferment. How can there be gods in this world? This old man is just waiting. Heavenly King Zhenwang laughed and did not wait for Zhang Tao to inquire and continued, no need to ask any more, some things, knowing or not knowing, there's no need. Zhang Tao smiled and said, maybe. But this Zhang still wants to ask one thing, is the opening of the passageway related to Senior? That's fate. Heavenly King Zhenwang said complicatedly, when the human path flourishes, the passageway will definitely open. When the human path declines, the passageway will also open. Whether it opens for prosperity or declines, it can't escape this calamity. 1,000 years ago, when the human path declined, the passageway actually already opened. The reason why this old man appeared is actually somewhat related to Unquestionable Sword. Back then, Unquestionable Sword was like you, insisting on smashing this chessboard, wanting to defy the heavens with his power alone. Do you all know what Unquestionable Sword did when he entered the catacombs back then? Don't know, Senior, please dispel my doubts. Heavenly King Zhenwang's figure swayed slightly. Unquestionable Sword, genius. 2,000 years ago, he was Purple Cap Mountain's most outstanding disciple, the most outstanding successor. Among all the Grotto Heavens, the only chief who advanced to the apex. He was everyone's pride, the most outstanding, even saying that the only genius since the sect era started. That era, the living apex were practically all old antiques from the deity conferment era. Only he was like the modern era. Just like you, the first desperate realm powerhouse when the sect era started back then. Unfortunately, humans have weaknesses. Success is due to the wildcat, failure is also due to the wildcat. Zhang Tao said curiously, how is it related to the wildcat? That cat. Better not mention it. Heavenly King Zhenwang was really somewhat sighing, but Zhang Tao smiled and said, Senior better mention it, I'm quite interested. Before Unquestionable Sword reached the apex, he was already involved with this cat. Divine artifact, cultivation method, heaven realm ruins, countless natural treasures. Whatever this cat has, he has it. What is the wildcat? The wildcat is the heaven realm. I can't say. In short, this cat has gone through countless tribulations, no disasters or tribulations, not even the heavens can destroy it. If Heavenly Hound was like it could ignore all these and live, but Heavenly Hound loved to fight until it died. The wildcat didn't die, it was both a blessing and a curse. It had a pair of discerning eyes, and wherever there were benefits, it would be there, whether it was a person or an object, it would be there if there were benefits. Back then, it followed Unquestionable Sword. Perhaps it didn't understand, but how could some powerhouses who had experienced some great changes not understand? Unquestionable Sword might be the next powerhouse who had a chance to reach the monarch realm. Some people started to plan and plot in secret, hence, Unquestionable Sword betrayed Purple Cap Mountain and went to the Heaven Realm ruins in search of opportunities. His strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he entered the Emperor Realm in a short period of time. How could such a person be willing to be schemed against by others? Unfortunately, there were too many powerhouses scheming against him. Unquestionable Sword hardened his heart, lay dormant for 1,000 years, and finally decided to break this chessboard. Zhang Tao smiled, looks like he didn't succeed? He's halfway there. Heavenly King Suppressing smiled, back then, he entered the catacombs and killed many Emperor Realm powerhouses. Do you really think the catacombs are so weak? Back then, the catacombs were where the land realm was, and there were countless powerhouses. How many true monarchs are there now? Have some people from the Outland really been in slumber until now? Not so. Back then, Unquestionable Sword entered the catacombs and killed countless ancient powerhouses, almost destroying the catacombs. The few places that he had found in the realm beyond heavens had all been destroyed without exception. He declared that there would be no emperors or true gods in the three realms, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed in the end. No true gods in the three realms? Zhang Tao suddenly smiled, that's very ambitious. Even I wouldn't dare to say that. What did that mean? Would an Emperor Realm powerhouse kill all true gods, let alone a non-emperor? What happened to him in the end? In the end, Heavenly King Suppressing said softly, if he wasn't an Emperor Realm powerhouse, how could he succeed? Later on, some elders joined forces and ambushed him outside Purple Cap Mountain. That time, he still failed. Senior, I'm afraid you have something to tell me by telling me all this. Zhang Tao smiled. I don't usually talk about this. Today, I'm afraid it has something to do with Black Brilliance's reappearance. Senior, do you mean that I'm like Unquestionable Sword now, acting against the heavens? Not so. I just want to tell you that there will be a day of reckoning for some things, but now, it's not the time. I understand what you're thinking. But now, you have enemies both inside and outside. If you want to suppress the Outland, in the end, you might end up like Unquestionable Sword. Heavenly King suppressing was only advising Zhang Tao that forcefully suppressing the Outland was not a good thing. From Zhang Tao's previous attitude, the probability of him suppressing the other party in a domineering manner was the highest. He did not even step forward to care about this. The meaning behind his words was clear, letting Fang Ping do it. If the sky fell, someone would shoulder it. Kill or slaughter, it was up to you. He did not care. Obviously, he did not expect Fang Ping to do it perfectly, just do it casually. Zhang Tao said lightly, so what? I think what Unquestionable Sword did back then was considered successful. If I'm not wrong, some of the old antiques were originally preparing to come into being. At that time, when humanity was declining, it was also the time for them to appear. In the end, they only appeared after 1,000 years. I'm afraid it's also related to this matter. When those fellows ambushed Unquestionable Sword, they were probably heavily injured and have been recuperating all these years, right? If I can do this and delay them for another 1,000 years, then it'll be a worthy death. When the Great Era arrives, it doesn't need 1,000 years. Give us another 100 years, and the ultimate will appear one by one. The powerhouses will be as numerous as the clouds. When that time comes, will we still be afraid of those old antiques? Senior, now that you put it that way, I have some ideas. Maybe, we should do this. Even if we can't kill the other party, we have to beat them into a tortoise house for another 1,000 years. Heavenly King suppressing sighed. It won't work. 1,000 years ago is 1,000 years ago. Now, it won't work. This time, the general trend has arrived. The heaven-human realm wall must be broken. Once the realm wall is broken, the three realms will be connected, and the Tao will appear. The Emperor's path is right before our eyes. This time, even if we die, no one will avoid the battle. They had waited for too long. It had been close to 10,000 years since the Emperor left. Even true gods and emperors did not really have unlimited lifespans. 10,000 years is a threshold. Some old fellows are now approaching the end of their lifespans. You think it doesn't matter because your lifespans are still long, but at this time, some people can't wait anymore. 10,000 years, Zhang Tao smiled and said, so, the Emperor disappeared for almost 10,000 years? That's long enough. More or less. Heavenly King suppressing also smiled and said, after the Emperor disappeared, there was the Catacombs Demon Emperor calendar. If the Demon Emperor calendar is really counted, it should be 6,000 or 7,000 years of the Demon Emperor calendar now. Before the Demon Emperor calendar, there was a break. Before that, some old antiques were already Emperor realm. One can imagine how long they have lived. 10,000 years is a big threshold. Even the golden body will decay. 1,000 years ago, everyone could still wait. But 1,000 years has passed, who can still wait? This time, it will all appear. Zhang Tao smiled and said, in my opinion, living like this is better than dying. Like a tortoise, hiding in the blessed grotto heavens and not coming out. Is there any meaning to such a long life? Isn't the purpose of martial arts to be immortal? Heavenly King suppressing smiled and said, you are in this era, fighting for life. They are in that era, for the sake of becoming stronger, for the sake of longevity, this is the way. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Zhang Tao said and looked at Heavenly King suppressing, Senior, are you close to the end of your lifespan? Without waiting for him to reply, Zhang Tao suddenly said, is Li Jun a modern person or an old antique? He can't be an old antique too, right? Li Jun looked at him with a dull expression and could not help but scold, I have been with you since I was in my 20s. After so many years, do you think I am an old antique? This guy actually suspected that he was an old guy. Nonsense. Zhang Tao smiled and said, maybe he is the same as Wang Jinyang and the others. Senior, one more question, Wang Jinyang and the others, who reincarnated and cultivated again? They, Heavenly King suppressing pondered for a moment and said, it might be the few people I guessed, but it might not be. Back then, there were many powerhouses who cultivated the extreme Tao, and many of them died. It is impossible to determine who it is. Then, he said, that Li Hansong used the Emperor armor earlier, I saw it. Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. Heavenly King suppressing smiled and said, no need to guard against this old man. The divine artifact has an owner, and not anyone can control it. The Emperor armor disappeared in the heaven realm back then. As for who it fell into, this old man also does not know. In that case, Senior has experienced that period? Heavenly King suppressing smiled and said, no need to beat around the bush. This old man has lived for some years after all. There are some records that you don't know, but that doesn't mean this old man doesn't know. There are records of divine artifacts like the Emperor armor. But there are only records of divine artifacts. As for who has it, unless it is a life and death battle, otherwise, no one knows. Obtaining a divine artifact, unless it is a stupid cat like the Azure Cat, otherwise, who would leak it? Most of the Azure Cat's divine artifacts were also given out, and they were given to supreme powerhouses. If not for that, even if it was the Son of Heaven, it would also be besieged. This cat is stupid, but also not stupid, it has too many divine artifacts. If it doesn't give them out, it will die without a doubt, but it gave them out, to supreme powerhouses. Supreme powerhouses are rarely greedy, one divine artifact is enough, touching the Azure Cat is going against these people. Who dares to touch it? In this way, in every era, it actually has a protector. Heavenly King suppressing laughed. Moreover, once it encounters danger, it will find a place to sleep. You can't find it at all, nor can you do anything to it. Back then, in the Battle of the King battlefield, countless powerhouses perished. More than half of the apatheicized era powerhouses died at that time. True gods fell like rain, and the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The great Tao of the King battlefield was completely disrupted and could not be restored. If the Azure Cat participated in the battle at that time, I'm afraid it would not escape death. In the end, others fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked, and it fell asleep in the depths of Quokang Mountain. When the battle was over, it became the strongest in the world, who dared to provoke it. Zhang Tao huffed and laughed. After the battle, a cat became the strongest in the world, Heavenly King suppressing added, if other powerhouses did not participate in the battle, everyone would remember. Even if they fought to the death, they would be careful. It did not go. At that time, no one remembered. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone could not help but laugh. A cat that never fought would go fishing when it had nothing to do. It did not participate in the earth-shattering battle, but no one remembered it. That seemed to make sense. Because of this cat, you could not see its figure on the battlefield. After the battle, look, yo, this cat is the strongest. Forget it, I can't afford to provoke it. Let it be. Anyway, it will not attack, so let it be. Thinking of this scene, Zhang Tao wanted to laugh. Then, with a serious expression, he said, then its appearance this time, if it's not you, then it's Fang Ping, Li Zhen, or the few of you. Heavenly King suppressing said softly, chaos is coming, the Azure Cat may also feel the danger and needs to find a backer. It is naturally sensitive. Perhaps it did not look for it on purpose, but it will subconsciously make friends with people who can protect it. Of course, times are different now. In this era, there are too many people who have risen. It is still difficult to determine who exactly it is. At this point, Heavenly King suppressing continued, therefore, it is impossible to determine who the reincarnation of Li Hansong and the others are. But in general, they come from two periods. First, the Three Realms period. Second, the Sect period. Because only in these two periods did the path of extreme Tao be mentioned by some people. The first time the path of extreme Tao appeared, it was purely in theory. The second time was the Sect period, which led to the North-South War. These people should be from these two periods, and they are all on the path of extreme Tao. The Sect period is not far from now, and they have divine weapons. If they are from this period, Senior should have an impression, right? Heavenly King suppressing smiled faintly. that may not be the case. When powerhouses fight, most of the branches enter the space battlefield. In the end, one dies, one lives, or simply perish together. Who knows who has divine weapons and who doesn't? Why are there so few corpses of paragons in the king battlefield, and most of them are rank 9? It is because of this. The powerhouses have all entered the space battlefield, and only the weak will stay outside to fight. In this way, there are almost no remains of paragons. Zhang Tao smiled. Senior, didn't you participate in the war back then? I said, don't try to trick me. Heavenly King Suppressing laughed. This old man used the same trick you used back then, and it was useless. Hearing that, Warlord scolded. That's right. This old thing isn't like those old antiques who haven't come out for thousands of years. Don't look at him often at Mount Imperial Sea, this old thing, who knows if he went to the catacombs to fool around. When the situation was not so tense back then, he might have been fooling around all over Earth. Swindling, he's good at everything. Tianming, my son, how can you say that about your father? You. Warlord flew into a rage, his face turning purple with anger. Zhang Tao looked surprised. Heavenly King Suppressing smiled faintly. Beside him, Elder Ancestor Su said faintly, when he met brotherly back then, Jiang Tianming bowed and acknowledged him as his godfather. Nonsense. Warlord flew into a rage. Nonsense, I didn't do that. Heavenly King Suppressing laughed. Let's not talk about the past. He stopped calling me godfather a long time ago. Let him be. Old ghost, you, damn it. Warlord was furious. Such an embarrassing thing, and you actually said it in front of Zhang Tao and the other juniors? Do I have no shame? What did I know back then? I didn't know anything. Didn't I get tricked by you? Cough, 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 Zhang Tao, Li Zhen, Nan Yunyue, these newly promoted peak martial artists were coughing nonstop. So, there was gossip. Warlord had always been calling him old ghostly, so no one thought much about it. But now, they didn't expect there to be more gossip. Warlord flew into a rage out of humiliation. What the hell are you coughing for? Is it against the law to acknowledge a godfather? Isn't it clear that you don't want to acknowledge him? Zhang Tao resisted the urge to laugh and said quickly, Seniorly, I think I understand why you're here. It's not a good time to fall out with those old fogies. Is that what you mean? That's right. But sometimes, if you don't show them your power, they might think you're a pushover. I understand that they prefer force over persuasion. Even so, don't fight to the death. Heavenly King Suppressing reminded him, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Once you fight with a venerable sovereign, you will definitely attract the attention of other venerable sovereigns. Once they realize that you have the strength to threaten their lives, you will definitely die. So, I can only win, not kill? Heavenly King Suppressing looked at him and said with a smile, Zhang Tao, maybe you will really surprise me. What makes you think you can kill a venerable sovereign? Then, if you don't think I have the ability, why did you come? That's true, Heavenly King Suppressing sighed, why did I come? Do you really think you have the ability to kill a venerable sovereign? Over the years, except for the unquestionable sword, it seems like no one has done it. You. What are you hiding? Zhang Tao said with a smile, nothing much, just a few divine artifacts. Do you want to see them, Senior? You. The juniors these days are all sly. Heavenly King Suppressing laughed, then glanced around the myriad source palace and said slowly, trapping the enemy is very difficult. You can try the heaven trapping bell of the gray cat. Also, it's best to go to the sovereign battlefield. Too many absolute venerables have died there, and the space battlefield is already very stable. Find the entrance to the space battlefield, maybe you can try to block it. What is the space battlefield? Zhang Tao asked. Heavenly King Suppressing was already far away, but his voice came again, dark little house, don't you have any ideas? Source space? Whose? Zhang Tao asked. Yes, source space, dark little houses, powerhouses walked from here, found their own source great Tao, opened up a great Tao, and led to chaos. Who knows? Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter disappeared in the blink of an eye. Heavenly King suppressing was already far away. As soon as he left, Zhang Tao snorted and said lightly, "Old man, you know a lot. You don't ask, you don't say, even if you ask, you don't say. When you do say, it's already too late." Warlord said lazily, "That's the way this old man is. Don't talk about your godfather like that, kid, do you want to die?" Warlord flew into a rage again. "If you say one more word, I'll fight you today," Zhang Tao sneered. That was the truth, why deny it? Warlord, this old man, was unfilial. Next to him, Li Zhen added, "Senior Jiang, does that mean I should call you great-grandfather? Damn, how dare you provoke me?" Warlord flew into a rage again. "How dare you?" Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Warlord was used to being arrogant. Now that he was humiliated, they were quite happy. It's here." Soon, everyone arrived at a large valley covered in pure white snow. There was a river in the valley. The Himalayas were the source of many large rivers. Before reaching rank 8, any life form could not live without a source of water. Fang Ping looked around and sensed, shaking his head. "I can't sense it." At this time, everyone carried the cat forward. The cat looked around lazily and pointed at the river with its paw, saying lazily, "It's down there. The bell is blocking it. Brother cat, can you take back the bell?" "Sure." The cat said nothing. Fang Ping looked at it. "Take it." The cat looked at Fang Ping too. After a while, the cat said innocently, "It's so dirty. They buried my bell in the mud. I don't want it anymore." Fang Ping almost vomited blood. "This is why you don't want it. Don't forget, most of your divine weapons were picked up from the graveyard. I've never seen you despise them. Brother cat, take it back first. I'll get someone to clean it for you later." "All right then." The cat had no objections when it heard that someone was going to help it clean it. Soon, it said, "Bell, come back, come back." Fang Ping did not know if it was a spell or if it was just saying it casually. It was most likely just saying it casually. However, as the cat spoke, the earth trembled. The Grand Canyon began to shake, as if it was going to collapse. "Who's there? Enemy attack." Suddenly, a furious roar came from the river. In the next moment, a few powerful auras suddenly rose from the surface of the river, which he had not sensed before. At the same time, a huge bronze bell that seemed to be able to cover the sky rose slowly from the river. It was too big. At a glance, the area at the bottom was at least a few hundred acres. Was this the bell the cat was talking about? Although Fang Ping was shocked, he could not care less. The moment the bell rose, he could already feel the aura of a large number of martial artists, a few hundred acres of land with a lot of people hidden, at least 1,000 auras. As expected, this was the cult's headquarters. A bunch of rats. They've finally shown up. Everyone, kill the enemy. Fang Ping took the lead. He lifted his saber and broke through the air, heading straight for the sky above the lake. At this moment, several figures appeared in the sky. "Who are you?" Fear flashed through the eyes of the experts that were rising into the sky as they shouted. The divine sect's headquarters had been discovered. The key was that the invincible sky canopy was broken. In their eyes, the bell was an invincible defensive barrier. Even if a peerless expert came, they might not be able to break it. Some of their level 9 experts had tried to bombard it, but they could not break the bell at all. Underground, there was a supreme barrier laid down by the Great Pope. As long as they were inside the bell, they were the safest. But today, the sky curtain, which they regarded as the safest line of defense, suddenly rose into the sky. The headquarters would be exposed. At this moment, the bell flew up and the river flowed backward. In the river, some experts made their moves. Their spiritual energy swept out, causing the river water to be lifted up and evaporated. The original river disappeared, revealing a circular area. The buildings inside were complete, and they were actually the modern type. At this moment, a powerhouse, these people's reactions were also extremely fast. When they sensed the auras of countless experts, some of them did not say a word and immediately fled. Tian Mu punched the air and a rank 7 powerhouse's body exploded. He shouted, "Kill." Right at this moment, Tian Mu punched through the air, causing a rank 7 powerhouse's flesh to explode. He roared, "Kill! Kill!" They shouted in unison, close to 100 high-ranked powerhouses charged in from all directions. At this time, Fang Ping was already fighting with a rank 9 powerhouse. With a slash, the other party was sent flying. Fang Ping. The rank 9 powerhouse fighting him seemed to have recognized Fang Ping. He roared furiously, "Fang Ping, do you really want to be the enemy of the divine sect? Ridiculous." Fang Ping laughed out loud. His figure was like a phantom, suddenly breaking through the air and splitting a rank 7 martial artist in half with one slash. Looking at the rank 9, he looked around and laughed. Only 4 rank 9s? That trash, the great Pope, after all these years, he only had this little trump card? At this moment, the 4 evil sect rank 9s gathered together. They looked at Fang Ping. In front, a middle-aged powerhouse shouted, "Fang Ping, the divine sect has withdrawn from Sino Nation. The martial artists who tried to kill you in the past are all dead. We just have different beliefs. Are you going to kill them all?" At this time, everyone's hearts were palpitating. Many people from Sino Nation came. There were almost 100 high-ranked ones. There were even 2 rank 9 monsters. One was sealing the area in the air, and the other had burrowed into the ground. Although it had not shown up yet, they could already sense the rank 9 monster's aura. Sino Nation had subdued a rank 9 monster. The leader shouted quickly, "Fang Ping, do you guys want to fight to the death? The divine sect powerhouses are here. Once we fight, don't think you'll have it easy. Even if we can't win, we'll bite a piece of you, 4 rank 9s, 8 rank 8s, more than 10 rank 7s. This was the strength of the evil sect headquarters, very strong. Close to 30 high-ranked powerhouses was already very rare. Not to mention the 9 high elders, including the fallen high-ranked ones, there were almost 100 evil sect high-ranked powerhouses. A number like this was already very high. Fang Ping ignored the person. He looked at Su Bing and said in a low voice, "Old Su, are there any acquaintances?" The big pope was most likely an old antique. Among the rank 9s here today, were there rank 9s from that era? Su Bing glanced at the 4 rank 9s opposite him, 3 men and 1 woman. After looking for a while, he suddenly said, "I'm not familiar, but there seems to be some shadow of the God-fiend period." As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man opposite him suddenly shouted, "Who are you?" "Xian Ming, Su Bing." The asterisk starred. The middle-aged man roared angrily, his voice cold and harsh. He roared, "How dare the Grandmaster surrender to human martial artists? You all deserve to die. You're the ones who deserve to die." Fang Ping rebuked angrily. He suddenly charged out, shouting, "Kill the others and capture this person alive." This middle-aged man was from the apotheosis period. Break through the air. This time, Fang Ping's strength erupted to the extreme. With a slash, the void shattered, and cracks appeared. A huge space battlefield appeared abruptly. At this time, the others attacked one after another. This time, it was no longer an independent space battlefield. Just like the Battle of the Pinnacle that day, in the void, a huge black crack appeared, and a complete space battlefield enveloped everyone. In this short moment, mountains collapsed and the ground cracked in the periphery. The snow mountain collapsed. In the blink of an eye, many high-ranked powerhouses entered the space rift one after another. Some evil sect rank 7s were swept in, and as soon as they entered, they were strangled on the spot. Seeing this, the middle-aged man roared, "Those below golden body cannot enter." The space battlefield was not a place that anyone could enter. In the catacombs battlefield, even rank 9s could not enter. In the human battlefield, without a golden body, once they entered, they would be strangled by the cracks at the mouth of the rift. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man roared. His body suddenly expanded, becoming more than 10 meters tall. A huge Chongdao appeared in his hand, and he said sternly, "You all really want to kill us all. You talk too much." Fang Ping slashed up the space battlefield earlier. At this moment, he directly unleashed his golden body, vitality rising. Above his head, a vitality light beam pierced through the void, even condensing into an illusion in the air. Just like the illusion condensed in the pinnacle that day, standing proudly in the void, vitality surging. Kill. The sound of killing rose in the blink of an eye. In the space battlefield, the rank 9s began to fight one after another. Some rank 8 powerhouses also rushed into the battlefield, killing rapidly. Outside the rift, dozens of rank 17 powerhouses began to surround and kill the evil sect rank 7s who were fleeing in all directions. At the bottom of the lake, some middle and low-ranked martial artists also began to run for their lives, terrified. Seeing this, Xianxia, CLA, and a few other MCMAU's top-rank SIXS saw the situation, their eyes glinting fiercely. Holding weapons, they rushed over quickly, bringing the middle-ranked martial artists to participate in the battle, was hoping that these people could break through in the battle and become grandmaster powerhouses. Everyone understood what Fang Ping meant. The Heaven Division rank SIXS were not too far away from rank 7. In this kind of situation, it was not impossible to break through the realm directly when they were bathed in blood and killing, the accumulation of invincible momentum, the unification of essence, spirit, and soul. Everyone did not waste any time, fighting together in the blink of an eye. Ah! Screams rose in an instant. Some evil sect martial artists roared fiercely, self-destruct. We have no way out, kill them. Let's die together. The High Pope will save us. As long as the divine sect is not destroyed, the dead will come back to life. Some people roared furiously, their eyes bloodshot. In the blink of an eye, a few middle-ranked martial artists went crazy, rushing forward, and self-destructed on the spot with a loud bang. In the crowd, Su Bing had already been swept into the space battlefield. However, Zhu Sua did not. At this moment, Zhu Sua, who was just about to enter the battlefield, saw this scene and frowned slightly. The human world had indeed become a purgatory. They were all lunatics, the evil sect people were lunatics, and so were the others. Self-destruction seemed to have become a common occurrence. In the past, unless it was the last moment of life, otherwise, even ants would try to live, let alone these martial artists. As he was thinking, in the rift, Fang Ping and Old Manly roared. A saber and a sword directly pierced through a rank 9, dismembering one of them on the spot. The divine sect lives forever. Even though this person was dismembered on the spot, he still shouted fiercely, mentality condensing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang was heard, the black rift trembled for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. That middle-aged man, on the other hand, took this opportunity to send Xianxia flying with one slash, leaping out of the rift in the blink of an eye. Outside the rift, Zhu Sua glanced at him. The other party also saw Zhu Sua, shouting, "Bone-melting saint, are you going to stop me?" Zhu Sua was stunned. In this instant, the other party broke through the air, fleeing toward the periphery. In the air, the phoenix spirit flapped its wings, as if hesitating, not attacking. At this moment, Fang Ping's cold voice was heard. As expected, only our own people can be trusted. In the periphery, Zhu Sua, the phoenix spirit, and the gopher were all there. However, the middle-aged man escaped, and none of the 3 rank 9s attacked. Although he had expected this, Fang Ping was still disappointed. These people could only be used, never befriended. Want to run? Ask me. Fang Ping, do you really think you can defeat me? Just as the middle-aged man was about to escape, Fang Ping's combat boots shone with golden light, blocking in front of him. If you run, you will die. Surrender, and I'll give you a chance to live. Arrogant. Before the other party finished speaking, Fang Ping's saber had already slashed through the void. Li Jin's void-piercing sword technique might not be suitable for Fang Ping, but the core of Li Jin's sword technique was still killing. With enough killing intent, it could also unleash some of its power. The other party was also holding a broadsword. With a roar, he quickly engaged Fang Ping in close combat. The other party was also a powerhouse in Origin Dao. As the two of them fought, black rifts appeared, slicing both of their golden bodies rapidly. This time, both of them did not enter the space battlefield. Fang Ping shouted, "Gophers, protect the people below, or else I'll send you to hell." It was fine if the two monsters were unwilling to fight a rank 9. If they dared to be perfunctory, Fang Ping decided to kill them directly to make divine weapons. As soon as these words came out, a large rat squeaked and quickly released its mental power to block the aftermath of the fight between the two. In the air, the phoenix spirit flapped its wings, slapping some of the escaping martial artists back one after another. Seeing this, Zhu Sua did not attack, staring at the middle-aged martial artist. The other party knew her. she rarely left Mystic Heaven. Of course, rank 9 powerhouses, even in that era, were not dispensable. If the other party was well informed, it was not surprising that he knew her. However, he recognized her at a glance. Perhaps they had met before. Who is it? Ju Sua was deep in thought. At the same time, in the periphery, Butoya's gaze was solemn, shocked. So powerful. Fang Ping can actually fight with an origin Dao. Not only did the other party not fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting with an origin Dao powerhouse, but he even gained the upper hand. This kind of ability was even stronger than they expected. Stronger than the rumors, it was not just Butoya. At the moment when the battle between both sides broke out, there were some unusual movements everywhere. In the ancient Buddha Holy Land, the old monks seemed to be watching the battle, deep in thought. In other places, some rank 9 powerhouses sensed the battle. Some of them used flight step and came over directly. Some of them also released their mentality and began to investigate. It was not far from where they were fighting. In the void, a faint crack appeared. A weak spiritual force was sent out to investigate. Just as this weak mental power probed out, another even weaker mental power seeped in through the crack. High in the sky, in a crack. Zhang Tao's eyes were cold. He said lightly, "Another Grandmaster. How dare you? How dare you show yourself at this time?" Beside him, Li Jun said, "How's their ability? These so-called emperors don't seem that strong. They are about the same as Mystic Heaven. Their vitality strength should be around 800,000 calories. Have they not recovered from their injuries?" "It's possible. Of course, it's also possible that they are separated by space. I can't see clearly." Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "Ignore this for now. Let's see what they do. This is good. Let them wake up. Otherwise, I'm really worried that these people won't wake up when the time comes. They won't know what happened and we won't be able to fish them out." Li Jun looked at him and said, "You let Heaven Division fight everywhere. Are you also hoping that they can attract the attention of these old antiques and wake up from their slumber? Part of the reason. What if there are still places that we haven't discovered? At that time, if we really leave and an emperor-level master appears and sweeps through our rear, then the gains will not make up for the losses." "No worries. I'm prepared," Zhang Tao said and looked at the cat below. He smiled and said, "What do you think about keeping it?" "It's not reliable," Li Jun said bluntly. If they left an unreliable cat behind, once an expert came to attack, the cat might not come out to help. In this way, it would be a huge problem. "Look again. If not, I'll think of a way to make you stay." As he spoke, Zhang Tao suddenly looked at the giant bell in the distance. His eyes flickered. "It's very powerful. If we use this to block the crack, it might work. However, we need to modify it a little." "That's the cat's," Li Jun reminded. Zhang Tao smiled and said, "Buy. I'll buy it with 10,000 bags of cat food." "Do you think it's possible?" Li Jun wanted to say that it was impossible, but on second thought, that might not be the case. Without dwelling on this, Li Jun quickly said, "Does the Pope have any clues?" "He didn't appear. It's very likely that he has left Earth or is hiding in sky beyond heaven. The people here might not know anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up so easily. What is the Pope trying to do? It's understandable that he sacrificed all living beings to open the passage. But now, there is no need for that. But he still did not disband the cult and continues to be active. What is his goal?" Zhang Tao thought for a moment and said slowly, "Who knows? These people are very active now. It might be related to the impending destruction of the heavenly realm, but they might also have other goals." Zhang Tao said and thought for a moment. Then, he said in a low voice, "I'm actually thinking about something." "Who spread the news that chaos will happen in this era? To make these powerhouses choose to hibernate. In my opinion, even if they are heavily injured, there is no reason for them to wake up at this time. On the contrary, it's not right for them to wake up at this time. Did someone injure them to the point where they have no choice but to wake up now? Or did someone tell them that waking up now is the best time? 1,000 years ago, they were about to wake up." Li Jun added. But they still failed. The unquestionable sword made a move, delaying them who were about to come into being 1,000 years ago to this era. I'm still thinking, why did unquestionable sword do this? Is he certain that someone in this era can solve all of this? They're all waiting. Zhang Tao said with a deep gaze, they're all waiting. Waiting for what? Everyone is waiting for an opportunity. I don't think it's the so-called opportunity to become an emperor. They're waiting. Is the emperor really dead? Are they also waiting? Such a scheme to gather everyone in this era. I feel that it's more like the emperor's doing. If they're not emperors, do these so-called emperors have such ability? The emperor doesn't appear, he disappears for nearly 10,000 years, then in these 10,000 years, the emperor didn't appear. Who is maintaining this balance? Who is secretly making the situation develop according to what they want it to develop? There's also a large hand that covers everything and controls everything. And your ancestor, Heavenly King Subduing, might be one of the people responsible for maintaining the balance. Li Zhen's heart stirred and he said in a low voice, you mean that the ancestor is actually the emperor's doing? To ensure that the situation develops according to their needs? Isn't it? Have you forgotten why humans could survive in the Xianxia era? Without Heavenly King Subduing, could humans really resist the catacombs then? Not to mention then, even now, if not for Heavenly King Subduing's deterrence to the catacombs, I'm afraid a war would have broken out long ago. Zhang Tao chuckled, so, Heavenly King Subduing is very likely a balancer. Balancing the strength of the catacombs and humans, making the catacombs unable to attack the human world on a large scale, making the powerhouses wary. Humans have such balancers, I suspect the catacombs have him too. I'm actually thinking, is King Qian also a balancer? You have to know that King Qian has never appeared. It's said that he once fought with Heavenly King Subduing. In the end, he seemed to be slightly weaker, but it was a draw. In the end, he disappeared and has not appeared for many years. If he really wanted to tangle with Heavenly King Subduing, perhaps the war between the two worlds would have broken out that year, but he didn't. What role did this person play? Balancer. Li Zhen said with a headache, according to what you said, unquestionable sword might be one too. Maybe 1,000 years ago, it wasn't a time of great chaos, but it was about to break out, so unquestionable sword made a move and balanced the situation. That's possible, but I think unquestionable sword was still fooled. Maybe his original intention was to overturn the chessboard, but in the end, he still fell into someone else's trap. Maybe him killing powerhouses from all sides was what the person in the dark wanted to see. Some unstable factors have been eliminated, and time has been delayed until now. And now, this is the era that everyone wishes to see. Li Zhen frowned and said, who can do all this? If it's a sovereign, why would they do all this? What are they trying to do? Zhang Tao said self-deprecatingly, I don't know about this. Also, I'm thinking about something. Could Li Zhu be one of them? What? Didn't you notice that Li Zhu is also balancing? Zhang Tao said lightly, he is also balancing all the forces. He is weakening all the forces, he might also be one of the balancers that I mentioned. Li Zhen's headache grew. After a long time, he said, ignore them, we can't control them. Zhang Tao nodded quietly. Yes, they could not control them. The balancers that he guessed, did they really exist? Heavenly King Subduing and the others, why did they insist on delaying time until now? What were they waiting for? Were they waiting for people or things? Was it a coincidence that Wang Jinyang and the others appeared one after another in this life, or was it inevitable? What's the opportunity for your revival? Zhang Tao looked down and fell into deep thought. Kill. The sounds of killing intensified. Tian Mu punched a rank 9 powerhouse until his golden body cracked. Bei Gongyan rushed forward with his spear, piercing the other party's skull. On the other side, Su Bing, Old Manly, and Chen Qi joined forces to kill A Origin's powerhouse, also killing the other party until his golden body was broken, roaring furiously. Outside the battlefield, Fang Ping and the middle-aged martial artist were fighting in close combat. Both of their bodies were broken, the battle getting more and more intense. Even further down, Chen Yunqi and the others were bathed in blood, killing until blood flowed like a river. More than half of the 1,000 evil sect martial artists were killed. At this moment, corpses were everywhere. Still not surrendering? Fang Ping let out a cold roar, chopping off the other party's arm with one slash, letting the other party slash his head. Golden light flickered for a while, and the skull injury healed rapidly. Surrender, tell me everything, and I'll spare your life. Wishful thinking. The middle-aged martial artist bellowed, turning his head to break through the air. In the air, a crack appeared, and the other party appeared a few hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. The magical effect of Origin's Tao. He had just appeared a few hundred meters away when Fang Ping caught up with him in the blink of an eye. Stubborn fool. Fang Ping let out a low roar, one hand grabbing through space, his palms separated from his body. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the other party's throat. A crisp crack, he crushed the other party's throat directly. The middle-aged martial artist's expression changed drastically. His saber slashed down, turning Fang Ping's palm into a bloody mess. His injury healed in the blink of an eye, though. At this moment, a golden house came crashing down. This time, it was not used to cover the person, but to suppress him directly. Thunderous, even the space was cracked. The middle-aged man raised his saber, ready to slash. At this moment, his eyes moved suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through space, heading straight for the crowd below. Fang Ping's eyes were cold, chasing after him quickly. The golden house appeared in the other party's path in the blink of an eye. However, the other party broke through space again and again, avoiding the golden house. Who do you want to kill? Fang Ping asked suddenly. The middle-aged man sneered, breaking through the obstruction in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the rank 6 martial artists. His target. Xianxia. Fang Ping's eyes were cold and fierce. He did not ask any more, roaring, "Gophers!" Below, the gopher squeaked, but there was nothing they could do. They broke through space, blocking the other party. Who told you to kill her? Fang Ping appeared in front of him quickly, his eyes unfriendly. Did you receive the Pope's order? Who is the Pope? He seems to know me very well. The middle-aged man did not say a word, fighting the gophers with all his might. You've angered me. I wanted to spare your life, but now, you're going to die. At this moment, the original golden house suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, a golden greatsword appeared. The Chongdao in Fang Ping's hand absorbed the golden greatsword instantly, turning golden. Destroy. A fierce roar mixed with a strong mentality bombardment, countless imperishable substances exploded, scaring the gophers into running away. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly realized that the surrounding space had been fixed and locked. Impossible. Idiot. Fang Ping sneered. Do you really think that I've only learned a little about the void-piercing swordsmanship during these few days of closed-door cultivation? Die. The other party raised his saber to block, but the golden light on Fang Ping's body was blinding like the next day, illuminating the entire mountain range in a golden color. Rumble, an explosion sounded, and the other party's Chongdao was shattered. A scream was heard, and in the blink of an eye, the golden body was shattered. Just as a powerful mental energy was about to escape, the House of Gold appeared once more and enveloped the other party. Rumble, the mentality crashed into the golden house, trying to escape, but Fang Ping sneered. Try self-destructing. If you don't, I'll let you taste the pain of having your mentality burned. The Pope. Maybe I know him. I'd like to see who can hide from me. In the golden house, the mentality was still crashing. The middle-aged man's appearance appeared, his face pale and desperate. He continued to crash into the golden house, trying to escape. This was the first time Fang Ping captured a rank 9 powerhouse's mentality alive. Fang Ping ignored him, turning his head to look at the rope, a ferocious smile on his face. Even when the middle-aged man was attacking rank 6 below, the rope did not budge. Although he did not expect this old witch to kill the enemy, she was completely indifferent. Just wait and see. He, Fang Ping, was not someone with a big heart. Being stared at by him, the rope suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. This person was so strong, he seemed even stronger than before. Kill them all. Don't leave any alive. Fang Ping suddenly shouted. There was no need to leave any alive. Among everyone present, perhaps only this middle-aged man knew something. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Yu and the rest, who had captured a large number of evil sect martial artists below, exchanged glances. Suddenly, their expressions turned grim, and they attacked, killing the martial artists who surrendered on the spot. Fang Ping. In the Golden House, the middle-aged man saw this scene too. He screamed shrilly, "If you do this, you'll be punished by heaven." Idiot. Heaven? Is there still a heaven in this world? We are our own heaven. Following his words, in the space battlefield, Old Manly killed a rank 9 completely with 3 consecutive slashes. Tianmu also let out a low roar, throwing a few punches, blowing up the last rank 9 golden body. The few of them had no intention of leaving any survivors. They attacked one after another, annihilating the other party's mentality. When the few evil sect rank 8 powerhouses saw this scene, their faces were filled with despair. In the blink of an eye, the sound of self-destruction rang throughout the space battlefield. The divine sect is not destroyed, reborn from the ashes. His crazed voice reverberated throughout the entire space. Fang Ping sneered. Rank 8 and 9 are so easily bewitched. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Reborn from the ashes? Even if they're reborn, they're still useless. Everyone attack, kill all the evil sect members. Wipe out the evil sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping roared, "Grand Pope, you're only fit to be a rat. No, you're worse than a rat." Before he could finish, someone said with a faint smile, "Stronger than a rat. Faster than a rat. We didn't catch him. It'll happen sooner or later. Don't worry." "I'm not worried." Fang Ping chuckled, turning his gaze to the wildcat. The wildcat shuddered. "Don't look at me. I didn't see anything. I just sensed something. Don't ask me. It's useless even if you ask." Fang Ping burst out laughing again. Looking at the corpses strewn all over the ground, he muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. January 28th, 25th of the 12th lunar month. There were only 5 days left until New Year's Eve. As the Spring Festival approached, China was filled with a festive atmosphere. In the huge Shanghai, a large number of foreigners began to return home. The roads were jammed with cars. Heaven Division. Martial arts practice ground. A large number of people began to gather. Killing intent soared to the heavens. Is everyone here? Fang Ping stood on the central platform. This was the soldier roll call platform. Below, Li Hansong replied in a loud voice, "Minister." Everyone was present. There are 7 rank 9s, 26 rank 8s, 62 rank 7s, 235 rank SIXS. There should be 330, but there are 330. This was the current strength of Heaven Division, Bei Gongyan, Chen Qi, Tian Mu, the 2 demonic beasts, and Su Bing. A total of 7 rank 9s, in addition to Fang Ping and Old Manly who possessed rank 9 combat effectiveness, 9 rank 9s all possessed elemental Dao abilities. After Tian Mu came out of seclusion, this time, the old man did not pursue his own path. According to him, the path that could kill the enemy was the Great Dao. He directly followed King Song's Great Dao. This time, he walked almost 500 meters from his previous weak rank 9. Moreover, the Great Dao was right in front of him, and the path was clear. This was also the benefit of inheriting the path of a true king. No matter how far King Song walked, Tian Mu would advance by leaps and bounds before him. Everyone is here. Fang Ping said loudly, "The Heavenly Division has just been established." When the Heavenly Division was established, its purpose was clear, and that was to destroy the heavens. Suppress the 3 realms. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Su Bing and Xianxia changed slightly. Fang Ping did not care. Right now, everyone was just in a cooperative relationship, a cooperation of benefits. So what if he said it out loud? The Heaven Division has only been established for 3 days. Everyone here is a veteran who has been fighting for many years. Fang Ping doesn't need to say much. 3 days is enough for everyone to arrange everything. Today is the first battle of the Heaven Tribe. I hope that everyone will be able to spread the name of my Tian Division and fight for a bright future. 100 years ago, China only defended and did not attack, allowing the enemy to be arrogant. 100 years later, China's strength increased tremendously. A large number of powerhouses fought for decades, killing their way to the top. Since the enemy doesn't want to stop fighting, then we'll stop fighting with weapons. Everyone, do you dare to fight? You dare. A loud roar resounded through the clouds. Nearly 100 high-ranked powerhouses were seething with murderous intent, wreaking havoc everywhere. In the crowd, Su Bing, Jiao Kuei, and a few rank 7 and 8 Mystic Heaven powerhouses were pale. They had also conquered the heavens, however, there had never been a generation of martial artists with such strong killing intent like the new martial artists, ancient martial arts powerhouses cultivated for longevity, neo-martial artists cultivated for the sake of killing and fought for their lives through killing. Then let's go. Today, he would wipe out the evil sect. Destroy the root of the evil cult. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping leaped into the air. Everyone followed suit. With the help of high-ranked powerhouses, some of the rank 6 martial artists flew southwest at top speed. High in the sky, Fang Ping took the lead. He was clad in heaven's combat armor and carrying a Chongdao on his back. His vitality was soaring. Fang Ping, who had a grave and stern expression on his face, quickly transmitted his voice at this moment. This won't do. Every time a large group of people flew, not only was it inconvenient, but it was also not imposing enough. We have to get a divine weapon, the large kind that can carry hundreds of people and travel through the air, like a warship. Tian Mu and Bei Gongyan stood beside him. These two people also held the position of deputy minister this time. Hearing this, Bei Gongyan thought for a while and said quickly, this kind of large divine weapon can be refined, but the cost is too high. Sino Nation could not afford to forge this kind of divine weapon in the past. One is equivalent to 5 or 6 weapons, and it does not have much combat strength. In the past, this was a waste of resources. With these resources, getting a few divine weapons and increasing the strength of powerhouses was the most important thing. Therefore, in the neo-martial era, these auxiliary divine weapons rarely appeared. It was not that they could not be refined, it was that they could not and were not willing to. Weapons like the Hall of Myriad Origins were even less likely to be refined. The consumption was too high. Then let's refine it. Our speed is different, and floating in the air also consumes a lot of energy. This is Earth, not the catacombs. Earth's energy can supply middle and low-ranked recovery, but it's not enough for us. If we move on Earth, we must get one. Even if we're in the catacombs, we must move together. If we fly like this, we'll easily be separated and give the enemy an opportunity. Bei Gongyan said quickly, then prepare the materials you need and let someone try to refine it. Me again? Fang Ping was speechless. The huge Heaven Division was so poor. If he did not throw money into it, the Heaven Division would go bankrupt. Old Zhang, that fellow, had allocated 1,000 caddies of energy stones to him to show the government's support. According to Old Zhang, he was living a good life now. Back when the 3 divisions and 4 houses were established, who had this kind of treatment, Old Zhang made it sound like Fang Ping was an unpardonable evil. Fang Ping did not talk about this. He did not expect the government to have much support anyway. He said quickly, I'll think of a way to gather it. There are still quite a lot of monster carcasses from last time. It's not difficult to get some demon cores. We have skeletons and whatnot. I'll ask Dean Liu to design it later. If we really want to refine it, we'll have to let Paragon do it. It's a pity we can't get Paragon's demon cores. Otherwise, if we install a Paragon energy cannon on the battleship, we can really suppress everything. Bei Gongyan could not help but laugh. Tian Mu asked, what about the cat? The Heaven Division attacked the cult headquarters. Tian Mu also knew some secrets and knew that the cult headquarters was related to the cat. Should he not bring the cat along now? Moreover, if they attacked the headquarters and took the bell, would the cat not leave? The cat? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. You didn't see it? It's behind us. Didn't you see those rank 6 martial artists carrying a Simmons cushion? The few of them were stunned, they did not notice it, they did not sense it either. The next moment, they turned around one after another. Behind them, a group of rank 6 martial artists gathered together, carrying a cushion. There seemed to be something on it, the few of them fixed their eyes on it. Who else could it be but the cat? The cat was lying on the cushion, half asleep, with a lot of snacks by its mouth. If it wanted to eat, it would open its mouth and take a bite. If it did not want to eat, it would close its eyes and sleep. This was the life of a cat. Flying, was it not tired? It did not want to move at all. The swindler insisted on bringing it to see the bell, to see if it was the one that it had lost. After thinking about it again and again, the cat was still prepared to refuse. In the end, the swindler made it a small cat's nest and asked people to carry it there. The cat thought that as long as it was not asked to fly, it would not be a problem. Hence, it did not refuse and came along. This, Tianmu's expression was strange. Is it appropriate? No one would see it if they carried a cat there in the face of a great battle. If they saw it, they would laugh themselves to death. The high fighting spirit and seething killing intent from before would probably be washed away in an instant. Those who don't know might think that we're clearing the way for this cat. Tianmu was speechless. If this Simmons cushion was replaced with a small palace or a sedan chair, how would they be different from the cat's thugs? Feng Ping said helplessly, it's too lazy. It has to be like this. Next time it'll be much better if it gets a warship. It won't be as ostentatious as it is now. With it around, there'll be a sense of security. Even if it doesn't fight, it can deter some of the old antiques here. Next time? Can you keep it? It'll be provided with good food and drinks. Is it better to go to the catacombs or here? As for the bell, that small ball won't leave until it's found. Feng Ping had a smug smile on his face. The small ball was found. It was most likely left behind by the Grand Pope. When old Zhang went to look for it later, he also found the bell-like ball. However, this thing was hidden by old Zhang. Even if the cat could sense where it was, this cat would probably not look for it, waiting for people to come to it. As long as the bell did not merge, the probability of it leaving was not high. Tianmu did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he had to admit that this was probably the easiest apex to satisfy. Giving something to eat and drink, something that cost a few thousand yuan, could make this cat follow you everywhere. The price-performance ratio was too high. If it really helped out at a critical moment, it would be a great help, just like earlier, when it hooked King Pine to death. This was incomparable to the average apex. Tianmu did not continue this topic. He asked quickly, will Minister Zhang come? He won't. Feng Ping said telepathically, but he said that he'll pay attention to the ancient Buddha sacred land. The cult headquarters is in the ancient Buddha sacred land's territory. The Grand Pope probably ran away and might not dare to come back, especially when he knows that the cat is looking for the bell. As long as he keeps an eye on the ancient Buddha sacred land, the probability of an apex making a move this time is not high. If they really make a move, he'll be here anytime. Does the ancient Buddha sacred land have something to do with the cult? I'm not sure. Old Zhang said that we don't have to care too much. Even if there is, we can just pretend that we don't know. Right now, the other 5 sacred lands are still the first camp to fight against the catacombs. We can't treat the 5 sacred lands the same way we treat the heavens. Zhang Tao made it clear. Some people could be fought. There was nothing to talk about. Some people could not be fought. Even if they had their own thoughts, they were still a force that could be united. The 5 sacred lands were one of them, as a force that had fought against the catacombs for hundreds of years. Although the 5 sacred lands did not initiate many wars, they did resist the catacombs invasion. Under such circumstances, even if they were dissatisfied with the other party's negative attitude, they could not push the other party to the enemy's camp. I understand this. Tianmu nodded and said, how's the strength of the cult headquarters? I'm not sure. Feng Ping replied, the shell of the cat's bell has the function of defending against mentality probing. It's also this thing that blocked the apex's line of sight. If you don't investigate carefully, you won't be able to discover it at all. Old Zhang went to take a look before, but he could not penetrate it. I'm not too sure about the specifics. However, their strength should not be too strong. The 9 grand elders from before either died or ran away. Even if the Grand Pope has trained some people, there won't be too many. 9 powerhouses comparable to Origin Dao, plus Li Hansong and the others who were rank 8 but could fight rank 9 powerhouses, plus the cat, with such strength, if they could not even take down the cult headquarters where the Grand Pope was not around, then the cult's strength was terrifyingly strong. As he said that, Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, "This time, it's the Heaven Division's first battle. Not only the powerhouses of the 33 heavens are paying attention, as long as the battle starts, the 5 sacred lands will also pay attention, even the catacombs will know. Therefore, this battle must be won beautifully. When we reach the place, there's only one word: kill. Everyone has the right to punish the cult martial artists, whether they have harmed humans before or not, it's the same." Tianmu was speechless. "Kid, you don't have to say this. When the battle starts, there's only the difference between friend and foe, there's no such thing as innocent or not." After fighting on the battlefield for many years, he had long gotten used to it. In the beginning, for the sake of war, he had led many troops to besiege some villages and towns, some small cities, killing countless people. Did everyone deserve to die? Some of the weaker ones did not even know who they were. However, when the battle started, who would have the time to distinguish these? Victory or defeat was the people's suffering. If Earth had not set up the battlefront in the catacombs, after all these years, Earth might have been destroyed. Then kill. Fang Ping did not say much, his tone returning to seriousness. The cult martial artist's strength should not be too strong. Even if the Grand Pope has been training for many years, at most, it's on the scale of the 33 heavens. Use the cult as a sacrifice, to celebrate the establishment of our Heaven Division. All right. Everyone's murderous intent was boiling. Destroy the cult first, then conquer the heavens, eliminate the internal hidden dangers. The next step should be to go to the catacombs. At the same time Fang Ping and the others set off. Ancient Buddha Sacred Land. In an incomparably huge golden temple. The Basilica. Above, a skinny bald old man wearing a kasaya said slowly in an ancient tone with a hoarse voice, "Venerable Martial King, since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Silence. The old man held the prayer beads in his hand, murmuring softly for a while. After a while, he looked at the crowd below, saying slowly, "Go, welcome the distinguished guests. The 6 sacred land are like brothers. Sino Nation's young martial artists are famous in the Devil's Denver. You can also learn from them." Below, a few young powerhouses led by Buchuoyi responded one after another. Beside the crowd, Tua Man said nothing. Above, the old man looked at Tua Man, saying slowly, "Tua Man, go too." Tua Man bowed slightly. "Respect the will of the ancient Buddha. Conflict must not occur." The skinny ancient Buddha still said one sentence. Tua Man's ancestor was ancient Buddha Yaoguang. Tua Man's grandfather was the cult's second elder, Varna. Ancient Buddha Yaoguang's lineage was one of the 8 major lineages of the ancient Buddha Sacred Land. There were still many descendants. Previously, when Varna's identity was exposed and he died in Sino Nation, the ancient Buddha Sacred Land also directly denied Varna's identity. If that was the case, then the lineage of ancient Buddha Yaoguang could not be touched. Tua Man was not affected too much, but he was marginalized. During the youth tournament, Tua Man was the number 1 of the ancient Buddha Sacred Land's youth generation. He had long entered rank 7, but now his status was far inferior to Buchuoyi. The youths below quickly got up and walked out one after another. After they left, an old man of what rank said softly, "Ancient Buddha, is it appropriate to let Tua Man meet Fang Ping?" Varna died in the battle to encircle Fang Ping. Previously, in the youth tournament, Fang Ping had also dealt a ruthless blow to Tua Man, smashing his limbs into pieces. Now that Tua Man was asked to go, this person did not know what the ancient Buddha meant. Above, the skinny old monk said slowly, "This trip is also to resolve the grudge. Sino Nation's Fang Ping is now leading the Heaven Division. Martial King and the others intend to train Fang Ping to become the next leader. Sino Nation's Heaven Division cannot be underestimated. Although it has just been established, its strength is not weak. The 6 great holy lands now do not live up to their name. If they really want to be counted, it should be the 7 great holy lands. The Sino Nation government can also become a holy land on its own, and its strength is not weak. Previously, Martial King fought against many and killed a true king powerhouse. Pluto King achieved the 2nd Great Tao, Spear King and the others have advanced to the impasse realm. The old monk said a few words and lamented, "Sino Nation nurtures war through war, becoming stronger the more they fight. Now, the situation has been reversed. Next, there may be a large-scale battle in the Devil's Den. We still need to make friends with the Sino nation's young powerhouses. After the old monk finished speaking, he continued to silently recite the scriptures. After a moment, he said again, this time, old people do not need to leave the Holy Land. Martial King will supervise outside the Holy Land to prevent Martial King from misunderstanding. Ancient Buddha. In the main hall, someone was dissatisfied and said angrily, Martial King supervising the Holy Land, this is extremely inappropriate. The skinny old monk glanced at the crowd and slowly said, among the 6 Holy Lands, Stellar Sky City was originally the leader. Now that King Wu and Stellar Sky City have reached an agreement, the subduing Heavenly King has transferred everything in Stellar Sky City to King Wu. The other Holy Lands, Andes Mountain, Totem City, previously each had a peerless demon fall, their strength greatly reduced. The God's Paradise cannot bear the heavy responsibility of resisting the Devil's Denver. Only Sino Nation has this strength. Since Martial King is here, he has no choice but to do so. When the old monk said this, he was also filled with emotion. It was a pity that our ancient Buddha Holy Land did not have a person like Martial King. However, ancient Buddha Yao Guang had fallen, and now, the person who inherited the path of Yao Guang was about to achieve the position of ancient Buddha. In this way, the ancient Buddha Holy Land was still extremely powerful. They just lacked a powerhouse who could suppress the heavens. If there was, the ancient Buddha Holy Land would not have to be afraid of people like Martial King. Now, Martial King was supervising outside the Holy Land. He also felt that no one could do anything to him. These powerhouses of Sino Nation were getting stronger as they fought. Perhaps in these years, the ancient Buddha Holy Land's defensive stance should also change. The Himalayas. The highest peak on earth was in this mountain range. When they arrived near the Himalayas, Su Bing, who had been silent, suddenly said, there seems to be a grandmaster here in the past. Fong Ping looked sideways and frowned. The 4 grandmasters you mentioned, I don't think this place has mentioned it before, right? Su Bing explained, I didn't remember it before, and I have never been here before. However, seeing this mountain range, I have a vague impression of it. In the past, there seemed to be a Wuji cloud vow here, but I am not sure whether it is here or not. Beside him, Tiao Kuei thought for a while and said, it should be here. The Wuji cloud vow is under the jurisdiction of Empress Wu Mo. In the past, there were not many empresses, so I have some impression. Wu Mo, Fong Ping repeated, smiling. There seems to be this person in the myths, but it mainly originated from Buddhism, slightly different from Taoism's 33 heavens. Now it seems that the distinction between Buddhism and Taoism was not too obvious. Su Bing shook his head. In the past, there was no such thing as Buddhism and Taoism. The Wuji cloud vow? Fong Ping looked around, smiling. That's good too, there's a grandmaster here, not bad. I'm just a little curious, is the High Pope Empress Wu Mo? The cult's headquarters seemed to be nearby. Since there was a grandmaster here, did it mean that the High Pope came from the Wuji cloud vow, or was it someone else? Without thinking too deeply, Fong Ping looked at the cat and said, did you sense the location of your bell? Behind him, the cat lay on the mattress, saying lazily, liar, next time let that little fatty brush my fur, I've been itching a little lately. Fong Ping was speechless, I'm asking about serious matters, you're considering letting Warlord brush your fur, so, brushing your fur is the serious matter in your eyes. Come to think of it, in this cat's eyes, these were probably the important matters. Fong Ping said perfunctorily, okay, but little fatty is old now, he's old. Next time I'll let little fatty brush your fur, he's that little fatty's descendant. Oh, that works too. The cat had no objections, saying quickly, the bell is right in front. As he said that, the cat's paw pointed ahead. Fong Ping fixed his gaze, that was already the central area of the mountain range. So it was hiding here, no wonder the cult's headquarters was so secretive, this place was cold and frozen, uninhabited all year round. Moving around here, the chances of being exposed were also the lowest. Fong Ping took a deep breath. This was the Heaven Division's first operation, he had to be more reliable. As he thought about it, Fong Ping turned his head to look at the crowd, reminding them again, all high-ranked martial artists, your opponents are all high-ranked. Don't let anyone slip through the net. Rank 6 martial artists are mainly responsible for killing middle and low-ranked martial artists, capturing some important figures. Also, remember, clearing the spoils of war, sealing some materials, some documents, these are all your missions. This time, you must uproot the cult. All the cult's branches around the world must be found. I'll repeat this one last time. Fang Ping's voice grew louder, saying sternly, "You're not allowed to hide any spoils of war. Distribute them uniformly, according to merit. All Sino Nation martial artists have experience in this area. Everyone from Black Light Sect, remember this. If you're discovered, don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he said that, Su Bing's expression was indifferent, saying, "People from Black Light Sect don't care about these." Fang Ping was underestimating them too much. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not care. "I'll say the unpleasant things first, lest these people fight among themselves for the spoils of war later. That would be troublesome." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping quickly flew in the direction pointed by the cat. Before he reached the place, Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. From afar, a group of people came using flight step. The one leading them was his acquaintance, Buchuo Yi. Back then, Buchuo Yi was at Mentality Vitality Unity. Now, he was also at middle stage rank 7. This speed was not considered slow, instead, it was extremely fast. Tumen, who was behind Buchuo Yi, was also only at middle stage rank 7. At that time, Tumen was already at early stage rank 7. When he was at rank 6, Buchuo Yi had a head of long, messy hair. When he reached rank 7, he shaved his head. At this moment, Buchuo Yi stopped about 1,000 meters away. Looking at Fang Ping from afar, he saw Fang Ping standing at the forefront of the crowd with a few rank 9 martial artists beside him. Buchuo Yi's expression was complicated. He put his palms together and bowed in the air, saying, "Greetings, Minister Fang." "Buchuo Yi, you're still alive." Fang Ping chuckled. "Previously on the trip to the Imperial battleground, I heard that someone had fallen. I thought you died there." "Minister Fang, you're already the honorable leader of a department now. Why are you still brooding over what happened in the past?" Buchuo Yi knew the reason why Fang Ping was not courteous to him. Back then, during the youth competition, he had killed Sino Nation martial artists. However, that was the case during the youth competition. Fang Ping had also killed people from other holy lands. Upon hearing that, Fang Ping smiled faintly. "Maybe I'm being petty. However, since we're all heading in the same direction, I don't want to say anything else. This time, the ancient Buddha sacred land sent you here. Is there a reason?" To see if your department needs any help, Fang Ping glanced at the other party and smiled. "All right. Since you guys have this intention, how about defending the periphery?" Buchuo Yi gave him a look and said deeply, "We don't need to participate in the battle? Minister Fang, the people from the 6 holy lands can all fight. Thank you for your kind intentions." Fang Ping laughed and said, "However, we really don't need your help. This time, the Heaven Division is also breaking in. It's enough for you guys to defend the periphery. Then we'll do as Minister Fang says." Buchuo Yi did not say much. Fang Ping, however, glanced at Tua Man behind him. This person's grandfather was the evil sect's second elder. Could he be related to the evil sect? However, Tua Man was only a middle stage rank 7. He could not stir up any trouble. Even so, Fang Ping still reminded everyone telepathically. The ancient Buddha sacred land still had to defend against what needed to be defended. He was transmitting his voice. In the distance, Buchuo Yi and the others were also transmitting their voices. "Fang Ping from Sino is improving too fast. I heard that he can fight a rank 9. Previously, he even ordered the Devil's Den to put him on the wanted list of all territories. These days, he has been active in Sino. We don't know how strong he is exactly. Maybe we can see it this time." The youth competition was actually not that long ago. It was held in June 2010. It was now the end of January 11th. It had only been half a year. From rank 6, Fang Ping could fight a rank 9 now. When the news came, those who knew Fang Ping found it hard to believe. At one point, they thought that Sino Nation only needed to bring out a young powerhouse who could suppress everyone else. Sino nation was creating a god themselves. However, this time, Fang Ping had become the Heaven Division's deputy minister, the direct leader. Butuo Yi and the others felt that no matter how much Sino nation flattered them, they would not joke around with a division. In the crowd, someone telepathically said, "You'll know when you see it." Also, is the evil sect really here when the Heaven Division came this time? Regarding the Heaven Division wanting to annihilate the evil sect, this matter was not mentioned in detail. However, when Sino nation martial artists crossed the border, they still had to greet them. Yesterday, the Sino nation government had sent a letter, and yesterday, King Wu had started to monitor the ancient Buddhist sacred land. I don't know, but since Sino nation is making such a big fuss, maybe they are really here. Butuo Yi said in a low voice, "You'll know when you see it." Everyone did not say anything else. Butuo Yi, on the other hand, looked at Tua Man. This time, the ancient Buddha had asked Tua Man to come out as well. It might have nothing to do with the evil sect. Could it be that the ancient Buddha's sacred land had really been infiltrated by the evil sect, who was the Grand Pope? Could it be one of the 7 ancient Buddhas that existed today? Butuo Yi dared not think too deeply. If that was really the case, he was afraid that there would be chaos next. He hoped that was not the case. It's here. Soon, they arrived at a snow-covered valley. There was a river in the valley. The Himalayas were the source of many large rivers. Any life form could not live without a water source before reaching rank 8. Fang Ping looked around and sensed, shaking his head. I can't sense it. At this time, everyone carried the cat forward. The cat looked around lazily and pointed at the river with its paw, saying lazily, "It's down there. The bell is blocking it. Brother cat, can you take back the bell?" "Sure." The cat said nothing. Fang Ping looked at it. "Take it." The cat looked at Fang Ping too. After a while, the cat said innocently, "It's so dirty. They buried my bell in the mud. I don't want it anymore." Fang Ping almost vomited blood. "This is why you don't want it. Don't forget, most of your divine weapons were picked up from the graveyard. I've never seen. You despise them. Brother cat, take it back first. I'll get someone to clean it for you later." "Alright then." The cat had no objections when it heard that someone was going to help it clean it. Soon, it said, "Bell, come back, come back." Fang Ping did not know if it was a spell or if it was just saying it casually. It was most likely just saying it casually, however, as the cat spoke, the earth trembled. The Grand Canyon began to shake, as if it was going to collapse. "Who's there? Enemy attack." Suddenly, a roar came from the river. In the next moment, a few powerful auras suddenly rose from the surface of the river, which he had not sensed before. At the same time, a huge bronze bell that seemed to be able to cover the sky rose slowly from the river. It was too big. At a glance, the area at the bottom was at least a few hundred acres. Was this the bell the cat was talking about? Although Fang Ping was shocked, he could not care less. The moment the bell rose, he could already feel the aura of a large number of martial artists, a few hundred acres of land with a lot of people hidden. At least 1,000 auras, as expected, this was the cult's headquarters. A bunch of rats. They've finally shown up. Everyone, kill the enemy. Fang Ping took the lead. He lifted his saber and broke through the air, heading straight for the sky above the lake. At this moment, several figures appeared in the sky. "Who are you?" Fear flashed through the eyes of the experts that were rising into the sky as they shouted. The headquarters of the divine sect had been discovered. More importantly, the invincible sky curtain of defense had actually been broken. In their eyes, the bell was an invincible defensive barrier. Even if a peerless expert came, they might not be able to break it. Some of their level 9 experts had tried to bombard it, but they could not break the bell at all. Underground, there was a supreme barrier laid down by the Great Pope. Inside the bell, they were the safest. But today, the sky curtain, which they regarded as the safest line of defense, suddenly rose into the sky. The headquarters was about to be exposed. At this moment, the bell flew up and the river flowed backward. In the river, some experts made their moves. Their spiritual energy swept out, causing the river water to be lifted up and evaporated. The original river disappeared, revealing a circular area. The buildings inside were complete, and they were actually modern. A Chinese martial artist. At this moment, an expert shouted loudly, "Scatter and run." These people's reactions were also extremely fast. When they sensed the auras of countless experts, some of them did not say anything and immediately fled. Run? At this moment, Tian Mu punched through the air, blasting a rank 7 powerhouse's flesh into pieces. He roared, "Kill! Kill!" A chorus of roars rang out. Close to 100 high-ranked powerhouses charged in from all directions. At this time, Fang Ping in front was already fighting with a rank 9 powerhouse. With a slash, the other party was sent flying backward. Fang Ping. The rank 9 powerhouse who was fighting with him seemed to recognize Fang Ping. He roared, "Fang Ping, do you really want to be an enemy of the divine sect?" Ridiculous. Fang Ping laughed loudly. His figure was like a phantom, suddenly breaking through the air and slashing a rank 7 martial artist in half with one slash. Looking at the rank 9 from afar, he looked around and laughed loudly. Only 4 rank 9s? The Great Pope, that useless piece of trash, actually hid such a trump card after so many years? At this moment, the 4 evil sect rank 9s gathered together. They looked at Fang Ping. In front, a middle-aged powerhouse shouted angrily, "Fang Ping, the divine sect has withdrawn from Sino Nation. The martial artists who tried to kill you in the past are all dead. Everyone just has a different ideology. Do you want to kill them all?" At this time, everyone's hearts were palpitating. A lot of people came from Sino Nation. There were close to 100 high-ranked ones. There were even 2 rank 9 monsters. One was currently sealing the area in the air, and the other had actually burrowed into the ground. Although it had not appeared yet, they could already sense the rank 9 monster's chi. Sino Nation had actually subdued a rank 9 monster. The leader shouted quickly, "Fang Ping, do you want to fight to the death? The divine sect powerhouses are all here. Once we fight, don't think you'll have it easy. Even if we can't win, we'll still bite a piece of you." 4 rank 9s, 8 rank 8s, more than 10 rank 7s. This was the strength of the evil sect headquarters, very strong. Close to 30 high-ranked powerhouses was already extremely rare. Not to mention the 9 high elders from before, including the many fallen high-ranked ones, there were close to 100 evil sect high-ranked powerhouses in total. A number like this was already extremely high. Fang Ping ignored the person. He looked at Su Bing and said in a low voice, "Old Su, are there any acquaintances?" The big pope was most likely an old antique. Among the rank 9s here today, were there rank 9s from that era? Su Bing glanced at the 4 rank 9s opposite him, 3 men and 1 woman. After looking for a while, he suddenly said, "I'm not familiar, but there seems to be some shadow of the god and devil period." As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man opposite him suddenly shouted, "Who are you?" "Su Bing of Xianming. Bastard!" The middle-aged man roared angrily, his voice cold and harsh. He bellowed, "How dare the Grandmaster surrender to human martial artists? You all deserve to die. You're the ones who deserve to die." Fang Ping rebuked angrily. He suddenly charged out, shouting, "Kill the others and capture this person alive." This middle-aged man was from the apotheosis period. Void piercing. This time, Fang Ping's strength erupted to the extreme. With a slash, the void shattered, and cracks appeared. A huge space battlefield appeared abruptly. At this time, the others attacked one after another. This time, it was no longer an independent space battlefield. Just like the Battle of the Pinnacle that day, in the void, a huge black crack appeared, and a complete space battlefield enveloped everyone. In this short moment, mountains collapsed and the ground cracked in the periphery. The snow mountain collapsed. In the blink of an eye, many high-ranked powerhouses entered the space rift one after another. Some evil sect rank 7s were swept in, and as soon as they entered, they were strangled on the spot. Seeing this, the middle-aged man shouted, "Those below Golden Body cannot enter." The space battlefield was not a place that anyone could enter. In the catacombs battlefield, even rank 9s could not enter. In the human battlefield, without a golden body, once they entered, they would be strangled by the cracks at the mouth of the rift. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man roared. His body suddenly expanded, becoming more than 10 meters tall. A huge Chongdao appeared in his hand, and he said sternly, "You all really want to kill us all? You talk too much." Fang Ping slashed out the space battlefield earlier. At this moment, he directly unleashed his golden body, vitality rising. Above his head, a vitality light beam pierced through the void, even condensing into an illusion in the air. Just like the illusion condensed in the pinnacle that day, standing proudly in the void, vitality surging. Kill. The sound of killing rose in the blink of an eye. In the space battlefield, the rank 9s began to fight one after another. Some rank 8 powerhouses also rushed into the battlefield, killing rapidly. Outside the rift, dozens of rank 17 powerhouses began to surround and kill the evil sect rank 7s who were fleeing in all directions. At the bottom of the lake, some middle and low-ranked martial artists also began to run for their lives, terrified. Seeing this, Zhang Yu, Xia, Lei, and a few other MCMAU's top-rank SIXS saw the situation, their eyes glinting fiercely. Holding weapons, they rushed over quickly, bringing the middle-ranked martial artists to participate in the battle was hoping that these people could break through in the battle and become grandmaster powerhouses. Everyone understood what Fang Ping meant. The Heaven Division rank SIXS were not too far away from rank 7. In this kind of situation, it was not impossible to break through the realm directly when they were bathed in blood and killing, the accumulation of invincible momentum, unity of essence, spirit, and soul. Everyone did not waste any time, and in the blink of an eye, they were fighting together. Ah! Screams rose instantly. Some evil sect martial artists roared fiercely, self-destruct. We have no way out, kill them. Perish together. The High Pope will save us. As long as the divine sect is not destroyed, the dead will come back to life. Some people roared furiously, their eyes bloodshot. In the blink of an eye, a few middle-ranked martial artists went crazy, rushing to the front, and self-destructed on the spot with a loud bang. In the crowd, Su Bing had already been swept into the space battlefield. But Zhu Sua did not. At this moment, Zhu Sua, who was just about to enter the battlefield, saw this scene and frowned slightly. The human world had indeed become a purgatory, they were all lunatics, the evil sect people were lunatics, and so were the others. Self-destruction seemed to have become a common occurrence. In the past, unless it was the last moment of life, otherwise, even ants would try to live, let alone these martial artists. As he was thinking, in the rift, Fang Ping and Old Manly roared. A saber and a sword directly pierced through a rank 9, dismembering one of them on the spot. The divine sect lives forever. Even though this person was dismembered on the spot, he still shouted fiercely, mentality condensing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang was heard, the black rift trembled for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. That middle-aged man, on the other hand, took this opportunity to send Xianxia flying with a saber, leaping out of the rift in the blink of an eye. Outside the rift, Zhu Sua glanced at him. The other party also saw Zhu Sua, shouting, "Bone-melting saint, are you going to stop me?" Zhu Sua was stunned. In this instant, the other party broke through the air, fleeing toward the periphery directly. In the air, the phoenix spirit flapped its wings, as if hesitating, not attacking. At this moment, Fang Ping's cold voice was heard, as expected, only our own people can be trusted. Outside, Zhu Sua, the phoenix spirit, and the gopher were all there. However, the middle-aged man escaped, and none of the 3 rank 9s attacked. Although he had expected this, Fang Ping was still disappointed. These people could only be used, never trusted. Want to run? Ask me. Fang Ping, do you really think you can defeat me? Just as the middle-aged man was about to escape, Fang Ping's combat boots flashed with golden light, already blocking in front of him. If you run, you will die. Surrender, and I'll give you a chance to live. Arrogant. Before the other party finished speaking, Fang Ping's saber had already slashed through the void. Li Jin's void-piercing sword technique might not be suitable for Fang Ping, but the core of Li Jin's sword technique was still killing. With enough killing intent, it could also unleash some of its power. The other party was also holding a broadsword. With a roar, he quickly engaged Fang Ping in close combat. The other party was also a powerhouse of the origin path. As the two of them fought, black rifts appeared, rapidly cutting both of their golden bodies. This time, both of them did not enter the space battlefield again. Fang Ping shouted, "Gopher, protect the people below, or else I'll send you to hell." It was fine if the two monsters were unwilling to fight a rank 9, but if they dared to be perfunctory, Fang Ping decided to kill them directly to make divine weapons. As soon as he said that, below, a large rat squeaked, quickly releasing mentality, blocking the aftermath of the fight between the two. In the air, the phoenix spirit flapped its wings, knocking some of the escaping martial artists back one after another. Seeing this, Jusua did not attack, staring at the middle-aged martial artist. The other party knew her, she rarely left Mystic Heaven. Of course, a rank 9 powerhouse, even in that era, was not dispensable. If the other party was well informed, it was not surprising that he knew her. However, he recognized her at a glance. Maybe they had met before. Who is it? Jusua was deep in thought. At the same time. Outside. Butoya's gaze was solemn, shocked. So powerful. Fang Ping can actually fight with an origin path. Not only did the other party not fall into a disadvantage when fighting with an origin path powerhouse, but he also had the upper hand. This kind of ability was even stronger than what they expected. Stronger than what the rumors said, it was not just Butoya. At the moment when the battle between both sides broke out, there were some unusual movements everywhere. In the ancient Buddha Holy Land, the old monks seemed to be watching the battle, deep in thought. In other places, some rank 9 powerhouses sensed the movement of the battle. Some of them used flight step and came over directly. Some of them also released their mentality and began to investigate. It was not far from where they were fighting. In the void, a faint crack appeared. A weak wave of mentality probed out. Just as this weak wave of mentality probed out, another even weaker wave of mentality penetrated through the crack. High up in the sky, in a crack. Zhang Tao's eyes were cold. He said lightly, "Another Grandmaster. How dare you? How dare you show yourself at this time?" Beside him, Li Jin said, "How's their ability? These so-called emperors don't seem that strong. They are about the same as Mystic Heaven. Their vitality should be around 800,000 calories. Have they not recovered from their injuries? It's possible. Of course, it's also possible that they are separated by space. I can't see clearly." Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "Let's not care about this for now. Let's see what they do. This is good. Let them wake up. Otherwise, I'm really worried that these people won't wake up when the time comes. They won't know what happened and we won't be able to fish them out." Li Jin looked at him and said, "You let Heaven Division fight everywhere. Are you also hoping that they can attract the attention of these old antiques and wake up from their slumber? Part of the reason. What if there are still places that we haven't discovered? At that time, if we really leave and an emperor-level master appears and sweeps through our rear, then the gains will not make up for the losses." "No worries. I'm prepared," Zhang Tao said and looked at the cat below. He smiled and said, "What do you think about keeping it?" "It's not reliable." Li Jin said bluntly, "If they kept an unreliable cat, if a powerhouse attacked, the cat might not help. If that happened, it would be a huge problem. Look again. If it doesn't work, I'll think of a way to keep you here." As he spoke, Zhang Tao suddenly looked at the giant bell in the distance. His eyes flickered. "It's very powerful. If we use this to block the crack, it might work. But we need to modify it a little." "That's that cat's," Li Jin reminded. Zhang Tao smiled. "Buy it. I'll buy it with 10,000 bags of cat food." "Do you think it's possible?" Li Jin wanted to say that it was not possible, but on second thought, that might not be the case. Without dwelling on this, Li Jin quickly said, "Does the Pope have any clues?" "He didn't appear. It's very likely that he has left Earth or is hiding in sky beyond. Heaven. The people here might not know anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up so easily. What is the Pope trying to do? It's reasonable to say that he sacrificed all living beings to open the passage. But at this time, there is no need for that. But he still did not disband the cult and continues to be active. What is his goal?" Zhang Tao pondered for a moment. He said slowly, "Who knows? These people are very active now. It might be related to the impending destruction of the heavenly realm, but they might also have other goals. Zhang Tao said and thought for a moment. He said in a low voice, I'm actually thinking about a problem. Who spread the news that chaos will happen in this era? That these powerhouses have all chosen to sleep. In my opinion, even if they are heavily injured, there is no reason for them to wake up at this time. On the contrary, it's not right for them to wake up at this time. Did someone injure them to the point where they have no choice but to wake up now? Or did someone tell them that waking up now is the best time? 1,000 years ago, they were about to wake up. Li Zhen added. But they still failed. Unquestionable Sword took action and delayed them from appearing 1,000 years ago to this era. I'm still thinking, why did Unquestionable Sword do this? Is he certain that someone in this era can solve all of this? They're all waiting. Zhang Tao said with a deep gaze, they're all waiting. Waiting for what? Everyone is waiting for an opportunity. I don't think it's the so-called opportunity to become an emperor. They're waiting. Is the emperor really dead? Are they also waiting? Such a scheme to gather everyone in this era. I feel that it's more like the emperor's doing. If they weren't emperors, would these so-called great emperors have the ability to do so? The emperor doesn't appear. He disappeared for nearly 10,000 years, then in these 10,000 years, the emperor didn't appear. Who is maintaining this balance? Who is secretly making the situation develop according to what they want it to develop? There's also a large hand that covers everything and controls everything. And your ancestor, Heavenly King Subduing, might be one of the people responsible for maintaining the balance. Li Zhen's heart stirred. He said in a low voice, you mean that the ancestor is actually the emperor's doing? To maintain the situation develop according to their needs? Isn't it? Have you forgotten why humans could survive in the Xianxia era? Without Heavenly King Subduing, could humans really resist the catacombs then? Not to mention then, even now, if not for Heavenly King Subduing's deterrence to the catacombs, I'm afraid a war would have broken out long ago. Zhang Tao chuckled. So, Heavenly King Subduing is very likely a balancer. Balancing the strength of the catacombs and humans, making the catacombs unable to attack the human world on a large scale, making the powerhouses wary. Humans have such balancers, and I suspect the catacombs have them too. I'm actually thinking. Is King Qian also a balancer? You know, King Qian has never appeared. It's said that he once fought with Heavenly King Subduing. In the end, he seemed to be slightly weaker, but they were evenly matched. In the end, he disappeared and has not appeared for many years. If he really wanted to tangle with Heavenly King Subduing, perhaps the war between the two worlds would have broken out that year, but he didn't. What kind of role did this person play? Balancer. Li Zhen said with a headache, according to what you said, Unquestionable Sword might be one too. Maybe 1,000 years ago, it wasn't a time of great chaos, but it was about to break out, so Unquestionable Sword made a move and balanced the situation. That's possible, but I think Unquestionable Sword still fell for it. Maybe his original intention was to overturn the chessboard, but in the end, he still fell into someone else's trap. Maybe him killing powerhouses from all sides was what the people in the dark wanted to see. Some unstable factors were eliminated, and time was delayed until now, and now is the era that everyone wants to see. Li Zhen frowned and said, who can do all this? If it's a sovereign, why would they do all this? What are they trying to do? Zhang Tao said self-deprecatingly, I don't know about this. Also, I'm thinking about something. Could Li Zhu be one of them? What? Didn't you notice that Li Zhu is also balancing? Zhang Tao said lightly, he is also balancing the forces of all sides. He is weakening the forces of all sides, he might also be one of the balancers that I mentioned. Li Zhen's headache grew. After a long time, he said, ignore them, we can't do anything about it. Zhang Tao nodded quietly. Yes, they could not do anything about it. The balancers that he guessed, did they really exist? Heavenly King Subduing and the others, why did they insist on delaying time until now? What were they waiting for? Were they waiting for people or things? Was it a coincidence that Wang Jinyang and the others appeared one after another in this life, or was it inevitable? What's the opportunity for your revival? Zhang Tao looked down, deep in thought. Kill. The sounds of killing intensified. Tian Mu punched a rank 9 powerhouse until his golden body cracked. Bei Gongyan charged, spear in hand, and pierced the other party's skull. On the other side, Su Bing, Old Manly, and Xianxia joined forces to kill Origin's powerhouse, but the other party's golden body was also shattered, and he roared continuously. Outside the battlefield, Fang Ping and the middle-aged martial artist were fighting in close combat. Both of their bodies were broken, and the more they fought, the fiercer it became. Even further down, Xianxia and the others were bathed in blood, killing until blood flowed like a river. Almost 1,000 evil sect martial artists were killed, and more than half were killed. At this moment, corpses were everywhere. Still not surrendering? Fang Ping let out a cold roar, chopping off the other party's arm with one slash, letting the other party slash his head. Golden light flickered for a while, and the skull injury healed rapidly. Surrender, tell me everything, and I'll spare your life. Wishful thinking. The middle-aged martial artist bellowed, turning his head, about to break through the air and leave. In the air, a crack appeared, and the other party appeared a few hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. The magical effect of Origin's Tao, he had just appeared a few hundred meters away when Fang Ping caught up with him in the blink of an eye. Stubborn fool. Fang Ping let out a low roar, one hand clawing through space, his palms separated from his body. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the other party's throat. A crisp crack, he crushed the other party's throat directly. The middle-aged martial artist's expression changed drastically. His saber slashed down, turning Fang Ping's palm into a bloody mess. His injury recovered in the blink of an eye, though. At this moment, a golden house came crashing down. This time, it was not a cover, but a direct suppression. Thunder rumbled, and cracks appeared in space from the impact. The middle-aged man raised his saber and was about to slash. At this moment, his eyes moved suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through space, heading straight for the crowd below. Fang Ping's eyes were cold, and he chased after him quickly. The golden house appeared in the other party's path in the blink of an eye. However, the other party broke through space again and again, avoiding the golden house. Who do you want to kill? Fang Ping asked suddenly. The middle-aged man sneered, breaking through the obstruction in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the rank 6 martial artists. His target. Xianxia. Fang Ping's gaze was cold and fierce. He did not ask any more, roaring, "Gophers!" Below, the gophers squeaked, but there was nothing they could do. They broke through space, blocking the other party. Who told you to kill her? Fang Ping appeared in front of him quickly, his gaze unfriendly. Did you receive an order from the Pope? Who is the Pope? He seems to know me very well. The middle-aged man did not say a word, fighting the gophers with all his might. You've angered me. I wanted to spare your life, but now, you're going to die. At this moment, the original golden house suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, a golden greatsword appeared. The Chongdao in Fang Ping's hand absorbed the golden greatsword instantly, turning golden. Destroy. A loud roar mixed with a powerful mentality bombardment. Countless imperishable substances exploded, scaring the gophers into running away. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly realized that the surrounding space was fixed and locked. Impossible. Idiot. Fang Ping sneered. Do you really think that I've only learned a little about the void-piercing swordsmanship during these few days of closed-door cultivation? Die. The other party raised his saber to block, but the golden light on Fang Ping's body was blinding like the next day, illuminating the entire mountain range in a golden color. Rumble, an explosion sounded, and the other party's Chongdao was shattered. A scream was heard, and in the blink of an eye, the golden body was shattered. A powerful mentality was just about to escape when the golden house appeared again, covering the other party. Rumble, the mentality crashed into the golden house, trying to escape, but Fang Ping sneered. Try self-destructing. If you don't, I'll let you taste the pain of having your mentality burned. The Pope. Maybe I know him. I'd like to see who can hide from me. In the golden house, the mentality was still crashing. The middle-aged man's appearance appeared, his face pale and desperate. He continued to crash into the golden house, trying to escape. This was the first time Fang Ping captured a rank 9 powerhouse's mentality alive. Fang Ping ignored him, turning his head to look at the rope, a ferocious smile on his face. Even when the middle-aged man was attacking rank 6 below, the rope did not budge. Although he did not expect this old witch to kill the enemy, she was completely indifferent. Just wait and see. He, Fang Ping, was not someone with a big heart. The rope felt a chill run down its spine when he stared at it. This person was so strong, he seemed even stronger than before. Kill them all. Don't leave any alive. Fang Ping suddenly shouted. There was no need to leave any alive. Among everyone present, perhaps only this middle-aged man knew something. As soon as his voice fell, Xianxia and the rest, who had captured a large number of evil sect martial artists below, exchanged glances. Suddenly, their expressions turned grim, and they attacked one after another, killing the martial artists who surrendered on the spot. Fang Ping. In the golden house, the middle-aged man saw this too. He screamed shrilly, "If you do this, you'll be punished by heaven." Idiot. Heaven? Is there still a heaven in this world? We are our own heaven. Following his words, in the space battlefield, Old Manly killed a rank 9 completely with 3 consecutive slashes. Tian Mu also let out a low roar, throwing a few punches, blowing up the last rank 9 golden body. The few of them had no intention of leaving any survivors. They attacked one after another, annihilating the other party's mentality. When the few evil sect rank 8 powerhouses saw this scene, their faces were filled with despair. In the blink of an eye, the sound of self-destruction rang throughout the space battlefield. The divine sect is not destroyed, reborn from the ashes. His crazed voice reverberated throughout the entire space. Fang Ping sneered. Rank 8 and 9 are so easily bewitched. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Reborn from the ashes? Even if they're reborn, they're still useless. Everyone attack, kill all the evil sect members. Wipe out the evil sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping roared, "Grand Pope, you're only fit to be a rat. No, you're worse than a rat." Before he could finish, someone said with a faint smile, "Stronger than a rat. Faster than a rat. We didn't catch him. It'll happen sooner or later. Don't worry." "I'm not worried." Fang Ping chuckled, turning his gaze to the wildcat. The wildcat shuddered. "Don't look at me. I didn't see anything. I just sensed something. Don't ask me. It's useless even if you ask." Fang Ping burst out laughing again. Looking at the corpses strewn all over the ground, he muttered to himself. The great battle came to an end quickly. The people below began to count the spoils of war. Fang Ping stepped on the blood-red ground. Now that it was mixed with the river water, the blood spread even wider, dyeing the surrounding area red. In the distance, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The avalanche was still spreading. Casually grabbing a blood-stained document in his hand, Fang Ping swept a glance at it. He looked at the spirit entity that was still colliding in the House of Gold. He said mildly, "You've done a good job with your charity work. You've even opened orphanages all over the world. Honestly speaking, you've been wronged if I call you a cult." The middle-aged man continued to collide. He did not reply or self-destruct. This kind of person was more afraid of death than the average person unless it was a matter of life and death. Fang Ping did not say much. He threw the document to Bei Gonghai and said, "Inform the various governments. Try to be as safe as possible and eliminate all these people. Don't force the Heavenly Department to enforce the law across borders." Fang Ping knew the evil sect's purpose of opening an orphanage. Fang Ping continued to search while saying, "The evil sect has been around for many years and has trained many people. Now it seems that some of them have infiltrated some of the core ranks. Hand over the list of core ranks and I'll consider torturing you less. Dream on. You're asking for it." Fang Ping did not say much. In the golden house, his mentality suddenly turned into mentality fire, burning the middle-aged martial artist's spirit. "Ah!" A scream rang out instantly. Fang Ping grinned hideously. He suddenly looked at the people around him and said, "Do I look like a villain?" Zhang Yu smiled as he packed his things. "A little. Usually, villains will be turned around at this time. When powerhouses come to help, they'll beat me up. I just want to know, now. Do those hidden powerhouses dare to come?" Fang Ping suddenly laughed heartily. I'm right here. Dare to come? A bunch of old and immortal trash, come here. Minister Zhang, you guys leave. I'll see if they dare to show up. Alright, they won't dare to come. A faint laugh came from the void. Zhang Tao said mildly, it's fine if they sneak around, but they won't have the guts to fight. That's true. Fang Ping shook his head and sighed. The evil sect is too weak. I don't feel anything when I kill them. That useless pope has been working for so many years and only has this trump card. Is it useful? No one answered. Fang Ping continued to wander on top of the pile of corpses, saying mildly, the evil sects are nothing to worry about. I wonder if some of the grandmasters have seen it. Now that you've seen it, you'd better be more obedient and cooperate if you need to. Otherwise, you'll end up like an evil sect. Someone will be able to see it. Zhang Tao replied again, and then said, I'll go first, you finish up by yourself. All right. There was no sound in the void. Fang Ping did not know whether old Zhang had left or not. He was not too concerned about this. Meanwhile, not far away from this place, the void trembled slightly. In a place that looked like a celestial realm, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Some fairy-like women were picking fruits and flowers. In the next moment, space trembled. Birds and beasts were frightened and fled in all directions. You don't welcome me? Zhang Tao stepped on his military boots and tore through the void, stepping out. Like a teacher, he looked around with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile, this place is not bad. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the celestial realm. In the next moment, a female figure appeared in the void. The woman was furious. Her eyes were cold and vigilant. Who are you? Still pretending? Zhang Tao was less than 100 meters away from the other party. His expression did not change as he said calmly, Zhang Tao has some reputation. The heavenly department is enforcing the law and the empress is spying. Does this mean that you might know the Grand Pope? I don't know. Don't know? Zhang Tao laughed. I don't like to destroy flowers. What a beautiful scene. I'm a vulgar person. Once I use force, it'll ruin the scenery. What do you want? Tell me, who is the Grand Pope? Also. Zhang Tao looked around and laughed. There's still a true God alive. Fine, let the true God go out and join the heavenly department. He'll be in charge of suppressing the other disobedient fellows. Arrogant. Empress Wu Mo yelled. Arrogant, this person had entered the outland and treated her like she was nothing. Did he really think that he could suppress the heavens? I said, don't force me. I'm an easygoing person. You can go and ask. There are many people who scold me. I still have some ability to turn things around. I don't like to fight if I can. Zhang Tao laughed. I don't mind even if you scold me. Cut the crap. Send the true gods and 3 rank 9s. The rest are up to you. As for you, hide if you want. Having said that, he added, this outland is not bad. I've taken a look. It seems to be made of a special material. It's not affected by the spatial rifts. I know what you're thinking. This is your home field, Heavens Beyond is your divine weapon. Here, you can control Heavens Beyond. However, as Zhang Tao said that, he punched out. Lightning flattened the ground, the outland that even the spatial rifts could not cut suddenly shook. A black rift appeared in the sky. Empress Wu Mo's face was livid. Zhang Tao said calmly, that's it. Stop me? I just don't want to be ruthless. Otherwise, I would have punched through this thing. Consider yourself unlucky. You dare to use your mentality to probe under my nose. You're asking for it. I don't want to initiate a fight against mythical figures like you, but that doesn't mean I can't. Listen to me. It's easy. If you don't, then I won't be able to talk to you either. Don't force me to kill an old antique. Mythical figures will shock everyone. You're too confident. Empress Wu Mo was like 1,000 armed guanyin. Suddenly, many arms appeared behind her, holding various divine weapons. She looked at Zhang Tao coldly. 3 heads and 6 arms? Where's the head? Come, make a few more heads. I don't like the look of it. I'll cut them off for you. As soon as he said that, Zhang Tao took a step forward. As if teleporting, he appeared in front of the Empress in the blink of an eye. He grabbed one of her arms and broke it with a crack. What the hell? That's it? Zhang Tao broke the arm and let Empress Wu Mo escape 1,000 meters away. He looked at the arm in his hand and shook his head. Too weak. You probably advanced to rank 9 from the early stage of 7th refinement golden body. At rank 9, you forged your golden body to peak 7th refinement. The origin path is also a path. It's not 10,000 meters, but about 8,000 meters. Can you be called an emperor? Zhang Tao said doubtfully, the emperors you speak of don't feel that strong. What's going on? The origin path is less than 10,000 meters. It's not short. 8,000 meters is not bad. Your foundation is okay, about 300,000 calories, that's about 840,000 calories. That's not a titled rank, right? In the distance, Wu Mo's expression changed. She said slowly, we're just injured and haven't recovered. Years ago, a powerhouse ambushed us and broke our golden bodies. The newly forged golden bodies are not as good as before. Or else what? So what if you have a vitality of 1 million cal? Zhang Tao sneered. But I'm interested in the person who ambushed you. Who is it? Unquestionable sword? I don't think so. You grandmasters who are hiding on Earth, unquestionable sword should not be too harsh on you. So, it's someone else? I think I know who is capable of that on Earth. Zhang Tao said impatiently, how do we choose? I said we'll work together. I didn't ask you to come out, you old witch. Don't push me. This is the last chance. Cherish it. You're so overbearing. Aren't you afraid that we won't be willing? What are you afraid of? Zhang Tao chuckled. You can try. See if you can ambush me like how you ambushed Unquestionable Sword. I may not be as strong as Unquestionable Sword, but I'm more ruthless than him. He has many concerns. He wants revenge, but he's hesitant and he has to be influenced by his sect. He's afraid of implicating his sect and he has to betray his sect before doing anything. No matter how strong he is, he has his flaws. Years ago, he was ambushed at Purple Cap Mountain, probably because his sect was in danger. Do you think I will? I prefer the title of Snake King. You might want to see how it feels to have a venomous snake with emperor-level strength stare at you day and night. Wu Mo, do you understand what I'm saying? If you do, then make your choice. I, Zhang Tao, am not Unquestionable Sword. He has respect for some old farts, but I don't. I rose up in the neo-martial arts. I have no gratitude for people like you. Don't push me. Empress Wu Mo's expression kept changing. She said slowly, Zhang Tao, don't try to be mysterious. You walk the path of human emperor and kill everyone in the human world. You will also die. Your flaws are more obvious than Unquestionable Sword. Yes. Zhang Tao smiled. You're right. This is my flaw, it's obvious. So what? Do you think it's faster for me to kill you or for you to kill the humans? I can try. Besides, do you really think I'm unprepared? Humans won't die, but I won't. I've hidden a few people. At least I'll give myself a chance to live. If you destroy Earth, I'll also have the power to fight one last time. Killing you guys isn't a big problem. Wu Mo's expression did not change, but she did not reply. Zhang Tao was a little impatient. His eyes suddenly turned ferocious and his aura erupted, creating many black cracks. Looks like you're very confident that I won't dare to kill you. Do you think I'm too easy to talk to? Crack, as he spoke, Zhang Tao teleported again. His palm took the shape of an eagle's claw and grabbed the other party's arm, breaking it instantly. You haven't recovered to your peak. Then be obedient. Looks like the person who hurt you knows when to stop. He'll need at least 1 or 2 years to recover to his peak. Interesting, this person is stronger than me now. As Zhang Tao spoke, Empress Wu Mo teleported again. She did not retaliate, but her expression was grim. Very strong, the other party truly had emperor-level strength. As for them, although they were still called great emperors, they had not recovered to their peak yet. They were slightly weaker than Emperor level. What do you want? Wu Mo asked coldly. Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. He said lightly, it's always the same. You don't learn from your mistakes. It's simple. Didn't I tell you? The true gods will come out. At least 3 rank 9s will join the heaven division and fight. As for the true god, as Zhang Tao spoke, his figure suddenly moved. The next moment, an explosion erupted from below. Empress Wu Mo's expression kept changing, but she did not intervene. After a while, Zhang Tao carried a figure in his hand. It was also a female. At this moment, Zhang Tao was holding the other party in his hand like he was holding a chicken. He laughed and said, listen to me. There are not many humans who are at the peak of female power. When you go to the heaven division, be obedient. I'm not asking you to risk your life. Make a statement. Even the true gods of Grandmaster have to risk their lives to survive. As he spoke, he lowered his head and looked at the indignant female true god in his hand. He raised his eyebrows and said, you're not convinced? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Having said that, he tossed her casually. The other party crashed into the space and exploded. She staggered and flew to Wu Mo's side. Both of you, come at me together. Come, I'll try beating you up with one hand. Zhang Tao was extremely savage. He laughed and said, seeing that you're women, I'll give you some face. I'm a person who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Look at Fang Ping. He's cruel and merciless. Can he beat a female martial artist like that? Can he simply punch a hole in someone's chest? Wouldn't it be better if you just burst someone's head with one punch? Why do you have to make it ugly even if you beat them to death? Look at me. I've beaten female true kings to death too. Other than the fact that they don't have heads, their bodies are perfectly preserved. When they live in their next life, they might still have a good body. They won't be flattened. As soon as he said that, the faces of the two opposite him turned ashen. At this moment, Zhang Tao still had the time to look at the watch in his hand. He glanced at it and said, it's almost lunchtime. I still have to rush back to eat. Both of you, 1 minute. 1 minute later, I'll be ruthlessly destroying a flower. Wu Mo said in a low voice, the Fang Ping you're talking about, the one outside? That's right. He's in charge of the heaven division? That's right. He's just a golden body martial artist. What right does he have to have a true god follow him? Wu Mo's tone was icy. This was the reason why she did not say anything. If it was to follow Zhang Tao, she might have agreed earlier. Beside her, the female true god also scolded, he's just a golden body martial artist. How dare you ask me to follow him? What a joke. Just a golden body? Zhang Tao rubbed his chin and laughed. I've already said that he's narrow-minded and doesn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex. If I were to pass on your words, he would probably beat you to death when he's at his peak. This fellow is really narrow-minded. Are you sure you want to offend him now? Humph. The female true god snorted coldly, looking indifferent. How could a mere golden body become a true god so easily? Wu Mo suddenly said, he's already at the 8th refinement of the golden body. Didn't you see it? Zhang Tao said playfully, what do you think? Wu Mo said lightly, it's still the 9th refinement of the golden body. If he's at the 9th refinement of the golden body, there's no harm in Mu Yan following him. 9th refinement of the golden body? Zhang Tao smiled. I'm a little curious. Did the 9th refinement of the golden body exist in your era? Wu Mo said nothing. Don't tell me there isn't? Or is it that only a very small number of people can? For example, those who walk the extreme path of the physique? You know about the extreme path? Zhang Tao said indifferently, are these considered secrets? It's just the extreme path. I'm not willing to walk it. Enough nonsense. The 9th refinement of the golden body might be difficult for the average person, but it's not too difficult for him. Ridiculous, ignorant. Wu Mo sneered. Do you know what the 9th refinement of the golden body means? The 9th refinement of the golden body is great accomplishment, known as undying and indestructible. The so-called indestructible golden body doesn't refer to the current golden body, the true indestructible golden body refers to the ninth refinement of the golden body. Similarly, the ninth refinement of the golden body corresponds to the ninth refinement of the spiritual consciousness. These people are the foundation of the extreme path. They are the powerhouses who walk the extreme path. Even sovereigns can't completely annihilate them. Even if they are killed, they will appear in this world again one day. Zhang Tao rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "Is that so? That's a little interesting." At this moment, he suddenly knew something. Without saying this, Zhang Tao said again, "1 minute is almost up. Have you thought it through? It doesn't matter whether the true gods go or not. But if you don't go, it's more or less not giving face. Everyone is someone who wants face. If you don't give me face, then I won't give you face." Wu Mo's face was livid. "This is called giving face. You directly barged into heaven beyond heaven and attacked without saying a word. This is called giving face." After a long time, Wu Mo said coldly, "Letting Mu Yan go out is fine. This emperor wants to reopen the sect. Going to the heaven division is just a stopgap measure. When the sect reopens, Mu Yan needs to return. Reopening the sect is no problem. Follow the rules of Profound Heaven sect. You'll know later." Zhang Tao agreed readily. But Mu Yan said coldly, "This seat won't show up. Golden Body Realm martial artists don't have the qualifications to tell this seat what to do." "Are you sure?" Zhang Tao said with a smile, "Showing your face is considered a comrade. Not showing your face, then it doesn't count. Don't expect anyone to remember the favor." "Humph." Mu Yan snorted coldly. "Remember the favor? Did she need it?" "Up to you." Zhang Tao stretched his back and said with a smile, "Look, it's simple now. Let's do it this way. This Zhang will take his leave first." Done talking, Zhang Tao disappeared in an instant. As soon as he left, the two looked at each other. Then, Wu Mo suddenly snorted coldly, his face showing displeasure. In heaven beyond heaven, that 100-flower garden actually disappeared. That was all kinds of natural treasures that she had collected over countless years. Of course, to her, it was more important to admire it. But now, it was gone. Just now, when Zhang Tao went down to capture Mu Yan, he conveniently took her away. She did not pay much attention, only watching Mu Yan being captured. Mu Yan also saw this scene, her tone cold, saying, "Master, this person is so domineering, how can he cultivate the emperor path? It's just specious." Wu Mo shook his head. The other party did not cultivate the pure emperor path, it was just similar. But very powerful, at least before her strength fully recovered, she was not the other party's opponent. "Alright, you coming out of heaven beyond heaven, the timing is just right. Even if he doesn't come, Master is also prepared to let you come out." Wu Mo said, then said, "Do things in secret, don't get into conflict with the human world martial artists for now." Having said that, his gaze deepened, saying, "That Fong Ping. 8 refinements of golden body. You keep an eye on whether someone is secretly manipulating it. In the neo-martial era, there shouldn't be an 8 refinements of golden body." Wu Mo said the words neo-martial era smoothly. Obviously, he was not ignorant. As he said that, Wu Mo frowned slightly and said, "Fong Ping, the other one is also 8 refinements of golden body, but he's walking the extreme path, so it's not surprising. As for Fong Ping, he's not walking the extreme path, but he can actually step into the 8 refinements. He might be an important chess piece. Both the North and South sects might have a plot." "Master, who was behind the North and South sects back then?" Mu Yan asked, a little puzzled. Even after so many years, she still could not think of who it was. "I don't know." Wu Mo laughed. "Some things don't need to be investigated. Keep an eye on Fong Ping, maybe there will be some unexpected gains." "Disciple understands." Mu Yan responded and quickly retreated. As soon as she left, Wu Mo looked at the black hole that was broken in the sky, frowning slightly. With a wave of his hand, the black hole disappeared. "Zhang Tao. Whose chess piece is he?" Wu Mo murmured softly. He was so strong, was he not afraid of going out of control, or was there an arrangement long ago? These people are getting more and more reckless. The unquestionable sword in the past and Zhang Tao today have already gone out of control. Chaos is coming, and these chess pieces want to turn the tables, it's easy to backfire. Wu Mo frowned slightly, shaking his head, and quickly disappeared into the sky. The original site of the evil sect. Fang Ping's ears twitched slightly. Zhang Tao spoke telepathically, don't bother about the Grandmaster at the side. When they come, just recruit them. Don't use them as humans, there's a deadly mission for them to handle. Kid, you have to have tender feelings for the fairer sex, but you also have to look at the person. They're a group of 1,000-year-old old witches, don't be blinded by them. Fang Ping was speechless. I don't have that hobby. That's good. Be careful, there are more and more messy people gathering around you. Including the old cat. As he said that, a big cat's ears twitched, its mouth clicking. You're the messy one, this cat is not, this cat is just here to watch the fun, don't talk nonsense. Old Zhang suddenly sneered and continued, the old cat is still trustworthy. This cat is afraid of death, it won't dare to mess around. You have to be careful. The wind and clouds are gathering, and there are more and more people around you. What seems like a coincidence may not be a coincidence. Although I don't want to say it, I still have to remind you, Wang Jinyang and the others gathering around you may not be a coincidence. Whether it's fated or someone is pushing it, be careful. Back then, you were led by Wang Jinyang and stepped into martial arts. Now that I think about it, it may not be a coincidence, understand? Also, don't use some of your abilities. Someone is making a move, you may be an extremely important link. Fang Ping smiled and said telepathically, Minister, have you invested? Me? Maybe. Fang Ping knows that some things may not be a coincidence. Karma meets fate, I understand some things. However, the me now is not qualified to think about these things. I will become stronger as soon as possible and get out of this crisis. That's good. It's not appropriate for me to show up next. I've already intimidated Wu Ma. I think these old antiques may have a way to contact each other, it should spread quickly. You go to them, force them to open their grotto heavens, recruit elites, and strengthen the heaven division. These people probably have the same idea. They want to reject, but they want to welcome. Don't be too courteous, if you don't force them, they may not have an excuse to come out. Again, don't use them as people, treat them as weapons, weapons that can hurt others as well as yourself. If they die, then they die. Don't feel sorry for them, don't care if they live or die. Be ruthless to your own people. These people should have died long ago, if they die, then they die. Understood. After talking for a while, Zhang Tao left for real this time. Fang Ping continued to use mentality fire to burn the middle-aged martial artist's spirit body, suddenly looking at the cat, smiling. I won't ask anything else, just one thing. Have you ever felt the Grand Pope's aura on me? Even if it's just a little. The cat meowed, lowered its head, and continued to eat. Fang Ping saw this and laughed. A cat that's afraid of death. Does he have the ability to kill you? From the looks of it, he does, right? The cat said nothing. Fang Ping laughed again. It's okay. Most of the people who are close to me are here. Even if they're acquaintances, they're not too close. If he's killed, then he's dead. The next time we meet, find a chance to kill him. Meow. Don't pretend you didn't hear it. Does a cat have times when it's afraid? No wonder you've lived long enough to forget what you shouldn't say. If it were me, I'd like this kind of cat too. So pure, so smart. Who said you're a dumb cat? He's the idiot, right? Meow. I'm just a cat. The cat felt wronged. I don't know, don't ask me, I forgot, Alzheimer's. On the 28th of January, Fang Ping led the Heavenly Division and annihilated the cult headquarters. On that day, Wu Jitan Tian swore that 3 rank 9 martial artists came to join him. They were all women, and they were as pretty as flowers and jade. In the end, he met a group of insensible fellows. Tian Mu did not know what was good for him. He said in front of them that he could fight 1 against 3 and skewer them. The few of them were so angry that their faces turned pale. Even though Fang Ping thought that these old demons looked pretty good when they turned pale, he did not stop Tian Mu. These rank 9s were rank 9s. Don't treat them like high grandmasters. But in this way, the 9th level Heaven Division battle strength reached a huge 12 people. Both possessed the strength of the Tao of Origin. Among the rank 9 martial artists from Grandmaster, there was no weak rank 9. If he was really too weak, he wouldn't have been worth protecting back then. On January 29th, Fang Ping led his team out again. He wasn't in a hurry to check his spoils of war. He didn't even have time to question the middle-aged martial artist. He continued to shove him into the Golden House and let him attack. This time, Fang Ping went to a Grandmaster. This heaven was called Guanming Duanjing Heaven. This was one of the sky beyond heaven that Su Bing knew of. Within the borders of Dong Yuwu. On an unknown cliff. Su Bing looked around and said after a while, "From what I can see, Duanjing Tian should be here. Emperor Guanming is extremely powerful, but he is a domineering person." As he spoke, a powerhouse under Empress Wu Mo snorted coldly and said, "Empress Guanming had a dispute with Heavenly Emperor Xianming in the past. I heard that the two great emperors had a conflict in the heaven realm." Su Bing, you're really good at finding. Of all places to look, he happened to find Emperor Guanming. Su Bing didn't mind. Fang Ping did not care. Regardless of whether there is a conflict or not, since we want to enter the world, we have to listen to the Heaven Division. Fang Ping was extremely arrogant. He shouted loudly, "Heavenly Emperor Guanming." Since they were going to enter the world, they had to follow the laws of China and recruit Origin Realm cultivators into the Heaven Division. This was an order from the human emperor. If anyone disobeys, I will flatten the heavens. Fang Ping had a condescending look on his face. He was extremely savage. The eyes of Su Bing and the other powerhouses from the realm beyond heaven flickered. If the heavens want to kill a man, they will first make him mad. Now, the human martial artists like Ren Huang and Fang Ping thought they were invincible. They conquered the heavens and were incomparably powerful. Which great emperor would be willing to accept this? Even if he didn't make a move now, these people would settle the score in the future. On that day, not many martial artists in the world would be able to survive. Although the other heavens had begun to compromise, they were only taking advantage of the situation and were just preparing to leave the mountain. Coupled with the fact that he had yet to fully recover from his injuries, it gave them the opportunity to be arrogant. These people will die sooner or later. At this moment, the few grandmasters had the same thought. Mu Yan, who was hiding in the dark, also sneered silently. The fake emperor believed himself to be invincible in the world. Even his disciples were so crazy. Now that he had offended so many great emperors, it was a good thing. When the day came to settle the score, every single one of them would try to escape. Although Fang Ping was shouting in the sky, he was also looking around. Looking at the gazes of these people, Xianxia sneered coldly. Waiting to settle the score in the future, just wait and see. It would be fine if they behaved themselves in the future, but if they didn't, they would all be beaten to death. He was too lazy to care about what these people were thinking. Fang Ping shouted again, "The emperor's order, will Heavenly Emperor accept it or not?" In the void, someone said indifferently, "The emperor? There is no emperor in this world, where will the emperor come from?" Fang Ping said coldly, "If there is an emperor in our hearts, then there will be an emperor. If everyone is united, the emperor will be invincible. If Heavenly Emperor is not convinced, you can try. Let's see if our Sino nation has the ability to wipe out Heavenly Emperor and kill him on the spot." Insolence. At this moment, a figure appeared. The newcomer wore a phoenix-winged helmet, golden cloud shoes on his feet, holding a golden spear in his hand, his face full of anger. He glared at Fang Ping and shouted sternly, "How dare you!" As soon as this person appeared, even if Su Bing and the others were not with him, they bowed and said, "Greetings, Prince Hongji." They were still greeting, but in the next moment, Fang Ping had already made his move. "Prince," this person was either a descendant of Heavenly Emperor or a direct disciple. Su Bing and the others could not compare. This kind of person was also arrogant. Fang Ping knew these people's personalities too well. Even Su Bing and the others looked down on humans, not to mention this kind of prince. He had to fight, it did not matter if he was beaten to death. Right now, he only needed to be responsible for what was below the peak. When it came to a desperate situation, there would naturally be someone to deal with him. This Prince Hongji was also a rank 9 origin powerhouse. However, Fang Ping was not afraid of him. How dare you? Hongji shouted. Nowadays, the martial artists in the human world were really bold, they actually took the initiative to attack him. Nonsense, you little turtle. Even if you empty the toilet bowl for Grandpa Fong, it would be a great honor for you. Fong Ping's body suddenly expanded, his golden body dazzling. He was not holding a broadsword in his hand. Instead, he held the golden house and smashed it down violently, the void collapsed from the impact, and a crack appeared. Hongji's expression changed slightly, but he was not afraid, he had entered Origin, and he was a direct disciple of a great emperor. Why would he be afraid of a rank 8 golden body martial artist? In the blink of an eye, Hongji moved his feet and appeared above Fong Ping's head in the blink of an eye, his long spear stabbing straight at his Bai Hui. The brain nucleus was here, although the brain nucleus was a manifestation of the Sanjiao gate, in reality, Bai Hui was connected to the brain nucleus. This was also a major weakness of martial artists. The long spear did not make a crack. With a tremble, it went straight for Fong Ping's Bai Hui. Fong Ping was also extremely fast. He waved the golden house and smashed it with a loud bang, bang, a violent sound was heard. Fong Ping took a few steps back. Hongji's long spear deviated, the tip of the spear trembling slightly. He snorted coldly. You have some skills. No wonder you're so arrogant, however, an immortal object is still an external object after all. That's all there is to it. Fong Ping sneered. External object? Isn't an immortal object cultivated by martial artists? I'm only 21 years old. How old are you? Trash is trash. What's the use of living long? You're an antique that's thousands of years old. You should just die after cultivating to this stage. Why embarrass yourself? You're asking for it. Hongji was furious. With the long spear in his hand, he attacked quickly. One of them was holding a long spear while the other was holding a golden house. They fought fiercely in the air. The mountains and rivers in the nearby area began to collapse. Tian Mu and the rest did not attack. They guarded the nearby area to prevent the aftermath from spreading. Although this place was deserted, it did not mean that no one would come. How is this guy? Everyone discussed as they watched the battle. Bei Gongyan asked. Tian Mu chuckled. Average. His origin path is about 7 stages. However, according to what Fong Ping said, these antiques might have just been revived and are not used to intense battles. They have to go down a stage, comparable to 6 stages of origin path. As for Fong Ping has changed a lot this time. I think his strength is about 5 to 6 stages. It's useless to talk about stages. Old Manly said directly, it depends on outburst and strength control. I think we shouldn't judge based on how far one has gone on origin path in the future. Rank 9 mainly depends on the basic vitality, the depth of origin path, strength control, and combat technique proficiency. Starting from the weakest rank 9, the basic 100,000 calories. Under normal circumstances, 70% control is equivalent to 70,000 calories vitality outburst. Old Manly laughed. That's about it for the weakest rank 9. Those who are still weak are those who have just broken through. They can't be counted. 70,000 calories outburst is the weakest rank 9. The strongest, like Qi Huanyu from the catacombs, can outburst close to 400,000 calories. Of course, that's the theoretical limit. The gap between rank 9 is also huge. I think we should calculate it according to 30,000 calories per step. 70,000 calories is the weakest, 100,000 calories, 130,000 calories, 160,000 calories, to 400,000 calories, that's 12 steps. If Fong Ping outbursts now, I think he can at least reach 190,000 to 220,000 calories. That's already better than most rank 9s. As for this Hongji, he's more or less in this range. Everyone nodded slightly. The peak of outburst also represented a person's limit, including various combat techniques and strength control. Martial artists who could outburst to this peak would not be weak at this level. Using the peak of outburst to measure combat strength was actually more reliable than using how far one had gone on origin path. While everyone was talking, in the sky above, the two were already in a heated battle. Fang Ping directly used the Golden House as a sword. His space-piercing swordsmanship was unleashed again and again, slashing the void and leaving streaks of bloody marks on the opponent's body. The golden armor that the opponent was wearing was also slashed into pieces. As for Fang Ping, he simply tore his shirt, revealing his golden torso. Like a demon god, he allowed the other party's spear to pierce his golden body, but only his flesh was injured, not his golden bones. Every time the spear stabbed, some blood splattered. However, the other party did not seem to be used to Fang Ping's crazy fighting style. He was beaten until he retreated step by step. Not only could Fang Ping fight, but he could also talk. Useless. Is this what you have to be arrogant? Scratching an itch for me? Come, continue. Grandpa Fang just felt a little itchy. Come, scratch an itch for Grandpa. This is the Emperor's son? The Emperor's heir? Useless thing, don't dodge. Come, I'll cut you open. You can stab anywhere you want. Fang Ping's words were full of mockery. Hongji's strength was not weaker than his, but at this moment, the more he fought, the more frustrated he became. Fang Ping was crazy. Most of the time, it looked like he was going to die together with the other party. He stabbed his spear into the other party's throat. The other party did not dodge at all. He also smashed his head with the house. He wanted to use techniques to shatter the other party's internal organs with his vitality. Fang Ping also let him shatter them. Taking advantage of this time, he slashed with his Cheng Dao and chopped off the other party's arm. He only had one attitude. I'll hurt you as much as you hurt me, let's see who was more heavily injured in the end. If they could not hold on, they would be finished. For Hong Ji, this kind of fighting style was too humiliating. He had just come out of the temple, and it was a fight to the death. For him, who had lived for thousands of years and finally came out of the temple, to encounter such a situation as soon as he came out, was he willing to fight to the death with the other party? The Celestial Emperor was right behind him. He had no choice but to fight. However, if he were to be killed here or seriously injured, it would not be worth it no matter how he thought about it. Moreover, the other party was too good at scolding. For Hongji, this was the first time he had met someone who did not care about his reputation and would scold his whole family during a fight. Being harassed by the other party's words, he felt a little uneasy. Both of them fought for 5 minutes. Hongji was smashed by Fang Ping's house. The phoenix-winged hood was smashed into pieces. The golden chainmail was also completely a thing of the past. When he came out, the graceful and elegant Hongji was now even worse than a beggar. Fang Ping, on the other hand, became more and more arrogant. His golden torso was riddled with spear marks. Golden blood dripped continuously, but he was still in high spirits, suppressing Hongji's exploding hammer, inside the temple. At this moment, it was quiet. In the Heavenly Emperor Hall. The Celestial Emperor Hall was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. His hair and beard were all white, but his skin was like crystal, glossy and delicate. At this moment, the scene of both of them fighting appeared in front of everyone. After a long time, the Celestial Emperor Hall said calmly, "The neo-martial artists are not afraid of death. They say it's martial arts, but it's actually demonic. The neo-martial artists are all demons. They kill for fun, take injuries as glory, and die in battle for merit. These people have long been led astray." As soon as he said that, a group of people below nodded in agreement. However, there was still someone who said, "Celestial Emperor, the neo-martial artists are strong and domineering. Everyone is crazy. Black Radiance and Limitless Sky have already compromised. Now, if we go against the neo-martial artists, I'm afraid there will be trouble." The Celestial Emperor Hall said indifferently, "At least we fought once. Black Radiance and the others are like slaves and have lost all face. Even if the Celestial Emperor Hall temporarily compromised, they will not be so shameless. But Prince Hongji, if this goes on, I'm afraid he will not be able to defeat the other party." It was not that Hongji was weak. It was that he did not dare to risk his life. During a fight, if they were evenly matched, then they would fight with their lives. How could they win if they did not dare to risk their lives? Everyone present was also a veteran who had fought all over the world. Just by looking at the momentum, they knew that Hongji would lose without a doubt. If he loses, so be it. Let the neo-martial artists continue to be arrogant. The Celestial Emperor Hall continued, let them look down on us so that we don't have to fight with the land realm. Let us fight. Celestial Emperor, why don't you join forces with the land realm? Foolish. The Celestial Emperor Hall scolded. The land realm is a remnant of the earthly Emperor God dynasty. When we conquered the earthly Emperor God dynasty in the past, some of us did not die. If we join forces with the land realm, it will be even more dangerous. Celestial Emperor, someone hesitated but still asked, why don't you completely seal the Celestial Emperor Hall and wait until the Celestial Realm wall is completely broken before we come out of beyond heaven to seize the Emperor's path? They were still a little puzzled. Was it really necessary to enter the world now? He might as well wait for that day to come. It wouldn't be too late to come into being then. Celestial Emperor Hall's eyes were deep. We still have to come out. Chaos is coming, and all the monsters will appear. Understanding the monsters of the three realms is the first. Communicating with all sides and forming alliances is the second, nurturing disciples and strengthening forces. The more people die, the better. Everyone looked puzzled. The Celestial Emperor Hall said indifferently, when too many people die, their life energy will fade, the heavenly Tao will weaken, and the foundation of the great Tao will be shaken. At that time, perhaps the Emperor's path will be revealed. In the past, we conquered the earthly Emperor God dynasty and killed countless people. That day, the heavenly Tao changed, and we only found out about it. Over the years, wars have been launched again and again, and there are people manipulating them in the dark. The more experts die, the better. When too many experts die, the great Tao will change. At that time, the door blocking the way will appear. Perhaps we can break through the door and break through to the next realm. As soon as he said that, someone was moved. Soon, someone said, then, more than 2,000 years ago, the world changed, and the great Tao became chaotic. Was that the reason for the war? That's right. Some people are secretly manipulating this war. The war between the North and the South, the struggle for the extreme Tao. When the heavenly realm was still around, this dispute had already happened, but it was not as intense as before. More than 2,000 years ago, these people in the North Sea were instigated by someone to stir up a war between the North and the South. With the help of the remnants of the earthly Emperor God dynasty, that war broke out. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed in the end. Perhaps the number of dead experts wasn't enough. Not enough people died, and the celestial realm wall hasn't opened yet, so the door blocking the way hasn't appeared. As he spoke, Guan Ming's eyes were like the sun and moon. He said indifferently, no, perhaps the seed of rebirth hasn't appeared yet. It lacks an opportunity. In this life, the seed of rebirth will appear, and the celestial realm wall will be broken. The Emperor's path is right in front of us. Guan Ming was eager. He didn't have much time left. Someone was plotting everything. In this era, many people's lifespans were coming to an end. Coincidentally, the Emperor's path appeared in this era. Not just them, some hidden old antiques would appear. Some experts and even some demons from the Sea of Bitterness would show up. The timing was too coincidental. At this time, too many powerhouses would face such a crisis. Those who usually hid, cultivated in seclusion, and did not compete, they would all appear. Having cultivated to this stage, could they watch helplessly as their lifespans ran out? They had transcended. They should have transcended a long time ago, no longer being shackled by lifespans. How could they die a violent death because their lifespans were exhausted at this time? Guan Ming murmured, this time. Neo-martial artists must fight for the world. 1,000 years ago, some old antiques did not appear. There was no other reason. 1,000 years ago, everyone did not care too much about the problem of lifespans. Many people could still continue to live. But now, it was not possible. If they did not appear this time, they might not have another chance. This time, it was also the real world of great competition. Some people had already planned in advance. Some people, who did not plan in the past, were planning now. Urging the outbreak of war, waiting for the realm wall to break, contacting all parties, forming alliances. Next, that would be the real world of chaos. Bang, Emperor Guan Ming was still thinking about those things. At this moment, outside, Fang Ping had smashed Hong Ji's body into pieces. A Chongdao appeared, chopping off his right arm. His left arm had long been shattered. Fang Ping held the saber and was about to behead the other party. In the void, Emperor Guanming said lightly, "Enough." Fang Ping did not care about him. His Chongdao slashed directly. "Humph." Guanming snorted softly. The void froze instantly. Fang Ping's Chongdao could not fall. Hong Ji, who was under his foot, flushed, angry and anxious. "Useless." Fang Ping cursed and withdrew his Chongdao. At this time, there were no obstacles. Fang Ping looked at the void and said loudly, "Emperor Guanming, each side must send at least 3 origin powerhouses. Join the Heaven Division and conquer everywhere. If necessary, the Celestial Emperor must also attack and kill the Catacombs powerhouses. I have not recovered from my injuries. I'm afraid I can't come out of seclusion." Guanming's answer was indifferent. Fang Ping did not care. He smiled. "I won't force it. However, when the Grandmasters enter the Heaven Division, those who do not obey the military orders will be killed without mercy. The Celestial Emperor must choose his people carefully, lest the people who come out of seclusion are killed, delaying the Celestial Emperor's important matters." As he said that, Fang Ping kicked Hong Ji and laughed. "This person can come out of seclusion. I see that he is very dissatisfied. Just nice, I'll find a chance to kill him and be done with it." Hong Ji, who was kicked and sent flying, was furious. Emperor Guanming did not answer. After a long time, he said slowly, 3 days later, someone will go to the Heaven Division. I forgot to mention, the cultivation methods have to be handed over, including spirit stones, energy fruits, and so on. Before the Celestial Emperor sends people out of seclusion, take these things with you, just in case something happens. Having said that, Fang Ping laughed heartily, stepped into the void and left. He did not even look at the furious Hong Ji behind him. After he left, an indifferent snort was heard. In the blink of an eye, Hong Ji was swept into Guanming by a force. January 30th, 27th of the 12th lunar month. Fang Ping once again led the Heaven Division to conquer thoughtless Jiangyu. This time, both sides clashed again. The Heaven Division killed a rank 9 and intimidated thoughtless Jiangyu. 3 powerhouses, Zhang Tao, Li Zhan, and War King, joined forces and almost blew up thoughtless Jiangyu. As such, the other party chose to compromise and sent 3 rank 9 powerhouses to the Heaven Division. In a short 3 days, the Heaven Division fought consecutively and returned victorious. The 3 Grandmasters, Wuji Sky, Guanming Sky, and thoughtless Jiangyu, compromised and sent powerhouses to the Heaven Division to obey orders. At this point, including Xianming Sky, a total of 12 powerhouses entered the Heaven Division, including 1 true god and 11 rank 9s. In an instant, the Heaven Division's strength skyrocketed. Fang Ping, however, knew that they were just paper. These people from the human realm upon heavens could turn against them at any time. Before the other party turned against him, he had to make the best use of these powerhouses. He did not care even if all of them died. January 31st, Fang Ping led the team back to Magic City. It was not that there were no more places to conquer, but it was almost New Year. This day was already the 28th of the 12th lunar month. New Year's Eve was approaching. For the people, it was the end of the year, and it was customary to stop fighting. As for Fang Ping, at this time, he needed to sort out his gains and information. In the past few days, although there were not many battles, Fang Ping was actually very tired dealing with these old antiques. Currently, Grandmaster was not Sino Nation's main pressure or opponent. Their current enemy was still the Catacombs. In the few days when he led the team out, the Catacombs also received information that there were more and more true kings gathering in the Land of Kings. The Land of Kings might be opening soon. Not only that, there seemed to be some changes in the Catacombs. Some young powerhouses were coming out one after another. There were even people who left the restricted area and entered the outskirts, fighting in the outskirts. The Jiang family's Jiang Hao, a powerhouse who was about to enter rank 8 and was known as invincible among rank 7s, was seriously injured by same-rank martial artists in the outskirts. Troubled times were coming. There were movements in the Land of Kings, in the bounded zones, and even in the Forbidden Sea. Recently, some humans in the catacomb cities felt something. The Forbidden Sea seemed to be expanding. Near the coast, the figures of demons were often seen. In the middle of the sea, the roars of what seemed to be top-notch demon powerhouses could be heard. There seemed to be demons fighting in the Forbidden Sea too. Some demons in the bounded zones were even participating in the war. Even Magic City Catacombs Jiao seemed to have something to look for Fang Ping. Previously, when he went to the original site of Hope City, he did not see Fang Ping running away in a hurry. He did not know what was going on. Under such circumstances, while the ordinary people were preparing for the new year, Fang Ping had no choice but to return to Magic City with these messy affairs. The moment he returned to Magic City's airspace, Fang Ping felt a little sad. 3 years ago, he did not think that one day, he would be so busy. Prosperous times, troubled times lurk. In this world, if we don't kill, the prosperity will be overturned in a day. I hope this prosperity lasts a little longer. January 31st, 28th of the 12th lunar month. On this day, Fang Ping returned to Magic City. He did not go to school, did not go to the catacombs, and did not even return to the Heaven Division. Fang Ping returned home in the afternoon. Walking in front of the district, Fang Ping was a little absent-minded. How long had it been since he came back? Home was right in front of him. His parents had moved from Sun City to Magic City, and Fang Ping returned even less, even if he could reach in an instant with his speed. It seemed like he had gone back once during the summer vacation. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Fang Ping had not returned for half a year. Too busy, too tiring. It was not that he could not go back, but he always thought that he would go back when he had some free time. However, every time he thought of this, the moment of leisure passed in a flash. In the second half of 10 years, Fang Ping had done too many things and killed too many people. Walking in front of the district, Fang Ping walked in. The moment the security guards at the district entrance saw Fang Ping, they were first absent-minded, followed by deep respect. The 4 security guards were like soldiers at this moment. They suddenly saluted and shouted, "Hello, Minister Fang." Respect. That was true, the catacombs had been made public. In the past 100 years, tens of millions of people had died. Magic City's catacombs had been open for more than 60 years. How many people had died in Magic City? How many martial artists and elites had died in Magic City's catacombs? A few days ago, Fang Ping had led MCMAU and pacified Magic City's catacombs. This was an unparalleled achievement. Even these security guards knew of Fang Ping's achievements. The district's security captain was also a martial artist and a retired soldier. He had once been stationed in Magic City's catacombs. He was injured in Magic City's catacombs and retired. To become a security captain. When talking about the dangers of the catacombs, these security guards were shaken to the core. Such a dangerous catacombs had been pacified by a young man in the end. Who would not admire him? Moreover, he was one of the world's top powerhouses. He was ranked second on the rank 8 list and had the strength to fight high grandmasters. Hello. Fang Ping restrained his emotions and pulled himself together. He was at home, but he felt a little homesick. His parents had called a few times in the past half a year, but they had never seen each other in person despite being so close. Fang Mingrong and his wife were worried that they would affect their son, so they did not dare go to MCMAU to look for Fang Ping. They could only learn about their son's situation through Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Fang Ping exhaled softly. Protecting the country. Sometimes, he was confused. Which was more important, the family or the country? He said it was for his little family, but in the end, this little family had not returned for a long time. Before this, he had regarded MCMAU as a small family. And now, with the establishment of the Heaven Division, the scope of this small family seemed to have expanded by a lot. Step by step, he felt that something was wrong. Something's wrong. Old Zhang seems to be scamming me. Pushing me to the edge of the cliff step by step. Fang Ping mumbled to himself. He nodded at the security guard and walked toward his house. Old Zhang had tricked him, he seemed to have fallen into a trap. I told you that I wouldn't be like him. I'm a selfish fellow, but now, it seems like I'm walking down his old path. While Fang Ping was thinking about these things, some people in front of the district gates exclaimed, "Why is Minister Fang here?" This was a new resident. An old resident hurriedly said, "You probably don't know about this. When Minister Fang was still an MCMAU student, he had bought a house here. His parents had settled down here. But I haven't seen Minister Fang for a while. I could still see him sometimes in the past. Minister Fong is too busy. I heard that the Heaven Division was established a few days ago. Minister Fong led some Grandmaster powerhouses out to fight. Sigh, martial arts powerhouses. I used to be envious, but now I can't say envious. Did you see the list that the government made public? These years, so many Grandmasters have died in battle. It's admirable, respectable, and a pity. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Before the catacombs was made public, who did not envy these powerhouses? Who did not envy these powerhouses, the real bigwigs, the privileged class, when Grandmaster-level powerhouses, whether they were from the people or the government, arrived at a place, the local governor had to meet them personally to show respect. At that time everyone was extremely envious and jealous. But now, when the catacombs were made public, when the government made public the list of those who died in battle over these years, and when the names of Grandmasters were listed, there was only respect and no hatred. These Grandmasters had used their lives to explain what a Grandmaster-level powerhouse was. They had to be first in every battle. As the middle-aged man spoke, someone said in a low voice, "In the face of disaster, someone has to stand up, stand up." Minister Fong and these people are the heroes of this era. There's not much we can do. Minister Fong has many things to do. Since his relatives are in the same area as us, if there's trouble in the future, we'll just have to help. Well said. This is how it should be. The group of people spoke one after another. Even though they were old and could no longer advance in martial arts, they were still impassioned at this moment. Whether it was sincere or not, hearing these words, even Fong Ping, who was already far away, felt much better. Most of the time, faith was born inadvertently. Some martial artists would also feel indignant sometimes. Why did martial artists have to go to the front line? Why did these mediocre fellows have to hide in the back and enjoy prosperity? The front line was bathed in blood, and there were still some people in the back waiting to die. Some people used to complain often dissatisfied. Many times, when martial artists heard these comments, they felt bad. Now that the catacombs were made public, there were fewer such voices. A martial artist's status was exchanged with their lives. Today's martial artists were much less resentful than before. It had to be said that there were pros and cons to making the catacombs public. Fortunately, the situation on Earth was still stable. A group of powerhouses in Sino Nation had also made many arrangements. In general, the pros outweighed the cons. Villa area. Fong family villa, in the courtyard. Fong Yuan seemed to know that Fong Ping was back, or maybe she heard someone calling her. She ran out of the house. When she saw Fong Ping, she was overjoyed and shouted, "Dad, Mom, brother is back." Fong Ping burst into laughter. He quickly entered the courtyard and said, amused, "Do I need to make such a big fuss about my return?" Fong Yuan said happily, "You said you'd come back after fighting in Magic City's catacombs. In the end, you were busy preparing for the Heaven Division and didn't go home. I even told Dad and Mom that you'd be home soon. It's almost the new year. Brother, next time when you make a promise, you must keep it. You're too talkative." Fong Ping laughed and was about to pinch her cheek. Fong Yuan moved her feet and quickly dodged, saying unhappily, "Don't pinch me. I'm already a middle-ranked martial artist." "Yo, you're acting all high and mighty in front of me?" Fong Ping laughed again. At this time, Fong Mingrong and Li Weiying walked out of the house. When they saw Fong Ping, Fong Mingrong did not react, but Li Weiying's eyes were red. In the blink of an eye, they had not seen their son for more than half a year. They only knew that their son was out there fighting, getting stronger and stronger, from middle-ranked to high-ranked, from a student to a vice-chancellor, then a deputy minister. His status was getting higher and higher, but the higher their son's status was, the more worried the couple was. When he was stronger, his status was higher, and the enemies he encountered were stronger too. Sometimes, the news would report some news about the catacombs and introduce some powerhouses. These people could shatter space, were omnipotent, and were extremely powerful. Now, their son's opponents were all these people. How could the couple not worry? "Mom, don't cry when you see me." Fong Ping chuckled. "Aren't I doing well now? Your son has done you proud. I've become Sino Nation's deputy minister. When I go out now, I'll be awe-inspiring and subdue everyone. You only know how to say nice things. Li Yueying reprimanded, her eyes red. You're so busy? Your house is right outside your door. Why didn't you come back to visit? Beside her, Fang Mingrong smiled and comforted, Ping Ping is managing a lot of things now. Don't always add to his troubles. You're back. Come in quickly. Your mom was talking about you just now. Fang Ping chuckled and stepped into the house. He stared at his parents. Fang Ping was a little surprised, but he also understood. He smiled. Mom, Dad, you're both rank 2 martial artists now. Did Gun Gun steal my resources and bring them back? Behind him, Fang Yuan, who had followed him into the house, pouted and said gloomily, Brother, don't accuse me wrongly, okay? Mom, Dad, the resources are subsidized by the government. You're already a deputy minister. The government has subsidies too. They've sent them all to our house. Fang Mingrong was also full of smiles. He sat down on the sofa and nodded. Yuan is right. Their resources. From the government. They said that you've done a lot of meritorious deeds. You don't need them, so they sent them to our house. Your mom and I aren't young anymore. We don't expect martial arts to have a bright future, but at least we have some capital to defend ourselves. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said no more. This bit of resources was really not worth mentioning to him. Nowadays, everyone practiced martial arts. Even if his parents did not want to fight, practicing martial arts to strengthen their bodies was also good. At least rank 2 martial artists would not fall sick. Fang Ping had just sat down when his eyes widened in the next second. You. What's wrong with you? Fang Ping looked at the gray cat wandering out of the kitchen and was dumbfounded. Why did this cat come to his house? F***ck. I remember when I left, it was brought to the island. At the entrance of the kitchen, the gray cat was lazily holding a plate of cooked pork ribs in its mouth. It wanted to say something when it realized that it was still holding something in its mouth. It suddenly stood up on its hind legs, picked up the plate, and said while eating, I just got here. Help me find little ball. I'm going back. As soon as the gray cat spoke, Li Yueying and Fang Mingrong turned pale with fright. They quickly looked at Fang Ping and calmed down. They suppressed their panic and said nothing. A cat that could talk, in the past, it would have scared people to death. However, the couple now knew a little about the martial arts world. They knew that there were monsters in the catacombs too. It seemed normal that monsters could talk. The couple suppressed their panic, but Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. The gray cat, this cat was famous in the circle of high-ranked powerhouses. Most people did not know about the gray cat, but she was Fang Ping's sister. This cat seemed to be stronger than her big brother. When she heard the gray cat's words, Fang Yuan quickly put on a smile. Her already thin round face appeared again. She said with a smile, Are you the gray cat? What little ball are you looking for? I have a lot of little balls. The gray cat glanced at her and swallowed a piece of pork rib, muttering. The others did not hear it, but Fang Ping's ears twitched. He said quickly, I'll talk to the gray cat. Dad, Mom, you guys go ahead and cook. You haven't been home for a long time. Make more delicious food today. After saying that, Fang Ping stood up and gestured to the gray cat. They walked toward the balcony together. On the balcony, the gray cat was still eating. Fang Ping stared at it for a while and frowned slightly. Brother cat, you don't have to be in such a hurry to find little balls, do you? With your personality, it's not like you to follow me all the way to my house. Crunch, the gray cat continued chewing on the pork rib, too lazy to respond. Brother cat, I think you said something just now. Since you're here, if you don't mind, why don't you tell Fang Ping? The gray cat raised its head and glanced at him. Its face showed some hesitation. After a while, it muttered, that little chubby face just now is from your family, right? Fang Ping was stunned. He suddenly felt like laughing. You're a big fat cat. Aren't you embarrassed to call this fatty and that little chubby face every day? Why don't you take a look at how fat your face is? Yes, it's my sister. Brother cat, if you have something to say, please say it. Fang Ping is not someone who does not know his limits. If there are some things that don't affect you, please tell me. Is there something wrong with my sister? I don't know. The gray cat scratched its ears with its oily paws and said, there's the smell of someone familiar. It's not little chubby face. Someone familiar seemed to have come into contact with her. Fong Ping, be careful. Little Sword did the same thing back then. Then Little Sword went crazy. The gray cat was a little depressed. It lay on the ground and continued eating. Some people are very bad. They're always thinking of bad things. Little Sword used to be very good, but when his wife died, he went crazy. Don't go crazy too. That won't be good. The gray cat became even more depressed. If he went crazy, he would not be the same person he was. Fong Ping said with a serious expression, someone familiar? Brother Cat, this matter concerns Fong Ping's family. Please tell me more. Who is it? He had not returned for a long time because he wanted to play down some things. Martial artists would never be threatened by others because of their family. Even if their family was killed, they would never put down their weapons and allow themselves to be trampled on. This was a martial artist. Although they fought to protect their family, they were not inflexible and would not be threatened by their family at critical moments. But that was when they had no other choice. Who could endure having their family killed? Fong Ping had brought his parents to Magic City because he felt that Magic City was safer. Most people would not dare to do anything under his nose. Even the evil sect in the past did not dare to come to Magic City to capture his family to threaten him. But now, it seemed like someone had set their sights on his family. This was something Fong Ping could not tolerate. Even if the other party was an emperor-level powerhouse, he would not let it go. The gray cat said gloomily, it's a little familiar, but I can't remember. You people will encounter this kind of thing now. Not only you, but many others. Some bad people don't look for you, they look for your family. Many years ago, there were bad people who did these bad things, grooming other people's disciples, letting them kill their masters, grooming other people's sons and daughters, letting them kill their elders. Anyway, there are many bad people. The gray cat's face was full of disappointment. You humans, some people are really bad. Fong Ping did not care about this. He asked, Brother Cat, you really don't know the people who came into contact with my sister? Do you know when they came into contact? Probably recently. The gray cat raised its head, thought for a while, and said, it seems like it's not just this chubby face, there are a few others too. A few others? Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly, and a few blurry figures quickly appeared. The gray cat took a look, scratched its head with its paw, and said, it seems like it's them. Fong Ping's gaze was cold and fierce. He had materialized two of Zhang Tao's descendants, Zhang An, Zhang Shui, Zhang Tao's grandson and granddaughter. There were actually people who came into contact with them. After all, these people had always been in Magic City. Someone actually dared to show up in Magic City. This place was frequented by absolute peak. Even Zhang Tao would come here often. Very gutsy. Very confident. He's plotting against us. Does he think we're unquestionable sword? Fong Ping gritted his teeth. Family members should not be implicated. He would fight openly. Even if he could not win, he would accept it. He hated this kind of beast who secretly plotted behind the scenes the most. Brother Cat, can we still find them in Magic City now? The gray cat shook its head and said, there doesn't seem to be a familiar smell. With me here, even acquaintances dare not stay here. Is the other party male or female? I don't know. The gray cat continued to shake its head. It was just a little familiar. Who knew if it was male or female? Did they only come into contact with my sister and the rest recently? Probably. Fong Ping nodded slightly, exhaling. Thank you, Brother Cat. I'll remember this. He was ready to contact old Zhang immediately and arrange for people to investigate one by one. He would also ask Feng Yuan and the rest who they had come into contact with recently. However, for powerhouses who were confident enough to do things in Magic City, they might not be able to detect anything. However, this incident reminded Fong Ping that even Magic City did not mean that it was safe. Someone wanted to use the same trick they used on Unquestionable Sword to deal with them. Wishful thinking. A bunch of old and immortal things. They only know how to play with these things all day long. If people like them become emperors, then the heavens must be blind. Fang Ping cursed under his breath. Suddenly, he looked at the gray cat and smiled. Brother cat, my house has a lot of delicious food. How do my mom's pork ribs taste? Why don't you stay at my house for a while, brother cat? The gray cat clicked its tongue. Did he not know how to bully a cat? This liar wanted to trick a cat into watching the house for him. He would not do it. He was not a watch cat. The gray cat shook its big head. He would not do it. He was not willing. He was not willing. Brother cat, sleeping anywhere is the same. It's the same here, isn't it? No. The gray cat refused again. If he did not do this, he would not watch the house. Fang Ping saw the situation and smiled. How about this? Before the small round ball is found, brother cat can stay at my house for a while. When it is found, brother cat can do whatever you want. How about that? Seeing that it was about to refuse again, Fang Ping said quickly, I also know many places with delicious food. In the catacombs, there are many drinks like life essence and a lot of delicious fruits like cat fruits. In a few days, I will probably go to the catacombs and bring some back for brother cat. Right now, I'm probably the only one in the world who can bring it back. How about letting brother cat have a taste? The gray cat was a little tempted, but it still said gloomily, but I don't fight. If someone really hits Lil Chubby Face, should I fight? No need. Fang Ping agreed readily. He smiled. After you catch the other party, send him to me or the fake emperor. We'll stab him to death for you. Oh. Oh right, is the person who contacted my sister the same as the Pope? The gray cat shook its head and said, it seems different. The taste is different. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. If that was the case, there were powerhouses with bad intentions on Earth. They were extremely powerful, they dared to act in Magic City. If they were not powerful, they might not have the guts. The other party was confident that even if old Zhang came, the other party could hide or sense it in advance and escape quickly. As for Fang Ping, the other party probably did not care at all. Fang Ping could not find any traces of the desperate realm. The person who came was at least at the desperate realm. He might even have reached the emperor realm that had been enhanced twice. How dare he? Fang Ping cursed in his heart. He better not let me find any clues. Otherwise, this time, no matter what, he would call old Zhang and the others to kill the other party. Not only did they use him as a chess piece, they even wanted to touch his family. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ping made a deal with the gray cat to stay at his house temporarily. As for whether the gray cat came unintentionally for the ball or to remind him, no matter what, Fang Ping did not want to speculate too much. At least for now, this cat was helping them. The man and the cat chatted for a while. The gray cat's knowledge was limited. It could not give a reason, so Fang Ping did not ask any more. If he asked again, the gray cat seemed to be a little irritated. Coming out from the balcony, the gray cat was still sunbathing and eating. Fang Ping saw his parents looking at him and smiled. The gray cat will be staying at home for a few days. Mom, cook more meals next time and prepare one for it. Li Yueying nodded hurriedly, then said uneasily, this, monster, was it appropriate to keep a monster at home? Fang Ping coughed softly and smiled. It's okay. You can just treat it like a normal cat. It's quite cute, just that it eats a little too much. That's not a big deal. We don't lack food at home now. Seeing that his mother was relieved, Fang Ping coughed softly. That. Prepare more. Even if it eats 10,000 caddies of food, it won't be full. The whole house fell silent. What was this? Even pigs were not raised like this, right? Did all monsters have such big appetites? Li Yueying did not know whether to laugh or cry. Her son said to prepare one more meal. She thought it was the normal kind, but now. Li Yueying suddenly had a headache. She was having a headache. Fang Yuan asked eagerly, brother. Can I pinch it? That cat was very fat. She wanted to pinch it the moment she saw its fat face, but she was afraid that the gray cat would get angry. Even her big brother would not be able to stop it. Don't do anything stupid. Fang Ping looked sideways at the gray cat that was still pretending to be dead. He smiled suddenly. You can brush its fur if you're fine. The ash cat seemed to like being brushed by people. Warlord had done that and lived until now. Letting Fang Yuan brush it. If the cat saw that Fang Yuan was in danger, would it help? Brush its fur. Okay. Fang Yuan was elated and excited. Fang Ping teased, you guys can try pinching each other's cheeks. Fang Yuan pouted. I'm not as bad as that cat. Fang Ping laughed. The more he laughed, the colder his heart became. He called old Zhang later. They were bullying him right at his doorstep. Old Zhang had even said that Sino Nation was his territory and that he was the boss. He could beat up whoever he wanted. Now, he was being bullied to the point of no return. Fang Ping told old Zhang about it. After that, Fang Ping did not care anymore. It would not be easy to find out. It depended on old Zhang's methods. 28th of December. Fang Ping went home. For the next 2 days, Fang Ping did not go anywhere. He stayed at home, waiting for the spring festival. The tree longed for peace, but the wind would not stop. 30th of December. New Year's Eve arrived. Fang Ping, who had wanted to have a reunion dinner, suddenly felt helpless when he sensed Iron Head and the others' aura. Disturbing his peace, although he knew that Iron Head and the others were not the type to disturb him for no reason, Fang Ping still felt a little depressed when these people came during the spring festival. In the living room, Fang Mingrong and Li Yueing did not listen. When they arrived, the couple found an excuse to go upstairs, not disturbing their son's business. Fang Yuan wanted to listen but was chased out by Fang Ping. He went out to walk the cat. Watching Fang Yuan and the cat go out the door, Li Hansong could not help but laugh. This cat. Did you really domesticate it? Walking the cat, even a stray cat was about to be walked. Fang Ping said helplessly, don't mention it. It said it wanted to lose weight. It's not like I wanted to walk it. He did not know what the cat was thinking. Maybe it had watched too much television. He did not know what commercials it saw these 2 days, but it suddenly remembered to lose weight. Fang Ping was speechless. Of course, according to the cat, it was walking Fang Yuan to help her lose weight. Fang Ping could not be bothered. Let it be. After pouring a cup of tea for Li Hansong and the others, Fang Ping took a sip and asked directly, what's wrong? Many people came this time. Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, Old Wang, Qin Fengqing, and even Xianxia were here. Hearing Fang Ping's question, Old Wang said, it's still related to Purple Cap Mountain. Purple Cap Mountain has been a little active recently. First, it's attracting me more. Second, according to Jiang Chao, Warlord said there seemed to be some changes in Purple Cap Mountain. It's related to Jiang Chao's opportunity. Also, some people in the restricted area seem to have noticed Purple Cap Mountain. Recently, there were catacombs martial artists who entered Nanjiang Catacombs and Beihu Catacombs. They didn't come to the passageway but ran to the bounded boundaries. Wang Jinyang said in a deep voice, if it was an ordinary domain, I wouldn't have mentioned this. However, Purple Cap Mountain was different. Jiang Chao knows more. Jiang Chao, tell Fang Ping. Jiang Chao had been staying in the Xishan Catacombs before this. He had not planned to come to Magic City before this. When he heard that, he said helplessly, the old ancestor said that someone might want to snatch my resources. The elder ancestor had said that when I reached rank 8, he could bring me along to fight for resources to help me advance quickly. Jiang Wang said something recently. The patriarch had said a few more things previously. Purple Cap Mountain might be related to Unquestionable Jian. Back then, Unquestionable Jian had been ambushed and killed on Purple Cap Mountain. The master of Purple Cap Mountain's Grotto Heaven might have participated in that battle as well. Whether he helped Unquestionable Jian or killed Unquestionable Jian was unclear. Ping Jiang some power people. Was not. Ping Marshal Ping said. It had not. Ping. Tian was. Ping. In that battle, a few experts seem to have died, including Unquestionable Jian. So many people died. According to Ping Jiang, treasures might have been born at their place of death. A group of emperor-level powerhouses is stronger than Ping Jiang. Some died. They were not Dao transformed. They did not die in the space battlefield. Maybe they died at Purple Cap Mountain, one can imagine. The corpses of such powerhouses are still here. Although it's disgusting, emperor-level corpses can be used as nourishment. All of you should be aware of how powerful the treasures produced in this place are. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping was moved. You mean, the corpses of those powerhouses who died are still here? Monster plants are living on the corpses and are now bearing energy fruits? A group of emperor-level powerhouses. It was unbelievable that their corpses could be preserved after they died in battle. It was said that there were living people. Since there were living people and emperor-level powerhouses who died in battle, how could these people not take their corpses? Now, Warlord said the corpses might still be there. Not only that, but they might be absorbed by the monster plants as nourishment. When a golden body powerhouse died, the energy contained in their corpses was extremely terrifying. Not to mention emperor-level powerhouses, now it had even borne fruit. Fang Ping suspected that the only fruit at the peak might not be as good as this. No wonder Fatty Jiang was full of confidence earlier, saying that he would achieve 5th or 6th refinement immediately when he reached rank 8. Jiang Chao nodded. Ping Jiang said the corpses are probably still here. As for why they are still here, it's hard to say now. Maybe everyone was seriously injured in the war that year. They were in a hurry. It's also possible that unexpected factors appeared, causing such a thing to happen. Of course, there's another possibility. Someone is setting this up. Jiang Chao had a helpless look on his face. Someone might be purposely creating this thing to attract some people over. Also, Ping Jiang also said that the monster plant that Minister Zhang picked up back then might also have come from the corpses. Ping Jiang called it the Emperor's Tomb. That monster plant might have been killed on purpose and thrown to Minister Zhang. Anyway, the situation is very complicated. Ping Jiang thought that no one would care. He wanted to see if he could find a chance to sneak in, but now, there is a lot of movement over at Purple Cap Mountain. There are frequent energy riots. The boundary zone seal seems to have some problems. The energy fruit's aura is overflowing too strongly. Even the Forbidden Sea Demon clan is attracted. People are coming over from the Forbidden Zone. Ping Jiang said that there might even be a group of descendants of those powerhouses mixed in. At the Emperor's Tomb, there might still be some divine weapons of those who died in the war. If we're lucky, their origin Dao might still be there. One can imagine how attractive this is. Forget about an Emperor-level origin Dao, even a rank 9 origin Dao can attract countless people to fight for it. Jiang Chao said bitterly, Fang Ping, my opportunity is about to fly away. Also, what's attracting Old Wang might be that thing. Ping Jiang said that Old Wang cultivates vitality. These Emperor-level powerhouses are dead, but their corpses are incomparably powerful. Their vitality is also incomparably powerful. The fruit born on this basis might be of great help to powerhouses who cultivate vitality. If we eat it, it might just forge our flesh. If Old Wang eats it, there might be earth-shattering changes. Using Emperor-level corpses as nourishment, this is too terrifying. Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. It has a special effect on Old Wang? The old cat once said that the one who drew Old Wang might be unquestionable swords master. And the Purple Cap Mountain's Grotto Heaven Master should not be dead. Both Warlord and Minister have said this before. He's still alive? Since he's alive, could the riot in Purple Cap Mountain this time be deliberately led by him? Jiang Chao shook his head. I don't know about this. There's another point. There's a passageway inside Imperial Sea that seems to lead to the bounded domain. Ping Jiang suspects that someone has entered and exited it before. Maybe it's a setup. Anyway, things are very complicated now. Nanjiang and Beihu Catacombs, the two major catacombs now have powerhouses hovering at the edge of the Forbidden Sea. In the Forbidden Sea, there are also many demons gathering. Over at the bounded domain, the demons have also begun to gather. Also, there are demons being attracted to Nanjiang and Beihu's demon clan Forbidden Lands, including some city lords and guardian demons. Wind and clouds gathered. At this moment, with Purple Cap Mountain's Grotto Heaven as the base, powerhouses were gathering in all directions. These people did not care about the humans' matters this time, and did not attack the city either. A large number of rank 8 and rank 9 powerhouses were wandering around the Forbidden Sea tributary. Moreover, the situation was extremely complicated. Old Wang followed up and explained, I entered Nanjiang's catacombs once before and explored a little. There are many powerhouses. There are no less than 30 rank 9. This is what I sensed. There are even more that I didn't sense. This is just Nanjiang. I heard that it's the same over at Beihu. Among these people, some are here for the emperor-level origin path, some are here for the energy fruits, and some are here for other purposes, such as the situation at Purple Cap Mountain. There are also some people who are here for the unquestionable sword. Rumor has it that unquestionable sword died here. But whether he's dead or alive, nobody knows. Having said that, Wang Jinyang said solemnly, actually, I shouldn't have informed you about this, but I still came. Many people are saying that you're the reincarnation of unquestionable sword. Once you appear there, it will immediately cause great chaos. Fang Ping, I even suspect that someone is trying to use this opportunity to trap you. I'm talking about unquestionable sword. Maybe he's still alive. He wants to make you the real unquestionable sword on purpose. I think you should understand what I mean. But I'm the one who's attracted there. If he knows that you'll definitely go, that means that he knows that our relationship isn't bad. If I go, there's a high chance that you'll go too. That means that the person who set this up might be in the human world. Wang Jinyang's eyes were clear. If unquestionable sword wants to be a fisherman, then he might not show himself now. But many people are guessing that there must be a reason why he's not dead. If he's not dead, then everyone will be on guard against him. How can we make him disappear in front of everyone? You're the most suitable. Once you confirm your identity as unquestionable sword's reincarnation, everyone will keep their eyes on you and believe that you're unquestionable sword. When that time comes, he can really hide in the dark. Fang Ping picked up his teacup and took a sip. He smiled. Makes sense. What you're saying is still somewhat logical. Over at the catacombs, until now, there are still many people who believe that I'm unquestionable sword's reincarnation. Once I appear there, when that time comes, if some treasures are obtained by me, alright, to be honest, if I go, I'll definitely fight for the treasures. When that time comes, the probability of me getting it is very high. In that case, it's like I'm arranging a path of retreat for myself. I'm unquestionable sword. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone was not stupid. After some speculation, if the one who set this up was unquestionable sword, then the possibility was still very high. Fang Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and smiled. Since you've found your way here, then you mean to go? Yes. Wang Jinyang was not vague either. He said quickly, you and I have known each other for a few years. I won't say those empty words. Firstly, I hope to become stronger. Secondly, if it's unquestionable sword setup, what exactly is that thing that can attract me so much from thousands of miles away? Thirdly, it's not our habit to sit back and watch. If there's a problem, then we'll face it head-on and think of a way to solve it. Fourthly, now that the restricted area, Grandmaster, as well as some of the old antiques descendants and heirs have all gathered there, if they go and we, the young human powerhouses, don't go, won't that make us look like cowards? Fifthly, at the fifth point, old Wang smiled. I hope that you can accompany me there. If you go, I'll feel more at ease. The probability of turning danger into safety will be higher. TSK. Qin Fengqing clicked his tongue. Li Hansong also broke into a grin. What's up with the two of you? What a gay couple. Qin Fengqing teased. Fang Ping will only feel at ease if he's with you. Old Wang, since when did you become such a little wife? Wang Jinyang was calm and composed. I'm only rank 7. Of course, I don't have the confidence. If I don't look for Fang Ping, should I look for you? As he said that, Xianxia said aggrievedly, don't. Everyone, what about me? That's my opportunity. Mine, Patriarch has already said that I'm rank 8. This opportunity is mine. Now. I'm going to fly. Fatty felt extremely aggrieved. I've been waiting for this thing. Great, now that everyone knows, everyone wants to snatch it. But everyone, think about this pitiful person like me. Do you think it's easy for me to eat and wait for death? Do you think it's easy for me to get a rank 8 indestructible golden body? But now, I'm really going to fly. As Jiang Chao said that, he added, everyone, let me make it clear. This place was first discovered by my family's patriarch, he knows some secrets. I'm not a greedy person, but you must share the benefits with me. Xianxia said hurriedly, there might not be only one emperor level who died that year. There should be more than one treasure inside. I don't have any ideas, as long as you can get me a rank 8 golden body. If that's the case, I can provide some information to everyone. Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes. You don't have any ideas? Just get a rank 8 golden body, that's easy for you to say, Xianxia said gloomily, I don't have a choice, I can only rely on this. As he was talking, the phone in Xianxiao's pocket rang. Xianxia glanced at it and said in surprise, my family's old man. Answer. Fang Ping said. Xianxia picked up the call quickly. Soon, Jiang Yuanhua's voice came through. Patriarch has news. In the era of great competition, you have to fight even if you're afraid of death. No matter how afraid you are, you still have to make a trip. If you follow them, you might be able to enter rank 8. Otherwise, based on your situation, if the opportunity is taken away this time, you might not have any hope of entering rank 8. What Patriarch means is that if you follow Fang Ping this time, you don't have to participate in the battle. Fang Ping, you guys don't have to feel pressured. If he dies, that's because he's not tough enough. You don't have to save him. If the situation is right, you can lend a hand. If you encounter danger, just leave him behind. Regarding the Emperor's tomb, Patriarch will send over information very soon. When the time comes, whether you bring Xianxia or not, I will give you a copy. Also, I will go this time too. But I won't be with you guys. I'm going to meet some old friends. Jiang Yuanhua knew that Xianxia was here with Fang Ping. Bring Xianxia along. Don't care if he lives or dies. He will give the information whether he brings it or not. But if he really brought Xianxia along, could Fang Ping not care? Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Old Jiang, I haven't even confirmed that I want to go. Senior Warlord is so sure that I will go? Patriarch said that your eyes will light up when you see treasures. This time it's a real treasure. Things that grow in the Emperor's tomb will not be too bad. The monster plant that Martial King got back then is actually not ordinary, it absorbed the Emperor Corpse's energy. Fang Ping said hurriedly, don't say any more. I'm disgusted. When I think about how the minister grew up drinking corpse water, I feel like vomiting for a while on his behalf. Jiang Yuanhua was speechless, this kid was still being unreasonable, but then again, thinking about it carefully, it was indeed a little disgusting. But for martial artists to advance, forget about this little bit of disgust. Did Qin Fengqing not eat blood mud with relish back then? Jiang Yuanhua did not say much. He continued, the Emperor's tomb is said to be in the boundary zone. In reality, the boundary zone of Purple Cap Mountain is a little complicated. It seems to be divided into two halves. The Emperor's tomb occupies half of it. Now, there is a lot of movement over there. There are many space cracks. It will be dangerous even for the apex to go. We may need to wait for a few more days before it will officially calm down. Therefore, everyone is still observing at the moment. No one will enter in the short term. If you are interested, then be prepared. Oh right, this time people from other holy lands may also go. The situation will be very complicated. There will be seniors and juniors, what about the ultimate king and the others? They most likely won't go. Jiang Yuanhua explained, the boundary zone is more obvious against them. It's fine if they are weaker, but if they are stronger. Once they appear there, it may even cause the Forbidden Sea's apex demons to appear. Plus, it's still in the outer region. This time, the powerhouses from both sides may observe, but I'm afraid there won't be anyone who will participate personally. Right now the catacombs are preparing for the king's battleground. The humans have their own matters too. Therefore, it should still be a fight under the apex. Fang Ping licked his lips and laughed. If that's the case, only the origin realm is the strongest. Then no matter what, I, Fang Ping, must join in the fun. Someone might be scheming against him, or old Wang, he could not hide from this matter. Fang Ping hung up the phone quickly. He looked at Wang Jinyang and said, it might not be targeting me. Old Wang, I think it might be related to you. It doesn't attract others, but it just happens to attract you. What a coincidence. Could it be? That the other party has been scheming against me since a few thousand years ago, knowing that we are close? It's very likely that it's targeting you. A few thousand years ago, I couldn't have schemed against me. But you might still be alive a few thousand years ago. Scheming against you is normal. That battle with unquestionable Jian happened 1,000 years ago. Wang Jinyang raised his eyebrows slightly. 1,000 years ago. According to the current clues, we shouldn't have been resurrected 1,000 years ago, right? Fang Ping laughed. Everything is hard to say. Also, with just the few of you fellows, it's hard to say how many times you've been resurrected. Really, old Wang, I've even suspected whether you've been resurrected a few times. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent instantly. Was this possible? Yes, Li Hansong said vaguely. Old Wang might have been unquestionable Jian in his past life. He might have had other identities in his past life. It's all possible. Wang Jinyang did not explain anything. In reality, even he himself could not be sure. Beside him, Yao Qingjun suddenly said, Fang Ping, you're talking about us. What about you? Me? Fang Ping was just about to speak when Li Hansong grinned. He's the celestial emperor of the Fang, the only celestial emperor. He died in the battle after the celestial realm was destroyed. Of course, he wasn't here 1,000 years ago. Get lost. Fang Ping cursed, this fellow, now he was indirectly calling him a dog. You're the celestial dog. Everyone burst out laughing. Very quickly, Wang Jinyang said again, Fang Ping, I won't stand on ceremony with you. I really need your help this time. I'll prepare for it these few days. After you're done with the new year, how about you accompany me? Fang Ping laughed. Why are you saying all this? Do you need to be so polite with me? Even if you didn't say it, I was prepared to accompany you. Besides, there are benefits to be gained now. Maybe I can achieve golden body 9th refinement. It was rare for old Wang to speak. The last time he said this was when he went to Tiannan to save his teacher. In the past few years, he had only said this twice. Fang Ping had to consider the degree of danger when it came to other people's matters. Old Wang had led him into martial arts. Last New Year's Eve, old Wang did not hesitate to risk his life to help him fight the evil sect martial artists. This was a life-saving favor. For this, Fang Ping would go no matter how dangerous it was this time. As Fang Ping said that, he looked at the others and smiled. All of you want to go? Xianxia said helplessly, I don't want to go. You can just share some benefits with me when the time comes. But now that the elder ancestor has said this, the information will be given away for free. If I don't go, how can I get any benefits? As he said that, Xianxia was all smiles. Fang Ping, don't listen to my grandfather's nonsense. What do you mean live or die with me? I still have to save a life when I need it. Of course, it's not like I can't protect myself at all. Don't worry, when I go back this time, I'll bring everything from home. I'll get whatever I want. Fang Ping burst out laughing. Beside him, Qin Fengqing grinned. I'm not going with you. I've already thought about it. I'll go with Su Bing and the others. Fang Ping, don't gather everyone from the Heaven Division this time. Split up. It's up to them whether they want to go or not. I'll blend into their group. Don't worry, I won't be able to kill you even if I kill them. Fang Ping glanced at him and thought for a moment. Take it easy then. These grandmasters have their own plans. In their eyes, you're just a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Qin Fengqing's eyes flickered. Don't worry. Also, these grandmasters might even know people from Purple Cap Mountain Grotto Heaven. These people know a lot of secrets. Maybe there are some special secrets that you guys don't know, but they do. In the battle 1,000 years ago, when unquestionable Jian was surrounded and killed, did no one from places like Black Light Sect participate? If there was, then their understanding of Emperor's Tomb is even more than warlords. Following them might lead to unexpected gains. Even if there are unexpected gains, they won't give them to you. You're a rank 7 martial artist. Don't have those ideas. You'll get into trouble easily. Fortune comes from danger. Qin Fengqing laughed for a while and said, this time there's a gathering of wind and clouds over there. All the young geniuses from the major forces have come out. Maybe I can meet those geniuses and kill a few. It's not a bad idea to make a name for myself, Qin Fengqing. You're confident. Qin Fengqing laughed again. He stood up and said, then I'll leave first to inform them. Oh right, Senior Warlord's information is here. If it's not important, give me a copy. I'll use it as a stepping stone. After saying that, this fellow left in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Fang Ping waited for him to leave before saying, this guy still likes to take risks. I hope there won't be any trouble this time. That's his personality. You want him to practice martial arts in a down-to-earth manner. Not to mention him, can you or I do it? Wang Jinyang laughed and quickly said, don't worry about him. Now, the courageous will die of starvation. I'll go back to Nanjiang and keep an eye on him. I'll inform you if there's any news. Seeing that he was about to leave, Fang Ping chuckled. It's the new year, and you're going back now? Why don't you stay and eat with us? Can't bear to part with your little wife? Get lost. Wang Jinyang cursed and said, we still have to go back. Right now, the situation in Nanjiang is unclear. There aren't many powerhouses in Nanjiang, so we can forget about eating. After we've quelled the threat of the catacombs, we'll have plenty of opportunities to eat. Say goodbye to Uncle and Auntie for me. I came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare my New Year's gift. I'll make it up to you later. As soon as he finished speaking, the few of them left in a hurry. Very soon, they went their separate ways and left swiftly. This was what it meant to be a martial artist. This was what it meant to be an expert. Whether it was the end of the year or not, as long as there was something to do, there was no rest to speak of. As for Fang Ping, he had also made up his mind. After celebrating the new year at home, it was time for him to leave. Home was warm, but no matter how warm it was, he should not be attached to it. The Heavenly Division's matter had not been resolved, the evil sect member had not interrogated him, and the Jiao was still waiting for him in the Magic City catacombs. Thinking about this series of events, Fang Ping's head suddenly ached. It looked like the next year would be another busy one. Outside the window, firecrackers were already exploding. It was New Year's Eve. I wish Mom and Dad good health and peace every year. In the dining room, Fang Ping raised his glass and drank to his heart's content. The old couple was grinning from ear to ear. Although they were old, they were actually less than 50 years old. The couple laughed happily. Fang Yuan looked at Fang Ping eagerly. Fang Ping ignored her. You're a junior. You should be toasting your brother, not the other way around. Ignoring her, Fang Ping raised his glass again. He looked at the sitting cat and smiled. Brother cat, this glass is for you. I'm a peace-loving cat. If everyone was like you, the world would be at peace a long time ago. I hope there are more powerhouses like you. I hope there are more demons like you. The cat looked curious. It held the glass with its paws and took a sip. TSK, cat mouth. It did not taste good. This action amused the whole family. The Fang couple was a little afraid of this cat when it first arrived. After 2 days, the whole family was not afraid anymore. Just as Fang Ping said, this was a peace-loving cat. It ate and slept, and ate when it was full. It went out for a walk when it was free. Other than eating a little more, there was nothing unusual about it. The cat did not care about everyone's laughter. It was very calm. After living for so many years, it rarely got angry, unless someone snatched its food. Fang Ping smiled as he drank. Brother cat, rumor has it that New Year's Eve is a custom from the Preaching dynasty. It said that a monster called Nian would devour livestock and harm humans on this day every year. That's why people said New Year's Eve to chase away Nian. The cat listened like it was listening to a story, waiting for the rest. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He smiled. Brother cat, was there a monster called Nian in the Preaching dynasty? As soon as he said that, Fang Mingrong and his wife were surprised. What did that mean? Preaching, the cat thought back as it ate. Was there? I don't really remember. There were so many monsters. I don't know which one you're talking about. Fang Ping laughed and said, then let's not talk about this for now. Brother cat, according to the records, the bounded domain was formed more than 2,000 years ago. At that time, you were probably still awake. Were there powerhouses in the human world at that time? There were. The old cat nodded and replied seriously, at that time, there were also many strong people in the world. Actually, when the bounded boundaries were built, many people came from the human world. In the beginning, most of them were in the human world and only came to the human world later. Why are the humans in the catacombs different from us? Do we really have the same ancestor? The cat shook its head and said, I don't know. When I woke up, there were already people in the earth realm and the human realm. Then there was the big sun. Ping's Fong and Sun Fong Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Then the big sun appeared? I didn't, cat said. The cat meowed and wolfed down the food. It wasn't me who said it, I didn't say it. Ping cat and cat ping in God year. Out cat. And ping the Fong Fong cat s goes. Ping. Old to fangs s to old san to. And ping. Legend to ping. Rn to. And ping and long and dead. Were. Are. Old and. Are they dead? The cat was not sure. A lot of people died. Some of them are probably the people in Ping. They all died. My acquaintances are getting fewer and fewer. Sometimes when I wake up, I don't know anyone anymore. How many years has Brother Cat been sleeping? I don't remember. The cat looked at him like he was an idiot. Who would record time when they were sleeping? Was that not an idiot? Sleep then, sleep until you wake up naturally. Brother Cat, is there no limit to your lifespan? Lifespan? The cat thought about it seriously this time. Then, with a serious face, he said, I won't die. Some people say I can live until the three realms shatter. Fong Ping was stunned. What did that mean? This cat had no limit to its lifespan. How was that possible? Even the golden body would decay at some point. No matter how strong a powerhouse was, one day, they would decay, grow old, and die. This cat could not die? Who said that? I don't remember. Maybe it's the owner of the heavenly realm, the cat said casually. Who would remember this? It did not matter how long it lived. The more Fong Ping chatted with the cat, the more he felt that this cat was a little strange. A cat that could not die, a cat that knew countless VIPs, yet, some of its memories had been sealed, causing it to be unable to understand some things. Is unquestionable swords master good or bad? The cat was troubled. There were so many questions, liars were especially annoying, could they not disturb the cat when it was eating? Neither good nor bad. What do you mean? That means neither good nor bad. The cat began to drag out its tone. This meant that it was about to go crazy. If you disturb me while I'm eating again, I'll stab you to death, Fong Ping chuckled and could only stop asking. Neither good nor bad. The cat's answer surprised him. After New Year's Eve, the new year officially began. For Sino Nation, New Year's Eve was the real New Year. Everything was revived, and the land welcomed spring. This year's New Year's Eve, for many people, was the real peace and quiet. In previous years, on New Year's Eve, many catacombs would riot. This year, however, there was none. Magic City Catacombs Battle, Tiannan Battle, Forbidden City Battle. The news of 3 consecutive catacombs battles spread throughout the Outer Realm. Sino Nation destroyed 3 Outer Realms in a row, killing hundreds of rank 9 martial artists. Under such circumstances, New Year's Eve was extremely quiet. There was almost no movement in the Outer Realms, which gave some powerhouses some rare time to rest. On the island. Heaven Department Headquarters. When Fong Ping arrived, the smell of alcohol filled the air. On the martial arts field, it was a mess. A group of old people were sprawled on the ground, sleeping. All kinds of leftovers were thrown on the ground. Wine bottles were everywhere. The wine did not intoxicate them. Would a little wine be able to make these martial arts experts drunk? Last night, many of them were really drunk. Fong Ping suddenly had an indescribable feeling. Many of the old people here today were homeless, the home they guarded for their whole lives, homeless. Tian Mu, Li Chongqing, Bei Gongyan, these people were all homeless. Tian Mu fought in the catacombs for his whole life. Li Chongqing never married. Bei Gongyan guarded the forbidden catacombs for decades and never married or had children. There were many people like this. They were all alone. Sometimes, Fang Ping did not quite understand their persistence. Other people fought for their home, for their loved ones. Why did they fight? Fang Ping suppressed the bitterness in his heart and laughed loudly. I say, aren't you guys too much? I was prepared to give New Year's greetings this early in the morning. I wanted to praise all of you for sticking to your posts on New Year's Eve. In the end, this is what I see. On a broken table, Old Manly was sleepy. He yawned and said, It's New Year's Eve. Don't bother with pleasantries. Why didn't you stay at home with your parents for a few more days? Why are you here today? I have to do something. Fang Ping said helplessly, I didn't have the mood to do anything for the past 2 days. The new year has passed. I'm the minister, after all. How can I not come? Deputy Minister. Tian Mu rubbed his black eye and corrected him. Minister Chen isn't dead yet. Why are you in such a hurry to replace him? Fang Ping was speechless. He ignored him. Very quickly, he cupped his hands and said, Let's not talk about anything else. Happy New Year to all the elders. Old Manly said lazily, You still want red packets? How old are you? If you have something to do, go do it. Don't be an eyesore here. Fang Ping did not reply. He looked around and asked, Where are the people from Grandmaster? They've gone to Capital City. Old Zhang set up a review process. He asked them to go to Capital City to go through the procedures to establish a sect. After the new year, they'll start recruiting disciples. Be more direct. They're going to pay protection fees. Old Manly laughed. Old Zhang has set a lot of conditions. He can establish a sect, and he can also recruit disciples. Pay up. Money makes the world go round. These people still have some money. It's not bad to fork out some. Fang Ping nodded. This was in line with old Zhang's style. Since he had agreed to cooperate, old Zhang would not renege on his debt. He would not take advantage of the situation. These people would not stand a chance if they did not bleed. I'm here for 2 things. First, count last year's harvest. Second, I have something to do in Purple Cap Mountain this time. I need to ask everyone's opinion and see how the Heavenly Division should handle this. Tian Mu continued to rub the dark circles under his eyes. He said casually, That girl from the Chen family hasn't left yet. She's been helping out with logistics. I say, you brat, it's the new year and you didn't even greet her. Aren't you embarrassed? She's still working here on New Year's Eve. You just left after saying that. I was thinking you could have asked her to go to your house for the new year last night. Fang Ping laughed. Senior Tian, you've wronged me. I did call her last night. Just a phone call and it's over? Tian Mu scolded. Heartless and heartless. People like you should be single for life, just like Li Chongqing. Old Manly said gloomily, I said, don't drag me into this. When I was young, there were too many women who pursued me. I was obsessed with martial arts. I didn't care about these things. Beside him, Bei Gonghai did not utter a word. Whenever he spoke, old Tian would drag him into it. Tian Mu was married and had children. Although they were no longer around, this was old Tian's capital. He was not a bachelor. He could only be considered a widower. Fang Ping did not argue. He laughed. Didn't Instructor Li have plans to get married? Why are you turning down now? At the mention of this, old man Li's gaze suddenly dimmed. Then, it returned to normal. He scolded jokingly, none of your business. When Huang Jing was still around, Huang Jing was afraid that he would not be able to return during the siege of Skygate City, so he arranged this for old man Li. After that, he did not die in the battle. He even hid for a few days because of this. In the end, he still died in Magic City's catacombs not long after. At the mention of this, Fang Ping also thought of Huang Jing. Without saying anything more, he quickly walked toward the office building. As soon as he left, Tian Mu shook his head. That girl is a little unlucky. I'm afraid this kid is not in the mood to talk about these things now. War harms people. It's fine for us old things, but these young people can't go back to their homes. They can't express their feelings. They're afraid that they'll die on the battlefield one day. Sigh. Old Manly laughed. What's the rush? There's still a long way to go. If you have the time, think about how to reach the top. Once you reach the top, you'll have more high-end combat strength. Humans will have it easier, and so will the young people. I'm almost there. Tianmu was very confident. He smiled and said, I'm walking the path of Pine Monarch. The Great Tao is clear. It's just a matter of how long it will take for me to reach Pine Monarch's level. At the longest, 1 year. At the shortest, 3 to 5 months. I don't have Wu Quishan's confidence to walk 2 daos, but in that case, I'll probably only be able to deal with some weak true monarchs. I can only say that I'm temporarily supporting everyone. In the future, I'll have to depend on you guys. I don't like what you just said. Old Manly harumphed. The Great Path is a path we walk on ourselves. You're walking the path of King Pine, so don't you have the confidence to surpass King Pine? If you don't have the confidence now, then you really won't have a chance. That's true. The longer I live, the more muddled I become. Tianmu burst into laughter and cursed, damn, who beat me up last night? Everyone fell silent. Who knows, even if he knew, he couldn't say it. As for who did it, there were only a few people. Who asked Tianmu to be so arrogant? If he didn't beat him, who else would he beat? Outside, a group of old men and old women were making a lot of noise. In the office building. In the huge office, Xianxia was busy with a few young female martial artists. The Heaven Division had just been formed. Previously, they had annihilated the cult headquarters and subdued a few grandmasters. They still had to go to Magic City Catacombs to receive the resources allocated by Feng Ping. There were a lot of things to do and a lot of chores. Nowadays, most of the people in MCMAU were cultivating. There were not many things to do in the school. Xianxia was temporarily transferred to the Heaven Division. The old people could not be bothered with these things. Most of them were handled by the young martial artists. In the office, Ling Yi looked at Xianxia, who was sitting and reading documents. She grumbled, I say, Xianxia, you're so patient. Why are you looking at these things? It's the new year, and I still have to keep you company here. Sister Yi, you go back first. Go back where? Ling Yi said gloomily, it wasn't easy for me to sneak into the Heaven Division. In order to enter rank 6, I've spent half of CCMAU's assets. If I don't make a name for myself in the Heaven Division, how can I go back? My strength is the lowest. If I don't do these things and that despicable Feng Ping finds out, he'll make things difficult for me. This guy is very narrow-minded. He's not as scary as you say. Xianxia laughed. Ling Yi said disdainfully, come on. That guy is narrow-minded. How long has it been? The last time he saw me, he asked me if I regretted it. He asked me to come to MCMAU, but I didn't. Now, I'm here. He even attacked me. When we were in the rank 3 ranking, he was comparable to a rank 9. Qin Fengqin was almost rank 8, in the end, I was the first rank 3 in a martial arts university. I'm doing the worst. You say he's not narrow-minded? Ling Yi snorted, Feng Ping, this guy, was very vengeful. Didn't she say that he liked to hit girls? It wasn't her who said it. That's what the outside world said. It was a long time ago. Now that they've met, he still wants to provoke her. But then again, it was really tragic. Back then, she was the first among rank 3. When Qin Fengqin was rank 3, he was suppressed by her. In the end, Qin Fengqin did not take the path of invincibility at all. He entered rank 4 directly. Feng Ping, on the other hand, had left. He had fought her and won by a notch. Back then, both of them were on par. In the blink of an eye, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. She was able to enter rank 6 thanks to Li Hansong, who got a lot of resources and sent them back to CCMAU. This time, the weakest person in the Heaven Division had to be rank 6. CCMAU's old vice-chancellor was also a decisive person. Knowing that Ling Yi wanted to go, he made up his mind and threw a lot of resources, forcefully pushing her from early stage rank 5 to peak rank 5. Ling Yi herself had also worked hard. She broke through the rank 5 barrier and manifested the Sanjiao Gate. Only then did she have the chance to enter the Heaven Division. However, in the Heaven Division, she, an early stage rank 6, was the weakest kind. She could only do these chores. Ling Yi was still talking when someone said lightly beside her ear, "You're slandering your superior behind her back. Aren't you afraid of being kicked out?" Ling Yi was shocked. She turned her head hurriedly, looking helpless. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, she did not even notice. This guy was getting scarier and scarier. "I'm not slandering you. I'm talking about someone else." Ling Yi denied it immediately. She was not talking about him. Even if she did, she would not admit it. Fang Ping glanced at her and sneered. "Alright, if you have the time to talk nonsense, you should cultivate well. You're just an early stage rank 6 martial artist. Why do you have so much to say? Look at you. You're about to graduate. Is this CCMAU's most outstanding graduate this year? Look at MCMAU. Yunxi is going to be a grandmaster soon. It'll probably be this month or so. Xiaolei is the same rank as you. He's been in closed-door cultivation these few days. When he comes out, he'll probably be a grandmaster too. The others, Fu Chongding and the rest, who aren't at peak rank 6 now waiting for the opportunity to break through? What about you? You're a disgrace to CCMAU." Ling Yi almost vomited blood in anger. How could they compare like this? Didn't they know what kind of cultivation method MCMAU used to have? However, when she thought about it, CCMAU had more resources in the past. Now, it was MCMAU that had earned it themselves. Ling Yi suddenly felt extremely dejected. She made up her mind. Just you wait. When I get enough resources in the Heaven Division and enter rank 7 or 8, I'll go back to CCMAU to fight the catacombs. Capital City's catacombs have not been destroyed yet. Fang Ping mocked her for a while before saying, "You didn't go back during the new year? If the minister doesn't say anything, would I dare to go back?" Ling Yi pursed her lips and said, "You have to pay me overtime. I've been so busy these few days." "You're just an assistant. What are you busy with? Do you really think I don't know?" Fang Ping chuckled and said, "All right. When there's merit later, I'll help you enter peak rank 6. I'll give you a discount. After all, you're a woman. 10 is enough. I'll give you a discount. After all, you're a woman. 10 is enough. Of course. Of course. No problem." Ling Yi was overjoyed. She said quickly, "Then I won't be the third wheel anymore. I'm leaving. Minister Fang, remember. I'll go to the catacombs later. Remember to promote me." As she said that, she winked at Xianxia and ran away, grinning. After she left, the other martial artists who were working here also smiled and left. Xianxia blushed slightly. Fang Ping laughed and said, "These people, just say it if they want to slack off." Having said that, he glanced at Xianxia and said with some emotion, "In the blink of an eye, a few years have passed. In a few months, you'll be in your senior year. You don't even see yourself as a student anymore." It had been 3 years. Xianxia, who used to be timid, had changed a lot from before. On the battlefield, she was also a heroine who dared to fight and kill. Back on the ground, the work of logistics was also done in an orderly manner. Back then, Tang Feng said that she could only do logistics. Reality proved that she did it well. However, when it came to killing enemies, she was not careless either. Xianxia, who had entered Mentality Vitality Unity for a while, would have no problem stepping into rank 7 in a few months if nothing went wrong. Xianxia chuckled and got up to pour him a cup of tea. She said, "Why didn't you stay with Uncle and Auntie for a few more days?" "I can't stay any longer. I can't go home often. If I go back, it'll just wear away my fighting spirit. After staying at home for a few days, I don't really want to go back to the Heaven Division, and I don't really want to go to battle." Fang Ping said self-deprecatingly, "Staying at home, that's because I really want to live like this. I don't lack food and drink, parents take care of me, I can sleep until I wake up naturally. How can I still have the mood to fight?" He shook his head and did not continue this topic. Fang Ping said, "This time, it's been hard on you. You're the one worrying about the Heaven Division and MCMAU's matters. I don't feel at ease letting someone else do the logistics work. It's okay. I'm not a weak woman. I'm almost rank 7. This is nothing. Xianxia laughed, then quickly said, I've arranged everything for you on your side. First, go to Magic City Catacombs to see Jiao. It seems to have something urgent. Second, interrogate that evil sect rank 9. Third, over at Magic City Catacombs Grand Canyon, there seems to be catacombs martial artists active. Previously, we sent someone to check it out. It should be someone from Destiny Royal Court. Maybe they want to talk to you. The other party is probably here on behalf of Ji Yao. Speaking of this, Xianxia said with a faint smile, previously, Minister Zhang said to let you and Ji Yao unite by marriage to rope in Destiny Royal Court. Fang Ping, maybe this time you can talk to them. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. You've changed. This woman did not used to be like this. Now, she actually knew how to make fun of him. I've seen Ji Yao once. She's quite beautiful, alright, what's the use of making fun of me? Fang Ping picked up a document and read it, saying, Humans and the Catacombs, a race war. Whether it's the same ancestor or not, for the past 100 years, millions of Sino Nation heroes have died in battle. Marriage? Not to mention that the minister is just joking. Even if it's not a joke, I'll still object to this. It's not my problem, it's against this kind of policy. What does this mean? Asking for peace? After fighting for 100 years, so many people have died. Now, in order to drag out an ignoble existence, asking for peace? Although Destiny Royal Court is not the main force fighting against us, in these years, some Destiny cities have invaded and killed human powerhouses. Not to mention other things, in the Battle of Magic City, these Destiny Royal Court powerhouses have attacked one after another. Vice-Chancellor Huang Jing's death is definitely related to them. Humans will never compromise. This is the belief that we've been fighting for until now. To drag out an ignoble existence and endure humiliation is not the time. Unless humans are really on the verge of extinction and have nowhere else to go. At that time, if someone is really willing to accept us. So what if we endure hardships? But now, we can't do it. Once we compromise with the catacombs, human powerhouses will no longer have the will to fight, no longer have the will to die. Humans will collapse on their own. Xianxia saw that he was serious and said hurriedly, Fang Ping, I'm just joking. Look, you're making me so ashamed that I can't show my face. Fang Ping sighed. It has nothing to do with you. I just thought of something. Humans must never compromise or give in. We're holding on to this pride now. If this pride is gone, humans will be finished. Our belief is shaken, that's the big deal. What you said reminded me, now that there are fewer wars between the two sides, the new generation may not have the conviction of their predecessors. We still need to let them gain more experience and fight. These people in the catacombs, if you're weak, they'll be strong. We must never show that we don't dare to fight. I have to remind old Zhang about this, he seems to have slacked off recently. As he said this, Xianxia looked at him with a face full of admiration. Now, when Fang Ping talked about human affairs and national affairs, he spoke with fervor and assurance. When he mentioned Minister Zhang and the others, he also had the attitude of a fellow colleague, which was quite impressive. She was admiring him. Fang Ping felt her gaze and laughed secretly. Ji Yao's matter was considered over, right? This woman, she still fought with him. Just a few words of wisdom from me, and you've forgotten them all. P.S. I'll recommend another book, The Urban Boutique. I can see the status bar. A boutique book will not die. Brothers, you can go read it. In the office, Xianxia began to report her previous gains. Annihilating the evil sect. We've seized about 1,000 caddies of energy stones and various pills worth about 10 billion. Other than that, it's worth about 30 billion in RMB in common currencies around the world. Fang Ping calculated for a while and smiled. The gains are not bad. I didn't expect the evil sect to have so many energy stones. It seems like the Pope has invested a lot. 1,000 caddies of energy stones did not sound like much now. Such a large evil sect only had this amount of energy stones. It was not even as much as what Fang Ping could get from a random trip to the catacombs. However, the two situations were different. The energy stones were not as abundant as now. Dark brightness sky, visualization. Sky, unbounded sky. The four grandmasters turned in a total of 2,000 caddies of energy stones and 1,200 energy fruits. However, they're all energy fruits for low-ranked martial artists. Their value is average. Fang Ping nodded again. The four grandmasters were just a way of expressing their intentions. If one were to say that they had really handed over a lot of good stuff, then they should not count on it. 3,000 caddies of energy stones was the biggest gain this time. According to the price Fang Ping offered, it was actually just a year's basic salary of a rank 9. The department will keep half of these things. The remaining half will be distributed according to merit. In addition, the merit will be recorded in the book. These things in the department can be exchanged when the merit is accumulated. Fang Ping did not expect to earn money from the Sky Division. How much could he earn? The main purpose of the Sky Division was not to earn money. Xianxia recorded them one by one and asked, "What about the 3 departments and 4 houses? Don't worry about it." Fang Ping smiled. Now the Sky Division needs to concentrate resources and cultivate a group of powerhouses. The 3 departments and 4 houses are mainly cultivating middle and low-ranked martial artists. They don't need so many things. In the past, there were not many high-ranked powerhouses. The 3 departments and 4 houses were cultivating grassroots strength. Only when the grassroots strength was enough could powerhouses be born on this foundation. Now, there were more than 4 million martial artists in Sino Nation. Now, they were pursuing quality. The existence of the Sky Division was actually to provide a platform for some ambitious powerhouses to produce some true top-notch powerhouses. Okay. Xianxia did not say much and continued to record. After a while, Fang Ping stood up and said, "I'll go interrogate that guy. You don't have to keep busy here. Just leave some basic work to the others. There are more than 200 rank 6 martial artists. These things can be done." Got it. After exiting the office, Fang Ping glanced at his wealth. Wealth, 5, 810 billion points vitality, 131,000 calories, 131,800 calories, mentality, 8,225 Hz, 8,399 Hz, power of destruction, 64 yuan, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy barrier, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 per minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time. His wealth was even higher than when he came out of closed-door cultivation, mainly because of the origin armor and the Xianming divine pill. These 2 items had increased his wealth by close to 200 million points. These days, Fang Ping had used up some of his energy. After going on a few expeditions, his vitality and mentality had both improved. His vitality had exceeded 130,000 calories. It should be slightly higher than Old Man Li's now. In the rank 9 realm, some Origins martial artists might not even have as high a basic vitality as he was now. Xianming divine pill. As he walked out, Fang Ping was thinking about the Xianming divine pill. Right now, his mental power and physical body were still in balance. Actually, consuming the Xianming divine pill did not have much of an effect on him. However, there were still people who could use it. Li Hansong and Old Jiao could use it. However, Fang Ping was thinking about whether he should let them use it to create balance. Balance, sometimes, actually represented mediocrity. Old Yao's mentality was strong, and Li Hansong's physical body was strong. These were the foundations that made them stronger than their peers. Once this balance was created, it might cause some decline in strength. Maybe it's still more suitable for me to use it. Fang Ping thought of a problem. If he could obtain some treasures that could enhance mentality or physical body from Purple Cap Mountain this time and consume them, it might cause one side of his strength to skyrocket, while the other side's strength to enter a stagnant state. At Purple Cap Mountain, the probability of the treasures that grew from the corpses to enhance the physical body was higher. When that time came, maybe he could use the Xianming divine pill to balance it out and increase his mentality. I'll keep it for now. Fang Ping thought in his heart. A large amount of wealth appeared in his mind again, as well as what the old cat had said. These imperishable substances were actually stolen, they were not born by him. Imperishable substances can be used for combat, recovery, and can also be used to fill materialized objects. However, these external imperishable substances are not born by me after all. Maybe I should change. The imperishable substances that I've borne by myself are actually only that 64 yuan. In the future, the imperishable substances from the system should be used mainly as consumables, not as my own foundation. Fang Ping had always neglected this point. He did not really care about the little bit of imperishable substances that he had borne. 64 yuan, if he used wealth to exchange, 640,000 wealth points would be enough. What was the use of this little bit of imperishable substances? In reality, he had almost never used his own imperishable substances, and he had never specially cultivated them. When he fought, they were all borne by the system. However, these were, after all, external objects. I have to pay attention to this. Other than that, my origin path now has some direction. These few days, Fang Ping was not idling around. He was also thinking about the direction of his path. How to build a broad and long-lasting Tao of the origin, what kind of preparations were needed to open up this path in the origin space. The origin path that I've seen is still too little. I should see more. Now that I have quite a lot of wealth points, I should take a look at not only the humans but also the demons. Fang Ping thought of the 2 rank 9 monsters in heaven. This was also an opportunity to take a look. And those grandmasters, these people's origin paths, he should take a look himself. Even if he did not gain anything, knowing some of their weaknesses could also prevent these people from turning against him in the future. Heaven's Prison. This was built by Fang Ping and the others a few days ago, specifically to imprison powerhouses. Surrounding it were walls that were solidified by peerless powerhouses' mentality. The walls were not made of alloy, but some mountain rocks from Mount Imperial Sea. These mountain rocks were much sturdier than ordinary alloys. Mount Imperial Sea was built to defend against the Forbidden Sea. Heaven's Prison was actually equivalent to a small Mount Imperial Sea. This prison was also built to make it convenient to imprison some important people in the future. In the prison, Tian Mu, Bei Gongyan, and the others had already arrived. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, the golden house appeared, shrinking to the size of a normal house. The golden walls turned transparent in the blink of an eye. In the house, that middle-aged martial artist from the evil sect was still attacking hysterically. However, his strength was much weaker than before. In the golden house, Fang Ping could shut off the energy passageway. The other party could not recover. His flesh was destroyed, and his mentality was constantly being depleted. Right now, he was already extremely weak. The moment the golden house became transparent, the other party saw Fang Ping and the others. The illusory mentality condensed into a human form, mentality fluctuations were intense. Fang Ping. Let me go. Fang Ping found a chair and sat down. He laughed. At this time, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Do you think you still have a way out? Of course, I haven't killed you yet. Actually, there is still a chance of survival. This chance of survival, do you want to take it or not? Think carefully. Having said that, Fang Ping condensed a mass of imperishable substance in his hand. He laughed. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can help you recover your flesh. You have to know that in your current situation, even if you really go out, you will only be a mass of mentality. Do you think someone will be willing to help you recover your flesh? Can you do it yourself? The God in your eyes, the big Pope, will he waste a large amount of imperishable substance to help you recover your flesh? At rank 7, if the flesh was destroyed but the mentality was not destroyed, one could not die. However, it did not mean that one could recover his flesh at will, even if the other party was a rank 9 powerhouse. If he could not recover his flesh quickly, his mentality would be slowly worn out, becoming a rootless source. Sooner or later, it would be completely obliterated. The middle-aged man's illusion became even more illusory. He said resentfully, even if I die now, I will resurrect again sooner or later. Fang Ping sneered. Others believe it, but you? The big Pope will really resurrect you? Let's not talk about whether he has the ability or not. Even if he does, how much do you think it will cost to resurrect a person? You're a prisoner. Until now, you still refuse to self-destruct. Why are you pretending to be a tough guy in front of me? If you were like the others, you would have self-destructed long ago. I wouldn't even have the chance to interrogate you. The middle-aged man said nothing. Fang Ping laughed. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Pretending to be a tough guy depends on who you're facing. Do you think I, Fang Ping, will care about this? Will I admire you just because of this? Stop joking. Fang Ping shook his head. He went straight to the point. Let me ask the first question. All these years, how many humans have died in your hands? The middle-aged man's mentality body trembled slightly. His mentality fluctuated. I have never killed humans. The Church of God's martial artists have also been living in seclusion. Those Church of God's disciples in society are just disciples of other sects. Don't confuse other sects with the Church of God's. Fang Ping sneered. Tian Mu sneered. You speak as if you're a white lotus. However, if you say that you rats don't dare to come out, I can still believe it. However, I'm afraid that you've given a lot of orders behind the scenes. If you say that those sect disciples' murder and arson have nothing to do with you, do you think we'll believe that? If you say that you haven't killed humans, I'll believe you. If you say that you haven't ordered the evil sect disciples to create chaos, who will believe that? The middle-aged man fell silent again. There were some things that were useless to deny. However, very quickly, the middle-aged martial artist's mentality fluctuated again. He said, the Church of God's goal is not those ordinary humans, nor is it those middle and low-ranked martial artists. Even if we have a plan, it will rarely be these people. You're right, we have created some chaos. However, all of you know that the Church of God has not gained any advantages over the years. Instead, they have suffered great losses. Fang Ping interrupted him with a smile. Since you're still trying to defend yourself, then you're asking to live, right? If he did not want to live, he did not need to defend himself at all. The middle-aged martial artist fell silent. Name. Fang Ping was straightforward. He stopped asking about this and started asking for information. Xianxia. Fang Ping's eyes were cold. He growled, real name. Xianxia is only a code name. It's also my real name. Xianxia's mentality fluctuated deeply. A long, long time ago, Xianxia was my name. We are God's messengers. We don't need secular names. Age. Xianxia paused. After a while, he said, is there a need to ask? Just tell me if I ask. Around 2,500 years old. Xianxia himself could not explain it clearly. He said in an even lower voice, I've been alive since the end of the God and Devil era. Fang Ping smiled. I guessed it. So, you're a human from the spring and autumn warring states period? You can say that. Tell me, who is the High Pope? When did you start following him? Could it be that you were 2,000 years ago? Xianxia was silent for a moment. He said slowly, Fang Ping, at this point, I want to live. There are some things that I can say. There are some things that I can't say. Even if I say it, I won't be able to escape death. Moreover, there are many things that I don't know. At this point, Xianxia's tone was low. I'm not too sure about the High Pope either. 2,000 years ago, I was just a martial artist in the mortal world. At that time, it was coincidentally the time when the emperors founded sects and built the bounded boundaries. At that time, I went to the Earth realm, wanting to join a sect. Halfway through, a powerhouse appeared and recruited us into a sect. What sect? Fang Ping asked quickly. Xianxia pondered for a moment. After a while, he said, to the public, it was the divine sect. It was just a small sect back then. The bounded boundaries were actually big sects back then. Sects with emperors overseeing them were the real bounded boundaries. Other than these big sects back then, there were also some scattered small sections. Some were founded by true gods, some were founded by origins. There were even some rank 8 golden bodies who founded sections. At that time, I was only rank 3, Fang Ping frowned slightly. Didn't they say that it was difficult to travel between the two realms? You, a rank 3 martial artist, could actually go to the catacombs from Earth? Xianxia explained, back then, when the emperors founded sects, some of them left some passageways in the outer sect of the human world for martial artists like us who had the ambition to go to the earth realm to pass through. We only needed to pay a small fee. Back then, I went to the earth realm through such passageways. In reality, there were some grandmasters that took the initiative to open to the public, allowing martial artists from both realms to pass through. However, the grandmaster passageways were only accessible to powerhouses. Without rank 7, it was impossible to step into the grandmaster. The divine sect was founded by a rank 9 origin martial artist. During that time, it was not considered the strongest, but it was not the weakest either. There were many sects in the earth realm at that time. Sects founded by rank 9 martial artists were like carps crossing the river. They were not very famous. And we were brought to the divine sect. After that, it was a cruel elimination and selection process. Xianxia was lost in his memories. After a long time, he said, not only us, but a few other sects were also like that. We would enter some small worlds, similar to the Grandmaster's Grandmaster. There, we would kill, seize treasures, compete, cultivate. Among that group of people, I was considered one of the most talented. After a few years, I entered a high rank. At this point, Xianxia said slowly, at that time, the bounded domain had just been established not long ago. But at this time, there was already chaos. The Earth realm was extremely chaotic. You didn't experience the destruction of the Earth Emperor God dynasty? No. Xianxia denied. When I entered the Earth realm was almost the same as it is now. At that time, the Earth Emperor God dynasty had already been destroyed. The two kings led the remaining troops and retreated to the Earth realm now. At that time, all parties were recuperating. The two kings were emperor-level powerhouses, with many true gods under their command. In short, during the period when the bounded domain was established, both parties were still at peace. What about Imperial Sea Mountain? Was it established during that period? Speaking of this, Xianxia knew. He said quickly, that's right. At that time, all parties did not continue to attack the two kings because of this. At that time, the Earth realm was actually much larger than it is now. The outer realm today was not on the same scale as it is now. Back then, the Earth realm led the remaining troops and retreated to the barren area in the middle. The outer realm was instead a prosperous area. The establishment of Imperial Sea Mountain was equivalent to the two kings imprisoning themselves within. Under such circumstances, the emperor-level powerhouses did not continue to force them. The North Sea Emperor and the others united a group of powerhouses, including the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty, and built Imperial Sea Mountain together. The bounded domain was built around Imperial Sea Mountain. On one hand, it was to guard these remnants, and on the other hand, it was for another purpose. What purpose? Fang Ping asked. At this time, he recalled what had happened in the past. When he went to the battlefield of the Grand Monarchs, he had thought that the Forbidden Zone might be a cage, and now, he actually had such intentions. He had to admit that he was really smart. Xianxia thought for a while before saying, actually, those great emperors did not have good intentions. They built the sect around Imperial Sea Mountain. In fact, it was connected to Imperial Sea Mountain. Back then, there was a great emperor who said that he wanted to use the Great Lock Dragon entrapment array to surround the Forbidden Zone. The bounded domain will extract the Forbidden Zone's energy. You might not know this, but Imperial Sea Mountain has the function of isolating the energy from the outside. And this function was actually to let the Forbidden Zone enter an era without spirit chi. The bounded domain in all directions is extracting the Forbidden Zone's energy. After the energy enters the bounded domain, it will not flow back. If it really succeeds, then 1,000 years later, the Forbidden Zone will completely become a barren land. The two kings also knew about this plan back then, but they were powerless to resist. Back then, there were too many emperor-level powerhouses who had reached an agreement. They could only accept it passively. Hence, there was Imperial Sea Mountain, the bounded domain, and the current Forbidden Zone. Fang Ping frowned. What a grand plan. The area of the Forbidden Zone is probably 6 billion square kilometers. Such a large place was actually used as a cage back then? Then, does that mean that the outer realm is actually much bigger than it is now? That's right. Xianxia said affirmatively, it's very big. It's just that it's now being invaded by the Forbidden Sea, causing the outer realm to become a wasteland. When I entered the Earth realm, the outer realm was too big. If I really had to describe it, in the current Earth realm, the Forbidden Zone is like the inner circle center of the city, but back then, the Forbidden Zone was just a slightly bigger town. At least 90% of the outer realm was eroded. Back then, the bounded domain was where the Emperor was. It was not directly adjacent to the Bitter Sea, but at the core. Now, it's directly connected to the Bitter Sea. Now, you can understand how much has been eroded. The area where the Heavenly God sect used to be has now become the Forbidden Sea. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said lightly, continue. Xianxia continued, then let's continue talking about the Heavenly God sect. When I became a high-ranked martial artist, the Earth realm was already in chaos. At that time, the battle between the North and the South was getting more and more intense. Disciples from various sects would often exchange pointers, compete, and argue whether the physique sect or the spiritual consciousness sect was stronger, who was the orthodox. As such, battles were commonplace and would often break out. In the beginning, both sides would still restrain themselves, but in the middle and later stages, they could no longer restrain themselves. Some small and medium-sized sects had also taken sides. And it was at that time that I realized the role of the Heavenly God sect and the other sects, Xianxia said absent-mindedly. At that time, we were actually the starting point of the chaos. At that time, we were ordered to kill the martial artists from various sections. Some went to the southern sect, some went to the northern sect. The massacre also started at that time. Middle ranks were fighting, high ranks were fighting, rank 7s were killed, rank 8s were killed, more and more people, under the banner of the battle between the North and the South, began to kill and seize treasures. It was at this time that the great chaos appeared. The Heavenly God sect was not the cause of all the chaos. On the contrary, the Heavenly God sect was only an insignificant part of it. Xianxia did not say all this to tell Fang Ping and the others anything. At this time, he laughed and said, everyone, I'm telling you all this because you should understand the Pope's ability. That's right, sects like the Heavenly God sect were actually supported by the Pope back then. The purpose was for the arrival of chaos. Fang Ping looked at him and said lightly, that's a little interesting. If that's the case, the battle between the North and the South was actually secretly led by the Pope? But I didn't ask you about this. You took the initiative to say it. Don't tell me you're thinking of using this to intimidate us? Then you're underestimating us too much. It seems like you still don't understand. Xianxia said regretfully, I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that there are some things that you can't participate in. The battle between the North and the South back then was probably not led by the Pope alone, but by the tacit understanding of many emperors. This includes the divine sect today. Actually, it doesn't just mean that the Pope is one person, but a group of people. A group of powerhouses who can provoke the battle between the North and the South, a group of powerhouses who are risking their lives for the Emperor's road. Fang Ping, you want to find out who the Pope is. Although I really want you to die, I still have to tell you this. Even if you find out, what can you do? The divine sect has no intention of becoming enemies with you. Those disciples who attacked you earlier were just some peripheral disciples, not true divine sect disciples. Some things are deeper than you can imagine. Some powerhouses that you think are impossible might have participated in it. Others aside, Xianxia whetted his appetite and said in a mysterious tone, did no one participate in the summit of the 6 Holy Lands today? Fang Ping, this old man has lived for so many years, I understand some principles better than you. When it's time to play dumb, you don't have to get to the bottom of it. Isn't the situation very good now? The Pope has no intention of participating in the battle between you and the catacombs. If that's the case, why do you have to get to the bottom of it? In the end, you have no choice but to force the Pope to fall out with all of you. With the appearance of Grandmaster, there are still many catacombs powerhouses. You're already being attacked from all sides. At this time, the Pope no longer cares about the divine sect. He's only waiting patiently for the divine sect's wall to shatter. Do you really have to become enemies with the divine sect? Xianxia was trying his best to persuade him. It was unnecessary. Fang Ping gave him a deep look and said lightly, I don't need you to tell me all this. Divine sect, right? Tell me the names of the other sects that participated back then. Also, all these years, who have you come into contact with after you've revived? Tell me clearly. Finally, tell me the names of all the emperor-level martial artists that you know back then. Divide them into groups, the ones from the boundary zone, and the others. Xianxia said solemnly, it seems like you're still unwilling to give up. Who are you to teach me? Fang Ping said coldly, you're just a prisoner. Do you really think this can scare me, Fang Ping? Scare me so much that I don't dare to kill you? Scare me so much that I don't dare to offend those people? What a joke. If you provide me with more information, I might let you live. You're just dreaming if you think you can survive by scaring me. Xianxia's mentality sighed. Fine. Since you insist on doing this, I'll tell you everything I know. You won't get anything out of killing me. I've been tired all these years. Fang Ping, there's no need to kill me. Fang Ping sneered. He did not say much. With a shake of his hand, the other party's mentality was shaken out of the golden house. You just stay here. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at the others and said, you guys continue to ask about the situation. Give me the interrogation records later. He felt that he might know something. The Pope. Maybe there was more than one person, maybe they really were a group, or maybe the Pope was simply a spokesperson. He also represented a force. Pope, Heavenly King Suppression, Fang Ping muttered. These two people actually seemed to represent a force. They did not exist independently. Some of the powerhouses today, on the other hand, seemed more like people who did not know anything. It's getting more and more interesting. Fang Ping laughed suddenly. Fine, he would enter the origin path as soon as possible. 9 refinements of the golden body and stepping into the origin path. He did not know if he would be qualified to participate when that time came. Now that old Zhang had jumped out of the chess game, he could not fall too far behind. Magic City Catacombs. The original site of Hope City was not being rebuilt, but the Cat Palace. Fang Ping really wanted to build a palace for Tsang Mao. A large number of martial artists were busy at the moment. Guo Xingquan and a few others were here to keep watch. In the shabby temporary hall, Guo Xingquan glanced at Fang Ping and exclaimed, I feel like you've become stronger again. This speed was too fast. Fang Ping shook his head. It's all right. I just have some clues about the origin path. The improvement in strength is not obvious. To him, an increase of 1 or 2,000 cal was not worth noting. Guo Xingquan was probably referring to his recent improvement in vitality. However, to Fang Ping, an increase of a few thousand cal was not as important as a clue about the origin path. Guo Xingquan was speechless. He changed the topic. 2 days ago, Jiao came to Hope City once. It didn't see you and left soon after. It didn't say anything? No. Is everything all right in the Magic City catacombs? Nothing serious. Some middle and low-ranked catacombs martial artists wanted to riot but were suppressed. Guo Xingquan said it calmly. In fact, the situation was more serious than he said. The Magic City catacombs had a population of tens of millions and many martial artists. Some were chased away, while others stayed. Humans did not massacre them, but they did not show mercy either. In the days before Fang Ping came, a group of powerhouses suppressed the area and killed more than 100,000 middle and low-ranked martial artists. The Magic City catacombs was now almost empty of middle-ranked martial artists. A large number of low-ranked martial artists and ordinary people were also forced to move toward the Imperial Sea Mountain area. No catacombs humans were allowed to live within 1,000 miles of Hope City. The forced relocation of these people also caused a certain amount of unrest. MCMAU, Wusan Army, Fallen Star Army, National Army, these martial artists attacked one after another. These days, they had killed hundreds of thousands of catacombs humans. Blood flowed like a river. Fang Ping had heard about these things, but he did not care too much. Although the humans would not really slaughter tens of millions of catacombs humans, they would not be too polite either. Those who were threatening or disobedient would all be killed. At this time, there was no such thing as mercy. Humans had not reached this stage yet. One day, when they really conquered the catacombs, they could still slowly educate them. However, now that they only had a few advantages in Magic City, They did not have the time and energy to appease them. That's good. Magic City's catacombs will become another base camp for us. Fang Ping was still rather concerned about it. He said, also, I heard that there were some riots in the Forbidden Sea recently. Did anything happen? The Taboo Sea, Gua Xingquan thought for a moment before saying, I suspect that Jiao coming here has something to do with the Forbidden Sea. There have indeed been some riots in the Taboo Sea recently. In the past, there were very few demon clans appearing on the coastline. But now, there are frequent demon clans appearing in the sea. This matter is worth paying attention to. Looks like the cat can't stay on Earth forever. With the cat here, the demons in the sea won't dare to come ashore. Gua Xingquan laughed and said, can it really do it? If it were to release its aura, it would be able to intimidate everyone. I'm just afraid that it would find it troublesome, or that it would simply want the demonic beasts to come over and deliver them to its mouth. It might not do that. When Fang Ping heard this, he could not help but laugh. Don't say, there might really be. With the personality of the ash cat, it might just be waiting for these demonic beasts to come to its doorstep for it to eat. Why would it deliberately drive them away? We'll see. Then I'll go look for Jiao first. Is it at the Taboo Sea or somewhere else? It might be at the bounded domain. Alright, I got it. Vice-Chancellor Gua, please pay more attention to the catacombs in Magic City. Let us know if anything happens. Don't worry. The two of them talked for a while, then hurried over to the bounded domain. Without the ash cat, the Jiao was most likely to go back and be the king of the mountain. The bounded domain. When it sensed Fang Ping's aura, the Jiao hid in the shadows and did not move. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the Jiao seemed to have not sensed the big cat's presence. Only then did it roar to announce its presence. The cat did not return. Good news, the Jiao was now afraid of the cat. It was too despicable. It did not even inform it when it left. The Jiao was now full of grief. It had swum in the Taboo Sea for a few days and was almost swallowed by the demon clans. After experiencing a narrow escape from death, it finally managed to escape to the domain land. All of this was the cat's fault. It threw itself into the Taboo Sea and ran away. Roar. The Jiao roared, venting its dissatisfaction. Damn that cat. Don't let it see it again. After a while, Fang Ping saw the Jiao. The Jiao now was shining with golden light, its aura bursting. It really did look like a powerhouse. Its huge body did not shrink. It looked even bigger than when it broke through. Fang Ping sensed it. This guy might have entered the origin path. How many days had it been? It seemed like it had swallowed a lot of demons and wandered in the Taboo Sea. Its strength had improved a lot. Brother Jiao. Fang Ping was full of enthusiasm. He waved and greeted it from afar. The Jiao nodded its head reservedly in response. Fang Ping found it funny. This guy was scared to the point of peeing when it should be scared. Now that it was no longer a threat, it began to maintain its cool demeanor as a demon king. Brother Jiao, I had something to do a few days ago. I heard that you came to Hope City to find me. Is there something you want to talk about? Chef, the Jiao was used to speaking telepathically. Its voice was deeper, but Fang Ping could hear the pretense. This guy was pretending to be deep. Chef, where's the cat? The Jiao asked immediately. It maintained its arrogant demeanor, looking like it was just a casual question. Fang Ping smiled. The cat? The cat is behind, preparing to come in later. The Jiao's face fell. It quickly transmitted, it went to the human world not long ago. Chef, don't let it come back so soon. Fang Ping held back his laughter. He did not continue to scare it. What is it? I will think of a way to let the cat stay on Earth for a while. That's good. The Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Chef better not bring the cat in. It did not want to meet these two guys, whether it was Chef or Tsang Mao, they all walked far away. It was good enough for it to be its own demon king. The Jiao thought to itself. It continued, it's the Taboo Sea. There's an island deep in the Taboo Sea. I know. The island where the big crow is? The cat went to Earth to find the bell to deal with the big crow. This island used to be the cat's fishing ground. Yes, that's the one, the Jiao said quickly. Recently, after the cat left, there was movement on the island. The big crow seemed to have left for a few days. It came back 2 days ago. When it came back, a large number of demons gathered on the island in the Taboo Sea. It seemed like they were going to war. A few days ago, I was chased by demons. No, I chased a few demons. The Jiao sighed in relief. It almost spilled the beans. It corrected itself before continuing. I chased a few demons and found that there seemed to be demons fighting in the depths of the Taboo Sea. A lot of them. The seawater in an area has turned blood red. Chef, they are only 10,000 miles away from the 7 southern regions. They won't come all the way there, will they? The Jiao looked for Fang Ping for this. The 7 southern regions was its territory now. Recently, however, the demons in the Taboo Sea had been fighting non-stop. There were heavy casualties. The war had not ended yet. The Jiao was worried that those guys would come all the way to the 7 southern regions. There were 4 rank 9 demons in the bounded domain. Including the Jiao, there were 5. 2 had died. Now there were only 3, including the Jiao. The demons in the 7 southern regions were at their weakest following the disappearance of the 2 forbidden lands. The Jiao was really worried. Not only that, the Jiao asked, Chef, is it really your elder ancestor who is in the inner area of the bounded domain? The Jiao was suspicious. It might not be, it had asked the old cat. The old cat did not know about this at all. Fang Ping chuckled. Is there a difference whether I am or not? Brother Jiao, tell me directly. Did something happen in the bounded domain too? There's an old man inside. The Jiao turned back to look at the boundary wall. It could not see inside now, but it had seen it before. An old man, buried himself in the imperishable substance. A few days ago, the natural life tide erupted. The old man opened his eyes. He seemed to be talking. I didn't understand and didn't hear it. But the other demons in the bounded domain seemed to have heard it. The Jiao was now worried. They seemed to have heard what the old man said. Just yesterday, the grizzly bear went into the sea. It went into the Taboo Sea without telling me. Previously, the grizzly bear did not dare to enter the Taboo Sea, so it stayed in the bounded domain. But yesterday, it left. It seemed to be swimming deep into the Taboo Sea. Chef, did it go to find other demon kings? In these few years, there were not only 9th level demons in the bounded domain. Many demons, after reaching the 9th level, entered the Taboo Sea and left the bounded domain. And now, one of the 2 remaining 9th level demons in the bounded domain had left directly. The Jiao could not help but worry. Being a demon king was a little boring. There were only 2 9th level demons left now. It was still one of them. The remaining one was not a demon beast. It was a demon plant that the old cat despised. Demon plants usually did not enter the sea. Even if they left the bounded domain, they would go to Mount Imperial Sea. Thinking of this, the Jiao said, the bloodthirsty tree has been acting strangely these few days. It seems to be going to Mount Imperial Sea. It keeps running in that direction. Chef, are they going to betray me? The Jiao was very depressed. This demon king had only been a demon king for a few days, but now, 2 9th level demon kings. One went into the Taboo Sea. The other seemed to be running away. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He looked at the boundary wall and said in a low voice, You mean, they started to change after hearing the old man's words? Yes. You didn't hear anything? Nope. Quokang Mountain, Imperial Beast Sect, Fang Ping thought. Quokang Mountain's Gong Zhuanzi was making a move too. Was he going to let the demons in the bounded domain return? Back then, warlords said that some of the bounded domain might not have any living subordinates anymore. But when they came out of the mountains, there might be many demon subordinates. The demons in the bounded domain were actually domesticated. And these demons, when they reached a certain realm, would not continue to stay in the bounded domain. Instead, they would enter the Taboo Sea and travel far away. Now, was Gong Zhuanzi preparing to come out of the mountains? Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly took a step forward and stared at the boundary wall. Then, his aura changed, turning into Yao Qingjuan's. The boundary wall trembled slightly. Is the North Sea Emperor here? Fang Ping's voice was loud and mighty. He did not enter the grotto heaven but waited in the periphery. The cat said that it could not go back. That was because if it went in now, it might completely shatter the boundary wall. And Gong Juanzi could not come out. It was not that he could not come out, but if he came out, the boundary wall might completely shatter. Then, Gong Juanzi would not have a place to hide now. Although Gong Juanzi existed in the same era as Heavenly Emperor Shen Ming and the others, he should not be as old as them. This fellow did not know how to build Outland. He only knew how to build the bounded domain, which meant that he did not know how to do that. Those great emperors of Outland were slightly older. Fang Ping dared not barge into the inner periphery rashly, in case the other party attacked and he could not resist. The outer periphery was slightly better. If Gong Juanzi came out, the boundary wall would shatter, and he would have to come out in advance. Now that the old antique had not come out, if he came out alone, he might be surrounded by a large number of powerhouses. The inner periphery was silent. Fang Ping shouted again, "I am an emperor follower, and I am also familiar with the cat. If Senior can reply, why don't you talk to me?" Cat, this old voice was mixed with a lot of helplessness. Cat, that cat actually ran away. Fang Ping stirred the boundary wall, making it much thinner. At this moment, Gong Juanzi could also transmit his voice. The boundary wall gradually became clearer. Very soon, a sky palace building like the one in the Tiannan bounded domain appeared. At the same time, there was also a huge ball of golden light that was as bright as the sun. In the golden mass, Fang Ping could see a figure, but it was not very clear. This must be Gong Juanzi. He was fusing his flesh and mentality. The cat also said that Gong Juanzi's flesh was in the Lake of Eternity. However, Gong Juanzi did not know whether it was because his mentality was too strong that his flesh broke, or because his flesh had decayed, and he had no choice but to use imperishable substances to nourish his flesh until now. Young friend the golden imperishable mass was very far away from Fang Ping, floating above the sky palace. At this moment, there seemed to be a shadow projected from the boundary wall. An old man with a sage-like demeanor, hands behind his back, floated near the boundary wall. This was not Gong Juanzi himself, but his mentality projection. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. His mentality was indeed very strong. He vaguely felt that this was not real mentality, but a projection, a kind of projection, not the kind where mentality was cut. "Greetings, Senior." Fang Ping was still polite to Gong Juanzi. The other party had lived with the cat for many years. Moreover, the old antiques in the bounded domain were actually slightly better than those in Outland. In addition, the entrance to the bounded domain was not on Earth, so Fang Ping was not that arrogant. After a bow, Fang Ping went straight to the point. "Senior, the cat said that you are the master of Mount Quokang and used to rear a large number of demons. Now that the bounded domain's demons have entered the Forbidden Sea, is it to recall the demons of Mount Quokang?" Gong Juanzi was not in a hurry to speak. He sized up Fang Ping carefully. Separated by the boundary wall, he could not feel it clearly. However, at this moment, the illusory projection still had some fluctuations. He felt that Fang Ping's aura was a little familiar. After a long time, Gong Juanzi suddenly said, You are." Gong Juanzi did not seem too sure. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Senior, do you feel that it's a little familiar? Senior, do you still remember the Hall of Myriad Origins?" "Impossible." Gong Juanzi's illusory projection shattered with a bang. In the next moment, another illusory projection condensed. Not only that, the golden light in the air was moving rapidly in this direction. The mentality projection began to fluctuate violently. "You are." "No, it shouldn't be. Didn't you all perish along with the celestial realm? Why did you appear? The celestial realm has already perished. Didn't you all fall along with the celestial realm back then? Disappeared with the emperor. It can't be." In the next moment, the lake of imperishable matter was directly attached to the boundary wall. Gong Juanzi seemed to want to come out and carefully identify it. Very soon, however, he gave up on this idea. If he came out now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Mount Quokang's defense system would collapse. "You come in," Fang Ping smiled and said, "There's no need to go in. It seems like you do know me, Senior?" He did not say that he could change his aura. There was no need for that. Old Jiao would not come here now either. He would ask about the situation first. I don't know if you are him. Gong Juanzi's voice was weathered, as if he was talking in his sleep. In the past, Old Cat found the Hall of Myriad Origins. It's said to be from the era when the celestial realm existed. I achieved Dao later. During the earthly Emperor God dynasty, I officially achieved Dao, just a few years earlier than unquestionable Jian. Old Cat also doesn't know who the Hall of Myriad Origins belongs to, but I learned a forging method related to spiritual consciousness from it. After that, I began to study the Tao of spiritual consciousness. In the past, I didn't specialize in the Tao of spirit consciousness. When he learned the cultivation method, his strength was actually not weak. Although he had not officially reached emperor level, he was only one step away. After that, he learned the cultivation method and began to walk the path of mentality. He also officially stepped into emperor level and founded the Quokang mountain lineage. In that case, Senior, you don't know who the cultivation method you learned belongs to? I don't know, I didn't leave my name. The cultivation method is famous, the book of spiritual consciousness. It's also the most dangerous cultivation method I've seen. There are some aura remnants in the Hall of Myriad Origins and the Taoist scripture. It's similar to you now. I'm in the grotto heaven now, I can't sense it clearly. Gong Juanzi's apparition recounted. He quickly regained his composure and said slowly, however, Old Cat also said that the owner had passed away long ago. That's why I learned the Taoist scripture and changed it a little. Later, I created the Quokang treasure scripture. Gong Juanzi sighed but did not continue. Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior, can you let me take a look at the book of spiritual consciousness? You can come in. If you're really the reincarnation of Senior, I'll naturally return it to its owner. Fang Ping smiled. Forget it. I'll ask Old Cat to come with me to retrieve it when I have time. He would not go in. Who knew if this old man would make a move? Zhang Tao had also said that it was best not to go in now to avoid trouble. Previously, Zhang Tao was still prepared to let him in. Who knew what he was thinking afterward? Fang Ping did not talk about this anymore. He took a deep breath and said, Senior, are you summoning the demons to prepare to leave the mountain? The time has come. Gong Juanzi did not deny it. Then I'm a little puzzled. Leave the mountain? These demons haven't reached true god level. Their help to you is limited. Why do you want to summon them back? Gong Juanzi said mildly, troubled times are coming. This isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. As a venerable emperor, how can I easily go into battle until the day the Tao appears? Fang Ping understood. He smiled and said, if that's the case, until that day, Senior and these figures won't personally go into battle? Yes and no. We've waited for so many years for the day the Tao appears. Before that, no one would be willing to die and their Tao vanish. However, troubled times are coming. Waiting for the Tao to appear is not a wise choice. Gong Juanzi's words were very clear. Although they would not make many moves before the Emperor's great path appeared, the forces under them would not remain indifferent. As for whether they were fighting against the enemy forces or had other motives, he did not say. Fang Ping did not ask either. Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior, didn't you ask the true god powerhouses in Quokang Mountain to leave the mountain? Apart from me, there's no one else in Quokang Mountain. Gong Juanzi said mildly, since you're familiar with Song Mao, you should know this. All grotto heavens are like this? That's not the case. Gong Juanzi said indifferently, back then, because everyone in my sect could tame beasts, the war started. Most of the Quokang Mountain disciples went to the battlefield to join the war. Most of them died. Then it's said that there were monsters that defected in that war. Why? Speaking of this, Gong Juanzi suddenly said, someone must have done this secretly. If you're the master of the Myriad Origins Hall, be careful. Back then, the Quokang treasure book was broken by the enemy. I've been guessing whether someone was familiar with the Quokang treasure book. However, the treasure book was created by me alone. What the disciples learned was only the tip of the iceberg. How could it be broken by others? The treasure book originated from the spiritual consciousness book. Since it's not familiar with the treasure book, it means that someone knows about the Tao book and even knows the flaws in it, the master of the Myriad Origins Hall. I once suspected whether he was the one who did it secretly before he died. However, if it was really the master of the Myriad Origins Hall, it might not have been chaos that allowed the monsters to escape. Instead, it might have been betrayal and directly killed us. Back then, the monsters were only in chaos and escaped the battlefield. They did not kill these people. This meant that even if the other party knew about the flaws, they only knew about it. They could not directly break it and take these monsters for themselves. Gong Juanzi had thought about it many times over the years. It was probably not the master of the Tao book who did it. Perhaps it was his disciples, his friends, or someone close to him. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for people to know some of the things in this kind of Tao book. His Quokang treasure book's foundation was the Tao book. No matter how it changed, it still had many similarities. Fang Ping thought about it and smiled. Fang Ping was deep in thought. He smiled and said, "Thank you for reminding me, Senior. I still have something to ask. The battlefield of the kings, which is also the place where the seniors fought back then, what exactly is there? Now, many catacombs true gods are gathered there. Is it really just for the two kings' origins? If that's the case, to put it bluntly, the seniors' situation might not be better than the battlefield. I'm afraid there are powerhouses who covet the seniors' origins." Gong Juanzi was silent for a moment. He said slowly, "The reason why we chose that place to fight back then was because it was where Tianji and Tianming's chambers were. The two of them had always been at odds with each other for hundreds of years. However, at that time, they suddenly came together and gathered together. There are rumors that the two of them obtained something left behind by the earthly sovereign, something that might be related to the Emperor realm. In the beginning, we went to their palace not to fight, but to force the two of them to hand over the thing left behind by the earthly sovereign," Gong Juanzi said deeply. "At that time, we also did not expect that the war would break out so quickly. It was originally just a trip to force them to abdicate, but in the end, it turned into a chaotic battle." Once again, Fang Ping matched up with the clues he had found earlier. When he went to Xuanda Grotto Heaven, he felt that the war broke out too quickly. The gossip magazines were all on the table. Obviously, they were not prepared for the war at the beginning. But soon, the war broke out. The disciples did not even have time to clean up before they were completely wiped out. Fang Ping knows a little about this. It is said that some people instigated this war secretly. "Do you know who did it, Senior?" Gong Juanzi sighed. "Actually, we also felt it. Originally, there was no need for a life-and-death battle between emperors at that time. However, at that time, a few people attacked first. Tianji and Tianming, I'm not sure if they were one of them. They led the remaining forces of the earthly emperor god dynasty and fought with us. The war instantly became intense. Powerhouses from all sides sensed the outbreak of the war and came to help. Some people secretly added fuel to the fire. The war became more and more intense. At that time, there was no way to stop. In the end, some people were lucky enough to escape, but they were also severely injured. They returned to their respective mountain gates and activated their last defense. According to what I know, it seems that some people attacked the mountain gates." "That's right." Gong Juanzi's eyes were cold. "Some martial artists broke into the mountain gates while we were fighting and killed countless people. Many sects were completely destroyed. There were some in Quokang Mountain too, but Song Mao did not leave the mountain at that time. Although he was not awake, he scared those people away. There were no people in Quokang Mountain. Firstly, most of them left the mountain to join the battle. Secondly, there were not many people in the first place. Some of the remaining people were weak and died of old age in Quokang Mountain." Fang Ping nodded slightly. These things were clear now. He now understood the reason for the battle in the land of Imperial Battleground and the reason for its formation. Combined with Shinsan's words, he could even guess who ordered people to attack the land of Imperial Battleground and who instigated the war secretly. "What was the thing left behind by the earthly emperor?" Fang Ping asked again. Gong Juanzi said lightly, "At that time, we were also interrogating, but before we could get an answer, the war broke out. We don't know what it was. However, there was something strange about the location of their imperial palaces. I'm afraid it has something to do with this thing. Understood. Fang Ping did not ask any more. Things were almost clear now. Huokang Mountain was indeed summoning the demons back. As for the chaotic battle between the demons in the Forbidden Sea, Fang Ping could not do anything about it. He would not care about the Forbidden Sea now. There was indeed something in the land of Imperial Battleground. The Life King was bent on taking down the two kings. Perhaps it was not for the two kings' Tao, but for the thing left behind by the Earthly Emperor. Previously, the World Martial Arts Association wanted rank 8 and 9 martial artists to gather. Perhaps it was also for this reason. It seemed that some people knew about it. Perhaps they did not know what it was specifically, but the thing left behind by an emperor, a treasure that the two kings valued, was probably extraordinary. These people were now letting some rank 8 and 9 martial artists enter. Perhaps it had something to do with this thing. Purple Cap Mountain, the land of Imperial Battleground. What a coincidence. Now the old antiques are not coming out of the mountain, letting martial artists below the pinnacle fight for it. Are they afraid of causing a battle of the pinnacle in advance and dying? Fang Ping understood the information he needed to know. Just as he was about to leave, he asked suddenly, "Senior, may I ask, how is it done to control monsters?" Actually, it's very simple. Gong Juanzi did not hide too much this time. Spiritual consciousness can be cut. By cutting off a part of it and implanting it into the monster's spiritual sea, you can control the monster. However, this is also related to the fact that it was broken by someone in the past. The other party made the spiritual consciousness fragment lose contact with us. The spiritual consciousness fragment exploded in the monster's spiritual sea, causing chaos among the demons. I see. Fang Ping understood instantly. Thank you for enlightening me, Senior. I'll take my leave now. Fang Ping left as soon as he said he wanted to. Behind him, the Jiao was like a wronged child. What should I do? I'm not raised by this old man. I'm the demon king. But now, looking at the situation, this old man wanted to control those demons, as if he was going to start a war with others. It was not too willing to be someone's subordinate and be controlled. This 7 Southern Territories demon king had only been for a few days. Was that it? Roar. The Jiao roared and hurriedly chased after Fang Ping. No way, if Chef left, how could it still be the demon king? This was too much. As for the Jiao, Fang Ping did not bother with it. He left it to Guoxunquan and the rest to appease. In the next few days, Fang Ping did not go anywhere. He did not go on any missions either. Instead, he began to prepare for his origin path. Meanwhile, there were also some changes in the Chinese martial arts world. On February 5, Yao Qingjun followed Li Hansong and entered rank 8. Yao Qingjun was the first to achieve rank 7, even earlier than Fang Ping. However, tempering the skull took up a lot of his time. This time, Yao Qingjun finally finished forging the skull and stepped into rank 8 in one go. Wang Jinyang remained stagnant at rank 7. Among the few prodigies from back then, there seemed to be a difference in levels. Fang Ping pressed forward with an indomitable will. Li Hansong's performances were also astonishing a few times, whereas Yao Qingjun and Wang Jinyang were gradually falling behind. This time, Yao Qingjun broke through to the next realm, but Wang Jinyang still did not make a move. There were also some discussions in the outside world. In fact, even rank 7 was something that many people could only dream of. However, Wang Jinyang's previous performance was outstanding, and he had always suppressed Yao and Li. Many ordinary people saw him as the representative of the rise of ordinary people. But now, he had not entered the 8th rank for a long time. Naturally, there would be some criticism. There are changes on Earth. It was the same for the catacombs. Nanjiang Catacombs. At this moment, the wind and clouds gathered as people from all sides rushed over. In the vicinity of the domain, a large number of experts rushed over from various places. A tributary of the Taboo Sea. On a small hill. The elegant and poised Hua Yu was accompanied by several rank 9 powerhouses and many rank 8 powerhouses. Hua Yu looked around and sneered, "There sure are a lot of people who aren't afraid of death. Recently, a lot of strange fellows have appeared in the forbidden area, but Wang Zhu told us not to bother with them. I don't want to care about these fellows, but each and every one of them is extremely arrogant." Hua Yu felt that Feng Miaxing had been an arrogant fool back then, Land of Rebirth's Feng Ping, Destiny Royal Court's Ji Yao. These people were all madmen. But recently, these fellows who had popped up gave him a feeling that they were even crazier than those few. The arrogant Feng extermination was dead. Ji Yao was arrogant, but that was because she had the qualifications to do so. The other party was about to take over the Destiny Royal Court. Feng Ping was indeed qualified to be arrogant. That fellow was invincible in the battleground of the king's battleground. Previously, he had slaughtered a large number of god generals in the 7 southern regions. Such a prodigy had the right to be arrogant. Hua Yu admitted that he was slightly inferior to these people. He wasn't arrogant, and he kept a low profile even in the Sky Plant's royal court. It was also because of this that a large number of powerhouses had died, but he had survived until now. But now, a bunch of young fellows with average strength had popped out of nowhere. Each and every one of them was boundlessly arrogant. Just 1,000 meters to his side, a rank 8 martial artist towered high in the sky, his aura ostentatious. Golden rays of light shot out for thousands of meters. Hua Yu was infuriated by his arrogant attitude. These people could be considered to be walking the same path as them. They were also walking the path of energy. But it seemed to be mixed with some blood and chi energy. It was a very complicated group of people. There seemed to be reincarnated warriors and also god continent warriors. However, they coexisted peacefully. There were no signs of god continent warriors and reincarnated warriors fighting for their lives the moment they met. Hua Yu looked at a god general expert beside him and asked, "Hua Ping, where did this guy say he's from?" "Sky beyond heaven." The expert following Hua Yu was an expert who had walked out of the origin path. He also looked over and said with a solemn expression, "Lord King Hua said that these people are descendants of ancient experts from the Demon Emperor era. Your Highness, we shouldn't clash with them for now." Hua Yu snorted coldly. He was someone who could endure. Naturally, he could. But now, he felt a little regretful. Feng Miaxing was dead. If Feng Miaxing hadn't died, he would definitely have clashed with the other party here. It was 100% certain. Thinking of Feng Miaxing, Hua Yu suddenly said, "I heard that Ji Yao went to the border of the 10,000 Demon Royal Court to fight there. Will she come this time?" If Ji Yao came, given her personality, she probably wouldn't be able to hold back. When that happened, he would be able to watch the show. "Your Highness, Ji Yao doesn't seem to be here." Hua Ping looked around and quickly said, "A few other princes from Destiny Royal Court have arrived, but they are restraining themselves and haven't clashed with the other party. These people from Sky Beyond Heaven also seem to have no intention of fighting with us." Hua Yu didn't say anything. He looked around again and said with a frown, "I think I saw Lian earlier." After Lian entered the Venerable Realm, he lay low for some time. Did the King Lord have some intentions of coming to the 9 southern region this time? "I'm afraid so," Hua Ping said in a low voice. Hua Ping said in a low voice, "The right divine general has entered the true king realm and obtained the body of a true king. Now, the King Lord's position is more stable than before. Lian is probably here to seize the treasure and enter the divine general realm. He probably intends to fight for the position of King Lord." "The position of King Lord," Hua Yu said with a dark expression, "everyone says that I am the #1 successor. But I know that as long as Li Zhu is alive, the King Lord has nothing to do with me. Li Zhu may have been the mastermind behind the battle of the northern region. Damn it." As he spoke, Hua Yu frowned and said, "The situation is very complicated. I heard that Destiny Royal Court's Qi Huanyu and the left Marshal Zhao Xingwu have gone to the 10 southern regions. Some veteran Divine Realm experts have gathered there. It's more dangerous than here. It's fine now, but once we enter the domain zones, we may run into them. At that time, we'll be in trouble." Most of these veteran origin path experts had gone to the North Lake Catacombs in the 10 southern regions. Among them, Qi Huanyu was known as the strongest below the true kings. The left Marshal of Skyplant's royal court, Zhao Xingwu, came from the Land of Rebirth. It was said that he could step into the true king realm at any time, but he hadn't. He was ranked 3rd on the Divine General ranking. Hua Yu was also deeply worried that such an expert had arrived. Taking a deep breath, Hua Yu suddenly said, "Is there any movement from the Land of Rebirth?" "No martial practitioners from the Land of Rebirth have arrived." Hua Ping said in a low voice, 9 Southern Regions is guarded by the resurrected Fan Haiping, and he's still in Southern River City right now. Even if he does come, I'm not afraid of him even though he's not weak. Hua Ping was also an origin path expert, so he wasn't too afraid of Fan Haiping. Hua Yu knew he had misunderstood. His eyes flickered. He wasn't asking about the powerhouses overseeing this place, he was asking about Fang Ping. Would Fang Ping come this time? Previously, Fang Ping had made an agreement with him and Ji Yao in the Land of Rebirth. Sometimes, they could work together. Many people had come this time, and many powerhouses. King Hua wasn't weak, and he had many powerhouses under his command. But in the Battle of the 7 Southern Regions, a few of King Hua's divine generals had fallen. They also lacked top divine realm powerhouses. They weren't a match for Qi Huanyu and the others. Plus, there were powerhouses from the so-called Outland. Hua Yu wasn't too confident. He might not gain anything this time. Just as he was thinking about Fang Ping, Hua Ping's eyes flickered. It wasn't just him. In this moment, powerhouses rose into the air from all directions, looking at the Forbidden Sea tributary and the true Forbidden Sea. Wah! A clear and melodious cry rang out. In the next moment, Hua Yu also saw a shocking scene. Usually, everything that landed on the Forbidden Sea would sink. Today, however, a giant whale-like monster was floating on the Forbidden Sea. There was someone on its back. From the Forbidden Sea, the cry came from the giant whale-like monster. At this moment, the Grandmaster not far from Hua Yu suddenly laughed loudly. People from the sea, where did you come from? On the back of the whale-like monster in the sea. Now, there wasn't one person standing, but 5 or 6 people. Standing at the forefront was a man who looked like a teenager. Hearing this, the teenager smiled faintly. Nameless Mountain of the Bitter Sea, Nameless Clan. Nameless Clan? In the void, someone sneered, in the land of the Bitter Sea, there used to be several venerable sovereigns. There is the boundless mountain of the Bitter Sea, the immortal-seeking island. We don't know about these Emperor Realm experts. Then, someone else said, the Bitter Sea is invading. Have these emperors not been destroyed yet? There were continents and islands in the sea. Everyone in Outland knew that. However, the Bitter Sea had always been invading, unlike the catacombs where there were many powerhouses. There were also many emperors in the boundaries that deterred the Bitter Sea. Human powerhouses and catacombs powerhouses were also here. That was why the catacombs had not been completely devoured. However, most of the islands in the sea had already been devoured, especially the places where people lived. The demons still had some habitats, such as the giant crow in the 7 southern regions. Speaking of demons, they came. While everyone was still looking at these people, the taboo sea, which was usually calm, was now full of waves again. In the sea, a monster shining with golden light suddenly soared into the air. In an instant, it shrank to the size of a normal human. It looked like a water buffalo and stood on its hind legs, letting out a long moo. Its mentality also fluctuated. Forbidden Sea, Water Godly Wuji, greets everyone. This monster was not like the other Forbidden Sea demon clans that never communicated with humans. Now that it appeared, it quickly introduced itself. Water God Clan? Someone seemed to know the origin of this monster. He murmured but did not say much. There were many demons in the sea. Some demon powerhouses created their own lineage and established themselves in the sea. Demons were more suitable to survive in the Forbidden Sea than humans. The appearance of humans was a little unexpected. The appearance of demons was not too surprising. Hua Yu listened to these people and frowned. Even the Forbidden Sea demon clans were involved. These demons were actually the main enemies that the catacombs guarded against. The Imperial Sea Mountain was actually to defend against these Forbidden Sea demon clans. He did not expect to see the Forbidden Sea demon clans that were seen as a great enemy here today. In the Forbidden Sea, there are actually ancient powerhouses too. I heard that there are many true king powerhouses in the sea demon clans. There are even hall master powerhouses. This time, they are also involved. This is troublesome. Hua Yu sighed in his heart. Suddenly, his brows twitched and he looked into the distance. Behind him, there was also a group of people rushing over. He did not recognize the others, but he recognized the Commander Realm martial artist among them, Qing Fengqing. This person, He had seen him at the Imperial battlefield last time. He was with Fang Ping. Why was he here? And he was accompanied by a group of unfamiliar powerhouses. Looking at their auras, they were somewhat similar to those grandmasters. Hua Yu was looking at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing also saw him. Seeing Hua Yu look over, Qin Fengqing looked at Su Bing beside him and said with a smile, "This is Hua Yu, the descendant of King Hua. King Hua is a true god powerhouse in the Catacombs Sky Plant Royal Court, second only to King Qian and King Feng." Su Bing nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Thank you, young friend, for answering my doubts." "You're welcome." Qin Fengqing grinned. "I am a person who values practical benefits. What Senior Su wants to know is actually nothing. As long as you give me enough benefits, you can ask for any information. If I know, I will tell you according to the circumstances." Tiao Kuei snorted lightly. Beside him, Hong Ji also looked disdainful. Qin Fengqing, however, was calm and composed. "Everyone is a sensible person. Why look down on me? Without people like me, would you know these things? Rely on you? Do you really think Fang Ping and the others will tell you some secrets? What a joke. Some things are more complicated than you think. Do you really think that once you old antiques come out, the world will be yours? Don't be silly. Other things aside, do you know what a deterrent cannon is? Do you know what a nuclear bomb is? Some modern weapons may not work well in the catacombs, but on Earth, you people don't know shit. Is it that hard to kill you?" Qin Fengqing was disdainful. "The catacombs martial artists knew more than you. At least they knew that humans had some powerful weapons. If they encountered it on Earth, they knew to avoid it. These old antiques might not even avoid it if they saw it." Of course, Qin Fengqing also knew that using modern weapons to fight them was not very reliable. They might have a chance the first time, but it might not work in the future. Still, it did not stop him from scaring them. What did they know? Even if they came out, they might not be in the mood to learn the knowledge of ordinary people. At most, they would understand some information about powerhouses. After giving them a blow, Qin Fengqing said again, "Let me remind you, it's best to go to the North Lake Catacombs. If you insist on coming here, it might not be a good thing. Fang Ping might come. If he comes and recruits you, you can't avoid it. If you go to North Lake, he probably won't go there. If you encounter him in the Emperor's tomb, it will be easier." "No worries." Su Bing laughed. "I'm just here to see if I can meet some old friends from the past. As for the North Lake Catacombs, it's not too late to go after I'm done. Up to you." Qin Fengqing looked indifferent. Very quickly, he said, "I'll say this in advance. My role is to help you understand some basic information and help you avoid the entanglement of human powerhouses. I don't care about other things. But I want 30% of the good stuff." "Humph." In the crowd, someone snorted coldly. "What a big appetite." Qin Fengqing was unconcerned. "Do you really think I want too much? I can remind you that there will be a lot of human powerhouses coming this time, including powerhouses from the 6 Holy Lands and some powerhouses from the Sino Nation ranking list. They won't care if you're from Grandmaster or not. They'll deal with the catacombs martial artists. I'm on good terms with some people in Star City. I can help you avoid some trouble." Su Bing did not care about this. He laughed. "Star City? I've heard about it in the past. Young friend, you're on good terms with Star City. Can you help introduce us? We'll see. Those fellows are also very arrogant. Don't be fooled by the number of powerhouses you have. There are more than 10 top-notch powerhouses in Star City. We might give you face, but they might not." As soon as he said this, Prince Hongji sneered. "When the tiger is away, the monkey is king. In the past. That's enough. Don't give me that." Qin Fengqing did not give him face. He said impatiently, "One heavenly king can beat all of you into submission. The heavenly king has suppressed the catacombs for 300 years. There are hundreds of catacombs true kings, but none of them dared to attack humans. You, try picking a fight if you're capable. I'll say this again. Don't act like you're number 2. When you meet those people, you're asking for death with that attitude. Also, don't be so arrogant with me. If you're capable, go be arrogant with Fang Ping. When he's arrogant, he's much more arrogant than you. Huayu and the others will tremble in fear when they see him. If you're capable, kill them first. Hongji's face was livid, but he said nothing. Fang Ping was indeed arrogant, however, that was in the human world, suppressed by the emperor. If they were in the human world, he would not be afraid of Fang Ping. However, now was not the time to turn hostile. Hongji said nothing with a livid face. Seeing this, Qin Fengqin cursed in his heart. They were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Weren't they arrogant and ruthless in front of him? Now they were terrified, he could not be bothered with them. These people needed him now. He was not afraid of them turning hostile. Looking around, Qin Fengqin also saw some unfamiliar powerhouses. He began to ask them. Su Bing and the others knew some of these people. Even if they did not know them, they could roughly determine which grandmaster they came from. 22 grandmasters, 9 on Earth, and 13 in the catacombs. This time, there were a few grandmasters who came from the catacombs. Catacombs, Grandmaster, Forbidden Sea. It seems like no one came out of the bounded zones. Qin Fengqin muttered in his heart. There should be living people in the bounded zones, right? Other than those who were at the top, there should be rank 8 and rank 9 existences. Nanjiang Catacombs and North Lake Catacombs had gathered many powerhouses at this moment. Fang Ping's acquaintances were not rare either. However, Fang Ping had no time to care about these at this moment. In the past few days, he had observed many people's origin paths gophers, Fengling, Shensan, as well as 2 other captured catacombs powerhouses. These 2 had been detained at the original site of Hope City. They had not been put to use yet. Catacombs martial artists, evil sect martial artists, demon powerhouses. After Fang Ping had observed these people's origin paths once, he more or less gained something. In the cultivation room, Fang Ping opened his eyes and looked at the void in front of him. In the empty void, he seemed to see a small black house. Origin space, he had already vaguely sensed the location of origin space, this was a sign of comprehending origin. As long as he confirmed the location of origin space, then he would officially comprehend origin path. When that time came, as long as he was willing, he could enter rank 9 at any time. After comprehending origin path, to enter rank 9, achieving golden body 6th refinement was enough. Now, Fang Ping's golden body was almost at peak 8th refinement. As long as he entered origin space, he could choose to advance. When that time came, there would be a transformation. Many martial artists who had just entered golden body 6th refinement had vitality 90,000 calories. After advancing, their vitality could reach at least 100,000 calories. If Fang Ping advanced now, his vitality of more than 130,000 calories might rise to about 150,000 calories. However, this was not the outcome Fang Ping wanted. In rank 8, the stronger the foundation, the stronger the golden body that was forged. When the time came, he would be even more powerful when he entered rank 9, otherwise, even if a rank 9 could forge a golden body, origin path and golden body forging would have a certain resistance effect, and the efficiency would be extremely low. What is origin path? I have a general idea now. When origin space appears, if my willpower is a little stronger, I can enter origin space directly. But how to go about it? What path to take? I still lack something. When origin space appeared, there was no need to materialize anything. Origin space was a very mysterious thing. It was related to willpower. When the willpower was strong, origin space would appear very soon at this time. The key was that even after entering origin space, how to open up a path was the problem. Maybe I should take a look at human powerhouse's origin path again. He looked at many people's, but he did not look at the rank 9s around him. Origin path was a very private thing. It would expose some people's innermost secrets. If he looked at it, unless he hid it for the rest of his life, if someone found out one day, there would definitely be a grudge. If I look at the human powerhouse's origin path again, I can first determine a general direction to enter origin space. As for opening up a path, it won't be too late to prepare for it when I achieve golden body 9th refinement. Fang Ping pondered in his heart. Soon, he determined his target. He looked for Tian Mu and Old Wu to try. These two were closer to each other than the average rank 9s. Bei Gongxian and the rest were not too familiar with him. On one hand, if he brought this up abruptly, it would easily expose Fang Ping's secret. Although old Zhang already knew, Fang Ping felt that it was better for Bei Gongxian and the rest not to know. On the other hand, he was also worried that these people would reject him. When that time came, it would be difficult to handle. Old Wu, Senior Tian. If it really doesn't work, add Old Wu. They have already walked a large part of Origin Path. It should be of great help to me. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly touched his chin. Should I take a look at the ash cat? But this cat was very strong. If old Zhang could sense it, it might be able to as well. Should I inform and ask in advance? Even the ash cat knew the source of its imperishable substance. It might also know that he could see the origin path. Thinking of this, Fang Ping became interested. First, he was interested in the demon clan's origin path in the impasse state. Second, the ash cat's origin path might be different from others. This cat said that its path was not blocked by anyone. Then, what would an origin path that was not blocked be like? Perhaps, this was the origin path that was truly worthy of his consideration. Also, such a lazy cat could also walk out of the origin path. It should not be. Fang Ping really wanted to see what its origin path was like. Could it be the foodie path? No, the lazy path? Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He always felt that the ash cat should not walk out of the origin path. This was actually a kind of persistence and persistence. He did not find any persistence in the cat. Someone's plotting against me again. In Fang Ping's house, the ash cat rested its head on the dining table, looking like it had nothing left to live for. So annoying, plotting against it again. It was either a fake emperor or a liar. The malice was not too great, but the ash cat was still very annoyed. These bad people. Why did they always plot against me? Did they have any conscience? This cat was so kind. Little chubby face. Feed me. The ash cat decided to turn its annoyance into appetite. It opened its mouth. It wanted to eat. Fang Yuan rolled her eyes. This cat was not cute anymore. It actually treated her like a slave. It brushed its fur, fed it, and even wanted her to wash its mattress. Fang Yuan was about to die of frustration. The key was that this cat did not give her any benefits. She was working for nothing. The Fang family. Brother cat, look. No. Brother cat, look, there's a lot of meat, right? Meow, no. In the living room, a man and a cat discussed, one after another. Beside them, Fang Yuan listened and laughed. The big fat cat shook its head. No, Fang Ping sighed. You can have as many snacks as you want. Don't think I don't know that a supermarket has been robbed recently. Do you think I don't know who did it, brother cat? Fang Ping lamented, a peace-loving cat is now stealing from ordinary people. If this gets out, won't you go down in history? Meow, it's not me. The cat denied. And said quickly, the cat food floated here. I picked it up. Fang Ping was suddenly in a daze. Picked it up, these words sounded so familiar, F***ck, this cat said it picked up a lot of artifacts. Was this how it picked it up? The cat said innocently, I didn't steal it. I kept it for myself. I can attract money, I can earn it back. Attract money? Fang Ping glanced at it, grinning from ear to ear. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let me tell you, don't give me that. Someone reported it. There seems to be something tempting at the supermarket. It's a mentality inducement. Don't do this. Some uncles and aunties have been cursing recently. They went to the supermarket and bought a bunch of things they don't need. They think they're possessed. Meow. The cat did not speak. It just meowed innocently. That has nothing to do with me. I just guided them. Those people wanted to buy it for themselves. It has nothing to do with me. Alright, we've helped you settle the matter. But it's quite troublesome to settle this matter. The cat looked at him like he was an idiot. Keep lying, it only cost a little, it just did not have that kind of money. Otherwise, it would have bought it itself. This liar was trying to deceive it again. Fang Ping was embarrassed by its stare. He coughed softly. Brother cat, I'm just looking. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions toward you. I'm just curious and want to determine a direction for my future. Brother cat also knows the path of neo-martial arts, ancient martial arts, apotheosis, Saturn, all kinds of paths were different. As for me, I'm more curious about the path of ancient martial arts. The heaven realm was not broken, and the great Tao was not blocked. What was the path of this period like? Now, the only one who can answer my questions is Brother Cat. Fang Ping said earnestly, I'll just take a look. I won't leak anything. Meow. The cat was a little conflicted. Look at the origin path. The origin path had many secrets. Even if it was just a cat, it still had its own secrets. The cat looked at the ceiling helplessly. After thinking for a while, it said with some grievance, then look at it for a while. Don't look at it for too long. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He laughed and said, absolutely. This cat will accompany you. If you dare to look any longer, this cat will stab you to death. Fang Ping's gaze flickered. Brother Cat can enter? The Azure Cat looked at him as if he was an idiot again. This fool, that is my Tao of origin, why can't I enter? Fang Ping took a deep breath. The origin path was a projection of willpower. Until now, he still did not quite understand how to enter it. It was all thanks to the system. Even ordinary rank 9s could not do it, it was almost impossible even for paragons. Old Zhang, on the other hand, seemed to be able to enter it vaguely. Being able to enter one's own origin path would be of great help. Many people did not even know where their flaws were. Opening up a path depended entirely on their willpower. They did not know when they had wavered or when they had encountered difficulties. If they could enter it, like those powerhouses in the catacombs last time, perhaps they could have discovered their flaws long ago and overcome them. For martial artists of the origin path, cultivation was actually to make up for these things. Let's do it together then. Fang Ping did not say much. At this moment, he was really a little excited. What was the cat's Tao like? He glanced at his wealth points subconsciously. 8 billion points. This time, he would probably spend 100 million points, right, liar? A call made Fang Ping walk out of his daze. He seemed to have entered a new world. The sun was bright and beautiful, everything was revived. This was a grassland. On the grassland, some small animals ran around, full of energy. The grassland was exceptionally soft and warm. Fang Ping felt like he was really stepping on the grassland. No, he was stepping on a sponge. He only felt exceptionally comfortable. Coupled with the sunlight, the current him suddenly wanted to lie down and sleep. Beside him, the cat had already laid down. It was sprawled on the ground, its face full of satisfaction. It said lazily, liar, this is the origin space. Is it nice? This was the cat's origin space, a place where the sun shone brightly and the grass was soft. It made people want to sleep when they sat down. Fang Ping could not connect this place with the origin space, he could not connect this world with the dark, chaotic starry sky. Fang Ping was still in a daze when the cat's mouth suddenly opened. Not far away, a monster that looked like a fish head suddenly roasted itself, burrowing into the cat's mouth in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping was dumbstruck. What was this? Was this what the cat usually did? Was this considered as fantasizing? The things in the origin space should be the cat's own imagination. In fact, such a world did not exist. Strictly speaking, this was actually a dream. In the end, this cat was dreaming. In the dream world, the food was actually like this, it roasted itself and sent it to its mouth. This life was too carefree. Brother Cat said that you often play in the origin space. Is this how you do it? Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He finally understood why it was always sleeping. Sleeping, entering the origin space, basking in the sun, sleeping soundly. When you eat, food will be sent into your mouth. You could have such a dream for 1,000 years and still not get sick of it. The cat was weak. It chewed the fish head lazily and said vaguely, yes. But sometimes the more I eat, the hungrier I get. The cat was a little depressed. Although it often ate to its heart's content, once it woke up, it starved to death. a few times when it slept, it was always because it was hungry. The food in the origin space was not filling. Then Brother Cat will bring people to fight and enter the origin space. As he said that, the cat suddenly pointed to a piece of black land outside the grassland and said lazily, "Over there. Just pull them into the soil and then poke them to death." Fang Ping glanced at it. In the distance, there seemed to be an inconspicuous swamp. Fang Ping did not say much and walked over. As soon as he walked over, Fang Ping suddenly felt a strong mentality, the kind that did not have a source. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Looking at the cat that was almost rolling over behind him, he asked doubtfully, "If I poke them to death, will the mentality remain?" "Yes, just right to use it to replenish the origin space." As the cat spoke, it yawned again, as if it was about to fall asleep. Its voice was low. The origin space was very small in the beginning. It was just a small black room. It was so ugly. Later, I replenished it, and then it became like this. Everyone else was walking on the origin path. Almost no one would care about the origin space, but the cat was cultivating the origin space. Fang Ping glanced around. Outside, it was still dark, but at least it was bright here. The place was not small, probably close to 1,000 mu of land. Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, "Brother Cat, why don't I see your origin path?" The cat woke up and looked at him strangely. "This is it." Fang Ping's mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, he felt like he was going to explode. This was it, this was the origin path. Origin path. Fang Ping was really going to explode at this moment. The cat did not open up a path. It opened up a world directly, it spread the entire origin space outward. It did not deliberately open up any path at all. In all directions, the entire chaos was the direction of its path. No matter how wide the path of old Zhang and the others was it wider than this? The origin space extended in all directions. The entire world was Tao. What path was wider than this? The cat did not walk on the origin path. It walked on all the paths. It did not have a will, but it did, it just wanted this small black room to look better and be bigger. Therefore, it spared no effort and spent countless years to make the origin space like this. The cat said that in the past, someone did not block the door or the path. Did he really not block it, or could he not block it? How could he block it? The cat's Tao led in all directions. There was no clear direction at all. What this silly cat had been doing was expanding its origin space. It had been doing it for as long as it had lived. Even when it was sleeping, it was doing it. Was this really a cat without beliefs? No, it did, not only did it, but it was also very persistent and persistent. This kind of persistence was unimaginable to ordinary people. Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, it did not even know how many years it had been doing this. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly admired this cat. It did not want to become stronger. It did not want to fight. It did not want to become an emperor. It did not want to think about anything. It simply wanted to make this world more beautiful, to make it more suitable for it to eat and sleep. It had spent countless years to build this 1,000-hectare piece of land. The 1,000-acre area was not big, less than 700,000 square meters. It was also a circular grassland with a diameter of less than 1,000 meters. If one really wanted to calculate from this point, not only was the cat not a great emperor, it might not even be considered a paragon. How far was its origin path? Starting from the starting point, it was less than 1,000 meters to the end. This did not even reach the standard of a paragon. However, even if the cat did not have a divine weapon, it was still extremely powerful. Old Zhang said that the cat did not rely on a divine weapon. Just its aura alone should have the strength of a life king. A life king's increase was about 1.8 times, and the cat had it too. This was comparable to a human walking a 9,000 meters Tao. However, the cat's Tao was different. It was really completely different. At this moment, Fang Ping was a little dazed. Who was wrong? Was the cat wrong, or were the powerhouses all wrong? The cat's Tao was too wide, infinite, all directions, all space, could be the direction of its Tao. Even if you were 10,000 meters wide, 1,000,000 meters wide, its Tao could also extend to this width. If this was used as a potential, the cat's potential was also infinite. However, this was too time-consuming, it was impossible to do it. How long had the cat lived? Had it lived for 10,000 years? If it had been doing this for 10,000 years. There were many people who could last for a year or two or even 1,000 years. However, it could last for 10,000 years without wavering, enduring the pain of slow strength growth. This was something powerhouses could not tolerate. Only the cat did not care how powerful it was. Its purpose was too simple. It was so simple that it probably did not realize that the origin Tao it took was not quite the same as the others. Maybe it knew, but it still did not care and just followed its own thoughts. This is the real convergence of Tao. This is the real Tao. It's infinite. No matter how you try to block it, you won't be able to block it. Fang Ping muttered to himself. Then, his gaze suddenly changed, and he suddenly looked at the black swamp. This was a flaw. The cat's Tao seemed to have a flaw too. Its world should be the same as the rest of the world, bright and sunny. However, this world was a bit flawed. A black swamp made this peaceful world seem a little strange. Fang Ping looked in that direction and frowned slightly. He did not see the illusion left by the cat here like the others. It was originally awake in this place. In this way, Fang Ping was also not too clear about what its flaw was. Fang Ping had no intention of controlling the cat's flaw. This cat even brought him into the origin space. Fang Ping still thought that this cat was quite cute and reliable. He was puzzled. The cat's mind was pure. It only wanted to build a small world that was suitable for itself. Why would there be a flaw? It could persist for countless years without wavering. Then, how did this flaw come about? Is it killing? Fang Ping suddenly had some guesses. Was killing the cat's flaw? It seemed like it really did not like killing people, but sometimes, it had to do it. No matter how peaceful a cat was, there would still be times when it was angry and times when it would kill. This place was used to poke people. Perhaps this was its original intention. Killing people here did not involve other places in the origin space. Next to the Pure Land was hell. If one day, the cat kills too much, will it cause this black swamp to spread? Its source space will never be so bright and beautiful again. At this moment, Fang Ping thought of this and instantly looked at the cat lying on the ground, secretly eating the fish head. The cat opened its mouth wide, stirring slowly, and said vaguely, "You want to eat it?" Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He squatted down and suddenly patted the cat's head, asking, "You don't like fighting? Is it because when you fight, that black swamp will expand?" Huh. The cat suddenly looked at Fang Ping, its face full of surprise. Then, it said pitifully, "You know. When I poke people to death, it will become bigger. When I was very young, it was all you bad people, always making me poke people to death. Now it's all bigger, it's not nice anymore." Fang Ping felt a little apologetic. In this chaotic world, there was such a cat that loved peace from the bottom of its heart. It was really a little unbelievable. Fang Ping rubbed the cat's big head and laughed. "Can it be repaired?" "Yes. It'll be fine after a nap." The cat's big face was full of joy. "After a nap, it will become a little black dot. But when I poke people to death, it will become bigger again. But it's okay, my cat world is also getting bigger. When it gets bigger, the little black dot will become even smaller." Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "Some people say that if the three realms are not destroyed, you won't be destroyed. If too many people die in the three realms, it seems like it has nothing to do with you. But if you slaughter all living beings in the three realms, then I'm afraid you'll be in trouble." At this moment, Fang Ping once again had a deeper understanding. Would the cat die? It would be very difficult, but was it really immortal? That might not be the case. If someone framed this cat and made it slaughter all living beings, perhaps its origin would collapse. The cat said lazily, "Why would I want to slaughter all living beings?" Fang Ping suddenly said in a low voice, "Have you really never thought about it? Your best friend, Sky Dog, is dead. Your best friend, Unquestionable Sword, has been driven crazy. No matter how playful you are, have you really never thought about it?" At this point, Fang Ping suddenly stopped and said apologetically, "I'm just joking, brother cat. Eat more." He just had a sudden idea. It was not that the cat did not think about it, it was not that it was not angry, but it gave up in the end. It gave up on killing, gave up on revenge. It chose to undergo amnesia. It was not a good thing for him to bring this up now. The cat seemed to be a little unhappy with what he said, but very quickly, it ate a few fish-headed monsters and its mood improved. Seeing this, Fong Ping could not help but laugh. He should not have brought this up. Changing the topic, Fong Ping asked doubtfully, "Brother Cat, how do you usually expand your cat world?" "That's it." The cat suddenly looked at the darkness around it and muttered, "Bigger, bigger. The sun is bigger too, the grass is softer too, eat more, bigger," as it muttered, Fong Ping sensed carefully and could not help but laugh. It seemed like, there was a little reaction, the cat might really be doing this. This was also its obsession, or perhaps its Tao. Over the countless years, this was probably how it had expanded its source space. Humans are not as good as cats. Fong Ping suddenly lamented. Really not. How many of those so-called great emperors were like this cat? It had persevered for countless years. What hegemony, what emperor ascension, it was just an illusion, it just maintained its original intention. It did not want to be locked in the little dark room, did not want to go without food, did not want to sleep poorly. Hence, the cat's Tao was born. A Tao that you could not imagine. Who could block such a Tao? Forget about the door, forget about the Sanjiao gate, even if there were thousands of doors, could they block its Tao? Old Zhang's 10,000 Tao unification might also want to walk such a Tao, but he can't do it. He doesn't have the time, energy, and endurance. Even if others walk 2, 3, or even more Tao, can they compare to the cat? So, even if it only walked less than 1,000 meters, there are thousands of Tao paths superimposed. At this moment, Fong Ping understood why the cat had such strength. From the distance, it was less than 1,000 meters. According to old Zhang, the increment would decrease progressively if one walked more Tao paths. Less than 1,000 meters of Tao, even if one walked 10 Tao paths, it might not be extremely powerful. But what if one walked thousands, tens of thousands, or billions of Tao paths? Hence, the cat's strength was close to that of a great emperor. It's a Tao, but I can't walk it. Fong Ping laughed at himself. He could not walk it. He could not walk it either, such a Tao was not something he could walk. Perhaps, he could do it in the future, but not now. He needed to increase his strength quickly. He could not be like the cat, walking for countless years and still being a non-emperor level powerhouse. There were too many paths converging. This was really stable and very powerful, but it was really not suitable for Fong Ping. I can integrate some Tao paths, but I can't do it like the cat, walking infinite Tao paths and walking out of this world. However, the cat's Tao is a direction for my future, if I don't die in the great changes in the future. Fong Ping had a concept at this moment. What he needed now was strength, not stability, and not unlimited potential. However, one day, when the war was over and the pressure was not as great as now, he might try to walk the cat's Tao path. "Brother Cat, thank you." Fong Ping bowed to the cat. Even if the person in front of him was just a cat, this moment was worthy of his respect. "Meow. Do you still have snacks?" The cat raised its big face, a little expectant. Fong Ping laughed out loud. "No problem. Any more is fine." Perseverance, perseverance, tirelessness, perseverance, as he replied, these words flashed through Fong Ping's mind. The cat's Tao once again proved this point to him. Whether you wanted to become stronger or have other obsessions, you could walk out of your own origin Tao. The Tao was willpower. When your willpower was strong, even a cat could walk a different Tao path and make you look at it differently. What you disdained might be the persistence of others. What you thought was not important, others might persist for countless years without wavering. Would anyone dare to believe that the cat's Tao was like this? This was the real convergence of 10,000 Tao. In the next moment, Fong Ping suddenly understood what the convergence of 10,000 Tao was for. Just as he was about to leave, the cat suddenly said sorrowfully, "Scheming against me again, heartless." At this moment, above the black swamp, there seemed to be a phantom emerging. A phantom, carrying a cat in its hand, stroking the cat's head with its illusory big hand. Then, it took away something from the cat's neck. The cat felt wronged, sad, and sad. Inhumane, someone wanted to steal its bell. Fong Ping was dumbfounded. What was this? What was this? Someone was scheming against the cat. Mother asterisk Kerr, it was probably old Zhang. Was old Zhang going to take away the cat's bell? It should be, however, how could this scene appear here with the cat? Fang Ping's heart suddenly moved. The cat's 10,000 Dao convergence, perhaps its Dao and old Zhang's Dao overlapped in some places, so whatever old Zhang was thinking at this moment, his willpower was reflected and converged here. Fang Ping suddenly could not wait and said hurriedly, "Brother cat, let's go out." He wanted to ask old Zhang. The cat did not seem to care too much about this. It muttered a few words, swallowed another fish-headed monster, and followed Fang Ping out of the origin space. Once out, Fang Ping could not care about anything else. He hurriedly took out his phone and made a call. The call was quickly connected. Fang Ping asked hurriedly, "Is the minister there?" Not at the moment. Fang Ping hurriedly hung up and made a few more calls. Recently, old Zhang had been running around. Sometimes he was not in the education ministry, but he would appear often recently. After making 7 or 8 calls in a row, Fang Ping was ready to use his mentality clone. Only then did he find old Zhang in the military department. "You called me in such a hurry." Before old Zhang finished speaking, Fang Ping quickly said, "Just now, the minister actually wanted to grab the cat's neck and snatch its bell. Isn't that embarrassing?" On the other side of the phone, old Zhang was dumbfounded. Mother asterisk Kerr, was he being bugged? He had been doing this all his life, and this time someone did it to him? Yes, he was just talking to Li Zhen. The bell was confiscated, and the cat had no choice but to agree. Believe it or not, old Zhang would grab its fat neck and threaten it. Just saying, just saying. However, in just a short while, Fang Ping called to question him. Zhang Tao was abnormally dumbfounded. Who did it? He did not find out. Was it the cat, or did this bastard Fang Ping install a listening device in the military department? While he was still thinking, the phone beeped and hung up. The Fang family. Fang Ping looked at the cat as if he had seen a ghost. Now he completely understood why this cat often had premonitions. If you thought bad things about it, it would sense it. It was better for powerhouses who were not from the origin path because they did not interact with it. If powerhouses from the origin path had something to do with the cat, it was very likely that they would sense it. Although Fang Ping was not from the origin path, he had come into contact with it. That was why the cat could almost sense the few times he thought of bad things. "What is this?" Fang Ping murmured. The cat twitched its ears. What was it? This cat did not like to see these things. Really? End of chapter 889. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.